Chapter 100. In disarray and full of excitement, Peng Liang had never tasted such delectable cake before. Unable to contain his astonishment, he exclaimed, "Wow, this is absolutely delightful. Truly, Chef Su deserves all the accolades." Not only is it not overly sweet, but it also carries a hint of fragrant sweetness. This texture is something the chefs at the Imperial Dragon Pavilion could never replicate. His words immediately heightened everyone's anticipation. It is worth noting that Peng Liang is indeed a top chef at the Imperial Dragon Pavilion, particularly renowned for his exquisite dessert creations. Initially, they presumed that Chef Su, being so young, could hardly produce anything remarkable. However, upon discovering that the entire spread was crafted by Su Chen, their excitement had been building for quite some time. Each took a bite, and soon, gasps of astonishment filled the air, especially for Shen Mingyao, who was on the verge of losing her composure to Su Chen. "Your culinary skills have indeed advanced," she exclaimed. "Delicious, delicious, delicious. This is undoubtedly the finest cake I have ever tasted." Li Wenhao appeared utterly bewildered that "Is this truly made by Su Chen?" While cutting himself a generous slice of cake, Su Chen nodded. "Yes, it's made by Dad. Would you care to try?" Li Wenhao, oblivious to the impending danger, leaned in eagerly, nodding. "Sure, I'll give it a taste," as he approached. His pupils widened in shock as Su Chen lifted the cake toward his face. He attempted to evade, but someone behind him gave him an unexpected shove. With a loud smack, an entire slice of cream-laden cake landed squarely on his face. "Goodness!" Li Wenhao was on the verge of madness. "Son, what are you doing?" Su Chen retorted. "You fool, what do you think I'm doing? Why are you here instead of at school?" As he spoke, he cut another piece of cake. Wait, I was wrong. Isn't that enough?" Li Wenhao pleaded, stepping back. "It's just that you didn't send me any videos of the babies that I really wanted to see them." "Chen Ge, didn't mean it." "Chen Ge, I was wrong." As he pleaded, he wiped a smear of cream off his face. Seizing the moment when Su Chen was distracted, he rushed forward and smeared it across Su Chen's face. "Haha, son. Did you miscalculate? Do you dare to plot against me?" At that moment, Li Wenhao was reveling in delight when suddenly, a group of people encircled him, each wielding cake. Li Wenhao's expression shifted from bewilderment to a bitter realization. What are you all planning?" Leading the charge was Shen Mingyao, who, along with the others, burst into laughter. Their smiles sent shivers down Li Wenhao's spine. "What do you mean? What are we planning?" Shen Mingyao queried. Li Wenhao protested. "No, please, ladies, don't be deceived by Su Chen's charming appearance. While he may be handsome, before he could finish, the cakes in their hands were unceremoniously hurled at him. Instantly, chaos erupted. How could Su Chen's charm be merely handsome? It was strikingly captivating. And here, this delightful scene was being ruined. Did he still expect mercy? Despite their reluctance to partake in the dog food of romance, such delightful dog food could not be trifled with. The crowd chattered excitedly, encircling Li Wenhao, whose anguished cries echoed throughout the banquet hall. Before long, he had transformed into a living cake. Su Chen had been effectively isolated, his face smeared with cream. When Chi, unable to watch any longer, approached with a tissue in hand. "Here, wipe your face." Su Chen seized her hand, using it to clean his own face. When Chi, flustered, attempted to retract her hand, but Su Chen was relentless. "Yuta," she stammered, laughter escaping him. Su Chen then pulled Chi closer. Chi, I still have something I wanted to do." With a gentle smile, she raised her hand to shield Su Chen's face, earnestly saying, "Su Chen." "Yes, what is it?" Su Chen sensed that when Chi had something on her mind and listened intently. When Chi bit her lip, finally mustering the courage to ask, "Do you remember when we first met?" Su Chen thought for a moment. "Are you referring to that summer vacation 1.5 years ago? Why did you leave back then?" Before he could finish, he noticed when Chi smiling softly as she turned to embrace Sanbao. Clearly, she was unwilling to pursue this topic further, as Su Chen had no choice but to drop it. However, what did when Chi's earlier remark imply? Had they known each other before that fateful night? He couldn't recall a thing. Su Chen scratched his head in frustration. Amidst the crowd, Li Wenhao seized the opportunity to crawl back towards Su Chen, inadvertently smearing cream all over him. The instigator, Li Wenhao, seemed utterly unfazed, still laughing heartily. At last, Su Chen could no longer contain himself. "You fool! You've brought this upon yourself. Your grandfather is coming for you." With that, he charged forward, plunging the scene into further disorder. The only one remaining uninvolved in the cake war was Lan Ming, who approached Wen Chi and playfully pinched San Bao's cheek. Instantly, San Bao was begging for a hug. Lan Ming laughed as she scooped San Bao in her arms. The little one snuggled close, melting Lan Ming's heart that he is so adorable. When Chi smiled, "Thank you. San Bao is quite mischievous and no worries, Miss Wen," Lan Ming responded, glancing over at Su Chen. "Do you like Su Chen? If not, perhaps you still have a chance." Lan Ming suddenly sought to seize that fleeting opportunity. When Chi looked over as well, observing Su Chen engage in playful combat with Li Wenhao. He resembled a big child. Yet this very big child had been meticulously caring for her recently. She smiled sweetly. "Of course I like him, that I absolutely do." Lan Ming's expression dimmed momentarily before she smiled again. "But I heard you aren't married yet." When Chi nodded yes. "How can that be? You already have children, and Su Chen is of an age to obtain a marriage certificate. Nowadays, college students can get married, can't they?" "Indeed." When Chi smiled. Choosing not to elaborate, Lan Ming observed her demeanor and felt a sense of relief that if there are any misunderstandings, perhaps you should clarify them with Su Chen. When Chi nodded, "I understand." Then, she lowered her head, biting her lip, and murmured to herself, "But he doesn't remember me. Back then, he didn't like me at all, that if he knew it was me, and that I had deliberately," she sighed, "he would surely despise me." Chapter 101. She truly likes Su Chen. This question had lingered in Wen Chi's mind for quite some time. When she first laid eyes on Su Chen in the school courtyard at the beginning of the semester, she felt an overwhelming urge to flee. She feared not only causing trouble for Su Chen, but also the complete obliteration of her image in his eyes, the once admired campus belle, the dream girl for many boys. Suddenly felt a pang of fear. Thankfully, Su Chen had forgotten her. As time passed, Su Chen's kindness towards her grew, and when Chi found herself increasingly enamored with his gentle affection, she was reluctant to gamble on a chance meeting. Perhaps another opportunity would arise, at least now. She was certain that Su Chen cherished her, and she too truly adored him. Her affection for him had grown so profound that he was the sole focus of her gaze. Her eyes unable to wander elsewhere. Lan Ming, captivated by Su Chen and the little ones, hadn't quite caught the words when Chi had muttered to herself. She gently inquired, "What did you say?" When Chi shook her head, smiling brightly, "Nothing. I will do my best." Lan Ming smiled back, "Yes, if you don't put in the effort, Su Chen might just become someone else." That when Chi smiled silently. Lan Ming sighed wistfully, "I truly envy you. You will encounter someone too," when Chi replied with a laugh. "Indeed, I hope so, but Su Chen certainly doesn't seem like a father figure." When Chi gazed fondly in Su Chen's direction. "Yet in my eyes, he will always be the father of my child." The cake battle in the banquet hall raged on for a full 20 minutes. Not only were Li Wenhao and Su Chen covered in cream, but even the servers bore the remnants of the sweet chaos. Shen Mingyao was particularly exasperated, her hair plastered with frosting as she prepared to resume her cake assault. Li Wenhao, gasping for breath, stood up. All right, cease fire. If we continue like this, we'll have obliterated the entire cake. What shall we eat?" Li Wenhao's words struck a chord. Indeed, after the battle, what would they eat? This cake was simply too delicious to let Li Wenhao have it all. Thus, the crowd dispersed. Li Wenhao and Su Chen were the two most unfortunate souls, their faces and clothes smeared with cream. That moment, they sat in silence, gazing at one another. After a brief pause, they both chuckled. Li Wenhao patted Su Chen on the shoulder. "Son, you performed admirably at today's birthday banquet. I am quite pleased." "Get lost," Su Chen muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, Shen Mingyao had also ventured to seize a piece of cake, kindly offering Li Wenhao a slice. Finally able to taste the cake, Li Wenhao momentarily forgot his banter with Su Chen, taking a hearty bite. In the next moment, everyone was utterly astonished. Is this cake truly made by you?" "Indeed." Su Chen nodded. "It's simply delectable," Li Wenhao exclaimed, devouring a piece of cake before promptly standing up to snatch another slice before resuming his seat. After finishing 2 pieces, Li Wenhao still felt unsatisfied. "I can hardly believe that one day my son could create something so delicious." Su Chen remarked, "Could you please offer a proper compliment?" Seeing that Li Wenhao was about to indulge again, Su Chen couldn't help but interject, "Moderation, please. There are dishes over there as well. Although they are prepared for my wife, I can begrudgingly allow you a taste." Li Wenhao was taken aback. "You made those too?" He recalled that previously, Shen Mingyao had mentioned those dishes were crafted by Su Chen. However, he had dismissed it entirely, that he even wagered with Shen Mingyao that he would eat his way through the table. Now hearing Su Chen's claim, he felt as if these two were out of their minds. How could Su Chen possibly prepare an entire table of dishes? The presentation alone suggested a level of expertise beyond the ordinary. Su Chen paid him no mind at that moment. Lan Ming, Peng Liang, Shen Mingyao, and others had already begun to eat, that Su Chen had expressed a desire for a lively birthday celebration. Hence he invited the waitstaff to join in the meal. The staff and children were having a delightful time, appreciating Su Chen's down-to-earth demeanor. The atmosphere was truly joyous. At the dining table, various exclamations of delight rang out. Wow, this rib is absolutely delicious. This chicken nugget is fantastic. It's the best I've ever tasted. And this dessert, it's even better than what Chef Peng makes. Peng Liang laughed heartily. I cannot dispute that. He was thoroughly impressed by Su Chen's culinary prowess. Mastering various cuisines was the dream of countless chefs, yet most could only excel in one area. Lan Ming sampled a bite. Brother Su Chen, your skills are remarkable. She then turned to Wen Qiqi. Sister Qiqi, you are exceedingly fortunate. Wen Qiqi smiled shyly, her heart swelling with pride. Her man was truly exceptional. Su Chen had now settled beside Wen Qiqi. Li Wenhao panicked. Hey, I want in. Let me have a taste. Noticing some dishes nearly empty, he felt he must act quickly lest he miss out entirely. Once seated, he immediately grabbed his chopsticks and picked up a piece of braised fish. The next moment, his eyes lit up that, oh my, this is heavenly. Having uttered that, Li Wenhao disregarded everything else and began to feast. Shen Mingyao couldn't help but roll her eyes. Li Wenhao, what happened to your bet about eating the table? Li Wenhao was oblivious to her teasing. Between mouthfuls, he replied, I'll get to that later. Just don't rush me. Su Chen helplessly served Wen Qiqi her favorite dishes that as people ate. They glanced at Su Chen. Following the earlier spectacle, the distance between them had vanished, and they jovially teased. Look at this. Not only do we get a meal, but we're also served dog food. Then aren't we overindulging today? Li Wenhao lifted his head from his bowl, somewhat dazed. I'm different. All I see is food. Shen Mingyao rolled her eyes again. Meanwhile, several children played nearby, observing the joy around them, and they too were elated. Dancing enthusiastically, everyone enjoyed their meal. They turned to entertain the children, creating a harmonious scene. An hour later, the once overflowing table was completely cleared, with even the cake entirely consumed. Everyone sat back, satiated. Wen Qiqi planned to attend to the children when suddenly Su Chen stood up and proclaimed with great seriousness, Qiqi. Wen Qiqi paused. What is it? The others were equally perplexed. What was Su Chen up to? He smiled gently. I haven't yet given you your gift. Everyone was bewildered. What did he mean by the gift not yet given? Hadn't they been feasting on the dishes and cake that were his gifts to Wen Qiqi? Were there more surprises? As they pondered, Su Chen produced a stack of documents. Li Wenhao could only see a thick pile of A4 paper and looked utterly speechless. Son, what are you gifting with paper? Are you planning to send the senior your homework? Everyone fell silent. Shen Mingyao remarked, Li Wenhao, perhaps it's best if you refrain from speaking. Su Chen ignored them and handed the stack to Wen Qiqi, earnestly stating, Do you remember what you told me a few days ago? You said we should work hard to save for a house. Look, I bought one that I intended to write your name directly, but since your household registration was not with you, I had to go to the lawyer's office to draft a property transfer contract in the presence of a lawyer. This house will be yours from now on. Are you happy? As he spoke, Su Chen gazed tenderly at Wen Qiqi. The moment he finished, everyone was stunned. Peng Liang exclaimed, This is an overwhelming amount of dog food. Li Wenhao added, Stay calm, stay calm. Just get used to it that I'm eating even more than you. Shen Mingyao lamented, Why doesn't anyone gift me a house? This is infuriating. Lan Ming declared, Now that's a real man. Everyone was astonished. A house as a birthday gift. That was extraordinary. The birthday banquet at Dilongjia included a house. Someone muttered, Su Chen, why did you wait until now to remember to give a gift? Su Chen turned his head and replied nonchalantly, I was worried you'd be too full from the dog food to enjoy the meal. After all, I worked hard for this. The crowd was left speechless. Wasn't that a bit excessive? But no one dared voice their dissent, for indeed, the food was exquisite and the dog food was undeniably sweet. Miss Wen, why are you still in shock? Accept it already. Hurry up! Wen Qiqi stared blankly at Su Chen. She seemed to struggle to comprehend the depth of his prowess. which only made her admiration grow. With a smile, she gently accepted the contract. Suddenly, she recalled that day when Chen had asked her for her household registration, claiming it was to set up bank accounts for the children. Little did she know, the true intention was for this very moment, when Chi-Chi felt a pang of emotion, her eyes welling with tears. Observing her reaction, Chen reached out to pinch her cheek. "What is wrong? Chi-Chi, don't cry. Your husband is doing well." When Chi-Chi broke into a smile, perhaps it was the atmosphere or the earlier remarks from Lan Meng that had stirred her. She softly said, "Chen, don't move." She decided to let herself be a little indulgent today, regardless of what the future held. That in this moment, she was genuinely joyful that Chen was momentarily taken aback. The next instant, when Chi-Chi stood on her toes, closed her eyes, and without hesitation, planted a kiss on his cheek. The gentle brush of her lips left Chen utterly stunned, but he was completely taken aback. Unable to process what had just transpired, the crowd collectively gasped. What on earth was happening? Were they witnessing a romantic scene? "I'm dying," Li Wenhao shouted. "Chenggu, what are you still doing? Are you daft? Your sister-in-law just kissed you. What are you waiting for?" Suddenly, Chen snapped back to reality. Had Chi-Chi just kissed him? His wife had kissed him. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around Chi-Chi once more. When Chi-Chi's face flushed, unable to lift her head, her heart raced uncontrollably. Oh my! What had she done? Without hesitation, Chen embraced Chi-Chi tightly again. "Chi-Chi, this feels wonderful." The crowd erupted in cheers once more. When Chi-Chi shyly pushed Chen away, "I need to tend to the babies." She couldn't bear to meet his gaze or those of the others, quickly moving to the children. The little ones were now looking at Chen and Chi-Chi with confusion. "What are mommy and daddy doing? They seem so happy." "No way, we want kisses too." Thus, the nearest little one, San Bao, swiftly grasped Chi-Chi's hand and, before she could react, planted a quick kiss on her cheek. Once successful, he laughed joyfully when Chi-Chi, flustered yet amused, stroked San Bao's little head. "That you're such a good boy." Then, De Bao, Air Bao, and Si Bao all chimed in, eagerly waving at Chi-Chi, wanting their turn. They were unhappy that they couldn't kiss mommy. When Chi-Chi, still perplexed by their antics, asked, "What's wrong? What do you want, babies?" Chen chuckled at the children's antics. "Chi-Chi, they want kisses too." The little ones jumped for joy. Yes, we want kisses too," when Chi-Chi laughed. Leaning down to De Bao planted a kiss on her cheek, followed by Air Bao, and finally, Si Bao, who upon seeing mommy approach, eagerly hugged her face and gave her a kiss, clearly not satisfied. He continued to kiss her, laughing merrily, refusing to let go. Yeah, the four little ones shower their mother with the most affection. The four babies are the most well-behaved. Mother must remain cheerful when Chi-Chi cannot contain her smile any longer. The four babies surround her, showering her with kisses. One after another, Chen stands nearby, occasionally ensuring the little ones are safe. Others watch enviously from a distance, careful not to intrude. Today is destined to be an unforgettable birthday for her. When Chi-Chi feels that this day will be etched in her memory for a lifetime. After a while, Shen Mingyao and the waitstaff join in the fun with the little ones. Li Wenhao approaches Chen, patting his stomach contentedly, and discreetly hands him a bank card while no one is watching. Chen regards him with suspicion. Li Wenhao carefully avoids the gaze of Chi-Chi and the others. Patting Chen's shoulder, "Son, I only have 15,000 here, which is my living expenses for the past 6 months. Take it. Oh, by the way, I just told Lin Lu and Wang Lei that you urgently need money. And they chipped in a bit. They should have transferred it to you by now. So keep it safe." Seeing Chen about to say something, Li Wenhao adds, "Don't worry, I haven't mentioned anything about you," and Chi-Chi to them. "How you choose to tell them later is up to you. But at this Imperial Dragon restaurant, a single meal won't be cheap. And being a poor dog, you surely don't have that amount. Asking for money from home to buy a house, you really decided we should have pooled together several thousand by now. If it's still not enough for the meal, I'll think of another way with Lin Lu. You go and sweet-talk that General on. I'll give you more later." Chen looks at Li Wenhao oddly. Eventually, he smiles and accepts the bank card without a word, walking away. Li Wenhao, seriously, this kid can't even say thank you? If it weren't for the fact that Dad almost messed up today, I wouldn't have given you a dime. Chapter 103. Come home with me. Chen, holding the bank card, approaches Chi-Chi, who is seeking hugs from the four little ones. He gathers them up, and the others instinctively step aside, granting the two some privacy. Upon noticing the bank card in Chen's hand, When Chi-Chi gasps. What are you doing with that card? It's from Housie. He probably wants to treat me to a meal, he replies. When Chi-Chi stifles a laugh at the sight of Li Wenhao sulking nearby, nearly bursting into laughter. You are so fortunate to have such brothers. Although Li Wenhao often does silly things, I can tell their bond is genuine. Well, I accepted it. Chen chuckles as he explains. I need to teach him a lesson, otherwise he'll embarrass himself again next time. At this moment, when Chi-Chi recalls the question she wanted to ask that Chen, she thinks for a moment before inquiring. Where did the house come from? Chen, having anticipated this question, replies confidently. I earned it myself. Have you forgotten? Your husband is now in business that I'm quite wealthy. His demeanor amuses when Chi-Chi laughs. Stop joking that I'm not joking, Chi-Chi. Our lives will definitely improve from here on out. I will ensure you and the babies have a better life. Trust me. Chen's words warm when Chi-Chi's heart, filling her with anticipation for their future. Today, Chen has brought her so much joy. Standing not far away, Lan Ming watches the scene with envy. Peng Liang approaches, handing her a piece of candy. General Lan, stop staring. It's too sour. Here, have something sweet. Lan Ming, who isn't particularly fond of sweets, unwraps the candy and pops it in her mouth. It's quite sweet. On this day, the entire Ning city is abuzz with discussions about one event. The birthday banquet at the Imperial Dragon restaurant. People are unable to enter and cannot capture any photos from within. They waited at the entrance for an entire day, yet no one emerged to add insult to injury. The female lead, who arrived by taxi, was mistaken for a passerby. Thus, when she arrived, everyone was too engrossed in the spectacle to think about taking pictures. It wasn't until she entered that people realized what had occurred. Consequently, the only rumor circulating is that the female lead is exceptionally beautiful, but no one knows who she is. At this moment. In the boys' dormitory at Ningzhou University, Lin Lu and Wang Lei are reclining in their chairs, wearing worried expressions. Lin Lu asks Lei, where do you think Li Wenhao and Chen have gone? Why haven't we heard anything? Wang Lei replies, exactly. The money was transferred a while ago. Is it enough? If not, I'll borrow more. Lin Lu sighs, forget it. We might as well borrow some more directly, that if something truly goes wrong, it will be too late. Wang Lei agrees, right, I'll go too. Thus, the two quickly join the ranks of those borrowing money, occasionally lamenting, the Imperial Dragon restaurant is so lively today, while Housie and Chen are out causing trouble. Others are celebrating, and we're stuck eating instant noodles for half a year. This miserable life. After some time, they fail to borrow substantial amounts. Once they transfer all the money to Chen, they lie down and close their eyes to rest. Half an hour later, the dormitory door swings open, that Li Wenhao enters, humming a tune, but upon seeing him covered in cake and looking disheveled, the two are instantly jolted awake. What on earth have you been doing? Did someone attack you? Who did this? They exclaim, jumping out of bed to support Li Wenhao. Li Wenhao, witnessing their reaction, nearly bursts into laughter, but recalling that they had emptied their pockets. He can barely manage a smile, that it's nothing at all. I just went to a birthday party. I'm fine, a birthday party, and you look like this? Anyone would think you were at the Imperial Dragon restaurant. Li Wenhao thinks to himself, well, I did go to the Imperial Dragon restaurant, but he holds back the truth, just a friend. It got a bit rowdy. Lin Lu and Wang Lei by in truth, if someone told them Li Wenhao had gone to the Imperial Dragon restaurant, they would find it hard to believe. Lin Lu grumbles, so you went to a birthday party? What happened to the money? Wang Lei adds, right, it couldn't be that something happened to the little ones. Could it? Since Li Wenhao is fine, it must be something concerning Chen. They both shuddered, no, even if you two are in trouble, the little ones must be safe, that I need to check on Brother Chen. Lin Lu and Wang Lei pull out their phones, desperately tagging Chen in their group chat. Lin Lu texts, son, what is going on? Wang Lei adds, son, are you all right? Please keep an eye on the little ones. Lin Lu continues, if something's wrong, just say it. No need for beating around the bush. Wang Lei concludes, even if I have to sell my body, I'll help you raise the money. Seeing the frantic messages from the two, Li Wenhao thinks to himself, but have these two gone mad, selling their bodies? Who would even want that? However, witnessing their agitation calms him somewhat. Regardless, he mustn't let himself be embarrassed. Unfortunately, despite their lengthy messaging, Chen remains unresponsive in the group chat. The two worry, could it be that something has genuinely happened to Chen? Li Wenhao rolls over and goes to sleep, figuring that Chen is likely busy flirting with Chi-Chi. He isn't the least bit concerned about any trouble. At the Furong community, Chen is taking the little ones upstairs. Throughout the journey, he has been driving, thus oblivious to the messages in the group chat. Upon reaching the apartment and ushering the little ones inside, when Chi-Chi promptly shuts the door, that Chen, left outside, is momentarily bewildered. Remembering today's events, he wonders if his wife is feeling shy. He helplessly rubs his nose and smiles. Chi-Chi, I didn't plan on doing anything. When Chi-Chi remains silent, that Chen hears her pouring hot water inside and resorts to his trump card. Please open the door. I still need to give the little ones a bath. At the mere mention of a bath, the little ones become even more excited than when Chi-Chi, each one pointing at her and babbling as if to say, Mama, we want a bath, Mama. Please open the door, Mama. We need to go potty. When Chi-Chi realizes that the little ones have completely sided with Chen. She recalls that they are all covered in cream today, and without a bath, they won't be able to sleep. She reluctantly opens the door. As soon as the door swings open, Chen rushes in, enveloping when Chi-Chi in his embrace. Her heart races. What are you doing? Don't move. I just want to tell you something. When Chi-Chi lowers her head. What? Chen sighs softly and speaks gently. Come home with me tomorrow. Noticing when Chi-Chi's silence, he continues, Your future mother-in-law wants to meet you. Chapter 104. Li Wenhao. Mysteriously losing 5,000. Heartbroken. Tomorrow marks the National Day holiday. A 7-day break, but Chen has promised Su Jingwo that he must bring when Chi-Chi and the little ones home. Otherwise, he might truly find himself kicked out. When Chi-Chi nods. All right. She remembers Su Jingwo mentioning that she should come home for the holiday. It's only fin to go back and take a look. After all, it will be her home too. Thinking of Su Jingwo, when Chi-Chi feels that life ahead should not be too difficult. Her future mother-in-law will surely be a good one. Chen ruffles when Chi-Chi's hair before heading off to bathe the little ones. As they each settled into sleep, it was already 9:30 in the evening. After Chen lay down, he inwardly inquired, System? Here, came the response. What about the rewards? Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed. You have acquired ownership of a tea garden, with the contract now stored in your space. Additionally, you have received a premium Longjing tea seed, which can be used in conjunction with the tea garden. Furthermore, congratulations on obtaining a high-quality fishing rod, now placed in the trunk of your SUV. Lastly, you have been credited with 200,000 yuan, deposited into your bank account. Chen entered his space and indeed found the contract and a tea seed. As for the fishing rod, since it was already in the trunk, he couldn't see it at the moment. However, he pondered the purpose of the fishing rod provided by the system. Never mind, he thought. The system wouldn't deceive me. I'll hold on to it for now. Thank you, you're welcome, replied the system before falling silent. Only then did Chen take out his phone. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a flurry of messages on Alipay. Lin Lu had transferred 10,000 yuan. Lin Lu had transferred 5,000 yuan. Lin Lu had transferred 10,000 yuan again. Wang Lei had transferred 20,000 yuan. Wang Lei had transferred another 10,000 yuan. Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the antics of his friends. Were they afraid he wouldn't accept money through WeChat? They even went ahead and transferred it directly to Alipay. With so many transactions, it must have taken them some time to gather that amount, he mused, chuckling to himself. Next, a text message arrived. Your XX bank card has been credited with 300,000 yuan. Chen stared at the screen, bewildered. He quickly opened WeChat, where he found a message from Chen who, Brother Chen, 30,000, this month's bonus. Make sure to keep it safe. So it was a bonus. Chen smiled and replied, Thank you. He then noticed the messages in the dormitory group. Most of the chatter was just Lin Lu and Wang Lei rambling on, while Li Wenhao hadn't said a word. Chen shook his head in exasperation. After a moment of thought, he replied, It's all good. The babies are fine. Before long, he was bombarded with messages from Lin Lu and Wang Lei. Lin Lu, wow. Son, you're still alive. Lin Lu, forget it. Your existence is irrelevant now. Let me see the babies. Wang Lei, grandson, are you all right? Wang Lei, is everything okay? What happened? Chen felt a pang of emotion. Really, nothing is wrong. He replied that I have things to attend to, so I'll be off. By the way, in 5 minutes, please check your phones. Don't forget that I am in the dormitory. Lin Lu and Wang Lei were both puzzled. Why did Chen want them to check their phones in 5 minutes? Who knows? Howsy, do you have any idea? Li Wenhao, who was just about to fall asleep, replied, I have no clue. Maybe he has something to discuss? We'll find out soon enough. The three of them fell silent. Moments later, Lin Lu received an Alipay notification. Transfer alert. Chen has transferred 30,000 yuan. What the heck? Lin Lu couldn't hold back a curse. What is going on? Wang Lei asked anxiously, leaning closer. Look at your phone. Lin Lu replied. Wang Lei hurriedly opened his phone and soon received a notification. Transfer alert. Su Chen has transferred 35,000 yuan. What is Su Chen transferring money to me for? Has he lost his mind? And he even gave me an extra 5,000. That same here. I also received an extra 5,000. What the heck? Li Wenhao exclaimed as he stood up, unable to believe his eyes that Su Chen transferred money to you guys. Yes, what about you? They both stared at Li Wenhao. Li Wenhao, bewildered, touched his phone and pondered for a moment. Then he slumped back on his bed. That I gave my bank card to Su Chen. Wang Lei Lin Lu. What Li Wenhao? Is it not possible to transfer it back? Wang Lei Lin Lu. It seems so. Damn. Does that mean I lost 5,000? Wang Lei and Lin Lu looked at Li Wenhao with sympathy. However, they quickly remembered another pressing question. Why did Chen Ge transfer money back? Didn't he need the cash? It hadn't been long since he had asked for their help. They quickly took out their phones and spammed Su Chen in the group chat. Lin Lu, Su Chen, son, what are you doing? You should keep that money for yourself. Wang Lei, Su Chen, don't worry about us. We can survive on instant noodles for a few months if need be. Su Chen chuckled that he recalled that Wang Lei despised instant noodles. Back in school, he would rather buy a bunch of steamed buns than eat a single bowl of instant noodles. With a sigh, he began to reply to Su Chen, I don't need it. You should keep it at Su Chen. Consider the extra money as me treating you to a meal. Just remember to give the babies a big red envelope when the time comes. Li Wenhao anxiously held his phone and asked, Brother Chen, what about mine? Li Wenhao, I should also have an extra 5,000, right? Li Wenhao, I'll come to you tomorrow to collect my bank card. Su Chen, tomorrow, Dad will be home. Li Wenhao, is that fair? He frowned, deep in thought, feeling increasingly uneasy. The suggestion to gather money for Su Chen had come from him. How had it turned out that he was the one losing out? He turned to glare at Lin Lu and Wang Lei, who both shivered slightly. Son, what are you doing? Li Wenhao smirked coldly and quickly rushed over. Su Chen gave both of you an extra 5,000. Didn't he? I'm giving you my meal allowance now. Don't forget to bring me food. Lin Lu, Wang Lei, that this kid is asking for a beating again. What are we waiting for? Let us go for it. On October 1 SD, everyone was on holiday. Early in the morning, Su Chen woke the babies and Wen Qianqian, packing up their belongings in preparation to return home. Noticing Wen Qianqian's anxious expression, Su Chen made a point to reassure her, Don't worry, my mom is just like my dad. She'll only chase me out of the house. With you there, I'll be able to secure my position at home. Wen Qianqian couldn't help but laugh at Su Chen's words. Seeing the desired effect, he added, Once the holiday is over, I'll take you to look at houses. There is so much that awaits your touch as the lady of the house. Emphasizing the phrase lady of the house, Su Chen deliberately stressed each word. When Qianqian made no rebuttal, that I know, she replied, that Su Chen smiled faintly. Life felt truly delightful that as they got into the car and were about to set off. His phone rang with a call from Li Dong. Xiao Chun, heading home. Chapter 105. What the heck is this little broken car? Over the past few days, Su Chen had been busy that he hadn't seen Li Dong for several days. And hearing his voice felt comforting. Yes, Brother Dong, what about you? I'm heading back too. Do you need a lift? Li Dong had heard from Li that Su Chen would be returning home for the holiday. Concerned about him traveling with 4 children and a wife, he decided to call early in the morning to check on him. Upon hearing this, Su Chen understood Li Dong's intentions that in oh need, Brother Dong. I have a car now. You bought a car? Yes, I recently did some small business and made some money. Are you coming back together? Sure, what kind of car did you buy? Just a little broken car. All right, I'll come find you. As Li Dong hung up, he couldn't help but wonder just how broken this little car could be. With Su Chen bringing several children along, it might not be very convenient. If it turned out to be unsuitable, he would let Su Chen use his car instead. After all, the babies were still small and shouldn't he have to suffer. With this thought in mind, Li Dong soon arrived at Su Chen's home. Upon seeing a black SUV parked out front, he paused for a moment. Wow, there are wealthy people in Furong community too. Not paying it much mind. He parked his car and waited for Su Chen. Just as he finished parking, he heard Su Chen's voice calling from ahead, Brother Dong, over here. Li Dong turned toward the voice and saw Su Chen standing beside the SUV. Waving at him, he got out of his car and walked over. Xiao Chen, what are you doing? Where's your little broken car? You should drive mine. The baby shouldn't be too tired. Su Chen pointed to the SUV behind him. No need, this one is custom-made for the babies. Li Dong. This one? Which one? Su Chen patted the SUV. This one. Li Dong was instantly stunned. This is your little broken car. Su Chen nodded. Yep, Li Dong. What the heck is this little broken car? This car is at least worth over $1 million, right? Suddenly, he felt utterly speechless about his previous suggestion to let Su Chen use his car. What about his sister-in-law and the children? Quickly deciding to change the subject, Li Dong spoke up. Just then, the back door of the car swung open, and when Xianqian stepped out, did I ask that brother Dong? I am Wen Xianqian. The moment Li Dong laid eyes on Wen Xianqian, his breath caught in his throat. Who is this ethereal beauty? He looked at Su Chen with suspicion. Su Chen chuckled. Your sister-in-law. Li Dong. But is he here to torture me? As a single man being forced to return home for a blind date, how could he worry about a married man? Feeling awkward, Li Dong greeted. Sister-in-law, hello. What about the babies? The babies were still inside the car, babbling excitedly. When Xianqian effortlessly picked up the most boisterous of the bunch, the fourth baby, the little one cheerfully planted a kiss on Wen Xianqian's cheek and turned to look at Li Dong. Ah, here stands an unfamiliar gentleman. Who could he be? What are mother and father up to? The mischievous glint in Si Bao's eyes hinted at his curiosity. Li Dong found himself momentarily breathless. Is Si Bao. With a casual motion, when Chi handed Si Bao over to Li Dong, who eagerly accepted the adorable child, is this baby not the epitome of cuteness? He bears a striking resemblance to Su Chen. Li Dong felt a surge of anticipation for the appearance of the other three babies. Unable to contain his excitement, he leaned towards the car to catch a glimpse that Su Chen, unable to bear the sight any longer. Suggested Brother Dong, why not hop in for a look? Or perhaps you could simply forego driving and ride back with me. Li Dong instantly embraced the notion. What a splendid idea. This way, he could engage in delightful play with the little ones up close. He nodded enthusiastically, sure, and promptly entered the vehicle. Inside, the other three babies initially stared at Li Dong in bewilderment. However, upon spotting Si Bao, their expressions transformed. Si Bao appeared utterly joyous, as if delighted to be held by the gentleman. It seemed that he was not a villain after all. Si Bao despises villains. The three babies were equally thrilled, inching closer to Li Dong. Upon seeing all four babies, Li Dong was momentarily dazed. How could they all be so charming? Not a single one possessed an ounce of unattractiveness. It was simply astonishing. A wave of jealousy washed over him, but joy quickly followed. Throughout the journey from Ningzhou City to Ningxi Town, which took an hour and a half, Li Dong reveled in playful antics with the babies. As they approached the service area, when Chi remarked, Su Chen, it's time to prepare the formula for the babies. All right, we'll stop shortly, he replied. Li Dong continued to play with the little ones. Once they parked at the service area, Li Dong flung open the car door to exit. That moment, he witnessed Su Chen swiftly lean to the side without a moment's hesitation. Unbuckling Wen Chi's seatbelt, he then gently ruffled her hair, saying softly, I'll take care of it. You should step out and stretch your legs. Wen Chi beamed with a sweet smile, okay. Meanwhile, Li Dong, feeling rather overlooked, thought, this is quite the display of affection. His single heart nearly shattered, he began to ponder the purpose of his presence in the car. Surely, it could not merely be to witness such displays of romance. Subsequently, Su Chen, oblivious to the implications of his actions, exited the vehicle with a bottle in hand to fetch hot water. After preparing the formula, Li Dong approached, eager to lend a hand. Xiao Chun, however, Su Chen seemed not to notice. Handing the bottles to Wen Chi instead, I'll feed to Bao and San Bao, she said. All right, then I shall tend to Air Bao and Si Bao. Once again disregarded, Li Dong felt rather extraneous. As the four babies consumed their milk, they paid no mind to him. Standing alone in the chilly wind, Li Dong contemplated his situation before deciding to visit the restroom. After Su Chen and Wen Chi finished feeding, they settled the babies before re-entering the vehicle, closing the door, starting the engine, and departing in a seamless motion. It was only after they had driven quite a distance that Wen Chi suddenly inquired. Su Chen, did we forget something? Su Chen furrowed his brow. It seemed so, but what could it be? Si Bao, nestled in his infant seat, pointed to the spot where Li Dong had been seated, babbling incessantly. Father, where did the gentleman go? No one is here to play with Si Bao. The moment Su Chen turned to glance at Si Bao, realization struck him. Oh no! Brother Dong. When Chi too recalled, it seems Brother Dong is still at the service area. Panic ensued for Su Chen. What shall we do? How could we have forgotten him? We must turn back at the next service area. When Chi hesitated before suggesting, Chen nodded. It seems we have no choice. Let me call Brother Dong first. Meanwhile, Li Dong stood bewildered at the location where the car had parked, searching for Su Chun, when Chi, the babies, and the vehicle itself. Wasn't he right here? Had he misremembered? Chapter 106. Forgotten on the highway. Am I proud? Earlier that morning, a light rain had fallen, leaving the weather somewhat cool, when Li Dong exited the car, intending only to use the restroom. He hadn't donned a jacket. Now, the brisk wind sent shivers through him as he regretted his decision. Contemplating, he resolved to call Su Chun for an update. However, his phone remained in the car, nestled in his jacket pocket that, oh, for heaven's sake. After standing in confusion for 10 minutes, Li Dong could no longer tolerate the discomfort, but he sought out a staff member at the service area. The staff member, a gentleman in his 40s or 50s, smiled upon seeing Li Dong approach. Young man, have you been forgotten here? Li Dong chuckled awkwardly. It appears so. Cold, huh? The man looked at him sympathetically. Yes, Li Dong nodded. The man couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha. Please, sir, tone it down. Did I feel even colder now? Li Dong expressed. Realizing he had perhaps overdone it, the man cleared his throat. My apologies, young man, that I often see videos of people forgetting their wives at service areas. I never expected a man would be left behind. Li Dong sighed. Is this really how it is? He shivered again, cautiously asking, May I come in to warm up? Of course, come right in. The gentleman ushered Li Dong into his small office. Through the window, Li Dong observed the bustling crowd outside, lost in thought about how long it would take Su Chun to realize he had been forgotten. The kind man offered Li Dong a cup of hot water. Watching him with a bemused smile, Li Dong considered calling home, but the thought of being ridiculed by his father for such a predicament deterred him. He shook his head, resolving instead to endure. The man looked at him with sympathy. Brother, you really are in quite the predicament. If only he knew how truly unfortunate Li Dong felt. He lamented his decision to accept Su Chen's offer to ride in his car, leaving his own behind at their neighborhood, that if only he had driven himself, he wouldn't be in this miserable situation, eating dog food while being forgotten. Could anyone be more unfortunate than him? It seemed impossible. Just then, Su Chen arrived at the service area, that he quickly retrieved his phone to call Li Dong. Upon dialing, he heard the phone ringing from the back seat. Oh no, brother's phone is in the car. We can't leave him behind, Su Chen declared. When Chi nodded in agreement, Su Chen hastily exited the highway, turned around, and headed back to as they drove. Su Chen considered. Chi, we're almost home. There is something I feel we should discuss. Yes, when Chi replied, surprised that Su Chen continued. Actually, this cart he began, gauging her reaction. However, before he could finish, when Chi interjected, You bought it, right? Su Chen was taken aback. How did you know? Initially, fearing that when Chi would worry. He had claimed the car was a rental, and she had not questioned him that you've been driving it for so long. Can a rental last that long? When Chi smiled, it's all right that I'm quite open-minded. Even though I don't know the specifics of what you're up to, I trust you. Su Chen chuckled at her words. My wife has truly changed for the better. Upon reaching the service area, Su Chen quickly exited the vehicle. Inside the small room, Li Dong spotted Su Chen's car and panicked, fearing he might not be seen and that a mishap could occur. But he hurriedly stepped outside, followed by the gentleman who had been chatting with him. After half an hour had passed, the man had learned that Li Dong had been forgotten by his cousin due to the couple's affectionate antics in the car while feeding the babies. The gentleman expressed his outrage, determined to give the irresponsible cousin a stern talking dash. As he exited, he spotted Su Chen approaching with a smile. Brother Dong, I'm so sorry. I wasn't paying attention. Li Dong shook his head. It's all right. The man, hearing this, grew even angrier, pointing at Su Chen, ready to reprimand him. Just then, a beautiful woman stepped out from the car ahead. The man paused, astonished. Is this your cousin's wife? Li Dong nodded. Then, the gentleman watched as the woman retrieved an infant seat from the back of the CA, or as she opened it, for babies were seated in a row. The man was momentarily stunned. Then he watched as the woman began to lift the first baby out of the car. Upon seeing the first baby, he was utterly mesmerized. How adorable! The reprimands he had prepared vanished in an instant. Just as he was about to approach for a closer look, the woman lifted the second baby out. This one sported 2 tiny pigtails, gazing curiously at the security guard. The man was enchanted. His hardened heart melted into a puddle in that moment. He paused, convinced that this woman would continue to surprise him. And indeed, the next moment, she lifted out another baby boy. The young boy glanced around restlessly, seemingly in search of something. Shortly thereafter, another girl appeared. She babbled merrily, her arms waving energetically as if she possessed boundless energy. At this point, all 4 infant seats were occupied. The uncle's eyes widened in astonishment. "For the quadruplets? Are they all your children?" he stammered, his words tumbling out in disbelief. That Chen merely nodded. The uncle then turned to Li Dong, asking, "Is this truly your brother?" Li Dong nodded as well. For some inexplicable reason, he felt that the uncle, who had just moments ago promised to support him, had somehow changed. The uncle exclaimed, "Impressive," and gave Chen a thumbs up. Then he turned to Li Dong and remarked, "Little brother, I am not saying this lightly, but if I had such a beautiful wife, I'd surely forget you on the highway." Li Dong was taken aback. "Why would you stir up trouble?" The uncle continued. "It's a miracle if she even remembers you. If it were me, I'd have driven straight home, and the little ones would have to endure another hour in the car. What a torment." Li Dong found himself in despair. Chapter 107. The tense future mother-in-law desperate. Li Dong let out a final cry, hoping the uncle might change his mind. "Uncle, all right, stop talking and hurry to the car." The uncle exclaimed this little brother is truly kind. No wonder he has such adorable children. Li Dong sighed. "Fine. He has a single dog. He deserves it." After finally getting into the car, Li Dong initially intended to sulk. However, the moment the second baby saw him, they broke into a wide smile. Li Dong found it impossible to remain upset. "Oh my. The baby is simply delightful." Without hesitation, he scooped up the second baby, who playfully pinched his nose with their soft little hands, accompanied by a heartwarming smile that Li Dong felt his heart nearly melt. All right, considering how adorable Chen's babies are, I won't hold any grudges against him." Up front, Chen was still apologizing. "Brother Dong, I truly am sorry. No worries that I ending Shi Town." At Chen's home, Su Jiangwo was furiously typing on his phone in the brotherly group chat. Su Jiangwo, Wu Jianzhong Li Old Li. "My son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren are returning soon. Are you ready to be amazed?" Wu Jianzhong. "When Li, I remember being neutral." Old Li. "Old Su, do you have no shame? How long do you plan to keep up this farce? Is it amusing?" Old Li. "If you want a drink, just invite us. No need for theatrics." Old Li. "What is the plan? Are you just going to randomly find 4 babies to make up the numbers?" Su Jiangwo couldn't help but chuckle at Old Li's exasperation. "Look at you, Old Li, you're so anxious," Su Jiangwo teased. "What is wrong? Are you scared? I'm not so idle as to gather 4 babies." "Just wait, you'll be left speechless soon," Su Jiangwo added. "Are you all coming to my house?" Old Li, who was currently changing his grandson Long Long's diaper, found this amusing that he quickly sent a voice message. "Do you think I'm that free? I have to take care of Long Long. I don't have time to play with you." Wu Jianzhong. "I suppose I want to go either." He too was skeptical, as quadruplets were exceedingly rare. Surely, Su Jiangwo couldn't be that lucky. Only Li quickly replied, "I'll be there. Just wait." Su Jiangwo. "Li, you're still the clever one. You too did after sending these messages." Su Jiangwo began to envision their stunned expressions. He noticed Fong Rulin still sitting on the sofa, lost in thought. He cautiously approached her, grinning. "Rulin, don't be nervous. Everything will be fine. Our daughter-in-law is exceptionally kind. And the little ones are too. They will surely like you. If they dare not, we'll spank them. After all, you are their grandmother." Fong Rulin clasped her hands and shot him a glare. "Who says I'm nervous? I'm not nervous at all. I'm just as she spoke. She found herself at a loss for words. Ever since she learned 2 days ago that Su Chen was bringing the children home, she and T slept well. This morning, she had called Su Chen the moment she woke up. Upon hearing he had already set off, she sat on the sofa waiting. An hour passed, and she hadn't moved a muscle. She was genuinely anxious. Her son had grown up overnight and returned with his wife and grandchildren. She felt joy, yet she didn't know how to become a good mother-in-law and grandmother. Seeing Su Jiangwo grinning at her, Fong Rulin took a deep breath. "I was just wondering what we should have for lunch. What does Chi like to eat? I'll go prepare it." Su Jiangwo was taken aback. "You'll cook?" "Usually, I'm the one who cooks." Fong Rulin insisted. "Yes, I'll cook. I'm going now." She was determined to impress her daughter-in-law and not make a fool of herself. Su Jiangwo thought for a moment but couldn't resist saying, How about I go instead? No, I want to cook myself. But you haven't cooked in years upon receiving a frosty glare from Fong Rulin. Su Jiangwo fell silent. Fine. You go ahead. There are ingredients in the fridge. You can manage. Okay. Fong Rulin stood up calmly and walked towards the kitchen, appearing completely unperturbed. However, as she reached the kitchen door, she bumped into the door frame with a loud thud. Rulin! Su Jiangwo sprang up. Fong Rulin waved her hand dismissively. I'm fine. You don't need to help. Just wait for Xiao Chen. Su Jiangwo swallowed hard, not daring to speak. Soon, Lili arrived. As he stepped through the door, he eagerly inquired, where's Xiao Chen? Where's my niece-in-law? Where are the babies? He looked particularly anxious. Noticing Su Jiangwo sitting there calmly, Lili found it odd. What are you doing? Waiting for someone. Su Jiangwo looked at him curiously. Why do you seem more anxious than I am? I called Dongzi. Lili stated plainly. Su Jiangwo chuckled. Lili, you're still the clever one, but don't you want to wait for Dongzi to arrive as well? What is there to wait for that single dog? He knows when to come back himself. Let us go and pick up Xiao Chen. All right, let us go. Su Jiangwo felt a sense of urgency as well. He cast a worried glance towards the kitchen, where Fong Rulin was washing vegetables, appearing quite normal. Thus, he proceeded out the door. However, the two ended up waiting at the entrance for a full half hour. And Su Chen still hadn't arrived. Li frowned. Where are they? They should have left at 8 and arrived by 9:30. Indeed. What is going on? Su Jiangwo was growing anxious as well. Li queried. Could it be they aren't coming back? Shut your crow mouth. Su Jiangwo snapped. Is it really that serious? Though quadruplets are rare, it shouldn't warrant such panic, right? Another 20 minutes passed and Fong Rulin, busy in the kitchen, began to feel anxious herself. She had been in there for an hour. Where were they? Unable to contain herself, she stepped outside to check. Upon seeing her, Su Jiangwo became flustered. Rulin, don't worry. Su Chen will be back any moment now. If he doesn't return, I'll break his legs. Fong Rulin frowned. No, I'm not worried. I'll continue cooking. With that, she quickly turned and re-entered the kitchen. As she passed the door, she bumped into a chair with another loud thud. However, Fong Rulin straightened her clothes and walked into the kitchen as if nothing had happened. Li couldn't help but burst into laughter. Is Rulin nervous? Su Jiangwo shot him a look. What do you think? You're meeting your future grandson. Wouldn't you be nervous? Lili replied, I wish I could feel that nervousness. Unfortunately, Li Dong doesn't even have a girlfriend yet. They continued to wait for a full 10 minutes. Yet still no sign of them. Su Jiangwo grew increasingly frustrated. I'm going back to call Xiao Chen. With that, he headed inside, and Lili thought for a moment before following him. Meanwhile, not far from the Su home, a black SUV was slowly approaching the corner. Chapter 108. Mom and Dad, I'm home. Inside the car, when Chi-Chi clutched her seatbelt nervously, Su Chen, noticing her anxiety, smiled reassuringly. Chi-Chi, don't be nervous. I'm here that you've met my dad, and my mom is also a very kind person. They want to put you in a difficult position. In fact, they prepare plenty of delicious food. Every time I return, they always have an abundance of my favorites ready. This time will be no different. I'm sure they will adore you and the babies. I bet they are already waiting at the door. Hearing this, when Chi-Chi felt a flutter of anticipation, she took a deep breath and nodded. All right. The car pulled up to the entrance. After unbuckling Chi-Chi's seatbelt, Su Chen stepped out. Ningxi Town was a quaint little place, devoid of towering skyscrapers and bustling traffic. Surrounded by farmlands and hills, a modest river meandered through the landscape, its waters reflecting the verdant mountains while fish occasionally swam by. The moment when Chi-Chi stepped out of the car, she felt the refreshing air envelop her. She took a deep breath and suddenly thought that it would truly be wonderful to spend her old age here in the future. The Su family resided in a quaint two-story house. Su Chen glanced around and noticed that no one was at the entrance. He furrowed his brows and wondered, where are my parents? Did they not come to pick me up? Just as he was pondering this, his phone rang. Almost immediately, Su Jiangwo's furious voice echoed through the yard. This brat, what is he dawdling about for? He'll see how I deal with him when he gets back. The voice grew closer. And Su Chen hung up the phone. Su Jiangwo exclaimed, Damn it. No way, I'm going to ninja to break Su Chen's legs, and I'll bring the baby and daughter-in-law back too, Su Chen. At that moment, Su Jiangwo had already reached the door. To avoid having his legs broken, Su Chen stepped forward and said, Dad. Su Jiangwo paused for a moment, but Su Chen had expected to be met with joy from his father. But to his surprise, after that brief pause, Su Jingwo seemed to have completely ignored Su Chen's presence and hastily walked towards the car. Only when he reached Chi-Chi's side did he stop to greet her. Chi-Chi, you read back. It's so good to have you back. He then swiftly jumped into the car, and before anyone could react, he embraced the eldest baby. Haha, the babies are back. Did you miss Grandpa? Grandpa has missed you so much, Su Chen. Has he really become invisible? Li, noticing Su Chen's frown, walked over and calmly patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, your dad will remember you soon. Su Chen, why does it feel even more tragic? Li walked towards the car, eager to see what kind of baby could evoke such excitement from Su Jingwo. When he reached Chi-Chi's side, he was taken aback. Who is this? She is extraordinarily beautiful. Who is this girl? She seems quite compatible with my son. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Li heard Su Chen say, Uncle Li. This is Chi-Chi, my wife that Li. That Su Chen turned to Chi-Chi again. Chi-Chi, this is Uncle Li, Brother Dong's father. When Chi-Chi politely greeted, Hello, Uncle L, Li awkwardly scratched his head. All right, good. Xiao Chun is impressive. As he spoke, Li felt a pang of heartache. Such a lovely daughter-in-law. What a pity for Su Chen, that rascal. Just then, inside the car, Su Jingwo joyfully shouted, Li Gu, come and let me introduce my 4 little grandsons to you. Hurry. Li quickly leaned in, half of his body in the car. The next moment, he was utterly astonished. 4 adorable, soft, and cute babies were gazing at him with wide eyes, looking somewhat bewildered that Li's heart trembled slightly. This is too cute, right? These are babies that have walked out of a television show. Su Jingwo, satisfied with Li's reaction, burst into laughter. What do you think? Aren't they adorable? This is the eldest, my grandson. Li saw a chubby little boy staring at him, drooling. This is the second, my granddaughter, but he then spotted a little girl with cute pigtails smiling at him. This is the third, my grandson. The third baby was twisting her head back and forth, seemingly searching for something. This is the fourth, my granddaughter. The fourth baby cheerfully reached out, asking Li for a hug. That Li stared at them in shock, completely stunned. So cute, so soft, so adorable. I want to hold them. Seeing the look on Li's face, as if he wanted to reach out and gather all 4 babies into his embrace, Su Jingwo couldn't help but scoop up the fourth baby. Fourth baby. Let Grandpa hold you first. That I am Grandpa, and this is Grandpa Li, implicitly suggesting I am the real Grandpa. I should hold her first. If I don't hold her, no one else can. The fourth baby seemed to understand, babbling away in a manner only babies can tell. Li felt a pang of envy. What should I do? I want a baby too. I wish I could hold one. At that moment, Li Dong, who had been silent, realized he was being ignored, so he cautiously called out, Dad. But Li was completely oblivious, still admiring the 4 babies. That Li Dong raised his voice, calling out again, Dad. Li still didn't acknowledge him. That he cautiously asked Su Jingwo, Old Su, you see, I am the only one who believes what you say. Even if you don't let me hold them, you shouldn't let those 2 hold them, either. At this, that Li's face was twisted in a comical expression. Su Jingwo erupted in laughter at Li's words. All right, you can hold them. Fourth baby, go let Grandpa Li hold you. He handed the 4th baby over to Li happily accepted her, grinning like a child. She is indeed so soft. The babies are truly adorable. Meanwhile, Li Dong, feeling overlooked, noticed that not only had Li not seen him, but even Su Jingwo, who usually was so delighted to see him, had failed to notice him. That he had no choice but to quietly exit the car. After helping Su Chun retrieve the baby seat, he turned to embrace a baby. However, Su Jingwo was already cradling the eldest and second babies. Li was holding the 4th baby, while the 3rd baby sat alone in the car, looking at Su Jingwo, and suddenly burst into tears. Nobody is holding the 3rd baby. The 3rd baby is so sad. This cry melted Su Jingwo's heart. What to do now? He couldn't hold all 3 by himself. At this moment, he was incredibly conflicted, wondering why he wasn't a multi-armed deity. Observing this, Su Chen stepped forward and said, I'll take the 3rd baby. Let me handle it. Just as he finished speaking, Li exclaimed loudly, I can hold one more. 3rd baby, come to Grandpa Li. Chapter 109. Su Ma's concerns hearing Su Chun wanting to hold the baby. Li added, Xiao Chun, you can't compete with Uncle Li. Uncle Li is the elder. You should let Uncle Li have a turn. To this. Su Chen found himself at a loss for words that he could only return to the car. Handing the third baby to Li while he took the two children, Li beamed with joy. He was already imagining how envious old Li and Wu Jianzhong would be if they knew he was holding such adorable babies. Ha, let them be envious. They deserve it. Li's heart had been completely captured by the babies. With all four children now in their arms, Su Jingwo approached Wen Qiqi and said, "Come on, Qiqi, we're home now. Let us go inside." Wen Qiqi nodded and reached to push the baby's seat, but Su Jingwo stopped her. No, let Su Chen handle it. Such rough work. How can I let you do it? What is Su Chen even doing? The moment he sensed impending scolding, Su Chen hurriedly ran over. "Qiqi, you go inside, I'll take care of it." Wen Qiqi nodded. While moving the seat, Su Chen asked, "Dad, where's Mom?" Wen Qiqi also felt a bit conflicted that Su Chen said, "My parents would come to pick me up, but so far, I've only seen Dad Mom not home." Actually, since she had met Su Jingwo last time. Wen Qiqi felt quite at ease around him. However, she was still quite nervous about meeting her future mother-in-law. "Your mom is inside, cooking for you." "Cooking?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow, shaking his head, and remained silent. "How could Mom be cooking? Isn't Dad the one who usually cooks?" Let us go, Qiqi, don't mind Su Chen. Even if he can't bring it back, it doesn't matter." Su Jingwo's words made Wen Qiqi chuckle. She playfully said, "All right, Su Chen, good luck." Su Chen helplessly shot them a glance. They hadn't even entered the house yet, and they were already ganging up on him. However, this feeling was quite pleasant. Meanwhile, Li Dong, who also felt ignored, helped carry the baby seat back as they entered the living room. Li, while cooing to the babies, finally noticed Li Dong that he exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, Dongzi, what are you doing here? When did you come back, Li Dong?" That Su Chen chuckled. "Uncle Li, Brother Dong came back with me. He was in my car at OIC." Li paused for a moment. "Then why didn't I see you just now?" Li Dong. "Is this really my dad?" "Dad, I called you when I was in the sea air." Li Dong tried to explain, hoping to mend his relationship with his father. Li replied, "Oh, that really? I didn't hear it. Your voice was too quiet, I suppose." Li Dong. Su Chen laughed again. All right, Brother Dong, come help me carry things. There is more in the sea air its, not just me being ignored. This isn't so bad." Li Dong could only rub his nose and walked over to Su Chen's side. While they were moving things, he mumbled, "Xiao Chun, do you think I should hurry and find a partner and have a baby to maintain our father-son relationship?" "That seems right." Li Dong furrowed his brows, "But from what I see, after you had a baby, it seems like your situation got worse." "Su Chen, do I poke at my sore spot? I really am in a dire situation." After they moved everything inside, Su Chen noticed that Fong Rulin had yet to come out, and the kitchen door was tightly shut. Su Chen curiously asked, "Dad, what is Mom doing?" "She is inside cooking. She said you two are back and wants to personally prepare a meal for Qiqi." Su Chen frowned again and called towards the kitchen, "Mom." A resounding crash echoed from the kitchen, followed by Fong Rulin's furious reprimand. "What are you shouting about? Are you calling for spirits? My meal isn't ready yet, so wait." Wen Qiqi, upon hearing this voice, clenched her fingers tightly together. Was her future mother-in-law perhaps a bit difficult to get along with? Su Chen noticed Wen Qiqi's tension and approached her, taking her hand in his, offering a comforting glance. Then he deliberately called out, "Mom, your daughter-in-law is back. Aren't you coming to see her?" Silence fell in the kitchen. Su Chen shouted again, "Your little grandchildren are back too." Fong Rulin's voice trembled slightly as she replied, I know. Just come back. It's fine that I'm busy, so you all handle it yourselves. That don't disturb me." Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt a pang in his heart. Su Jingwo handed the baby he was holding to Su Chen, saying, "I'll go take a look." "Dad, don't go. Let me," Su Chen interjected. Stopping Su Jingwo, he gently patted Wen Qiqi's hand, offering her a reassuring smile before entering the kitchen. In the living room, the babies were curiously observing their surroundings. Li played with the little ones while inquiring, "Is Rulin all right?" "She's fine." Su Jingwo shook his head. "She's just too anxious. You have no idea. For the past few days, she's been watching videos of the babies all night long." "Qiqi, don't take it to heart. Your aunt just doesn't know how to face you all." When Qiqi shook her head. Having just heard Fong Rulin's voice, she could surmise that her future mother-in-law must be feeling quite conflicted at that moment. As Su Chen pushed open the kitchen door, he saw Fong Rulin peeling potatoes. A ceramic basin lay on the floor, evidently having just fallen. The moment Fong Rulin spotted him, she quickly turned her head away, coldly stating, "What are you doing here?" Su Chen stepped closer to her side. Glancing up at her, The corners of her eyes were red, and tear stains still lingered on her face. He took the potato from her hand, saying, "Mom, let me do it." "No, I'll manage." Fong Rulin stubbornly ignored him. Chen chuckled, "Mom, you've nearly peeled off 2 layers of this potato. What are we going to eat?" Fong Rulin paused, realizing that what had once been a large potato was now reduced to a mere sliver. She handed the potato to Chen and said, "Then you do it. I'll go chop the scallions." She retrieved a scallion, but soon after, Chen helplessly shook his head. "Mom, if you keep peeling that scallion, there won't be any left." Fong Rulin. That reluctantly, she set the scallion down and turned on the stove to start cooking. As Chen peeled the potato, he silently watched her. Once the fire was lit, Fong Rulin began pouring in oil. However, for some unknown reason, her hand trembled, and half a pot of oil was poured in. Chen chuckled resignedly. "Mom, does oil not cost money?" "Shut up," Fong Rulin retorted, taking a ceramic basin to transfer the excess oil, leaving just enough for cooking. The first dish was chicken stewed with potatoes. Fong Rulin tossed in the chicken pieces, stirred them briefly, and then reached for the salt. Yet, she seemed to zone out again as she held the salt. Chen watched in horror as the salt continued to pile up, and he quickly rushed over to snatch the salt from her. "Mom, let me handle it." Fong Rulin jumped back in surprise, her nose tinged with acidity. "Son, am I really incapable of doing anything?" The more Fong Rulin contemplated, the heavier her heart felt. Would her daughter-in-law come to resent her for this? She had originally intended to make a good impression. But now, outside the kitchen, separated by a mere door, the babies were chattering excitedly with Su Jiangwo, creating a lively atmosphere. The moment Fong Rulin heard them enter, she felt an overwhelming urge to open the door. Yet she hesitated. She couldn't fathom why. After missing them for so long, she felt so nervous upon their arrival. Hearing her son's words, Chen poured the chicken pieces out of the pot and reassured her. "How could that be? Don't you remember when I was little? Your cooking was delicious. You even told me that you didn't cook to train my dad. In reality, you cook better than he does." Fong Rulin paused, reflecting on her younger days when that was indeed the case. Not only could she cook, but she also handled various household chores. However, after marrying Su Jiangwo, he took over all the tasks. She grew accustomed to not having to do anything. But now, if she were to care for her grandchildren in the future, what would she do if she couldn't even cook? Chen seemed to sense Fong Rulin's unease. "Mom, Chi won't mind." "What do you know?" Fong Rulin shot him a glare. "You've been spoiled by me since childhood, and you can't cook. It's inconvenient for your father to care for his daughter-in-law. This responsibility falls solely on me." Chen chuckled, "Who said I can't cook? Your son is capable of anything. You just keep boasting." Fong Rulin retorted, snatching the pot from Chen to continue her work. He playfully placed the pot just out of her reach. "Mom, why not go out and take a look? Even if you don't want to see them, they are eager to see you." Chen knew that deep down. Fong Rulin was longing to see the children, but her stubbornness held her back. Thus, he decided to assist her. Fong Rulin gritted her teeth and took a deep breath. "All right." She approached the kitchen door, her fingers trembling as she struggled to grasp the doorknob. Outside, after playing with the babies for a while, Su Jiangwo and Lili realized there was still no commotion from the kitchen, causing Su Jiangwo to feel a bit anxious. When Chi also sensed that she should do something. Standing up, she pulled the baby chair to the kitchen door and placed all the babies in a row on the chair. Then, she turned to Su Jiangwo. "Uncle Su, please go call Annie and tell her the babies are missing her." Su Jiangwo nodded and walked toward the kitchen door. Inside, Fong Rulin had tried several times to open the door, but to no avail. Chen sighed and approached to help. Suddenly, the door swung open. Fong Rulin looked up, and her gaze fell upon 4 adorable babies. 2 were bald, while the other 2 sported little ponytails. The first bald baby stared at Fong Rulin in confusion, while the second ponytailed baby smiled, squinting his eyes. Upon seeing Fong Rulin, the third bald baby also broke into a smile, thinking, "This grandmother is so kind. I like her." The fourth baby with a ponytail fidgeted, reaching out his hands for Fong Rulin to hold him. Hiding behind the door, Su Jiangwo chuckled and pointed at Fong Rulin, saying to the babies, "Little ones, this is your grandmother." The 4 babies exchanged glances between Su Jiangwo and Fong Rulin, their puzzled little heads brimming with confusion. Grandmother. What is a grandmother? But Grandpa looks so happy. Grandpa really likes grandmother, so we must like grandmother too thus. All four little ones waved their arms, smiling at Fong Rulin. Yes, if we smile, grandmother will surely like us. The third baby looked perplexed. Although this Annie, oh no, this grandmother, though old for some reason, he really likes her. The second baby squinted his eyes, gazing at Fong Rulin, curiously pondering, this grandmother seems familiar. Who does she resemble? The fourth baby and the first baby waved their arms, eagerly awaiting Fong Rulin to pick them up, seeing the babies so joyful. Su Jingwo grinned. Rulin, they are asking for hugs. Su Chen chimed in from behind. Mom, go ahead and hold them. When Chi-Chi watched this scene unfold, her heart warmed. That it was evident that the grandmother held great affection for the babies, who, in turn, seemed to adore her. Under the watchful eyes of the group, Fong Rulin began to move. They all assumed she would embrace the babies, but instead, she swiftly passed by them without stopping and walked straight to Wen-Chi-Chi. Su Chen was taken aback. Did Mom not like the children? Su Jingwo, equally curious, asked Rulin. Where are you going? Ignoring them, Fong Rulin approached Wen-Chi-Chi and fixed her gaze upon her. Wen-Chi-Chi instinctively felt the urge to step back. But remembering that this was Su Chen's mother, she stood firm, offering a warm smile. Annie. Fong Rulin suddenly sighed, then slowly took Wen-Chi-Chi's hand. After scrutinizing it carefully, she softly said, Chi-Chi, you've suffered. Wen-Chi-Chi was taken aback, her heart fluttering. She seemed to grasp the meaning behind Fong Rulin's words. After speaking, Fong Rulin turned her head sharply, commanding, Su Chen, come here. Su Chen, who had been moved at the kitchen door, walked over in confusion. Mom, what's wrong? Without hesitation, Fong Rulin struck Su Chen's shoulders, saying, What have you done? How could you let Chi-Chi give birth all by herself, alone? When I gave birth to you, your father had your grandparents. Your maternal grandparents, your uncle, and your aunt all there to accompany me. I cried from the sheer pressure. Chi-Chi gave birth to four all on her own. How much must she have suffered back then? As Fong Rulin spoke, she couldn't help but wipe away her tears. That Su Jingwo silently sighed behind her. Indeed, it seemed to be the case. He had been so caught up in his joy that he had forgotten the hardships his daughter-in-law had endured. Su Chen, reprimanded by his mother, sighed quietly. Mom, out before he could finish when Chi-Chi urgently grasped Fong Rulin's hand, saying, Annie, please don't blame Su Chen. It is truly not his fault. It is my own mistake that I end those years. I doubt Fong Rulin wiped away her tears and interrupted when Chi-Chi's words. Su Chen, look at how sensible Chi-Chi is, always considering your feelings. You little rascal, truly. When Chi-Chi realized that the more she spoke, the angrier Fong Rulin became. Thus, she refrained from further comments. Nevertheless, this kind of support warmed her heart, dissipating the tension she had felt on the way here. Her future mother-in-law was indeed quite wonderful. Su Chen sighed helplessly. Mom, I understand that I will treat Chi-Chi well. This is what you promised. Fong Rulin said fiercely, You must be accountable for your words. That I reiterate, should I see you mistreating Chi-Chi, I will have your father throw you out of the house. Let Chi-Chi be our daughter. Chapter 111. All of Grandma's little hearts. Upon hearing Fong Rulin's words, Su Jingwo chimed in. Exactly, your mother is right. You little rascal, remember that. Su Chen feigned a look of grievance at the two. Who is the real child here? You be quiet. Both Su Jingwo and Fong Rulin retorted simultaneously. That Su Chen could only turn to find Wen-Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, look at them. You must help your husband out here. Wen-Chi-Chi chuckled to Li Li and Li Dong, who had been watching from the side, exchanged envious glances. This family was undeniably filled with love. However, if they continued down this path, lunchtime would soon be over. Li Dong stepped in cheerfully to mediate. All right, Sister Rulin, come. Now that our daughter-in-law is all cheered up, let us go see your little grandbabies. They are all waiting for you to hold them. At this moment, the four little ones gazed vacantly at Wen-Chi-Chi and their beautiful grandmother, their eyes wide open. When Grandma wiped her tears, they were even more astonished that a great deal of confusion filled their little minds. Why was Grandma crying? Shouldn't she be happy if Grandpa was happy? What could they do to make Grandma smile? Did they need to cry as well? Oh, right, they only knew how to cry. The four little ones pouted, then started to wail in unison, one after another. They cried out, looking up at Fong Rulin with tears in their eyes, yet not a single tear fell. Seeing this, Su Jingwo rushed over in a panic. Why are they crying? Little ones, don't cry. Rulin, look, the babies are crying, he added. Fong Rulin grew anxious as well. She quickly turned around, flustered, and looked at the four babies. Don't cry. Don't see your wide its grandma's fault. I shouldn't have ignored you. My little hearts, don't cry, don't cry. Fong Rulin wanted to hold the eldest, but then the second and third, as well as the fourth. For a moment, she was overwhelmed. What to do? They were all crying. Su Jingwo, equally anxious, shot a fierce look at Su Chen. Xiao Chun, what are you dawdling for? Su Chen had no choice but to step forward. It seemed he was not only a child delivery machine, but also a baby-soothing machine. He approached the fourth little one, gently lifting them into his arms, and then turned to the third. Sambao, you mustn't cry, or Grandma will cry too. Sambao blinked. Grandma will cry too? No way. Grandma mustn't cry. Sambao immediately ceased their tears at Su Chan, then moved to the second. Airbao, are you being good? The sobs of Airbao quieted. Are you the best little one? Airbao sniffled. A single tear perched at the corner of their eye, yet the cry would not come to Airbao wanted to be a good child. Su Chan then approached the eldest. Dabao. Look, your siblings aren't crying anymore. Aren't you ashamed to keep crying? Dabao glanced at Su Chun, then turned to the other three that noticing they had indeed stopped crying. Dabao decided they wouldn't cry either. Suddenly, all four little ones stopped crying, and Fong Rulin let out a sigh of relief. Su Chen looked at her. Mom, see? Your son is quite capable. Fong Rulin shot him a glance. If you hadn't been so slow to comfort them, they wouldn't have cried, did Su Chen. Wasn't he just doing it for her? Fong Rulin. All right, let me hold little Sibao. Come here, little one. Upon hearing Grandma call her name, Sibao instantly beamed with joy and nestled in Fong Rulin's arms. After holding Sibao, she went on to embrace Sanbao, then Airbao, and finally Dabao. However, once she held Dabao, she found it impossible to put him down. Dabao seemed to enjoy being in Fong Rulin's arms. Clinging to her and refusing to budge, that Li Li, watching from the side, felt an overwhelming envy. He couldn't help but take out his phone and record a video, then unhesitatingly share it in the brotherly camaraderie group. Such a heartwarming moment shouldn't be experienced alone. He needed others to join in the sentiment. After being ignored all morning, Li Dong finally found an opportunity to speak. Aunt Lan, Dabao looks quite a bit like you. Everyone paused momentarily, turning their attention to Dabao and Fong Ruolin. In truth, Su Chen bore a slight resemblance to Fong Ruolin. Although Dabao looked like Wenqiqi, there were certain features that mirrored Su Chen. And those features, when combined with Su Chen's, made Dabao resemble Fong Ruolin even more. Su Jingwo remarked. Indeed, no wonder our little one wants Grandma to hold him. Li Li added. It's true. Haha. Fong Rulin joyfully held the babies, reluctant to let them go. The tension had vanished, and her focus was entirely on them. Hence, she coldly instructed Su Jingwo, you go cook. All right, I'm going. Su Jingwo was about to leave when Su Chen stopped him. Dad, let me do it. Su Jingwo had intended for Su Chen to go. After all, his son's cooking was simply exquisite. Just as he was about to agree, Fong Rulin interjected. You can cook? Yes, Su Chen nodded. Fong Rulin, in disbelief, asked, is it edible? Su Chen replied helplessly, it should be. Fong Rulin looked at him with skepticism, but did not refuse that if it doesn't turn out well. I'll have your father help. All right, I understand, Mom. Su Chen said, heading toward the kitchen. Su Jingwo reminded him. Xiao Chun, steam plenty of rice. Use both pots, Fong Rulin. The 2 pots at home were enough to serve 10 people. Typically, they only steamed half a pot. Though there were more people now, 1 pot would surely suffice. Why 2 pots? Jingwo, what is the idea? Why so much to eat? But there is no way we can finish it. Isn't that wasteful? Su Jingwo chuckled. Don't worry, we will finish it. Trust me. Back in Ningzhou, he who usually only ate 1 bowl of rice had devoured for with so many people today, they needed to prepare more. Su Jingwo suddenly felt impatient to witness everyone's reaction to Su Chen's cooking. It would surely be quite the spectacle. Fong Rulin, Su Jingwo, Li Li, and Li Dong began playing with the little ones. However, Fong Rulin seemed somewhat distracted, occasionally glancing at the kitchen door. From her memory, Su Chun could only make simple dishes at best, just cooked through. She felt anxious about him preparing a meal for so many people. After some internal conflict, she could not help but suggest, Jingwo, why don't you go lend him a hand? Su Jingwo waved his hand dismissively. No need. Let Su Chen handle it. Fong Rulin was puzzled by Su Jingwo's confidence. After considering it, she decided to take a look in the kitchen. Upon reaching the kitchen door and seeing Su Chun through the glass window, she was taken aback. Chapter 112. A perfect match in labor at that moment. Su Chen was slicing potatoes, his knife skills quick, extremely quick, faster than Su Jiangwo. Fong Rulin felt that even the chefs at the local restaurants could not match his skill. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. Su Jiangwo, noticing her expression, approached and chuckled. "Did you see? Our son is quite impressive. Isn't. So, there is no need for you to worry." Fong Rulin felt a pang in her heart, but maintained a cool demeanor. Scoffing. "He can cook, that is all. Which man today can't cook? How could one marry without knowing how to cook?" Su Jiangwo chuckled, but remained silent. Once she tasted Su Chen's cooking, she would surely change her mind, but Su Jiangwo completely forgot that he had once held the same stubborn attitude. When Chi-Chi, seeing the concern on everyone's faces, suggested, "Uncle, Annie, you take care of the little ones. I'll go help Su Chen." With that, she entered the kitchen uninvited. Su Chen, noticing when Chi-Chi, gently ruffled her hair. "What brings you here?" "I came to help." When Chi-Chi picked up some garlic and asked, "How much should I peel?" Su Chen, seeing her earnestness, chuckled. "The whole bulb, I suppose? Okay." After peeling the entire bulb of garlic, when Chi-Chi went on to wash the vegetables, Su Chen continued chopping, but as when Chi-Chi was washing, her hand slipped, sending the vegetables splashing into the basin, soaking her face and clothes. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. Chi-Chi, when Chi-Chi, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "Am I too clumsy?" No, my Chi-Chi is the brightest of them all." Su Chen chuckled as he pulled out a tissue from his pocket and gently wiped his face. His cheeks flushed with shyness. "Perhaps I should step outside and not cause you any trouble." "No," he replied. "Haven't you heard that a man and a woman working together is less tiring? Your husband, after all, enjoys having you by my side." Just as the two were engaged in conversation, the kitchen door suddenly swung open. Li Dong stepped inside, looking momentarily bewildered at the sight of them. Upon noticing their actions, his pupils contracted, and he quickly turned around. "I didn't see anything, that I merely came to check if you needed assistance." Clearing his throat, he added, "Please continue." With that, Li Dong unhesitatingly closed the door behind him. He felt quite conflicted. He had been minding the children outside when went in to help, and he was subsequently urged by Li to assist in the kitchen. Yet, upon entering, he was unexpectedly bombarded with a mouthful of dog food. Li Dong felt utterly exasperated, that he realized he had consumed far too much dog food throughout the day. It dawned on him that he might not need to eat it all for the entire National Day holiday. Was this to be his most miserable holiday yet? With his head bowed in despair, he walked over to Li. The moment Li saw him, he was irked. "What is the matter? Didn't I ask you to help?" Li Dong sighed. "Dad, why don't you set me up with a blind date? I'm looking for a girlfriend." At this proclamation, Li, Su Jiangwo, and Fong Rulin were all taken aback. Li looked at Li Dong with confusion. "Weren't you the one who disliked blind dates the most? You wouldn't even come home to avoid them." "That was my youthful folly. I understand things better now. So please arrange it." Li Dong resolved to find a girlfriend swiftly and start a family with a few lovely chubby children. That had become his goal for the year. In the kitchen, after being interrupted by Li Dong, turned back to wash the vegetables. However, her gaze occasionally drifted towards Su Chen. Indeed, the adage of a man and woman working together being less tiresome rang true. Moreover, from this angle, Su Chen appeared even more handsome. She certainly had a keen Su Chen noticed unwavering gaze fixed upon him and broke into a grin. "What is the matter? Have you noticed that your husband is becoming more dashing?" Blushing, remained silent, her bashful demeanor clearly affirming his words. Su Chen smiled with delight and continued cooking. Meanwhile, at old Li's residence, Wu Jinzhong had just arrived, swaying slightly while carrying a bottle of wine. Upon seeing old Li cradling Long, he felt somewhat conflicted. "Are we really not going to the Su family's house?" "What for?" Old Li replied. "That trickster Su surely must be lying. How could there possibly be quadruplets?" Wu Jinzhong felt that something was amiss, but couldn't quite articulate it. Shortly thereafter, a new message notification popped up on WeChat. Wu Jinzhong took out his phone to check. Just as the screen lit up, Old Li interjected, "Don't bother looking." Li sent a video featuring several children. Old Li hadn't opened the video, but the cover image indicated that old Su had probably gone somewhere to gather a few children for a stage photo. What a show-off. "Let us go eat and drink, and forget about them." The mention of drinking prompted Wu Jinzhong to promptly put his phone away. As noon approached, all four babies had fallen asleep. Fong Rulin arrived at the kitchen door and called out, Chi-Chi, come here for a moment. That Su Chen poked his head out from the kitchen. Mom, what is going on? None of your concern. Continue cooking. Completely ignored, Su Chen sighed and returned to his cooking. Puzzled, was pulled into the room by Fong Rulin. Closing the door, Fong Rulin led to the bedside, gesturing for her to sit. Annie, what is this all about? Asked, astonished. Fong Rulin smiled mysteriously and sat down beside her. She took his hand and gently rolled up her sleeve. On his arm was a jade bracelet that Su Jiangwo had given to Fong Rulin. Chi-Chi, do you know what this jade bracelet signifies? It was left to me by Su Chen's grandmother, who said it was meant for the daughter-in-law of the Su family. She told me that if we found a suitable daughter-in-law, we should give her this bracelet. Fong Rulin continued, Chi-Chi, I entrust Su Chen to you. He has his quirks. He can be lazy and a bit arrogant, with some childish tendencies, but he is a decent young man. Rest assured, if he dares to bully you, come to me, and I will not let him off easily. As she spoke, she added, Your Uncle Su, and I will always stand by your side. That smiled softly. Annie, I understand. Su Chen is not lazy at all. He is wonderful to me and the babies, cooks well, earns a good income, and takes care of the family. Being with him brings me joy, and the babies are also very happy. Fong Rulin looked at it in surprise. Is that so? Yes. Lowered her head, shyly smiling. Fong Rulin chuckled. You sure know how to defend Su Chen. Wait a moment. Annie has a gift for you. Rising, Fong Rulin rummaged through the wardrobe and soon produced an item. Chapter 113. A gift for the daughter-in-law eyed Fong Rulin with suspicion. Moments later, Fong Rulin pressed a bank card into his hand. Chi-Chi, this money was originally intended for you and Su Chen to buy a house, but I heard from your Uncle Su that you and Su Chen already have one. So we'll leave it for you. Quickly took a step back. I can't accept this money. Annie. Su Chen and I will earn our own. This money is the hard-earned savings of your uncle and me. Fong Rulin said firmly, if you don't take it, we will always feel uneasy. Just consider it a gift from us to our grandchildren. Felt extremely conflicted. Before she could respond, Fong Rulin had already pushed the money into his pocket. Take it, be obedient. Saw the insistence in Fong Rulin's demeanor and felt she had no choice but to accept it. Thank you, Annie. Fong Rulin nodded in satisfaction and pulled out. Come on. It's time to eat. I wonder how good Su Chen's cooking is. Smiled but remained silent. She could tell that Fong Rulin held great affection for Su Chen. Perhaps he could surprise her after all. In the living room, as soon as Fong Rulin emerged, she was greeted by a beautifully arranged table of dishes. 10 in total, all meticulously presented. She gasped, Did Su Chen make all of this? No one answered. Su Jiangwo pulled a chair over for her. Rulin, come and taste. After calling for Fong Rulin, he then called out to Li Dongzi, it's time for dinner. The astonishment on Li and Li Dong's faces matched Fong Rulin's. They had always thought that Su Chen's cooking was just a few simple dishes. Little did they know that in such a short time, he had prepared a full spread of 10 dishes and a soup. Moreover, everything looked and smelled delightful. The group took their seats, and Su Chen joined them. Li Dong asked in disbelief, Su Chen, when did you learn to cook? Weren't you always studying? Su Chen replied nonchalantly, I joined the culinary club at school. Li Dong was skeptical, but still thought Su Chen's cooking couldn't be that great, considering he had never seen him cook before. After pondering for a moment, he said, Don't serve me too much. I am not very hungry. He was almost full from all the dog food he had eaten. Su Jiangwo laughed. Really? Li Dong nodded. Really? Dongzi, just don't regret it. Regret what? Li Dong was utterly shocked, sensing something was off about Su Jiangwo today. Su Jiangwo didn't continue the conversation and turned to Su Chen. Then served Dongzi half a bowl of rice. Before long, everyone had their servings. Li Dong picked up the nearest rib, thinking he would just take a couple of bites. However, as soon as he tasted it, he was astonished. This is incredibly delicious. He looked around, realizing no one was watching him, and silently grabbed a second rib. Then a third, and then a fourth. Finally, when Li was about to speak and start eating, he looked down to find the ribs nearly gone, while a large pile of bones lay in front of Li Dong. Li was shocked. Dongzi, what's wrong with you? Fong Rulin also looked on incredulously. Dongzi likes ribs? As Li Dong gnawed on a rib, he was too preoccupied to respond. Li exclaimed. He likes them, but not to this extent. Has the child come down with a fever? While they were still puzzled, Li Dong swallowed the rib, quickly rose to refill his bowl with a heaping serving of rice from the rice cooker. Li was taken aback. He reached out to touch Li Dong's forehead. That moment, Su Jiangwo was laughing uncontrollably. After sitting down, Li Dong began to eat voraciously again. Li asked, "Dongzi, weren't you not hungry?" This son of a surely must have lost his mind. Li Dong, shoveling rice into his mouth, exclaimed, "Delicious! It's truly delicious! This is absolutely amazing!" Lili could only stare blankly. Fong Rulan furrowed her brow. "Even if it's delicious, you can't eat like this." Li Dong had no time to respond. He grabbed another rib. Such delectable ribs, and this marks his first encounter with them. Observing a substantial platter of ribs nearly devoured by Li Dong, Su Jingwo could no longer restrain himself, and remarked, "If you don't eat up soon, there will be none left. Come, Rulan, do have a taste." Su Jingwo served a piece of rib to Fong Rulan, and then took one for himself. Only a solitary rib remained in the dish, Li. Though with an expression of disbelief, Fong Rulan placed the rib in her mouth and took a gentle bite. In an instant, her pupils dilated. The flavor was simply exquisite. It must be noted that Su Jingwo was also an exceptional cook, yet this rib surpassed his culinary prowess 100-fold. The rich aroma enveloped her senses, with each bite. The meat was succulent and not greasy at all. The texture was truly remarkable. This was, without a doubt, the most delicious rib she had ever tasted. After a brief moment of astonishment, Fong Rulan began to eat with fervor. Alas, the ribs were gone. Fong Rulan's face fell in disappointment. She glanced at Su Chun, contemplating whether there were any left. However, recalling her earlier doubts about him, she felt a wave of embarrassment. Fortunately, Su Chun had already perceived her thoughts. He rose and said, "There are more. I'll go serve some. You all enjoy something else in the meantime." Fong Rulan was overjoyed. Her son was truly considerate. After a moment's thought, she decided to sample the other dishes. Once she began, she was utterly captivated. The cold cucumber salad was crisp and refreshing. The kung pao chicken was flavorful and tender. The fish-flavored shredded pork was juicy and delicious. Even the simplest tomato and egg soup was remarkably delightful. Fong Rulan felt tears of joy welling up. This was simply too delicious. In disbelief, she continued to eat while glancing at her son. Li, on the other hand, was in a frenzy, having not tasted a single rib himself. Thus, he turned to the other dishes. With each bite, he quickly joined Li Dong in a mad dash to consume. Fortunately, Su Chen had anticipated such an outcome, preparing extra of each dish to be by the end of the meal. 2 large pots of rice had been entirely devoured, leaving the dining table barren. The group leaned back in their chairs, their bellies round and full. Fong Rulan gazed at Su Chun, who was washing the dishes. Feeling a swell of pride, Li patted his stomach, looking at Su Chun, then at his own son, feeling utterly defeated that Su Chun not only had a beautiful wife, but also 4 adorable children. And he possessed culinary skills rivaling that of a master chef. What a perfect son! Consequently, Li found himself increasingly irked by Li Dong that he snapped, "Get lost!" Li Dong, who was digesting his food, looked bewildered. "Dad, what's the matter?" Chapter 114. Li, why don't I have such an outstanding son? Li maintained a stern expression, scoffing, "Can you cook?" Li Dong, taken aback, replied, "No, didn't you say my cooking was terrible and forbade me from doing it?" Li pressed on, "Do you have a girlfriend?" Li Dong responded, "No, didn't you say I should come back for blind dates?" Li continued, "Do you have children?" Li Dong, "Dad, without a wife, how could there be children?" Li snapped, "Then hurry up and get lost, Li Dong." Li, "Honestly, you're useless at everything, Li Dong." Dad, seeing this, Su Jingwo couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Li Good, don't be too hard on Dongzi. After all, not everyone is as fortunate as he is, right, Li Dong? Why do I feel even worse?" Li was indeed quite upset, but found himself unable to retort that he had lost this round utterly. Fortunately, there was still Wu Jianzhong, and old It struck him as odd that neither had responded to the video. Were they not the least bit astonished? Li took out his phone and opened WeChat. The group chat was eerily quiet, save for the video he had posted, that he found it strange. He couldn't be the only one feeling envious. What were those two up to? Li began typing. Li, Wu Jinzhong, old Li, what's going on with you two? Why so silent? Li, can't you see the babies? At that moment, old Li, who was enjoying his meal, let out a cold snicker. Wu Jinzhong, sitting across from him, inquired curiously, "What's up?" Old Li disdainfully tossed his phone aside. Li Gu is at it again. What is there to boast about? It was plainly fake that Wu Jinzhong laughed heartily. You know how old Su is about appearances. Perhaps he is the one behind this. Indeed. Old Li was quite dismissive. He still hadn't opened the video. Instead, he sent a voice message. Old Li, Li Go, how much did old Su pay you? Or did he treat you to drinks? Why are you so eager to help him? When Li Li heard this, Su Jiangwo also caught wind of it and began to laugh uproariously. These two were truly something else. He thought he'd show them later to Li Go, don't mind them. They won't believe it until they see the coffin to Li Li. Feeling helpless, decided to ignore them. That in the afternoon, the babies awoke that Chen took when Chi-Chi and the babies for a stroll in town. Passing by the restroom, Su-Chen decided to make a quick stop, asking when Chi-Chi and the babies to wait at the door. The babies, intrigued, looked around, occasionally winking at passersby and putting on cute faces. Before long, they were surrounded by a throng of admirers. Wow, such adorable babies. Their mother is so beautiful too. Quadruplets? I've never seen quadruplets before. When Chi-Chi nodded yes, the crowd erupted in laughter. They really are so cute. A woman holding a 1-year-old child saw the crowd rushing in one direction. Driven by curiosity, she stopped someone and asked, Xiaofan, where are you all going? The person replied, you don't know? There are quadruplets over there. I heard they're super cute. They say their mother looks like a fairy. Qing Yu, aren't you going to take a look? The woman was Lin Qing Yu, old Li's daughter-in-law, holding her son Long Long. Upon hearing about the quadruplets, she was utterly astonished. Quadruplets? Is that for real? That is something you only see on TV. Xiaofan said, oh, you'll know if you go take a look, if you don't go. I will. With that, Xiaofan hurriedly ran off. Lin Qingyu pondered for a moment, feeling something was amiss. She rushed home, handed Long Long to old Li, and dashed out. Old Li, taken aback, asked, what has got you in such a hurry? Lin Qingyu called back as she ran, Dad, I heard there's a beauty in town with quadruplet babies. I'm going to check it out. You take care of Long Long for now. As soon as she finished speaking, she was already far away. Old Li furrowed his brows. Quadruplets? Wu Jinzhong was equally skeptical. Could it be old Su's quadruplets? Old Li waved his hand dismissively. Impossible. I've never heard of a beautiful mother. Besides, how could that kid Su-Chen be that charming? Wu Jinzhong was left speechless. The two sat in the house for a while, feeling restless that Wu Jinzhong suggested. What about the quadruplets? Shall we go take a look? Sure, let's go. I've never seen them before. Old Li picked up Long Long, and they headed out at the same time, Su Jiangwo and Li Li. Feeling bored at home, began to miss the babies as soon as they left. How about we go find them in town? We could help Su-Chun and Chi-Chi look after the babies. Giving them a chance to enjoy some time alone together, Su Jiangwo slapped his thigh. Great idea. I actually wanted to suggest that earlier, but I couldn't find a good reason that I just watched Su-Chun and when Chi-Chi take the babies out. Once outside, they quickly spotted the crowd gathered nearby. Li asked curiously, what is going on over there? Why is it so lively? Su Jiangwo laughed heartily. It must be my little grandchildren over there. Come on, let us go find them. Li suddenly felt a pang of envy. When would he have such adorable grandchildren? He silently berated Li Dong again in his mind that Wu Jinzhong and old Li soon arrived at the gathering. What met their eyes were the 4 little cuties being held by the surrounding people. Both men were transfixed. One chubby little boy was looking around in confusion, while a cute little girl was happily playing with the crowd. Another little boy was occasionally seeking hugs from the older sisters. And the last one was the most animated of the bunch, that Wu Jinzhong had no doubt that if he could walk, this little one would be bouncing around, that Wu Jinzhong felt his heart melting. This is truly adorable. Your daughter-in-law certainly wasn't exaggerating, that I in old Li's arms. Long Long also spotted the cute babies that moment. He was anxiously patting old Li while babbling indistinctly. However, if one listened closely, they could hear him repeatedly exclaiming, babies to dolls. Chapter 115. Want to arrange a marriage for the babies? What a ridiculous thought. Long Long grew increasingly excited, wriggling his body and eager to touch the babies. The delightful child. How I long to hold you, Grandpa. Come here for a hug. Old Li, the head of the family, chuckled at the scene. Grandpa wishes to embrace you too. But how can one approach the little ones? After a moment of contemplation, a spark of inspiration illuminated old Li's mind. How about I arrange a betrothal for you, my dear? He felt quite clever. Using children to captivate children was indeed a masterstroke. Clutching Long Long, he charged into the crowd. Wu Jiangwo, seizing the opportunity, followed suit. However, the throng was too dense, and they struggled to squeeze through. Just then, Old Li felt a tap on his shoulder. Disturbed at such a crucial moment, he responded with irritation. Who is it? Can't you see I'm busy? Su Jingwo burst into laughter. Old Li, what are you and Brother Wu up to? When he and Li Li had arrived, they had noticed the little grandchildren. It was obvious that the crowd was drawn to them. As Su Jingwo was about to approach, he spotted Wu Jianzhong and Old Li, who were both clutching Long and pushing their way forward. Su Jingwo's heart swelled with amusement. It appeared these two were also enchanted by the little ones. He deliberately sauntered over, intending to tease Old Li that moment. Old Li was furious. Of course, I'm arranging a betrothal for my grandson. Do you see those two little girls inside? They shall be my future granddaughters-in-law. Aren't they lovely? Are you not envious? Su Jingwo frowned at a betrothal for his granddaughter. Had this man lost his senses? What a fanciful notion. Su Jingwo feigned envy. Oh, how envious indeed. Old Li chuckled. You should be, for once I secure this engagement, your envy will only deepen. Knowing the truth, Li Li nearly lost it with laughter. Old Li, you have your sights set on those little girls. Yet you overlook the Su family's offerings? Old Li retorted. Keep spinning your tales. I assure you, I haven't even watched the videos you sent. If old Su truly had 4 grandchildren, they would have rushed here to flaunt them. Wouldn't they? But they haven't shown up yet, merely sending a video. Do you think I would fall for that? Old Li stubbornly believed his reasoning was impeccable, in his view, Su Jingwo was undoubtedly deceiving him. Su Jingwo, feeling helpless, pointed to a few of the toddlers and chuckled. Do you know who they are? Old Li replied, I have no idea, Su Jingwo calmly stated. They're my grandchildren. Old Li gaped in disbelief at Su Jingwo. Just when Su Jingwo thought he might believe him, Old Li exclaimed, Old Su, you must be out of your mind. Look at those 4 children. None of them resemble you. And their mother, just look at her beauty. Do you truly think it's possible? Su Jingwo felt exasperated. This Old Li was more stubborn than he was. Li Li could no longer contain himself, but he patted Old Li on the shoulder. Old Li, take a good look at that robust little lad. Do you see him? The one right there, Li pointed at Debeo and continued. Does he not look familiar? Old Li paused, taking a closer look. And indeed, the child bore a slight resemblance. For a moment, he couldn't recall where he had seen him before. But thinking of the consequences of admitting it, Su Jingwo and Li Li would revel in their triumph for ages. Old Li resolved not to concede. He crafted an eloquent retort. Familiar? How could I not be? Just look at the mother. She resembles the child so much. Alas, I have no granddaughters. Otherwise, I would secure this young lad as my grandson-in-law. Oh wait, I could ask my daughter-in-law to hurry and bear me a granddaughter. Perhaps 2 or 3 years younger. That would not be an issue at all. Old Li grew increasingly animated, envisioning a future brimming with joy, where his home would be filled with handsome men and beautiful women. How delightful it would be! Su Jingwo scoffed. You're dreaming? Li rolled his eyes in exasperation. Old Li was truly beyond salvage. Old Li laughed. Old Su, that's just jealousy talking. Just wait until I secure this engagement. Ull regretted. You pitiful souls without grandchildren. The 3 unfortunate souls could only remain silent. As Li Li prepared to speak to Old Li once more, Su Jingwo halted him. Let it be. Let him go on. He'll not turn back until he hits a wall. He truly believes he can arrange a betrothal. What a fantasy. Li Li sighed in resignation. Lin Qingyu had overheard the conversation and rushed over to encourage Old Li. Dad, hurry up. If you can arrange this betrothal, I'll have another grandchild for you next year. Lin Qingyu had initially been reluctant to have more children. However, if it meant forming a union with such a beautiful family, wouldn't that enhance the gene pool? Not having a child would be a missed opportunity. She certainly wouldn't let someone else have all the fun. Old Li, buoyed by her encouragement, felt elated. All right, I'm off. Right now, in the crowd, when Chi-Chi spotted Su Jingwo and was about to greet him when she suddenly noticed Su Jingwo gesture for silence. Curiosity piqued, she refrained from speaking, wondering what surprise Su uncle had in store. Just then, a figure pressed through the throng, a man of similar age to Su Jingwo, cradling a baby boy who appeared to be just over a year old. The little boy pointed excitedly at the distant sea bow, beaming with delight. Sister is so pretty. Sister Grandpa wants a sister. Old Li chuckled. Long. Hold your horses. Let Grandpa speak to Sister S Mama first, all right? Turning to Chi-Chi, he beamed. Young lady, you must be their mother. Yes, Chi-Chi curiously replied. Yes, uncle. Is there something you need? Upon hearing her politeness, Old Li felt a surge of goodwill toward Wenqiqi, further solidifying his resolve to arrange the betrothal for the children. He smiled broadly. Indeed, this is our Long, a year and a half old, quite clever, T.S. rather tall for his age, and will undoubtedly grow into a handsome young man, that we will nurture him well to ensure he becomes successful in the future. I merely wish to inquire if we might arrange a betrothal. Chapter 116. She is my wife. Upon noticing the look of skepticism on Wenqiqi's face, Old Li thought he had frightened her. He quickly reassured her, "Fear not. I simply wish to provide my grandson with an opportunity. Should they not agree in the future, I would not impose that as long as they meet, the chances will be greater. Want they? Young lady, why not share your contact information with me? Where is your home? Is it far from here? Where do you plan to send the children to school? Perhaps you could share your address. And I could arrange for my grandson to attend school nearby." When Chi-Chi was taken aback, she glanced at Su Jiangwo, who was stifling laughter. Realizing that Su Jiangwo knew this uncle, she smiled slightly. "Uncle, I haven't decided on the schooling yet, and as for where I live, it's not too far, I suppose, if Su Chen's home counts as mine." Old Li's face lit up with joy. "Oh, splendid. Let me tell you, I am well acquainted with the finest kindergarten in the county that I can speak to them and ensure the little one receives the best education. Come now, what is your number?" When Chi-Chi looked again at Su Jiangwo, and upon seeing him subtly nod, she had no hesitation in providing her WeChat. Old Li was over the moon. After adding her, he shot Su Jiangwo a triumphant look. "Ah, you said I couldn't arrange this betrothal. How do you feel about that now?" Lin Qingyu joyfully approached. "Dad, is it really happening?" Old Li was ecstatic. "Indeed. Our Long has a bride now. Some people, alas, don't even have a daughter-in-law. How pitiful. Long, why not let the grandpas hold you for a bit? They are all brothers of grandpa, after all. Your Su grandpa will be performing a handstand in 20 minutes. It will be quite the spectacle." Old Li raised his voice intentionally, laughing heartily. When Chi-Chi couldn't help but chuckle. "Uncle, that..." Old Li looked at her with a puzzled expression. "What is it?" "Young lady, if there is anything I can assist with, just let me know." When Chi-Chi hesitated, actually, regarding the betrothal, she wished to decline, believing children should have the freedom to choose their partners. However, she was unsure how to refuse outright, and decided to defer the matter to Su Chen. "Let us wait for their father to arrive before discussing this." "Father? Where is their father?" Old Li found When Chi-Chi's reasoning quite sound. Just as, when Chi-Chi's words trailed off, a familiar voice rang out from behind. "Li uncle, what are you up to?" Upon seeing Su Chen, Old Li thought, "Ah, the boy has arrived, perfect for some light-hearted teasing of Su Jiangwo." However, before he could utter a word, when Chi-Chi pointed at Su Chen, "He is right here." Old Li froze, staring at Su Chen in disbelief. That Su Chen hastily approached When Chi-Chi, instinctively ruffling her hair. "What troubles you, Chi-Chi?" When Chi-Chi pointed at Old Li, saying, "The uncle mentioned that he wishes for his grandson to be betrothed to our baby." PFF, Su Chen could not suppress his laughter. "Uncle Li, are you referring to Long?" Old Li's expression shifted dramatically. You that Wu Jianzhong was the first to react, eagerly asking Xiao Chen, "Is this girl your dad?" Su Chen smiled. "She is my wife. Uncle Wu, I see you are here too." Noticing the other's reactions, he felt a twinge of confusion. "Dad? Uncle Li, you all have come. Why does it feel so strange?" Old Li finally grasped the situation. "Your wife? If she is indeed your wife, then all these children that are mine." Perhaps to validate Su Chen's words, Si Bao opened his arms, yearning for a hug. Without hesitation, Su Chen scooped him up. That Si Bao planted a kiss on Su Chen's cheek. Beaming with joy, Old Li, having spent over a year with the babies, instantly recognized that smile. It was the smile of a child towards their closest kin. Old Li felt dizzy that he could barely keep up with the unfolding events. At this moment, Su Jianguo was laughing uncontrollably that he approached San Bao and effortlessly lifted him into his arms. The adorable San Bao reciprocated with a kiss for Su Jianguo. Such a good boy. San Bao, Su Jianguo chuckled. He then turned to Old Li, saying, "Old Li, I've told you time and again. Look at you, refusing to believe me. Now see how it is? Haha, you still want to arrange a betrothal for our baby? Dream on, my Air Bao and Si Bao won't be casually engaged to anyone. They're the most precious little princesses in our family, right Air Bao?" The little Air Bao, being held, heard her grandfather speaking to her. Although she didn't understand a word, she grinned broadly, dancing with delight. Her smile seemed to affirm Su Jianguo's words. Old Li's face turned a deep shade of anger. You Su Jianguo. Li approached helplessly, patting Su Jianguo on the shoulder, then Wu Jianzhong's shoulder, sighing, "Oh, you all, I sent the video in the group chat, but you must not have watched it. And look at the bow. Doesn't he resemble Ruolan?" As Li spoke, he shook his head, exasperated by the foolishness of his two brothers. Old Li directed his gaze towards the bow, and upon doing so, he noticed that from certain angles, the bow did indeed bear a striking resemblance to Feng Ruolan. In a hurry, he retrieved his phone, finally pressing play on the video that I end the footage. Li had made a point to capture their faces clearly. Unfortunately, neither he nor Wu Jianzhong had seen it. Wu Jianzhong, now frantic, furrowed his brow, lamenting, "Old Li, aren't you putting me in a predicament?" He then turned to Su Jianguo with a grin. "Old Su, is it too late for me to admit my fault? May I hold our little grandchild?" "Who is our?" Su Jianguo replied dismissively. "You're just as distrustful as old Li. Wu Go. 5 minutes of standing on your head, that Wu Jianzhong was suddenly torn. Not to mention 5 minutes. At that moment, he couldn't even manage 1 minute in that position. However, those 4 little ones were undeniably adorable, that he longed to hold them, especially seeing that Li had also picked up one of the babies. The little ones squirmed cutely in his embrace, and he felt a pang of envy that Wu Jianzhong's heart softened. "Hey, old Su, let us make a deal that it's all old Li's fault, that if it weren't for his prodding, I would never have acted this way. I was the one being foolish. Just let me hold one for a moment." That Su Jianguo snorted, but remained silent. The Wu Jianzhong then turned his gaze to Su Chen and Wen Qi. "Xiao Chen, daughter-in-law, could you both persuade your father?" Chapter 117. "Don't speak to me. It's all your fault." Su Chen chuckled at Wu Jianzhong's antics. "Uncle Wu, Dad, what are you all doing in the past?" They often exchanged banter, but it was usually Su Jianguo who ended up losing. "What is going on today? Why is Wu Jianzhong suddenly being so cordial?" Li laughed as he recounted the betting incident, causing not only Su Chen to laugh, but when Qi joined in as well. "You all." Su Chen expressed his bewilderment, but Su Jianguo interjected, "Be quiet, it's none of your concern. Finally, I have the chance to teach these brothers a lesson. How could I let it slip? Old Li Wu Ge, I've given you numerous opportunities that if you refuse to accept the punishment, do not blame me for not allowing you to hold my babies." That Su Jianguo had no doubt about the allure of his children. At that moment, Old Li was utterly bewildered that in any other circumstance, he would never concede. However, those 4 babies were irresistibly adorable. Long was incessantly chattering about wanting to play with the little ones. Old Li's heart ached with desire, but he wore a woeful expression, seeking a compromise to that moment. Xiao Bao smiled at him, with her eyes squinted into crescent moons and a faint dimple gracing her face. Old Li was utterly charmed. "My little granddaughter is simply delightful. So sweet, so sweet." He yearned for a granddaughter. What was he to do? Old Li cautiously approached Xiao Bao, but before he could reach her, Su Jianguo swiftly stepped in front of him. "Old Li, what is it? Are you attempting to sneak a hug from Bao? Do you think I wouldn't notice? Bao, come here, let Grandpa hold you." In an instant, Su Jianguo cradled Bao in his arms. The little ones, Sam Bao and Bao, nestled against Su Jianguo, showering him with affectionate kisses that Su Jianguo's face crinkled with joy, while those around him were filled with envy. "Wow, what a blissful smile. I wish I could hold 2 at once. Woe is me, I feel so envious." This grandfather seemed to be the happiest in the world. "Look, the babies are kissing Grandpa again. Such warmth." Wu Jianzhong and Old Li were both envious to the point of tears that Wu Jianzhong could no longer contain himself. He decided to go all out. "All right, I'll stand on my head. Nothing else matters if it means I can hold the babies." Old Li was taken aback that Wu Ge, "You don't speak to me. It's all your fault," Wu Jianzhong muttered as he approached a large tree by the roadside. At his age, attempting to stand on his head was utterly impossible, that he could only lean against the tree for support. Then, with both hands on the ground, he shouted angrily, flipping upside down. His legs rested against the trunk. With hints of white in his hair and a beer belly that had accumulated over the years, he looked quite the sight. His face turned a deep shade of red, but upon seeing the babies, his heart melted. "Worth it, worth it. I'll push my family to get married soon, and I want to hold my little grandchild." Old Li, seeing this, felt the urgency as well to old Su. Can I also stand on my head? Would you allow Air Bao to become betrothed to my long? Air Bao's infectious laughter was so healing. Old Li felt that with her around, every day was filled with happiness. Therefore, he spoke softly. Su Jianguo rolled his eyes, scram. What are you dreaming about? From now on, you are not allowed to come to my house or get close to my babies. The sight of his two granddaughters filled Su Jianguo with warmth. How could he allow anyone to covet them? Old Li was startled. Old Su, you don't tell me you're angry? We've been brothers for so many years. Who is your brother? Get lost, Su Jianguo scolded again. Old Li was at a loss for words. Fortunately, Li hurried over to mediate. Old Li quickly apologized. Over the years, while these four brothers often bickered, they had never truly been angry with one another. Today, Old Li may have gone a bit too far. Realizing his mistake, Old Li quickly said, Old Su, I was wrong that I want to mention it again. Please don't be angry. Seeing Su Jiang was still tightly holding his granddaughter. Old Li's heart tightened. After a moment of thought, he said, Old Su, didn't you have your eye on our family's antique tea set? Su Jianguo paused momentarily. Sensing an opportunity, Old Li continued, It's of no use to me. I'll bring it over to you. I swear I won't ever bring up the betrothal again. The moment these words were spoken, Su Jianguo's expression relaxed slightly. Fine, if anyone mentions it again. I'll be furious. Only then did Old Li feel relieved, but just as he was about to speak, he heard Su Jianguo ask, What about the tea set? Old Li's family possessed a treasured antique tea set. A true collectible he cherished. He never allowed anyone to touch it. I'll fetch it right away. Old Li hurried off, handing Long over to Lin Qingyu before dashing home. What he said earlier was indeed a bit excessive. That tea set is of no use at home. I might as well give it to Old Su. Plus, I want to see the babies more often. As Old Li left, Wu Jianzhong was left speechless. This isn't fair, Old Su. Why doesn't he have to stand on his head? What is unfair about it? Do you have an antique tea set? Su Jianguo countered that no. Wu Jianzhong replied. Do you have any antiques? No, Wu Jianzhong admitted. Then what are you complaining about? Wu Jianzhong. That he was utterly speechless. Fortunately, when Chi could no longer bear to watch, she recognized that these few individuals were brothers of Su Jianguo, merely engaging in playful antics. How pitiable that Uncle Wu was. When Chi stepped forward and said, Uncle Su, might we let Uncle Wu rise? We are about to take our leave, and it wouldn't be proper for him to remain here. Upon hearing Wen Chi-Chi's words, Su Jianguo's tone softened considerably. Very well, since Chi has spoken, Wu Gu, you may get up. You ought to express your gratitude to my daughter-in-law. If it weren't for her, Wu Jianzhong cast a grateful glance at Wen Chi, exclaiming, Very well, Chi is indeed a wonderful girl. Having finally managed to rise, Wu Jianzhong hurried to Wen Chi-Chi's side. Xiao Chun has an excellent eye. You ought to treat Chi well in the future. Or else that as her uncle, I shall not stand idly by. Su Chun, the one being addressed, felt utterly helpless. How had his wife so swiftly won over several uncles? What a plight he found himself in. After finishing his words, Wu Jianzhong approached Su Chun. Reaching out to embrace Sibao, he had noticed this little girl long ago, finding her not only adorable, but also mischievous and full of spirit. Just moments ago, while he was performing a handstand, the little one had been making faces at him that Wu Jianzhong could hardly contain his eagerness to hold her. She was simply too precious. Chapter 118. Do you think we can grow old together? When Sibao saw Wu Jianzhong reaching for her, she looked at Su Chun in bewilderment, seemingly seeking confirmation that she could indeed be held. Upon receiving a nod from Su Chun, little Sibao was overjoyed. Yay, another grandpa wants to hold me. I'm so happy. I love grandpas the most. Sibao opened her arms wide and joyfully leaped into Wu Jianzhong's embrace. Wu Jianzhong, being cautious, felt an overwhelming nervousness. How could there be such an adorable creature in the world? So soft, so sweet, so charming, It felt as though he could never let go. That Wu Jianzhong was grinning from ear to ear. Seeing this, Li also began to chuckle. It turned out he was not the only one enchanted by the little ones. They were all smitten. The group embraced the babies and headed home. When Chi felt completely at ease, upon arriving home, within 5 minutes, Old Li joyfully ran and carrying Long once inside. Long pointed excitedly at Sibao and Air Bao, his eyes glued to them. He desperately tried to squeeze over to the two babies, eager to touch the dolls. The dolls are so cute. Old Li placed a tattered box on the table in frustration. Old Su. Tea set. Su Jingwo quickly walked over to open the box. Su Chen was still pondering what treasure could be carelessly stored in such a shabby box that As had opened. He was momentarily taken aback. In his mind, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Special item detected. A complete set of Tao Yi Gong Chun purple clay teapot and tea set. This special item holds immense collectible value, with only one existing in the world. Paired with tea leaves grown in the spiritual spring, the effects are exceptional. Special item. This was the first time the system had alerted him to such a thing, that Su Chen approached for a closer look and found that the tea set was a deep crimson. Remarkably ancient. Yet the patterns were strikingly clear. It was evident that it was worth a fortune. Su Jiangwo was left in awe. Although he was not knowledgeable about tea, he loved drinking it. With this tea set, his future tea drinking experiences would surely be elevated. Just as Su Jiangwo was about to take it, he suddenly heard Su Chen say, "Wait a moment." That Su Jiangwo turned back. "What is it?" Su Chen walked over, picked up the tea set, feeling its slightly cool touch. After a moment's thought, he decided to alert Old Li. "Uncle Li, this tea set is quite valuable, isn't it? Are you really giving it to us?" Old Li waved his hand dismissively. "Ah, this tea set indeed has collectible value. It was passed down from my grandfather's generation. However, that was decades ago. My father didn't care for tea, and in my generation, this tea set has become useless. Keeping it at home is merely for show. It cannot compare to the joy of the little ones." As he spoke, Old Li walked over to Sibao. "Isn't that right, Sibao? Xiao Chun, just keep it. Otherwise, who knows, one day, I might just toss it out if I find it bothersome." Su Chen. Truly indifferent. Su Jiao looked at Su Chen's peculiar demeanor and asked curiously, "What? You understand tea set now? I studied it for a while." Su Chen fib. Su Jiangwo, eyeing the tea set with suspicion, muttered, "How come you seem to know everything?" Hearing this, Su Chen quickly fell silent. If he continued, Su Jiangwo would surely become suspicious, and he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Old Li embraced Sibao. Long clung to his leg, playing joyfully with Sibao. That evening, none of them returned home. It was Su Jiangwo who cooked dinner. Although he wished for Su Chen to take a turn, Feng Rulan insisted that Su Chen take a break. Before cooking, Su Jiangwo glanced at the crowded living room, filled with people, pondering how many dishes he would have to prepare. Throughout the entire afternoon, the four little ones had been divided among them, and he had hardly managed to hold them a few times. Now he was tasked with cooking for them. This was quite the sacrifice, and he felt rather disgruntled. Su Jiangwo feigned anger. "What is wrong with you all? Dinner is about to be served." Wu Jianzhong, cradling air bow, cleared his throat and replied, cough, "My family has gone to the children's grandmother's house. They are not home." Li, amusing air bow, chimed in, "My other half is also away, so I won't be returning." Su Jiangwo. He stared blankly at Li Dong. "Isn't your son back? Are you not going home to see him?" Under Su Jiangwo's scrutiny, Li Dong remained unfazed. "Since my dad isn't going back, I won't either. Staying means I can play with the little ones." "How delightful." Su Jiangwo. He cast his final gaze towards Old Li. Surely this man would be heading home. Old Li, expressionless, replied, "Old Su, I've already given you the TSET. Is it too much to ask for a meal?" Su Jiangwo. What a reasonable argument, that he was left speechless. For this meal, Su Jiangwo put forth his utmost effort, preparing an abundance of dishes to finally satisfy the demand. After dinner, Li, still unsatisfied, remarked, "Old Su, your cooking skills are far inferior to Xiao Chen's." Su Jiangwo shot him a cold glance. "If you don't want to eat, feel free to leave." Wu Jianzhong and Old Li burst into laughter. However, they were all quite curious. "Xiao Chun can cook. Li, you may not know this, but Xiao Chun can do it all." Wu Jianzhong and Old Li exchanged glances, their expressions filled with disdain. "Li Gu, surely you jest. To lie just to play with the little ones without even a script. Indeed, Xiao Chun is still a junior. Is it appropriate for you to say such things?" Li chuckled. "You simply don't understand. Xiao Chen's cooking is a culinary delight." Li did not linger on the topic, returning to play with the babies. After all, being with the little ones was an immensely joyful experience. Surrounded by the children, Su Chen and Wen Chi found themselves at leisure. Su Chen decided to take Wen Chi for a stroll. The evenings in Ningxi town were still somewhat cool. Darkness fell. The sky was filled with stars, shining brilliantly. The two walked along the path by the river, occasionally interrupted by the pleasant sounds of chirping insects, creating a cozy and beautiful atmosphere. When Chi-Chi looked up, her expression one of envy that I haven't seen the stars in ages, that they're truly beautiful. Such weather is rare in the city. The last time when Chi-Chi had seen a sky full of stars was in her childhood. Back then, she loved to lie carefree in her mother's arms, counting stars, wishing that one day she too could be as lovely as the stars. That Chen nodded. Do you like them? In truth, on their way back, Chen had felt a tinge of fear. According to Aunt Lee, when Chi-Chi came from a well-off family. However, after having a baby, she had severed ties with her family, leading to her current struggles. He wondered if she would resent him for living in such a humble abode. When Chi-Chi shook her head, I love them. I really do, Chen. When we grow old, let us come back here to retire. Upon hearing this, Chen couldn't help but laugh. All right. How is my wife so wonderful? When Chi-Chi hesitated for a moment, suddenly feeling a bit downcast at Chen, noticing her change in demeanor, asked with concern, What's wrong? When Chi-Chi looked up, gazing earnestly at Chen, Do you think we can grow old together? Chapter 119. What to do about such an adorable wife? Of course we can. Chen replied without a moment's hesitation. Why do you ask? Seeing when Chi-Chi fall silent, Chen chuckled gently. The streetlights cast a dim glow, and as he walked on Chi-Chi's right side, he couldn't help but reach out to ruffle her hair. Chi-Chi, what do you think about every day? When Chi-Chi lifted her head, about to say something, when suddenly a shadow darted past her feet. When Chi-Chi let out a startled cry and jumped up, Chen instinctively caught her. When Chi-Chi clung tightly to Chen, her eyes squeezed shut, trembling slightly. What was that? What was that? The dim light made Chi-Chi's nervousness palpable. Chen, who had initially been startled, was now nearly in stitches. He had seen that shadow too. It was something he had encountered countless times throughout his life, a rat. The riverbank was sparsely populated, and with the nearby vegetable fields, it was entirely normal to see a rat. However, he had forgotten that when Chi-Chi was afraid of rats. Thank goodness she was afraid. Otherwise, how could my wife have taken the initiative to leap into my arms? Moreover, she held me ever tighter. This sensation is truly delightful. Chen watched as the mouse scurried further away, tightening his wrist. Intentionally lowering his voice, he said, It's a mouse. Just as he finished speaking, when Chi-Chi's grip tightened once more. A mouse? When Chi-Chi was utterly terrified of such creatures, Chen was quite pleased with her reaction. His voice softened further. Yes, it's getting closer. When Chi-Chi felt as though she might lose her mind. A wave of goosebumps enveloped her. She burrowed deeper into Chen's embrace. Near her ear, Chen's voice grew increasingly eerie. It's at our feet now. Startled, when Chi-Chi jumped up, clinging to Chen. Her head buried deeply in his neck. Where is it? Hurry and chase it away. Well, for the first time, the woman in his arms displayed such a vulnerable demeanor, warming Chen's heart that he couldn't help but chuckle. Upon hearing his laughter, when Chi-Chi sensed something was amiss, she lifted her head in confusion, only to find Chen's face mere inches away. That moment, her cheeks flushed crimson in a fluster. She leaped back down. Why you tricked me? What to do? My wife is simply too adorable. I'm anxiously waiting for answers. When Chi-Chi stamped her foot in frustration, I won't talk to you anymore. She hastily took 2 steps away. Only when she was 2 meters distant did she slow her pace. Chen chuckled softly, feigning innocence. Watch your step. The mouse has passed by again. When Chi-Chi let out another shriek and ran back towards Chen. However, recalling how he had just teased her, she found herself torn between approaching and retreating. She stood frozen, nearly overwhelmed by her indecision. Chen purposefully took 2 steps closer to her. All right, just teasing you. But you can't stray too far from me. There are plenty of mice around here. Chi-Chi. So you have things that scare you too? It was indeed a rare sight to see her in such a girlish state. When Chi-Chi's face reddened at Chen's words, truly, she felt increasingly embarrassed in his presence. What to do? The 2 of them walked a few steps, one in front of the other. Suddenly, 2 figures approached from ahead, a man and a woman. The woman clung to the man's arm, seemingly terrified of encountering them. The couple deliberately stepped aside to widen the distance. Chen was momentarily taken aback. Did appear that frightening upon closer inspection? He couldn't help but laugh. Wang Qian? You're back too? Wang Qian was a classmate of Chen's from elementary school, also hailing from Ningxi town. Curiously, Su Chen wondered why Wang Qian looked so frightened of him. At that moment, Wang Qian was nearly in tears. During her time in Ningzhou, she had encountered Su Chen twice, and both times had been bullied. She was on the verge of developing a psychological scar. After finally finding a boyfriend to bring home, she never expected to run into Su Chen while out for a stroll at night. Wang Qian thought to herself that she must have neglected to check the calendar before leaving the house. However, since Su Chen called out to her, she couldn't pretend not to see him. With no other choice, she braced herself. "Oh, it's you, old classmate." After exchanging greetings, Wang Qian realized a pressing issue. When Chi was walking ahead of Su Chen. Based on her romantic experience, she surmised that these two must be in a quarrel. Thus, Wang Qian grew bold and decided to tease them. "Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend." Before Wang Qian could finish her sentence, she heard when Chi's anxious whisper. Quick as a flash, she turned to cling to Su Chen's arm. Su Chen. Something moved up ahead again. Is there another mouse? Su Chen instinctively wrapped his arms around when Chi. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Wang Qian. Has she been bullied again? Isn't this a bit excessive? No, she couldn't concede defeat. Wang Qian turned to burrow in her boyfriend's embrace. "Honey, I'm scared too." Yet her boyfriend's face was filled with terror. Wang Qian gasped. "What's wrong with you?" Her boyfriend trembled, asking nervously, mouse?" Wang Qian. Her boyfriend quickly took a couple of steps towards Su Chen, completely forgetting to pull Wang Qian along. "Bro, is there really a mouse?" Wang Qian's boyfriend was not afraid of many things in life, but mice were his Achilles heel, that he had been bitten by a mouse as a child, leaving him with lasting trauma. The mere mention of the word sent him into a panic. Wang Qian had no idea about this. Su Chen nodded. "Indeed, it's quite a large one to bro. You're afraid of mice too?" Wang Qian's boyfriend nodded vigorously. Had he known there would be mice, he would never have agreed to accompany Wang Qian on a stroll. He was nearly losing his mind. Glancing at the pitch-black path ahead, he instantly felt as if it were teeming with mice. He shivered. "Broda, can you take me with you?" "Wang Qian, you're going to drive me insane." As she spoke, Wang Qian also moved closer to Su Chen. After all, she was a girl, and the notion of mice was utterly repugnant to her. She too was frightened. Seeing their expressions, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. All right. Let us all walk together. It's on the way. Once we turn the corner, there will be street lights ahead, and there shouldn't be any mice." Wang Qian's boyfriend nodded eagerly. "Thanks, bro." Wang Qian wanted to insist that she didn't need it. However, thinking of those furry creatures, a shiver ran down her spine. "Forget it. Safety comes first." She nodded in agreement. The two followed closely behind Su Chen and Wen Chi. Su Chen kept a protective arm around Wen Chi, while Wang Qian's boyfriend cautiously surveyed their surroundings, visibly terrified that he was too preoccupied to even notice Wang Qian. Wang Qian. Why is her life so tragic? Always being bullied. It's too much to bear. After a long-awaited arrival at a well-lit area, Wang Qian quickly seized her boyfriend's hand and hurried away. It was simply too embarrassing. She couldn't handle it. Once they departed, Wen Chi swiftly released Su Chen's arm. Before he could react, she stepped ahead of him. Just as Su Chen was about to speak, his phone rang. He answered the call. And on the other end, he heard Su Jiangwo's anxious voice. "Su Chen, come back quickly. Where are the little ones? Where is mother? They are all absent." Daba wishes to relieve himself. Wu, the several babies, remember that Su Chen once said they must behave well. They are all doing their utmost to hold it in. However, Sibao has begun to cry. The few babies, who already felt quite aggrieved, now feel even more wronged. They too wish to weep. They can no longer hold back. Subsequently, Sambao also burst into tears. Not only is he crying, but he is also wet himself. Bao is crying out of hunger. Daba has not cried. Yet Daba has soiled himself that a warm stream has fallen onto Wu Jinzhong's hand, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Upon realizing what it was, Wu Jinzhong nearly jumped up. Old Su. Old Su. Wu Jinzhong fought the impulse to discard Daba, beads of sweat forming on his anxious face. He had hardly taken care of babies before this moment. He felt as though the world was spinning. Daba has soiled himself. Quick, come help. Simultaneously, Lili also shouted. Sambao has wet himself. Old Su. Su Jiangwo attempted to set Long down. However, The not-yet-half-year-old Long Long is still too small and cannot stand on his own. Joe hurriedly rushed to Daba's side, his hands free yet occupied. He anxiously said, "Wu go. Wu go. You go change Daba's diaper. Wipe him. Wipe him. The wipes are over there. And you go. You go too to go find 2 pairs of little pants to change them into as Su Jingwo directed." He was in a state of utter disarray. Wu Jinzhong and Li anxiously responded, all right, we're going right now, but how do we wipe? Where are the little pants?" The two were on the verge of madness. Li Dong also cried out. "Sibao has been fussing nonstop. What should we do, Uncle Su?" Upon seeing Bao crying, old Li's heart nearly shattered. "Stop making a fuss. Stop making a fuss. Bao is crying too. Bao, be good. Don't cry. Grandpa Li is holding you." The more he coaxed, the more fiercely Bao wept that Wu Jinzhong had finally obtained the wipes. With trembling hands, he placed Daba on his lap. Daba's cries grew louder. He feared he had hurt Daba, which only heightened his anxiety. He fumbled to remove Daba's diaper. Just as he was about to toss it aside, his hand trembled, and it landed on himself. Su Jingwo to everyone that Wu Jinzhong was nearly driven to madness. This, Daba continues to cry. Wu Jinzhong found himself at a loss. The scene with Sambao was equally chaotic. Su Jingwo recalled a moment from his time in Ningzhou when he had failed to manage a baby alone. Now 5 people were equally inept at caring for a baby. This Su Jingwo hurriedly called out for Fong Ruolin. That'd be why the time Fong Ruolin emerged, the scene had devolved into complete chaos. She assessed the situation and anxiously remarked, "Are the babies hungry? I'll prepare the formula. Jingwo, you find some clothes for the babies." The scene instantly descended into utter pandemonium. The 6 of them, huddled together, could not regain control of the situation. Then, perhaps overwhelmed by the cacophony of crying, Long Long also began to wail that Su Jingwo was on the verge of insanity. Forget it, I'll call Suchen. You all are truly incompetent in such circumstances. Only my son can manage things." After receiving the call, Suchen rushed back with Wen-Chi in a flurry. Upon seeing the state of the living room, the two were left in a state of bemused disbelief. Chapter 121. 5 people are no match for one. Suchen. Wu Jinzhong was covered in the mess Daba had made. Daba was set aside, sobbing uncontrollably. Wu Jinzhong paced anxiously. "Where are the wipes? Where are they? Old Su, help. Hurry or Daba will become a stinky baby." Bao clung tightly to old Li, large tears streaming down his face. Old Li, frantic to comfort him, exclaimed, "Be good, Bao." Holding Sambao, Li was more anxious than Sambao himself. His clothes were already soaked, yet he continued to desperately soothe Sambao. Sambao, don't cry. What to do? Sibao's voice was the loudest. Li Dong was at a loss, and upon spotting Suchen, he scurried over, explaining, "I hardly did anything to Sibao. Truly, I don't know why Sibao is crying so fiercely." His survival instinct was in full swing. Su Jingwo darted around the living room, directing this and that, his brow furrowed. "Sigh, when will this scoundrel Suchen return? The house is about to turn upside down." Fong Run anxiously prepared the formula in the kitchen. However, the more hurried she became, the worse she managed it. Upon seeing Suchen, Fong Run cried out, "Xiaochen, come help." Suchen surveyed the battlefield, nearly bursting into laughter. How could such adorable babies turn into little troublemakers in their care? Just as he was about to assist, suddenly, ding! A new task has been detected. Please, host, restore order to the chaotic scene before you and care for the babies. Upon completion, you will receive a reward. Tea-making skills. Suchen was momentarily taken aback. Tea-making skills. Am I to learn how to make tea myself? Yes, host, it can be used in conjunction with tea gardens and tea seeds. When paired with peach leaf and spring purple clay teapots, the effect is even better. Suchen chuckled silently. The recent reward from the system had all revolved around tea. It seemed he ought to delve into the tea industry. He remembered the tea garden not far from Ning City. After the holidays, he should pay a visit. But now was not the time for such thoughts. That he must first complete the task. When Chi, witnessing the scene, was equally stunned. When she and Aunt Li had cared for the babies, such chaos had never ensued. When Suchen had cared for the babies alone, there had been no such turmoil. How could it be that with 4 or 5 people caring for them, matters had only worsened? Without hesitation, she walked towards the kitchen, saying, "I'll prepare the formula. You take care of the babies." "All right." With clear division of labor, Suchen swiftly joined the fray. Upon seeing Suchen, the others felt as though they had spotted a savior. "Su Jinglo, you scoundrel, finally back." "Wu Jianzhong, Xiaochen, what do we do?" "Li Li, Sanbao has wet himself." "How do we change the diaper?" "Old Li, Bao is crying because of you lot. Are you not ashamed?" The others rolled their eyes at old Li Dong anxiously approached. "Suchen, look at Sibao." The group was in a frenzy, the baby's cries merging into a cacophony that made the living room resemble a marketplace. Suchen raised his hand. "Don't panic, one at a time." While speaking, Suchen casually pulled out a tissue from his pocket and took Daba into his arms. "Wu uncle, you should go wash up quickly." Daba, who had been crying vigorously, suddenly found himself enveloped in a warm and familiar embrace. This embrace was immensely comforting. Daba opened his tightly shut eyes and glanced at Suchen. Upon seeing Suchen, he ceased his cries, sniffling as he looked at Suchen, seemingly expressing his dissatisfaction. While wiping Daba, Suchen chuckled. "Daba, this is the second time you've made such a mess. Aren't you embarrassed?" Upon hearing this, Daba nearly began to cry again. Suchen gently wiped Daba's little bottom and earnestly said, "Don't cry. Tonight, Daddy will give you a bath." The mention of a bath made Daba immediately stop crying for Bao. Upon seeing Suchen tending to Daba, her eyes darted toward him, indicating her desire to approach. Oldly carried Bao over. Suchen gently pinched Bao's little nose. "What's wrong? Has little Bao turned into a little crybaby?" Bao looked utterly aggrieved and "No, I'm just a bit hungry fortunately." Upon getting closer to Suchen, Bao also ceased her weeping. Suchen then glanced at Sanbao, finally addressing Su Jingwo. "Dad, Sanbao's pants are in the suitcase I brought back. Could you fetch them?" Upon hearing this, Su Jingwo headed to the room. Suchen then turned to Li Dong. "Dong Ge, bring Sibao over to Li Dong handed Sibao over. Suchen cradled Sibao with one arm, allowing him to rest comfortably in his embrace, while skillfully changing Daba's diaper with the other hand. Upon feeling the familiar embrace, Sibao stopped crying, opened her eyes, and looked at Suchen. After confirming she hadn't misidentified him, little Sibao pouted, on the verge of tears again. Suchen chuckled. "Little Sibao, are you hungry?" Hitting the nail on the head, Sibao, who had begun to comprehend words, nodded. Sibao was very hungry. Sibao felt as though she might faint from hunger, but they wouldn't feed Sibao. The more little Sibao thought about it, the more sorrowful she became, tears streaming down her cheeks, that Suchen's heart ached for her. "Don't cry, don't cry. Mommy will come soon to feed little Sibao. Mommy went to prepare milk for your brothers and sisters." Sibao gazed at Suchen in confusion, seemingly pondering the meaning behind his words. After a moment, she obediently stopped her tears. That Li Dong was astonished. "What just happened?" No matter how I tried to soothe her, she wouldn't stop. "How is it that she stops crying as soon as you speak?" "Xiaochen, do you have some secret technique?" Wu Jianzhong, Li Li, and Old Li also gathered around, eager to learn. Suchen shook his head. "There is no experience to speak of. I merely know that they need their milk at 9 o'clock. The four little ones are all quite similar. Furthermore, when the eldest furrows his brow, it certainly means he needs to relieve himself. The third one tends to fidget restlessly when he needs to urinate. The second child is rather more tender-hearted. He typically doesn't cry unless he is extremely hungry. As for the fourth one, well, he lacks any distinctive traits, but he certainly enjoys causing a ruckus." Upon hearing this, the others were taken aback. Truly, he is a father who knows his children well. Alas, we four have wasted so many years. This simply won't do. We must learn. How else can we engage joyfully with these four little ones in the future? Resolutely, they decided that they must learn to care for the four babies. Chapter 122. Have you no shame? In the kitchen, Fong Rulin's hands trembled. She had never cared for so many babies at once, feeling anxious and overwhelmed. Upon entering, when Chi-Chi smiled and said, "Annie, let me handle this." Fong Rulin handed the formula to Wen-Chi-Chi. Observing her skillful preparation of the milk, Fong Rulin felt a pang of emotion. "Chi-Chi, you've endured so much." According to Su Chun, he had only been acquainted with the babies for a month. Yet when Chi-Chi had been pregnant for 9 months, given birth alone, and now was responsible for caring for 4 infants, Fong Rulin occasionally browsed the internet and often came across news of postpartum depression. She thought to herself, if it were her with so many babies around, she would have surely lost her mind by now. However, this frail daughter-in-law bore it all with remarkable strength. Fong Ruolin silently resolved to treat Wen Chi with even more kindness. Wen Chi continued her work without pause, swiftly preparing 3 bottles of formula. She handed the bottles to Fong Ruolin, saying, "It's all right, Annie, I am their mother. This is what I ought to do, a mother's resolve." From the moment she decided to bring them into the world, Wen Chi had made all necessary preparations. Even if it meant enduring hardship, she was determined to raise them well. However, after meeting Chen, everything seemed somewhat less daunting. "Shall we go out to feed the babies?" "Oh yes, let us go." Fong Ruolin was moved by Wen Chi demeanor. She wiped her moist eyes and walked outside. Upon seeing that Chen had the situation in the living room well under control, she let out a long sigh of relief. She had been quite worried when the babies cried earlier. Stealing a glance at her son, who was handling everything with ease, she felt a rush of pride. Her son had truly grown up. He could take care of his wife and the 4 babies. All she could do was to ensure her son had no worries and could live well. Before long, Su Jiangwo emerged with the baby's clothes that Su Chen took the clothes, intending to change the 3rd baby, but the eldest was still in his arms that he planned to place the eldest into the stroller. Seeing this, Fong Ruolin extended her hands. "Let me hold him." Su Chen smiled and passed the baby to her. Soon, he had changed the 3rd baby's clothes and dressed the eldest as well. All 3 babies were fed and sat happily in their high chairs, contentedly smacking their lips, as if the earlier chaos had never occurred to Wu Jianzhong, Li Dong, and Old Li sat by, feeling utterly drained. For the first time in their lives, they felt somewhat out of their depth. Yet, witnessing the babies' satisfied expressions brought them immense joy. Looking at Su Chen, they suddenly felt a twinge of envy. Wu Jianzhong remarked, "Old Su, your son is truly remarkable." Li added, "I wish I could have a son as wonderful as yours." After saying this, he stole a glance at Li Dong. Li Dong. Old Li chimed in, "Old Su, how many good deeds did you perform in your past life to be blessed with such a fine son and these lovely grandchildren?" Su Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Su Jiangwo burst into laughter. "You folks have no idea. I must have saved the galaxy, unlike you, who spend your days indulging in food and drink." The others rolled their eyes, choosing not to respond to Su Jiangwo. It was nearly 10 o'clock. Once the babies finished their milk, they fell asleep. When Chi placed the 4th baby in the crib, the 4 little ones lay in a row, sleeping soundly. The onlookers stood by the bed, reluctant to leave. Su Jiangwo finally managed to usher the older gentleman out of the room. He glanced at the clock, puzzled. "What is going on with you all? It's 10 o'clock. Aren't you going to bed?" "Wu Ge, I recall that your wife doesn't allow you to stay out too late. Is it not true that you need to sleep by 10? Wu Jianzhong replied nonchalantly, "Oh, I told your sister-in-law that old Su insisted I stay over. So, I want to be going home." Su Jiangwo. "Did he actually say that? Is he utterly shameless? It's clear he can't bear to part with the babies." He then turned to Li. "And you, Li Ge, Dongzi finally has a break. Aren't you taking him home to see the family?" Li replied, "See what? It's not like they haven't seen him before at my age. Still without a girlfriend, it would be embarrassing to bring him out. I'm staying here. I don't want to lose face at Li Dong. Has he become a shield now?" Su Jiangwo cast a sympathetic glance at Li Dong. Turning to Old Li, he noticed Long Long had already fallen asleep in his arms. Old Li sat still. "Oh, Long Long is sleeping. It's chilly at night. What if he catches a cold on the way home?" "I am not leaving either." Su Jiangwo. He stared at the group, exasperated. "Do you all have no shame? Are you planning to squat at my house? Listen, even if you don't leave, the babies want to be yours. My advice is to hurry back to your own homes and not waste time here." Wu Jianzhong stood up. "Old Su, just look at what you're saying. How could we be those kinds of people? We haven't gathered for ages. This is a wonderful opportunity. Wouldn't you agree?" Li quickly chimed in, Yes. Ruolin, let us get things ready for the room." Old Li, having forgotten Su Jiangwo's earlier irritation, resumed their usual banter. As if I do want to stay at your place. If it weren't for Long Long being asleep, I would have left immediately." After saying this, he proudly followed behind Wu Jianzhong. "Su Jiangwo, that you did each and every one of you, Ruolin. Just ignore them. Let them fend for themselves." Fong Ruolin laughed, and Su Chen joined in. His father truly cared most about these brothers, though they often teased each other. Their bond was genuinely strong. Su Chen shook his head. "Dad, it's all right. Let them stay. It's no problem." Su Jiangwo was about to explode. "You all can decide for yourselves." Chapter 123. a mother-esque love. Deep and profound as they reached the doorway of the bedroom, Su Jinwo turned back with a fierce look. Xiao Chun, the mosquito repellent is under the coffee table. Don't let the mosquitoes bite the babies. As for those lot, don't mind them. Su Chun shook his head. Alas, wasn't he just trying to remind the three uncles about the mosquito repellent? Fong Rulin immediately understood Su Jingwo's intent and smiled. Come on Wu Ge Li Ge Dongzi, you all stay downstairs. There are 3 rooms available on the lower floor. Old Li, you take Long Long to that room. The others agreed. After distributing the rooms, Fong Rulin paused as Chen realized the dilemma. Mom, where will I sleep? This question left Fong Rulin momentarily speechless. There were only 3 rooms upstairs. She and Su Jingwo occupied one, that Old Li and Long Long had another. The last room was for the 4 babies. At most, when Chi-Chi could share that room, but if Su Chen joined it, there simply wouldn't be enough space for everyone. That Su Chen felt conflicted that he wanted to be with Chi-Chi, but it was uncertain whether she would allow him to sleep there. Even if she did, there simply wouldn't be room. Just then, Old Li, who was about to enter, pointed at the sofa. Isn't there a sofa? Xiao Chun, you're young. Sleeping on the sofa is perfectly fine. It builds character, my foot. Su Chen sighed inwardly. Meanwhile, Fong Rulin felt a wave of joy. Yes, Xiao Chun, you can sleep on the sofa. Before Su Chen could voice his thoughts, Fong Rulin pulled one Chi-Chi. Come on, Chi-Chi, don't worry about Xiao Chun. He'll be just fine. Su Chen. That he is now at home, reduced to a state where mere survival suffices. It tugs at the heartstrings. Yet, there is a sweetness to it. Especially when witnessing the close bond between Fong Rulin and when Chi-Chi. He had always presumed that the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship was irreconcilable. At one point, he even pondered how to navigate potential conflicts between his future wife and mother. However, it appears there is no cause for concern at all. When Chi-Chi and Fong Rulin entered the bedroom, and as she closed the door, she cast a glance at Su Chen and smiled. This family is truly heartwarming. She adores it, and no wonder Su Chen possesses such a pleasant demeanor. As night fell, everyone had turned in for the evening. Su Chen lay quietly on the sofa, conversing with the system in his mind. System, present. What about the reward? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill of tea making. With this skill, you may process tea leaves independently. Of course, if the materials are of excellent quality, you might even produce exquisite tea. Please consider accordingly. Su Chen pondered for a moment and inquired, if that is the case, combined with the premium Longjing seeds you provided, wouldn't it be possible to create top-tier Longjing tea? Theoretically, yes. Then can tea be cultivated in the spiritual spring space? Theoretically, that is feasible. I understand. Su Chen surmised that the system provided him land to prevent its discovery, as there exists no place where vegetables and tea could grow instantaneously. The greenhouses outside Ningzhou City can only meet temporary demands. In the future, with more tangible land, he could cultivate in reality, eliminating these concerns. With these thoughts in mind, Su Chen declared, since it is possible, let us give it a try. Conveniently, he had tea utensils at hand. Su Chen swiftly entered the system that he did not plant all the tea seeds but rather a modest amount. After watering with the spiritual spring water, the tea trees rapidly flourished. Remarkably, the leaves that emerged were predominantly tender and of exceptional quality. There was no need for selection. They could be used directly for making tea. Filled with joy, Su Chen plucked the leaves. Beside the spiritual spring, a tea-making room appeared automatically. Without hesitation, Su Chen stepped inside. Thanks to the system's augmentation, the harvested tea leaves underwent a drying process automatically. Once inside the tea-making room, he began to knead the leaves. After kneading, he proceeded to roast them. His movements were remarkably adept. As if his body retained a memory. Approximately an hour later, the tea was fully processed. Su Chen brought the leaves to his nose and inhaled deeply. The fragrance was delightful. This tea was, without a doubt, authentic Longjing and could be considered exquisite. He quickly exited the system, boiled water in the kitchen, and opened the Zisha teapot on the coffee table. Unaware of the correct tea brewing technique, he placed the leaves inside and poured water directly. Soon, the aroma of tea filled the entire living room. Su Chen poured himself a cup and savored it gently. The fragrance was subtle, yet lingering, that he couldn't help but exclaim, "What a fine tea." After enjoying several cups, it was already the early hours of the morning that Su Chen collapsed and fell into a deep slumber. In the middle of the night, he vaguely sensed someone standing beside him. With his eyes barely open, he caught sight of Fong Ruolan holding a blanket at his side. Besu Chun hastily closed his eyes again. Today, his mother had favored Wen Chi throughout the day, leading him to believe that Fong Ruolan had forgotten about him as her son now that she had a daughter-in-law. However, it seemed that was not the case. Fong Ruolan gazed at the peacefully sleeping Su Chun and sighed softly. The night was cool. She remembered how Su Chun would always forget to cover himself with a blanket as a child, requiring her to rise several times in the night to tuck him in. With this thought, sleep eluded her. Ultimately, she got up and fetched a blanket, as expected. Even though he was now a father, Su Chun had not changed in this regard. Fong Ruolan sighed and draped the blanket over him. Su Chun did not open his eyes, but instinctively turned over to AT that moment. The blanket slipped off that Su Chun could not help but curse under his breath, thinking, "This turn, mother will scold me again." He dared not move, pretending to be asleep. Yet, to his surprise, the expected scolding did not come. Instead, he heard Fong Ruolan sigh again, followed by her coming to his side to retrieve the blanket from the floor. As she covered him once more, she even carefully tucked in the corners of the blanket. After doing all this, Fong Ruolan reached out her hand and gently patted Su Chun, soothing him to sleep as she had done in his childhood. In that moment, Su Chun felt that with his mother beside him, he could still be a child. Fong Ruolan patted for a while, realizing that Su Chun would no longer toss off the blanket. Before finally rising and returning to her room, in the early hours of the morning, Su Chun slept soundly. The next day, as dawn broke, Fong Ruolan rose to prepare breakfast. Su Jingguo also stretched and got up. Su Chun, still asleep on the sofa, noticed the teapot on the coffee table and paused. What is this boy doing? Drinking tea in the middle of the night with antiques. Chapter 124. Activate new task as Su Jingguo spoke. He walked over and casually picked up a teacup. Just then, he realized he was parched. The weather in November was still bearable. He took a sip, and upon tasting the tea, he was astonished. This flavor. The tea was rich and fragrant, complemented by a subtle orchid aroma, sweet and light on the palate, leaving a lasting aftertaste. Unable to resist, he poured himself another cup. Even after finishing it, he still craved more. So he poured a third cup to be by the time he reached the fifth cup. He discovered the teapot was empty, and a sense of disappointment washed over him he must brew another pot. Su Jingguo dashed to the kitchen to boil water. Fong Ruolan, taken aback, asked, "What are you doing?" "Drinking tea." "Are you that thirsty?" "Not exactly thirsty, but I just want to drink it." Su Jingguo nodded. The water boiled quickly, and he soon finished it again. He wanted a third pot, but it was simply too much. Unable to hold it in any longer, he rushed to the restroom. When Su Chun woke up, he noticed the coffee table had been disturbed, but thought nothing of it. The babies were awake, and he hurried to assist Wen Chi in dressing them and changing their diapers. Wu Jianzhong and Lili got up late. As they headed upstairs, Wu Jianzhong immediately spotted the teapot and tea leaves he was taken aback. Strange, why is old Su so eager to drink tea so early in the morning? He walked over, picked up the tea leaves, and inhaled the fragrance. Just then, he saw Su Jingguo come out and said, "Old Su, is this your tea?" "No," Su Jingguo shook his head. The group looked at one another in confusion. Hearing their conversation, Su Chun had no choice but to admit, "I brought it back from the city." Wu Jianzhong nodded. "I see that tea smells quite good, Xiao Chen. How much did this tea cost?" "Sell me some. A friend of mine is coming over in a few days, and he loves tea. I want to treat him." Su Chun smiled. "Uncle Wu, please feel free to take some. There's no need to be polite." Hearing this, Wu Jianzhong was delighted. "Then I shall take some." After breakfast, Su Chen's phone rang. Upon answering, an excited voice came through. "Su Chen, I heard you were back. Wang Zan." Su Chen responded with surprise. Yes, it's me. How's it going, brother? How's university life?" Wang Zan was also Su Chen's elementary school classmate and the cousin of Wang Qian. They had a good relationship in elementary school, but after Wang Zan did not attend university, their contact dwindled. It was obvious that Wang Qian had informed him of Su Chen's return. Su Chen nodded. "It's going well." Wang Zan continued excitedly. "Haha, actually, I called to tell you that I have a girlfriend now. And we're getting married in a few days, and I want to gather the brothers for a bit of fun before the wedding. Let's go together. You might just find a girlfriend this year." Wang Zan was increasingly cheerful that he had heard from Wang Qian about Su Chen's return, but did not know he had a girlfriend. So he was particularly thrilled to call. Su Chen chuckled. "I think I'll pass. I still need to take care of the children and Chi. Wang Zan exclaimed. How can that be? We just need you. Have you forgotten our childhood days fishing together? I recently discovered a fishing paradise. Just the thing. All our friends love fishing. Let's go. Fishing. Chen frowned. Could it be that the system's provision of a fishing rod was for this purpose? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have activated a new task. Please join your friends for fishing. Upon completion, you will receive a car. What on earth? A car. Chen fell silent. That Su Jing would just happen to be without a car and had to take a bus to the city. He had been considering buying him a car, and this was just perfect. On the other end of the line, Wang Zan, hearing no response from Chen, continued to urge Chen, Brother Chen, all right, I'll go. Great. I'll inform the others. And we'll meet at the roadside on the west side of the town at 10 o'clock. Wang Zan hung up happily at that moment. Wang Qian deliberately walked over, asking, so, are you going? Of course, Brother Chen played with us so well when we were young. So naturally, he should come. Wang Qian, you seem quite interested in Chen, don't you? Wang Qian awkwardly took a step back. What are you talking about? I merely happened to have encountered him in Ningzhou. Are you not on good terms with Chen? You got married without informing your good brothers? Wang Zan nodded. That makes sense. After Wang Qian finished speaking, she left without looking back. However, as she turned around, a smile graced her lips. Upon returning home yesterday, the more she pondered, the angrier she became. She had initially thought that having a boyfriend would spare her from being fed dog food when encountering Chen again. To her surprise, her boyfriend was also afraid of mice, which ultimately led her to accompany Chen and his friends back. She had consumed a hearty amount of dog food. After a night of contemplation, Wang Qian decided to inform her cousin Wang Zan about Chen's return. This dog food could not be consumed alone. Their former classmates were still unaware that Chen had a wife and children. It would be amusing for them to experience the torment as well. Wang Qian eagerly anticipated witnessing their dismayed expressions to the Su residents. After Chen finished his phone call, he intended to discuss plans with Wen Chi, hoping to take her and the babies fishing. However, as he entered the kitchen, he overheard Fang Ruolan saying, Xiao Chun, Chi and I plan to go shopping and we'll take the babies along. So you're on your own today? Chen was taken aback. What is going on? He glanced at Wen Chi, who smiled and said, Annie wants to take me and the babies out for a stroll. You probably don't enjoy shopping. This was not about whether he liked shopping or not. It was evident that they were trying to ditch him. Chen silently mourned for himself for 2 minutes. Finally, he replied, all right, I'm heading out to fish with my friends. When Chi curiously asked, you can fish? Fang Ruolan burst into laughter. Xiaoqing used to go to the river to catch fish with his dubious friends all the time when he was little. He always ended up soaked. And guess what? The fish were so small that it wasn't worth lighting a fire. When Chi couldn't help but laughed at Chen, feeling helpless, declared Mom, today I will catch a big fish. We'll have fish head soup for dinner. Fang Ruolan rolled her eyes at him. All right, just get going. After Chen went downstairs, he retrieved his fishing rod from the trunk. That it was no different from the usual ones he used, except it appeared to be of slightly better quality. Once he had it in hand, he proceeded to the designated meeting spot at the west end of the town. Wang Zan and the others had yet to arrive. Chen contemplated for a moment, then took out his phone and transferred 10,000 yuan to Wen Chi via WeChat. Chapter 125. Perhaps I should introduce a girlfriend to Chen. Chen recalled that the last time he transferred money to her bank account, there had been no response, nor had she questioned him about it. This indicated that his silly wife had not yet discovered the funds. Shopping inevitably required money. After the transfer, Chen slipped his phone into his pocket, awaiting Wang Zan and the others' arrival. Before long, Wang Zan and 4 or 5 friends arrived in 2 cars. Spotting Chen, Wang Zan leaned out of the window. Chengge, hop in. Once inside the car, Chen recognized several familiar faces. Zhang Yuan, Xie Yin Tian, Lu Fei, and Chang Yi. They were all classmates from elementary school. Aside from Wang Zan, they were all attending university in different cities. To his surprise, they had all returned for the holiday. After exchanging warm greetings, their gazes fell upon the fishing rod in Chen's hand. Chen. What brand is this fishing rod? I've never seen it before. They had all developed a keen interest in fishing over the years, often gathering with friends on weekends to fish, so they were quite knowledgeable about fishing rods. Although Chen's rod appeared to be of good quality, it was not any brand they recognized, but he had not anticipated that the fishing rod provided by the system would be so unique. He replied, I just bought it casually by the roadside. Casually bought it, you say? Xie Tian examined it closely, then remarked, Chen, Fishing requires finesse that if you choose the wrong rod, it can significantly affect your performance. You might end up catching nothing, Chen was taken aback. Really? I had no idea. Wang Zan was equally bewildered. Chen, have you never been fishing? Nope. Chen shook his head. During his year in university, aside from attending classes, he had spent all his time lounging in the dorm playing games with Li Wenhao, engaging in virtually no outdoor activities. Li Wenhao would say, if you have the energy to go out, you might as well play a few more rounds of games. The others in the dorm wholeheartedly agreed. Upon hearing Chen's words, Wang Zan and the others exchanged glances in disbelief. Fishing had become their favorite outdoor pastime. They couldn't believe Chen had never gone. Xie Tian chimed in anxiously. Then you must be unfamiliar with fishing, right? Yeah, Chen nodded again. Xie Tian pondered for a moment and said, since it's your first time fishing, how about you use my rod? I just spent a fortune on a new one yesterday, and I've been studying it for half a year. If you use it, you'll definitely come back with a bounty today. No need to thank me. We're all brothers. It's only right. After saying this, Xie Tian patted Chen on the shoulder. In Xie Tian's eyes. This was Chen's first fishing experience, that if he failed to catch anything, it would surely dampen his spirits. They had all felt the same way during their first time, especially when they saw others reeling in large fish. It was disheartening. They hadn't seen Chen in ages, and as brothers, they couldn't bear to see him upset. Chen chuckled softly at the suggestion. No need. I can manage with my own. Wang Zan and the others were astonished. Chen Gu, Xie Tian's fishing rod is amazing. Are you sure you don't want to take a look before deciding? Yeah, I've told him several times. And he won't even let me glance at it. What a pity. Poor dog can't afford something so nice. That rod costs several thousand. Yin Tian, since Chen doesn't want it, can I borrow it? Lu Fei chimed in, addressing Xie Tian. Xie Tian slapped Lu Fei's shoulder. Don't think I don't know you've secretly made your own fishing rod. Use your own. I offered it to Chen because he doesn't have a good rod. And it's his first time fishing. The others echoed. That's true. Chen Gu, you should consider it. Chen still shook his head, but he was counting on completing the task to return and claim a car. Whether or not he caught any fish was, to him, inconsequential. Seeing Chen so obstinate, they decided not to press the matter further. All right then, Chen Gu, if we catch a lot tonight, just take some of ours. Take as much as you want. What's mine is yours. Chen felt warmth in his heart. All right, at the same time, Fong Ruolan and when Chi pushed 4 babies out the door. Along the way, when Chi heard her phone ring, she opened it to see the money Chen had sent, along with his message. Chi, spend freely. If it's not enough, I'll send you more. When Chi smiled warmly. All the while, the babies were gazing about, evoking envy from passers-by. The Su family was not far from the town's shopping mall, and soon, they arrived. Fong Ruolan was lost in thought as she browsed baby clothes. The eldest baby had just soiled his diaper. When Chi informed Fong Ruolan and took the babies to the entrance to clean him up, Fong Ruolan continued to browse. She suddenly overheard a conversation nearby. Did you see those quadruplets at the entrance? They're so adorable. I wish I could have such cute little grandchildren. When Fong Ruolan looked up, she recognized 2 familiar faces, Wang Xiuzhen and Zheng Huimin. They had not anticipated encountering Fong Ruolan today. Wang Xiuzhen quickly approached, saying, Ruolan, you're here too. What are you looking at? This place sells baby clothes. Isn't your Chen still in school? Isn't this a bit premature? Both women were from the same village as Fong Ruolan and lived in the town. Having been busy these past few days, they were unaware that the quadruplets belonged to Chen. In Wang Xiuzhen's mind, Chen was still a university student. Fong Ruolan shook her head. My Xiao Chen. Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Xiuzhen continued, how about this? Xiao Chen is not a child anymore. What if I introduce him to a girlfriend? I'll look around for a suitable match in the next few days and let you know. You must bring Xiao Chen to meet her. I'll tell you, nowadays, kids don't like blind dates, so you'll have to do some persuasion. Otherwise, when will you be able to hold a grandchild? Fong Ruolan shook her head about to speak. But Wang Xiuzhen patted her hand. All right, it's settled then. I have to run. I'll bring a girl to your house tomorrow. Saying this, Wang Xiuzhen turned to leave, as she passed by when Chi. She playfully pinched the baby's cheeks, filled with envy. Fong Ruolan shook her head helplessly. Zheng Huimin, who worked in the mall, remarked, Ruolan, don't take it to heart. Xiuzhen is just enthusiastic. Not at all. Fong Ruolan replied that in the past, she would have actively arranged blind dates for Chen. But now, things were different. She not only had a daughter-in-law, but also 4 little grandchildren. Our Xiao Chen is quite remarkable, Fong Ruolan proudly exclaimed. Zheng Huimin inquired curiously. Oh really? Indeed. You have no idea. Our Xiao Chen not only. Chapter 126. Buying clothes for the future mother-in-law. Fong Ruolan opened her mouth to boast about Su Chen. She couldn't overly display her pride in front of him, fearing it might make him conceited. But in front of others, Su Chen was her pride. However, she had not finished her sentence upon hearing Zheng Huimin's words. Ah, customers have arrived at my shop. Wow, aren't those quadruplets? Just a moment, let me attend to them. Fong Ruolan turned her head. Moments later, she spotted Wen Qiqi. After tidying up the Bao, Wen Qiqi had initially intended to return to the mall to find Fong Ruolan. As she walked, she suddenly noticed a shop not far ahead, filled with clothing for middle-aged and elderly individuals, yet it appeared quite exquisite. Among the garments, one particular Chinese qipao caught her eye, a watercolor hue adorned with delicate floral patterns. Exuding an air of elegance and nobility, Wen Qiqi mused, surely, this attire would look splendid on Su Chen's mother. Unconsciously, she pushed the babies into the shop. The store was devoid of customers, and after pondering for a moment, Wen Qiqi took down the qipao and held it against herself, while her 4 little ones gazed at her with puzzled expressions, wondering what their mother was up to. After assessing the dress, Wen Qiqi smiled and asked, babies, do you think it looks nice? At her laughter, the triplet clapped first, exclaiming, so beautiful, mommy. You look stunning in anything. The other little ones joined in, twirling around joyfully. When Zheng Huimin entered, she was met with this delightful scene and felt an instant pang of envy. Little girl, your babies are so adorable. They truly are enthusiastic supporters. Indeed, Wen Qiqi chuckled in response. She then handed the dress to Zheng Huimin. Inquiring, boss, what is the price of this garment? Zheng Huimin, upon seeing the dress, enthusiastically praised, your taste is impeccable, young lady. This is the finest piece in our shop. However, she hesitated, glancing at Wen Qiqi, remembering that she had seen Wen Qiqi holding the dress against herself upon entering. She cautiously remarked, my dear, the clothing in my store is intended for those over 40, that although it suits you well, it somehow feels lacking. After saying this, Zheng Huimin noticed Wen Qiqi still clinging to the dress. With a gentle reminder, she added, it's not that I'm unwilling to sell it to you. I just believe you would look even more stunning in fashion from the next store. Hearing Zheng Huimin's words, Wen Qiqi chuckled once more. No, I'm purchasing it for myself. How should she refer to Su Chen's mother? Never mind. She decided to go for it. Otherwise, it would be too complicated. I am buying it for my future mother-in-law. Zheng Huimin was momentarily taken aback, and then burst into laughter. That explains it. At your age, I wondered why you were in my shop. How fortunate your future mother-in-law is. Having run her shop for so many years, Zheng Huimin rarely encountered daughters-in-law purchasing clothes for their mothers-in-law. Typically, it was the latter who shopped for themselves. However, when women reach that age, they often hesitate to spend money. Thus, expensive garments rarely sold. When Qiqi nodded, how much is it? Zheng Huimin replied, the original price is 1,000. Let us make it 800 for you. After saying this, she noticed Wen Qiqi's momentary shock. Doubts crept in her mind. Was the price too steep? Alas, it was a rare occasion to meet a girl willing to buy clothes for her mother-in-law, only for her to be frugal as well. Yet, those little ones were utterly delightful. Considering how adorable they were, Zheng Huimin resolved to further reduce the price. However, before she could speak, Wen Qiqi interjected, I'm unsure if it will fit her well. How about this, boss? Please wait a moment while I fetch her to try it on. If it suits her, I'll purchase it right away. Oh, by the way, my future mother-in-law will surely try to pay. Please don't accept her money. I'll give you the payment now. And if it doesn't fit later, you can refund me. Zheng Huimin was astounded. This young lady was concerned that her mother-in-law might not find it fitting, and she intended to pay up front. What a remarkably considerate daughter-in-law. Who was the lucky one to have her? Zheng Huimin nodded. All right, go ahead and bring her to try it on. You needn't pay me up front. Don't worry, I want to take her money. That works. When Qiqi agreed, just as she was about to turn and call for someone to that moment, Zheng Huimin spotted Fong Ruolan approaching the store entrance. She cheerfully called out, Ruolan, you're here? Come, see this. This young lady is buying clothes for her future mother-in-law. How enviable. And look at her lovely babies. Oh, I wish Su Chen would hurry up and find someone. Before she could finish her sentence, the babies in their high chairs waved excitedly at her. Zheng Huimin paused in surprise. What this? Rulin, it seems the babies really like you. Fong Rulin nodded yes indeed. She then bent down and picked up Debeo, who promptly gave her a kiss. Zheng Huimin's eyes widened in astonishment. I too would like a kiss. However, just as she intended to embrace the baby, she felt a distinct sense of distance. Although the little ones weren't crying, they didn't seem as cheerful. Jealousy, envy. Zheng Huimin was about to say something when, suddenly, her eyes widened again. Rulin, doesn't this baby resemble you a bit? Fong Rulin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Of course, this is my eldest grandson. ISNT at Chi-Chi when Chi-Chi, who had been holding the dress, was nearly beside herself with laughter as she took Debeo back. She said, Annie, I was just about to call you. I think this dress would suit you quite well. Please give it a try. Zheng Huimin was flabbergasted. You all, Rulin, you this young lady. Zheng Huimin stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. To be precise, she was at a loss for words to describe her emotions. Just moments ago, Wang Xiuzhen and another friend had been contemplating how to arrange a match for Su Chen. And now, it was clear, Fong Rulin had only one son, and if these little ones were her grandchildren, it could only mean one thing. This young lady was Su Chen's wife. Even more enviable was the fact that such a beautiful daughter-in-law was buying clothes for Fong Rulin. Was it typically the other way around? Zheng Huimin was overwhelmed with envy. Fong Rulin chuckled. All right, enough with the you and you. Huimin, let me introduce you. This is my daughter-in-law, Chi-Chi. Chapter 127. Happiness is simply that after the introduction, Fong Rulin noticed Zheng Huimin's astonished expression and continued. These four are my little grandsons. And Xiao Xiao, Kong Kong, and Lei Lei so you needn't worry about arranging blind dates for my Su Chen. He doesn't need it. Otherwise, my daughter-in-law might get upset. Zheng Huimin was still trying to process this information when Fong Rulin playfully shook her head and turned to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, I have clothes. You needn't buy me anything. I want to buy clothes for you and the babies. As she spoke, she attempted to set the dress aside. After all, her son and daughter-in-law were raising four little ones. Life must be challenging. How could she allow her daughter-in-law to buy her a dress? Although the garment was indeed stunning, she simply couldn't accept it. When Chi-Chi seemed to have anticipated this response, she handed the dress back, saying, Annie, this dress was selected by Su Chen for you. That if I don't complete this task, Su Chen will be upset that he dares. Fong Rulin's face turned serious, yet her heart brimmed with joy. Her son was actually considering buying her a dress. He had truly grown up. When Chi-Chi added, Annie, Su Chen mentioned that you and Uncle have found it challenging at home, having supported him through school all these years with great effort. Now that he has grown up and become a father, he understands the hardships you've endured. He wishes to show his filial piety that if you refuse, Su Chen will surely feel hurt. With her emotional appeal and logical reasoning. When Chi-Chi finally swayed Fong Rulin, who hesitantly asked, really, did he really say that? When Chi-Chi nodded earnestly yes. Well then, I shall try it on. Fong Rulin accepted the dress and nudged the still-stunned Zheng Huimin. Huimin, where's the fitting room? Zheng Huimin finally regained her senses. Oh, over there. Go try it on. Once Fong Rulin entered the fitting room, Zheng Huimin gazed at Wen Chi-Chi with envy. Young lady, your intentions are truly commendable. I too wish for such a kind-hearted daughter-in-law. When Chi-Chi smiled, you will have one. To Zheng Huimin then picked up the now familiar Debeo. Rulin is indeed very fortunate. This dress will surely look lovely on her. I'll give you a discount. Let us say 500. All right. When Chi-Chi nodded, shall I transfer the amount to you now? And Zheng Huimin agreed, although she hesitated to accept Wen Chi-Chi's money. She couldn't disregard the young lady's heartfelt gesture. After the transfer was completed, Fong Rulin emerged from the fitting room. The moment Zheng Huimin laid eyes on her, she was once again moved to tears of envy. Fong Rulin, although nearing 50, looked remarkably youthful and had an excellent figure. Once clad in the qipao, her entire demeanor radiated grace, defying her age. Her hair was elegantly styled in an updo, making her look extraordinarily beautiful. When Chi-Chi couldn't help but exclaim, stunning, absolutely stunning. The little ones clapped joyfully, and simultaneously, passers-by were drawn into the store. Upon seeing Wen Chi-Chi, along with the children and Fong Rulin, their interest was piqued. Boss, do you have more of this outfit? I want to try it on too. I want to buy one as well. Please fetch me a piece. Since Fong Rulin's shop opened, it had never been this bustling. Her smile radiated with delight. That I apologize, everyone, but this is the only piece we have. However, we do offer a variety of other beautiful styles. Feel free to try those on. Alright then, let's find something. Oh, this garment is simply stunning. It exudes elegance. As they spoke, people eagerly joined the ranks to try on clothes. Zheng Huimin felt a surge of joy within. At last, she was basking in this glory. This would surely lead to several pieces sold today. Feng Ruolin, seeing the excitement, also beamed with happiness. After changing in her own outfit, she approached Zheng Huimin and whispered, "Huimin, how much is it? I'll pay for it. No need to charge my daughter-in-law." Zheng Huimin couldn't contain her laughter. "You too, what's the matter? Chi-Chi already paid, so just wear it and stop showing off here." Zheng Huimin said helplessly that if you keep this up, I might just snatch your little grandchildren away. This thought had been brewing in her mind for quite some time. Had it not been for the legality of kidnapping, she would have acted without hesitation. Feng Ruolin glanced at Chi-Chi, then joyfully exclaimed, "All right, I'll take my leave now that you're always welcome to visit my home and play with the little ones." Feng Ruolin was in high spirits today, immensely happy. She pushed her grandchildren around, circling the mall repeatedly. This was undoubtedly the pinnacle of her life. Meanwhile, Su Chen and his companions had arrived at a deep pond. The rivers along the mountainsides were typically not very wide, but this particular pond appeared exceptionally profound due to the lower terrain. The mountains surrounding the pond were lush with greenery, casting a dark green hue upon the water. At a glance, the bottom was completely invisible. Upon stopping the car, Wang Zan and the others joyfully leaped out. "Look, this is the spot. I've heard that we might catch some rare big fish here." "That sounds fantastic. Does this mean we'll have a feast tonight?" "Well, that depends on your luck, that if fortune isn't on your side, you might not even catch a small fish," Wang Zan chuckled. Xie Yuntian scoffed dismissively. "Impossible! With my skills, I will definitely catch something. You amateurs just wait." With that, he was the first to find a spot. Wang Zan, Chang Yi, Zhang Yuan, and Lu Fei each found their own places that Su Chen stood still. Lost in thought that he truly knew nothing about fishing, that he had heard that selecting a good spot was crucial. What if he ended up catching nothing? That would be quite embarrassing. Just then, he heard Wang Zan and the others shouting. "What are you doing? Su Chen, are you fishing? Hurry and find a spot." Su Chen sighed. "Oh well, I'll leave it to fate." He randomly settled on a location. Once he secured his fishing rod, he suddenly realized he seemed to have forgotten something. Xie Yuntian noticed he was stagnant and anxiously called out, "Chen Ge, what are you doing?" Su Chen shrugged. "I don't have any bait." Xie Yuntian, the other three, they rushed over to confirm. And Wang Zan was astonished. "You really don't have any?" "Yeah, you called me this morning, and I didn't have time to prepare, did I in truth?" He had completely forgotten to gather bait. Wang Zan sighed. "Chen Ge, you can use mine. I brought plenty." "Well, mine is fine too. I brought a better quality," Zhang Yuan added. Xie Yuntian, visibly worried, said, "Chen Ge, are you really not considering using my fishing rod?" "I brought two. You can use one." Chapter 128. Chen Ge, if you keep this up, the fish will be scared away. In fact, Xie Yuntian was quite anxious that a person who even forgot bait would likely not catch a single fish. Which would be quite disheartening. Su Chen shook his head. "Just lend me some bait." "All right then," Xie Yuntian replied, handing over a bag of bait. The others returned to their spots, but occasionally glanced over at Su Chen. They murmured among themselves that if Su Chen truly failed to catch anything, they would find a way to assist him. Su Chen placed the bait on his hook and began to fish. Wang Zan and the others were still concerned for him. Xie Yuntian even rushed over, intending to give Su Chen a hands-on lesson. "Chen Ge, you're doing it wrong. You need to be slow and gentle. Otherwise, the fish will be scared away." Just as he finished speaking, Su Chen's fishing rod twitched. "What the heck?" Xie Yuntian exclaimed, astonished at what's happening. Wang Zan, Zhang Yuan, Chang Yi, and Lu Fei quickly gathered around. "Did the rod move?" "Yes." Xie Yuntian looked bewildered. Based on Su Chen's earlier actions, the fish should have been scared off. How could it possibly move? Could it be that a fish is actually on the line? What are we waiting for? "Quickly reel it in," Wang Zan urged. "It might just be a little fish that's extremely hungry and bit the hook." As he spoke, he reached for Su Chen's fishing rod. They were all curious since none of them had caught anything yet. However, when Wang Zan touched the rod, he was once again taken aback. "What the heck?" the others exclaimed. "What now? This rod feels a bit heavy. Could it be a big fish?" Xie Yuntian concluded, "It might be something else that has snagged the rod. Let us reel it up and see." The group agreed that Xie Yuntian's reasoning made sense. Su Chen, too, felt immense curiosity. Could the fishing rod provided by the system truly be this impressive? While pondering, Wang Zan had already pulled the rod up, and the group was dumbfounded. What? Am I seeing this right? Did Su Chen actually catch this fish? This fish must weigh at least 30 pounds. Su Chen was equally astonished. Having grown up in Ningxi town, he had never seen such a large fish in the river before. The fishing rod from the system was indeed extraordinary. It could catch anything. Not bad, Su Chen replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, Xie Yintian and the others leaped up. What do you mean not bad? This is simply amazing. Wang Zan chimed in. Yeah, Chengu, I've lived in Ningxi town for so many years and rarely caught such a large fish. Your luck is incredible, Zhang Yuan added. Exactly, Chengu. This is something to be envied. Chang'e held back the two. All right, let's get back to fishing. Since Chengu can catch fish, it means there are indeed big ones in this pond. Let's see who can catch the most by 5 o'clock. All right, let us go. The group quickly returned to their spots, assuming their positions, and waited silently. However, after half an hour, their fishing rods remained still. Wang Zan fretted. What is going on? Just as he spoke, Su Chen quietly said, Here it comes. What? The fish. As Su Chen spoke, he began to lift the fishing rod. Wang Zan turned just in time to see the fish on Su Chen's hook, and his mouth dropped in astonishment. What the heck? At that moment, Xie Yuntian's rod also moved. He was about to reel in when Wang Zan's exclamation startled him. Wang Zan, are you out of your mind? My fish, that I in the next moment, he too was left speechless. What the heck? Chang'e, Zhang Yuan, and Lu Fei. Now what are you all so excited about? Before they could finish, they were all stunned. Su Chen had pulled up a fish even larger than the one before. Appearing to weigh over 40 pounds, the fish thrashed about. Struggling to return to the water, Su Chen found himself unable to hold it alone. So he called out to Xie Yintian, who was closest. Tiange, come help. Still caught between shock and anger, Xie Yintian finally snapped back to reality, that he rushed to Su Chen's side, and together they lifted the fish. Xie Yintian stared at the fish beside Su Chen, his face a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Chengu, are you using cheats? Su Chen pondered silently that if the system could be considered a cheat, then perhaps it was indeed. Yet, such matters were not something he could share with Xie Yintian. He waved his hand dismissively. Maybe I'm just lucky? Well, that makes sense, considering you have no experience. Xie Yintian found Su Chen's reasoning quite valid. Their failure to catch fish today must indeed be due to bad luck. Yes, that is certainly it. With that in mind, Xie Yintian turned and continued fishing. I must catch a big one too. Wang Zan, Zhang Yuan, and Chang'e were equally resolute. They once again settled in, tense with anticipation. After a while, Wang Zan's fishing rod finally twitched. He jumped up in excitement that as a seasoned fisherman. Witnessing Su Chen's recent catch, Wang Zan was confident that his own catch would not be small either. He exclaimed with glee, Haha, my rod is moving. It's finally moving. Chengu, come help me. It might be a big one. Upon hearing this, several individuals cast envious glances at Wang Zan, whose fishing rod had yet to stir. Su Chen approached, joining Wang Zan in exerting force. The fishing rod swiftly lifted, and soon, everyone was once again astounded. With a laugh, Xie Yintian could not contain himself. There, on Wang Zan's hook, was a fish no larger than a palm, weighing hardly a pound. Wang Zan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. How could this be? Zhang Yuan quipped, Wang Zan, where's the big fish? Chang'e added, you wasted Su Ji's effort for this. Xie Yintian chimed in, oh dear, this little fish is truly pitiful. Wang Zan was infuriated. Just you wait. Su Chen patted Wang Zan on the shoulder, encouraging him, keep going. The group soon resumed fishing. After a while, Wang Zan's hook twitched once more. This time, he refrained from calling Su Chen and hoisted the hook himself, only to reveal yet another small fish. Meanwhile, Su Chen's hook was also in motion. Wang Zan glanced over and exclaimed, Goodness, another big fish. Jealousy welled up in him as he felt on the verge of tears. That moment, Xie Yintian's fishing rod also began to move. Testing the weight, he declared, a big fish has come my way. His fishing rod had cost several tens of thousands. The others looked on without a hint of skepticism. However, as Xie Yintian tugged at the rod, it remained utterly still. Chapter 129, Li Dong. I've finally found the opportunity to deal with Su Chen. Xie Yintian, in disbelief, pulled again, but still, it did not budge. Wang Zan, perplexed, offered, Do you need me to help you? Xie Yintian immediately waved his hands. No, I can manage this myself. It's just a big fish, after all. Just you wait. Suge, this fish might be even larger than yours. Su Chen turned his head, anticipation written all over his face. Judging by Xie Yuntian's strength, it was evident the catch would be substantial. They all awaited eagerly for Xie Yuntian to reel it in. After several attempts yielded no success, his excitement grew. This rod was worth every penny. Xie Yuntian shifted his stance, seeking the optimal leverage, and with all his might, executed a seamless motion. Finally, the rod moved, and Xie Yuntian was on the edge of his seat, eager to witness the expressions of his companions upon revealing the big fish. Yet, when the hook was finally drawn up, Xie Yuntian was left in utter disbelief. Laughter erupted once more among the crowd. The ha, waterweed. No wonder it wouldn't budge. This robust mass of aquatic vegetation, thriving on the lake bottom, had no intention of surfacing, it seemed. Tiangu, that's just too much that deceiving the fish's feelings. Xie Yuntian was equally speechless. How could this happen? Meanwhile, Su Chen effortlessly reeled in another hefty fish, causing everyone to realize something was amiss that in such a short span, aside from Su Chen. Only Wang Zan had caught a few small fish, while the others had nothing to show for their efforts. The group gathered around Su Chen to investigate. Strange, what's going on here? Could it be the bait? Xie Yuntian questioned. Impossible. That bait was the same as what I gave Su Chen. Wang Zan replied. Then what could be the reason? Is it the geographical location? Wang Zan pondered aloud at Suge. How about we switch spots? Sure, Su Chen readily agreed. Once they had swapped places, Wang Zan began to pray fervently. I must catch a fish, I must catch a fish. 5 minutes later, Su Chen. I got one. Upon witnessing yet another large fish, Wang Zan fell silent. The other three were equally speechless. Could it be that this fishing rod is defective? No, I'll give it a try. Suge, you can use mine. Xie Yuntian tossed his prize rod, worth several tens of thousands, to Su Chen, determined to see if he could fare better. 5 minutes passed at Su Chen. It's on. Xie Yuntian was left dumbfounded. How come there's still no movement on my side? Where's the promised big fish? His hair was nearly turning white from frustration that he tested Su Chen's rod, but found no difference to Suge. You must truly be cheating. The group, exasperated, approached Su Chen, examining him closely. Yet failing to discern any discrepancies, Wang Zan sighed. It seems today the only victor is Suge. We're merely here as spectators. How unfortunate. Truly unfortunate. Suge is the real fishing master here. While we are mere novices, dejected, they gazed at Su Chen. Noticing their expressions, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. All right, take as many fish as you want. Help yourselves. Wang Zan nearly leapt with joy. Really? He had specifically sought permission from his girlfriend to come out today, promising to bring back several large fish as gifts. Given the current circumstances, he had even considered purchasing a couple to make up for it. But the taste would surely be off, and he feared his girlfriend would be upset. Wang Zan had been in turmoil all afternoon. That Su Chen's words reignited his hope, and he was elated that Su Chen nodded. Indeed, take them, that my family can't finish all of this, that if left uneaten, they'll spoil. This rationale alleviated the awkwardness among them. The group hastily surrounded Su Chen, eager to divide the fish that in the end, Su Chen was left with 2 large fish. As they prepared to head home, Su Chen found himself lost in thought while staring at the 2 fish TNT driven here. How would he manage to take them back? Wang Zan immediately chimed in. Suge, I'll drive you home. Together, they loaded the fish into the cart, and on the way, a voice echoed in Su Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. Reward. 1 Audi car. The keys have been placed in your pocket. The address will be sent to your phone shortly. Please collect it yourself. Just as the system's voice faded, Su Chen heard a notification on his phone that he reached into his pocket and indeed felt a set of car keys. A smile crept onto Su Chen's face. Wang Zan, who was driving, glanced over with curiosity. Suge, what's up? Nothing. Just feeling very happy today. By the way, Suge, you must come to my wedding. I'm telling you. The bridesmaid is stunning. That if you come, I'll introduce you. When Chi-Chi and Fong Rulin had spent the entire morning shopping, not only buying clothes for Fong Rulin but also for Su Jiangwo. Before finally heading home, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Fong Rulin and Su Jiangwo had changed into their new outfits and were in the living room playing with the babies. They were simply overjoyed that Wu Jianzhong had guests at home, so he left early. Old Li, taking Long Long with him, was reluctant to leave, but considering Long Long's young age, also decided to return home. declaring he would come back in the evening. Li Li and Li Dong had not yet departed at this moment. Li Li looked at Su Jingwo's attire and felt a twinge of envy once more. Here was a man with a son and daughter-in-law who bought him clothes. Why did he have nothing at all? Why was he so unfortunate? As Li Li pondered, he shot an eye roll at Li Dong. Li Dong, sensing his disdain, quickly spoke up. Dad, I actually intended to buy you some clothes. When returning from Ningzhou, he had indeed thought so. And then, Li Li asked, dissatisfied, where are the clothes? That I got too busy later on. Li huffed in response. Li Dong cautiously added, Dad, I'll hurry to find you a daughter-in-law. Now that's more like it. After all, it was his own son. What else could he do? After a while of not seeing Su Chen, Li Li curiously inquired, whereas Su Chen? When Chi replied, he went fishing. Before Li Li could respond, Li Dong exclaimed in shock, fishing? Little Chen can fish. Speaking of fishing, he was quite the expert. Yet he had never seen Su Chen fished at a person who could fish Wu Go without doing so forever. When Chi felt conflicted. After all, she had never seen Su Chen fish either. But if it were Su Chen, she was willing to believe he had mentioned making fish soup for them later. Li Dong laughed. I don't think he can. Forget about the fish soup, but if you want fish soup, I'll go catch some for you tomorrow. I'm quite the fisherman in Ningzhou. None of my buddies can surpass me. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Finally, Li Dong felt he could redeem himself. When Su Chen returned, he would be sure to mock him a little, showing their father that he wasn't completely useless. Li Li remarked, so, is that your excuse for not having a girlfriend? Li Dong. Why did Dad always have to hit him where it hurt? When Chi couldn't help but laugh, it's fine. We can manage without it. Before long, footsteps were heard outside. Chapter 130. How wonderful it is to have a wife. Su Chen walked in. Wang Zan, having escorted him to the door, stated he needed to hurry back to accompany his girlfriend. Leaving Su Chen to seek help with carrying the fish, he entered, holding a fishing rod, his clothes immaculate. Upon seeing this, Li Dong burst into laughter. You see, I told you Su Chen couldn't fish. Su Chen, what is with you, Donggo? Why do you look so happy? How did you come to the conclusion that I can't fish? Just as Su Chen was about to speak, Li Dong rushed over, wrapping an arm around his shoulders. Don't worry, little Chen. It's all right if you didn't catch any fish. When we get to Ningzhou, I'll teach you, and I guarantee you'll land a big one. I have never encountered such a shameless person as you. As he spoke, he shifted slightly to the side. Old Li had already positioned himself next to Su Chen. Su Chen noticed Su Jingwo's movements at a glance. Yet he chose not to expose him. Once Su Jingwo had settled into his spot, Su Chen also moved aside, offering a seat to Old Li. Uncle Li, please have a seat here. However, the space was still a tad cramped. Old Li, cradling the little second treasure, found it somewhat difficult to sit comfortably. Observing this, Su Jingwo shifted again. With barely concealed indignation, he remarked, Su Chen, do not offer him your seat that he himself claimed he wouldn't eat. Truly, if he just moved a bit, there would be ample room, no one called him out on it. Finally, Old Li settled down. At that moment, half a plate of fish chunks remained on the table. Old Li pondered for a moment, ultimately unable to resist picking up a piece. The closer the fish was to his nose, the more intense its aroma became. Satisfied, Old Li opened his mouth and took a bite. In the next instant, a rich flavor burst forth in his mouth. The exterior was crispy, while the interior remained tender. The wild fish was inherently fresh, and combined with unparalleled culinary skill, this fish chunk was undoubtedly the most delectable he had ever tasted. Moreover, he was astonished to find that the piece contained almost no bones. Old Li was momentarily taken aback. Li had been watching Old Li's reaction intently. He recalled the last time Old Li and Wu Jianzhong had scoffed at his claim that Su Chen could cook. Now, witnessing Old Li's astonished expression, he felt immense satisfaction that he chuckled and asked, Uncle Li, is it delicious? Su Jingwo was also eagerly awaiting Old Li's response, for witnessing Old Li's discomfort was a rare delight. Old Li was known for his stubbornness. He needed to feel superior in any situation. Thus, even if he were surprised, he would never show this moment. Old Li had no time to concern himself with others' reactions. He simply wished to eat. A piece of fish slid down his throat, and he became exhilarated. He followed it with a mouthful of rice. The combination of the rice's fragrance with the flavor of the fish was simply exquisite. Unable to contain himself, Old Li disregarded Li Li and Su Jingwo, swiftly grabbing a second piece of fish. His speed was akin to that of a person who had not eaten in ages. At this juncture, Old Li recollected how Li and Li Dong had dined upon his entrance, that he suddenly felt that their speed had not been exaggerated at all. He could eat even faster. Li, witnessing this, couldn't help but chuckle. Ha! Su Jingwo feigned dissatisfaction, saying, Old Li, weren't you not hungry? You said you wouldn't eat. Just look at how you're devouring it. Can't you be a bit more refined? What if you frighten my little granddaughter? This remark reminded Old Li that the little second treasure was still nestled in his arms that moment. She gazed up at him with wide, bewildered eyes, her small mouth slightly agape, silently observing him eat. That as Old Li picked up food, her attention followed the plate of fish. When he chewed, she fixated on his mouth. The little second treasure was filled with curiosity. What was Grandpa eating? It looked so delicious. She wanted to taste it too, but why wasn't Grandpa feeding her? She was so eager to eat. The little second treasure's saliva began to flow unconsciously. She reached out to grasp Old Li's hand, but he was startled and quickly moved his hand away, hastily swallowing the piece of fish. While chewing, he muttered, Little treasure, you can't eat YETWE good, just watch Grandpa eat. The little second treasure was on the verge of tears. Chapter 132. A tear in the little second treasure's eye. The little second treasure silently thought that if she had moved a bit more earlier, she could have snagged the morsel from Grandpa's chopsticks. But alas, Grandpa had eaten it. A single tear welled up in her eye as she felt increasingly wronged. Why couldn't the little second treasure eat? She was hungry too. The little second treasure felt so pitiful that she pondered, tears nearly spilled down her cheeks. Her big eyes sparkled, and with a quiver of her little mouth, she was about to cry. Su Chen, noticing this, could not help but smile as he picked up the little second treasure. Little treasure, what are you doing? Don't cry, don't cry. Come here, Daddy will hold you. Old Li was enjoying his meal immensely. Yet he couldn't bear to part with the little second treasure. Just as he was about to reach for her, he heard Su Chen say, Uncle Li, you eat first. After you're done, you can hold her. That's more like it. Old Li felt reassured and resumed eating. That Su Jingwo let out a cold snort, clearly displeased. Yet he refrained from voicing any further complaints. Meanwhile, Fong Rulin could not help but advise. Old Li, do take your time eating. All of this is for you. We are already full this moment. Li Dong, Fong Rulin, and when Chi had not taken another bite of the fish, although they were all eager to partake. They had eaten quite enough already. Old Li's appearance unmistakably revealed his desire to eat. They all instinctively shifted their attention to other dishes. Even Su Jingwo, despite his constant grumbling, refrained from competing with Old Li for food. The more Old Li ate, the more delicious it became. Having finished one bowl of rice, he remained unsatisfied and went for a second. He had completely forgotten that he had already dined before coming here. By the time he finished his second bowl, he still felt hungry, yet there were no more dishes left. Although half a plate of fish had been reserved for him, the others had cleared the remaining dishes. With no other option, Old Li set down his chopsticks and realized he had eaten to the point of bursting, that he rubbed his belly and, for the first time, couldn't help but praise Su Jingwo. Old Su, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. The fish chunks are delicious. I haven't had enough to deal. You have any fish left at home? If not, I'll go buy some right now, and you can cook for us again tomorrow. Rest assured, you won't have to pay. As long as you cook, I'll cover all future fish. Su Jingwo was overjoyed upon hearing this that Li couldn't help but laugh. Old Li, you've praised the wrong person. Old Li was momentarily bewildered. What do you mean? Wasn't it Old Su who cooked? Could it be that when Chi made it? Old Li was quite pleased with his daughter-in-law. If his son were not already married, he would have insisted on reclaiming her for his family. Thus, he instinctively assumed that such a delicious meal must have been prepared by Wen Chi. Upon hearing this, Wen Chi shook her head. It wasn't me. Old Li frowned. If it wasn't Su Jingwo or Wen Chi, he knew Fong Rulin didn't cook much, and he needn't even mention Li Dong could be a possibility, but would Old Su allow Li Dong to cook as a guest in their home? Old Li ultimately turned his gaze toward Su Chen. The little second treasure was still nestled in Su Chen's arms, blinking her big eyes at Old Li. She had memorized the way Old Li had devoured his food and felt increasingly envious. She truly wanted to eat. Upon seeing Su Chen, Old Li shook his head again, that he had previously heard Su Jingwo claim that Su Chen's cooking was quite unpalatable. Furthermore, Su Chen had gone off to university, where he likely hadn't learned to cook. Thus, Old Li diverted his gaze back to Li Dong. Dongzi impressive. Li Dong had been inundated with dog food and disparagement over the past few days that he just wished to be invisible. Therefore, throughout this lengthy meal, he had not uttered a single word. Now, seeing old Li glance his way, he felt a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. Surely, his father would not start criticizing him again. Indeed, before he could say anything, he heard Li snort. If he could cook this well, I'd wake up laughing from my dreams that Li Dong. But he found himself at a loss for words. Old Li once again focused his gaze on Su Chun, suddenly recalling that Li had mentioned Su Chun could cook. Could it be? Old Li hesitated to believe that moment. Li could no longer contain himself. Seeing Old Li repeatedly caught off guard, he felt elated. All right, Old Li, stop looking. The rice and dishes were all made by Xiao Chun. Moreover, the fish you ate was not available for purchase. It was personally caught by Xiao Chun in a deep pool. If you wish to eat more, you'll have to plead with Xiao Chun. Old Li's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape, finally finding his voice. Xiao Chun made it. Indeed, surprised, Li was nearly in stitches. He recalled how he had felt the very first time he discovered Su Chun was such a fantastic cook. Now, seeing others react the same way, he felt a sense of psychological balance. Old Li once again turned his gaze towards Su Chun, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Xiao Chun, is what he said true? Su Chun, feeling helpless, could only nod. Old Li was astounded. How long had it been since they last met? Not only had Su Chun acquired a wife and child, but he had also become so accomplished. Was this still the Su Chun he had known? He felt an overwhelming sense of envy. He quietly glanced at Su Jingwo. Old Su, would you mind swapping homes with me? Su Jingwo, what are you talking about? Old Li replied, oh, nothing much. I just thought I could enjoy the comforts of your home while you could live in mine. Su Jingwo. Get lost. Su Jingwo snorted coldly, choosing not to engage further. Old Li was unperturbed, cheerfully turning his attention back to Su Chen. So, you personally caught this fish? Su Chen nodded again. Old Li's excitement was palpable. Then is there more fish? His eagerness was so evident that Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, there is that splendid. Old Li rolled up his sleeves. Xiao Chen, make my meal tomorrow. After finishing his words, Old Li felt somewhat unsatisfied. He reinforced his tone. Oh no, for the next few days, you shall prepare my meals that Su Jingwo. That Old Li, do you have no shame? Old Li chuckled heartily. What need is there for shame when I can feast on such delectable fish? Can shame be eaten? Isn't that so? Bao. As he reached out to embrace Bao, Su Jingwo was left speechless. Old Li was thoroughly amused. However, his outstretched hand was met with a tiny, adorable hand that gently pushed it away. Old Li looked curiously at Bao, who was pouting with indignation, glaring at him. Humph. She doesn't want this grandpa to hold her anymore. This grandpa doesn't share the delicious food with her. She is so heartbroken. She wants daddy to hold her, Old Li bewildered exclaimed. Huh. What is wrong? Bao, I am Grandpa Li. Come let grandpa hold you. Bao once again extended her tiny hand, softly pushing Old Li's hand away. Chapter 133. The baby is very angry. And the consequences are severe. Then, she turned her face away, refusing to look at Old Li. Old Li. Bao. This action of Bao's elicited hearty laughter from those around them, especially from Su Jingwo. He had just been upset. But now he found Bao to be utterly adorable. Look, even our Bao cannot bear to watch this. Old Li, you should really reflect on your actions. Old Li attempted a few more times, but Bao remained unmoved. He felt a twinge of sadness. No way. Bao, come here and tell Grandpa Li what is wrong. Bao couldn't speak. She merely burrowed into Su Chun's embrace. Old Li had no choice but to ask the doting father. Su Chen, Xiao Chun, please see what is the matter with Bao. Su Chen had been watching Bao all along to that moment. He pulled her from his arms and gently pinched her adorable little face. Bao, do you wish for some food? Bao blinked her eyes, then blinked again. What did Daddy say? What is food? Is it the delicious thing that Grandpa Li just ate? Then Bao wants to eat. Thus Bao cheerfully gestured. Although others couldn't comprehend her gestures, her expression radiated joy. Why Su Chen made a rough guess. It seems that way. Our Bao is quite the little foodie. Bao pouted. What is a foodie? But the name sounds delightful. Bao was quite fond of it. She laughed joyfully and even gave Su Chen a kiss that Su Chen was nearly in stitches. The bewildered old Li finally had an epiphany that it turned out that Erbao simply wanted to eat. He felt utterly wronged. Erbao, it's not that Grandpa Li want to feed you that it's just that you're not able to eat yet. Once you can, Grandpa Li will prepare delicious food for you. All right. Yet, Erbao still ignored him. Old Li felt despondent, profoundly disheartened. Erbao no longer loved him. What should he do? He suddenly felt he was out of practice in comforting children. Xiao Chen, what should I do? Su Chen burst into laughter. He picked up Erbao, and seeing her cheerful demeanor, added, Little foodie, let Grandpa Li hold you, and Daddy will make you something delicious soon. All right. Little Erbao appeared perplexed for a moment, but seemingly finally understood. She happily took hold of old Li's outstretched hand. Daddy said so. If I let Grandpa Li hold me, I can eat something delicious. Erbao eagerly exclaimed. Finally, old Li, now holding Erbao, was overjoyed. Ah, Erbao is so good. The others were also amused by Erbao's antics that Li couldn't help but comment. Look, Roland, your family has truly produced a little foodie. Indeed, this silly girl, when she grows up, I wonder which boy she will eat out of house and home. When Chi-Chi laughed along. Regardless of whether she would impoverish others, it seemed likely she would exhaust Su Chen's resources. Yet, it was delightful that Erbao was beginning to comprehend language. The little ones were gradually growing up. How wonderful! After soothing Erbao, Su Chen pinched the little faces of the other babies. The eldest was yawning from sleepiness, on the verge of dozing off. The third was staring fixedly at Mama, and the fourth was looking around randomly, seemingly searching for something. Despite having cared for the babies for quite some time, each time he saw their adorably dazed expressions, Su Chen felt his heart melting, that he smiled blissfully and stated, I'll head to the kitchen now. You all take care of the babies. That Su Jiangwo waved his hand. Quickly go, don't let my little grandchildren go hungry. Su Chen decided. He shook his head and walked toward the kitchen. Upon entering, Su Chen cut the most tender piece of meat from the fish, ignited the flame, and placed it in the pot to cook. Once the fish was thoroughly cooked, he carefully removed it and meticulously picked out every single fish bone. After confirming that there were no bones left, he mashed the fish into a fine paste and began to simmer it gently. Once the fire was on, he added rice. Only when the rice and fish had been cooked into a thick porridge did he turn off the heat. After ensuring that there were no fish bones in the porridge, Su Chen ladled it out into 4 small portions, and then called out to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, it's ready. When Chi-Chi entered. She was greeted by a subtle fragrance. She was slightly astonished. You made fish and rice porridge for the babies? Indeed, Su Chen nodded. When Aunt Li left, she told me that as the babies gradually grow, we can start adding other ingredients to the rice porridge. Don't worry, I've checked. There are no bones. He spoke. He carried 2 bowls out. When Chi-Chi stood there in a daze, watching Su Chen's retreating figure, feeling deeply moved. Chi-Chi, why are you in a daze? Su Chen couldn't help but call back to her. When Chi-Chi smiled, I'm coming right now. In the living room, old Li and the others were busy playing with the babies. Once Su Chen emerged, the moment little Erbao noticed him, her eyes lit up. Wow, Daddy is out. Daddy has brought delicious food. The eldest, now awake, was yawning sleepily. Upon seeing when Chi-Chi, the third's eyes brightened, and the fourth clapped her little hands happily. Wonderful! Daddy and Mama are here. Are they here to feed us? The fourth baby was also feeling hungry. Seeing the baby's reactions, Su Chen felt immense happiness that he grinned as he raised the bowls high. Babies. Do you want to eat? Want to eat? Want to eat? Want to eat? The baby's eyes widened in excitement. The eldest had stopped yawning. Little Erbao was already drooling. The third had shifted his gaze away from Chi-Chi, while the fourth had wriggled free from Su Jiangwo's arms, crawling over eagerly. The sight prompted hearty laughter from everyone. Clearly, there was more than one little foodie. Who says otherwise? Su Chen placed his finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Shoo. All the babies froze, staring blankly at Su Chen. Daddy smiled gently. Babies, be quiet, or Daddy won't feed you anymore. Now be good and sit in the stroller, all right? The 4 babies looked perplexed for a moment, then collectively gazed at the stroller. Unable to crawl over, they sought assistance from their grandfathers nearby. This action once again sent the grandfathers into fits of laughter as Sujao placed the 4th baby into the stroller. Li placed the eldest, old Li took Erbao, and Li Dong placed the 3rd. Once the 4 babies were seated in a row, Su Chen squatted down that he had initially intended to feed them one by one. But before he could move, he saw old Li and the others stand up. Let me. I'll feed her, Bao. Seeing this, Lily was not one to miss out on the opportunity. Quickly rising as well. I'll feed one too. That he also called out to Li Dong. Dongzi, you should join in, learn quickly. Chapter 134. Loving my wife, I am serious that Li Dong had the same intention. Thus rising alongside them. Fong Rulin also prepared to join, but was preempted by Su Jiangwo. The four of them each took a baby, and the little ones were overjoyed, with Su Chen guiding them. This time, caring for the babies went smoothly. Fong Rulin stood beside Wen Qiqi, watching Su Chen manage everything with ease while occasionally making the babies laugh, feeling quite gratified. Wen Qiqi noticed Fong Rulin's emotions. She walked over and linked arms with her. Look, Aunt Su Chen is truly remarkable, that he takes such good care of the babies. Fong Rulin nodded, feeling bittersweet. Indeed, that MY son is becoming increasingly praiseworthy, Wen Qiqi continued. So, Annie, you needn't worry, Su Chen, and I will definitely take good care of everything that I in recent days. Wen Qiqi observed that although Fong Rulin often scolded Su Chen, whenever he was busy, she would stand by, secretly watching him, then quietly wipe away her tears that in the past, Wen Qiqi couldn't comprehend such feelings. However, now that she had children, she too felt anxious about caring for them, worried they wouldn't grow up well, and even had a wish to never grow old and always stay by their side. Therefore, upon seeing Fong Rulin, she understood that she must be very concerned. However, one must resort to stubbornness to mask their anxieties. After listening to Wen Qiqi's words, Fong Rulin smiled and nodded. Yes, I understand. Her son is destined to be the most exceptional. Once the babies were fed, the three grandfathers, along with Li Dong, felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Li Dong even thought that this was the most meaningful thing he had done in his 20-plus years of life. This heightened his desire to have a baby immediately, that be why the time the babies finished eating. It was already 9 in the evening, and they were all drowsy. The grandfathers managed to lull the babies to sleep. However, old Li and Li Dong remained, while Wu Jinzhong did not show up. That night, an extra room became available. When Qiqi entered the room where the babies lay, she was about to close the door when Su Chen quickly followed her inside. Startled, Wen Qiqi exclaimed, Yuda, what are you doing here? Upon seeing her expression, Su Chen chuckled softly. I came to sleep. Wen Qiqi's heart raced, and she felt an overwhelming sense of nervousness that Yuda, after some deliberation, she finally found a suitable excuse. There's not enough space in here. Su Chen, noticing her demeanor, smiled again. He slowly leaned down, observing Wen Qiqi's flushed face, and suddenly pulled her into his embrace. Gently, he placed a kiss on her forehead. Qiqi, why are you so adorable? I wanted to tell you that when I was in Ningzhou, I only had a one-bedroom apartment and nowhere to stay. But now, we have a place. The babies cry for a long time every night. You must be exhausted from sleepless nights. Tonight, I'll take care of them, so you can rest. When Qiqi abruptly pulled her head from Su Chen's embrace, looking at him in disbelief, Su Chen. It's all right, you know the babies like me. I can handle it. When Qiqi bit her lip and seeing Su Chen's earnest expression, she finally nodded. Okay, if the babies start crying, call me right away. Su Chen gently urged her towards the door. All right, I understand. Go sleep now, my dear wife. When Qiqi stepped out, her worries lingering until she reached the door, where she could not help but smile. That night, when Qiqi slept exceptionally well, while Su Chen found it difficult to find rest in the middle of the night, Dabao began to whimper. Su Chen quickly lifted Dabao, only for the sleepy child to not wait and soiled his pants. Su Chen sighed. Ah, Dabao, you truly are a nemesis to your father. He got up, careful not to wake the others, and gently cleaned Dabao. After some coaxing, Dabao finally drifted back to sleep. An hour later, just as Su Chen was about to fall asleep, Bao also began to fuss. Su Chen hurriedly got up to change Bao's diaper. Checking the time, it was already 4 o'clock. Exhausted, he struggled to keep his eyes open as he prepared formula for the babies. After the commotion, it was already 5 in the morning and daylight began to break. Standing by the window, Su Chen found sleep elusive. How had Wen Qiqi managed all this time? He resolved once more that, come what may, he must ensure that Qiqi and the babies live a good life. In the morning, Fong Rulin prepared breakfast. When Qiqi entered the room and, alongside Su Chen, dressed the babies, she noticed Su Chen had developed 2 prominent dark circles under his eyes. Heart aching, she asked, Su Chen, did you not sleep well? Su Chen forced a smile and shook his head. No, I slept fine, no need to worry. Yet, despite his bravado, when Chi-Chi could see through it. After breakfast, she placed the babies in their high chairs and called out to Fong Rulin. Auntie, shall we go for a stroll? You mentioned yesterday that you would take me to see our vegetable garden, but we haven't gone yet. That I'd love to see the fresh vegetables. Hearing this, Fong Rulin laughed. Sure, let us go. I'll take you there. Su Chen intended to join them, but when Chi-Chi turned to him and said, Su Chen, you don't need to come along. Annie and I have some private matters to discuss. After saying this, she playfully winked at Fong Rulin. Seeing Su Chen's expression, Fong Rulin understood when Chi-Chi's intentions. She nodded. Yes, you should stay behind. What if we happen to say something about you that you overhear? It would be embarrassing, Su Chen. All right then, another day of being brushed aside. However, today he was indeed quite tired, so he didn't insist. When Chi-Chi and Fong Rulin left for their walk, meanwhile, Li Dong, Li, Su Jiangwo, and Old Li sat at home bored, watching television. As soon as Su Chen lay down, he fell asleep. He slept until 10 o'clock. After getting up and freshening up a bit, he joined Su Jiangwo and the others in the living room to watch television. Seeing some sunflower seeds, Su Chen immediately began to crack them open. As he did so, he got up to fetch a small dish and began meticulously shelling the seeds, discarding the shells, and placing the kernels into the dish. Li Dong watched in confusion. Xiao Chen, what are you doing? Su Chen smiled and remained silent. Li Dong noticed that the dish in front of Su Chen was filling up with seeds, and he couldn't resist reaching out to grab some. However, before he could touch the dish, Su Chen swiftly swatted his hand away. Li Dong. He was perplexed. Xiao Chen, why are you shelling the seeds without eating them? What's the point? Chapter 135. 100 Ways to Torture a Dog. Su Chen still did not respond. Li rolled his eyes in exasperation, but he couldn't help but smack Li Dong on the head. Are you stupid? No wonder you're still single. Of course. Xiao Chen shells the seeds to eat, but they're not for you. Li Dong, utterly baffled. Then who are they for? Li lamented. Of course, they're for Chi-Chi. How did I end up with such a foolish son? Oh, my dreams of having a granddaughter, Li Dong. Is that so? Is Xiao Chen really torturing dogs again? How excessive. Li Dong felt very distressed. Su Chen made no attempt to refute him. After a busy morning, just as it approached noon, Su Chen was about to get up to prepare lunch when suddenly, a loud voice called from outside. Rulin. Rulin, is Xiao Chen in? Hurry, I'm here. Open the door. Su Chen was taken aback. The voice belonged to Aunt Wang Xiuzhen, a good friend of his mother Fong Rulin. But why was she in such a hurry? As he walked over, he shouted, Coming, Aunt Wang. When the door opened, Su Chen was bewildered. Standing outside was Aunt Wang Xiuzhen, dressed in modest clothing, beaming with a smile. Behind her was a girl who appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old. The girl had her hair in twin ponytails, wore a lowly dress, and had a somewhat childish expression. She gazed at Su Chen with a look of confusion, seemingly not too pleased. However, upon seeing Su Chen, her eyes lit up. This young man was quite handsome. Perhaps this matchmaker was finally not a fraud. Su Chen was even more confused. What was going on? Aunt Wang, my mom isn't home today. Oh, is that so? Aunt Wang looked Su Chen up and down, somewhat surprised that in her memory, Su Chen was still 16 or 15 years old. Since then, he had been busy with school, rarely returning home, and when he did, he hardly went out. Aunt Wang hadn't seen him much. Back then, Su Chen was in that awkward phase. She never expected that after a few years, he would turn out so handsome. The more she looked, the more she liked him. Su Chen nodded. Yes, she went out for a stroll. Aunt Wang smiled. Oh, I see. No worries, you can still entertain me. Saying this, Aunt Wang walked into the house on her own, with the girl following behind, her eyes darting around as if deep in thought. After Aunt Wang greeted Li Dong, and Su Jiangwo, she naturally sat down and started a conversation. Xiao Chen, you re 22 this year, right? Su Chen nodded. Aunt Wang continued. What year are you in college? Sophomore, Su Chen replied earnestly. Aunt Wang added, you can get married now, right? Su Chen nodded again. Aunt Wang remarked, see, I knew it. Fei, didn't I tell you? You don't believe me, but at your age, dating and getting married in a couple of years would be wonderful. The girl named Fei looked down. Silent. Su Chen was utterly bewildered. Aunt Wang, what are you doing? Only then did Aunt Wang realize that she had been talking for a while without explaining to Su Chen. She quickly laughed and said, it seems your mother hasn't told you. I am trying to set you up with a match. This is Fei. She is 18 this year and will be going to Ningzhou for college next year. that I thought you'd be a good match. Both in Ningzhou, so you could develop your relationship. Then, after graduation, you could get married. How wonderful would that be? Chen. What was going on? Indeed, coming home was never a good thing. Why was there an arranged marriage? Beside him, Li Dong was equally bewildered. Why was someone introducing a partner for Chen while no one cared for him? He genuinely wanted to find someone himself, but he silently prayed to the heavens for a partner. Otherwise, he feared he wouldn't even survive the new year. When he thought of the new year and Li Li's attitude towards him, he felt utterly dejected that Chen noticed the shy expression on the girl's face and felt a bit helpless. Would it be too harsh to refuse outright? He pondered for a moment, then glanced at Li Dong. Finally, he cautiously said, Aunt Wang, I'm not in a hurry. How about this? Could you introduce me to Dong Gu first? He pointed to Li Dong, who was immediately filled with gratitude that in this critical moment, his cousin was indeed considering him. How wonderful! This young lady appeared quite attractive, albeit somewhat younger. But isn't the trend nowadays all about older men? It's not entirely out of the question that Li Dong tidied his clothes and approached the young lady. Being perpetually single, he thought it best to obtain her contact information first. However, before he could reach her, she exclaimed, "No way." Li Dong halted in his tracks that Chen interjected, "Why not? My Donggu is a really nice guy. You should at least get to know him. How can you dismiss him without even trying? Just look at how handsome he is." Chen quickly employed every word she had learned. The young lady felt she might have overstepped, yet she still believed Chen was more charming. If she were to date his brother, then ultimately it was still a no-go. She pouted and asserted, "One must remain steadfast. I can't be thinking of your cousin while trying to date you. Can I?" Chen was momentarily speechless. As her logic seemed quite sound, Li Dong, rejected, felt as though his heart was bleeding. In short, he was very unhappy. Deeply, so that Chen realized that reason was lost on the young lady. So she turned to Wang Xiuzhen. "Aunt Wang, this really won't do." Wang Xiuzhen inquired, "What's the issue?" "Little Chen, you mustn't say that. Is it that you don't wish to go on a blind date? I assure you, I understand the thoughts of young people very well. I'll call your mother to have her talk to you." As she spoke, Wang Xiuzhen reached for her phone. Chen quickly stopped her, saying, "It's not that I don't want to go on a blind date. Actually, Chen hesitated to offend Aunt Wang, who was merely trying to help him, that if the young lady discovered he was already in a relationship, she would accuse Aunt Wang of hastily introducing someone without knowing the details. That would tarnish Aunt Wang's reputation as a matchmaker in Ningxi town. However, at that moment, he felt he could no longer hold back and revealed the truth. "Actually, I'm already married." Both Wang Xiuzhen and the young lady widened their eyes in astonishment. The young lady, with tears welling in her eyes, cried, You just don't find me appealing, do you? No need to concoct so many excuses. It's all right. I've never been one to back down, that I will make an effort to pursue you." Wang Xiuzhen added, "Little Chen, you can't think like that as you grow older. You must find someone. Otherwise, your mother will worry about you." Chapter 136. Is she really your daughter-in-law? Chen felt utterly helpless. How had he become older at the age of 22? That was hardly old. But this was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was why these two women could not believe him. He sighed, "I really am married." The young lady grew increasingly irate, declaring, "I don't believe you, unless you bring your wife here to stand in front of me. If she is prettier than me, I'll walk away immediately and never bother you again." Meanwhile, Su Jiangwo was nearly in fits of laughter. Li and Li Dong were lost in their own thoughts. Chen felt utterly exasperated. Chi, please come back quickly, that if you don't return soon, your husband will be at his wit's end. When Chi had been strolling along the country path with Fong Rulan for quite some time, the little ones were thrilled by the novelty of their surroundings. Almost half the morning had passed. Fong Rulan nudged the stroller. Chi, let us head home. Xiao Chen should be waking up by now." When Chi nodded, Fong Rulan observed her and smiled gently. "If Xiao Chen knew of your thoughtful intentions, he would surely be overjoyed. Chi, let us find a time for your Uncle Su, you, and Xiao Chen to visit your parents." When Chi paused, giving a dry laugh, "Annie, let us wait for an opportunity, shall we? I need to discuss it with my parents first." Fong Rulan nodded, sensing when Chi's hesitation, and refrained from pressing further. They chatted and laughed as they returned home. Upon reaching the door, they heard a young woman's voice from inside. "Xiao Chen, will you speak? Where is your wife?" I see you are just making excuses to deceive me. Umph. I will definitely work hard to get into Ningzhou to pursue you seriously. When Chi frowned and halted, Fong Rulin looked on with curiosity. What is going on? At that moment, Su Chen was at his wit's end. He deliberately stepped back, saying, "Young lady, I really do have a wife, that I don't believe you." CF Feifei was unimpressed by his claim. Her gaze swept over the sunflower seeds on the table, and she leaned in to ask, "May I have some seeds?" Upon seeing this, Li Dong immediately rejected her. "No," CF Feifei protested. "Why can't I even eat some seeds?" Li remarked, "This foolish son deserves to be single." Wang Xiuzhen sighed and said to Su Chen, "Little Chen, your mother has always wanted you to have a partner, which is why she asked me to introduce someone. Did I ask that's so?" Su Chen retorted. Wang Xiuzhen confirmed, "Indeed, just ask your mother." Before she could finish, the door swung open, and Fong Rulin entered first. Upon seeing Fong Rulin, Wang Xiuzhen exclaimed, "Rulin, you're finally back. Look at your little Chen." Suddenly, she froze mid-sentence. Behind Fong Rulin stood a beauty of ethereal grace, pushing a stroller with 4 babies seated in a row. The little ones gazed in wide-eyed wonder, as if silently asking, "Who is this lady?" Wang Xiuzhen was taken aback. For the quadruplets. How did they end up here? At the same time, Xie Feifei was equally astonished, her eyes sparkling. "Wow, such adorable babies. Is this the quadruplets that caused a stir on the street?" Indeed, they were utterly charming. Xie Feifei had not been present when the babies attracted attention that day, but she had heard her friends speak of it and had longed for a chance to meet them. Now, her opportunity had come swiftly. Then, she noticed when Chi, her eyes lighting up, "The baby's mother is so beautiful too. I envy her." She hurried forward, wanting to hug the babies but hesitating in fear of upsetting when Chi. Tentatively, she asked, "Miss, may I hold one of the babies?" When Chi glanced at Su Chen, not rushing to respond. Meanwhile, Wang Xiuzhen, having regained her composure, curiously inquired, "Rulin, how did you end up with them? Aren't the quadruplets from out of town?" A strange premonition washed over her. Fong Rulin, recognizing the situation, sighed deeply. Yes, they were indeed from out of town, but her in-laws were locals. Wang Xiuzhen was momentarily speechless. Then, her expression shifted, becoming somewhat awkward. She glanced at Chi, then at Fong Rulin, and finally at Su Chen, exclaiming in shock, "No way!" Xie Feifei, still bewildered, asked, "What's wrong, Aunt Wang?" Wang Xiuzhen swallowed hard, finally regaining her voice, "Rulin." Fong Rulin smiled gently. "Xiuzhen, I wanted to tell you this yesterday, but you left in such a hurry. I didn't have the chance. Allow me to introduce you. This is my daughter-in-law, Chi. These 4 babies are my little grandchildren with Jiangwo, that I asked for Xiao Chun. He doesn't need to go on blind dates or have introductions." "I thought you were joking, but I didn't expect you to truly bring them today," Wang Xiuzhen stammered. She was utterly dumbfounded. Fong Rulin continued, turning to Xie Feifei, "Young lady, I apologize. It was my oversight for not clarifying." At this moment, Xie Feifei stood there, bewildered. It took her a while to process everything. She is your wife?" Su Chen nodded yes. Xie Feifei gulped, attempting to ease her embarrassment. "And all these are your children?" "Indeed." Su Chen nodded once more. Xie Feifei was struck dumb. What had she just said? Unless Su Chen's wife was more beautiful than her. Back in high school, she had been quite the beauty and was confident in her looks. But now, standing before Chi, she felt a wave of insecurity wash over her. That it was evident to anyone that this beautiful lady was far more stunning than she was. Not only was the sister more beautiful, but the babies were all so adorable. Suddenly, Xie Feifei felt foolish. Why had she even compared herself in the first place? It was utterly embarrassing. As Su Chen approached Chi, he gently said, "Chi, you're back?" When Chi nodded, that Su Chen then embraced the little 4th baby, who immediately began to nibble at his face, laughing joyfully. "I missed you, Daddy. I haven't seen you all morning." The other 3 babies gazed at Su Chen, their happiness palpable. When Chi stood beside them, gently pinching the little one's cheeks, "Be good. 4th baby, don't be naughty." 4 adorable infants stood side by side with handsome men and beautiful women, creating a scene of remarkable harmony. Xie Feifei was deeply moved. As she pondered how to strike up a conversation with them, she noticed Su Chen pointing at the plate of sunflower seeds on the table. "Chi, I've shelled some seeds for you. Go ahead and enjoy." Upon seeing the neatly arranged seeds, when Chi-Chi's face turned crimson. This was a tenderness that only Su Chen could bestow upon her. She approached, took the plate, and first offered some seeds to Fong Rulin, who accepted them with a smile. Only then did she begin to eat, as Chen inquired. Is it tasty? When Chi-Chi, with her head bowed, shyly replied. CF Fei thought. That are these two oblivious to the fact that they are flaunting their affection? She suddenly felt that the man who had just denied her the seeds was nothing compared to them. These two were truly ruthless. She wanted to shout. They are flaunting. Yet she couldn't bring herself to dislike them. The man was handsome, the woman beautiful, and the infants were utterly charming. How could a family be so delightful? No. She was incredibly envious. Wang Xiuzhen also looked at Su Chun and Wen Chi-Chi in astonishment, feeling a bit dazed. Just a day prior, she had been lamenting that Rulin's son was 22 and still single. Now, she realized that the one truly unfortunate was herself. Was she intentionally seeking torment? Wang Xiuzhen quietly approached Fong Rulin, nudging her. Pinch me. This felt so surreal. Initially envious of the quadruplets, she never imagined they belonged to Rulin. Fong Rulin replied helplessly. All right, Xiuzhen, stop it. What you see is indeed real, that I simply failed to clarify earlier, which caused your misunderstanding, that moment. Wang Xiuzhen's face was filled with envy, is it really all true? Fong Rulin nodded. Wang Xiuzhen numbly walked over to CF Fei, contemplating how to apologize to the young girl to owe her surprise. Before she could speak, the girl asked, So does that mean I have no chance? Su Chun felt helpless. How could this girl still not grasp the situation? Just as he was thinking of how to comfort CF Fei, she suddenly seemed to remember something and raised her head, asking curiously, Are there many men like you at Ningzhou University? This question caught Su Chun off guard. However, there were indeed quite a few handsome men at Ning University, so he nodded. There are quite a few. CF Fei instantly perked up. Does that mean if I get into Ningzhou, I can find a handsome man like you? Everyone. What kind of logic is this? Yet CF Fei felt no issue with her line of thinking. The more she spoke, the happier she became. This was fantastic. She had found new motivation to study hard. Then, she quickly turned to Wang Xiuzhen. Aunt Wang, thank you. Next, she approached Wen Chi-Chi cautiously and asked, Miss, could you share your secret on how to find such handsome men and have such beautiful babies? Wen Chi-Chi chuckled, amused. Just moments ago, she had thought she might encounter a rival in love. But now it seemed there was no threat at all. This girl was simply too adorable. Yet, how could she answer that question? After pondering for a while, Wen Chi-Chi could only smile and say, Perhaps. It's just luck. CF Fei brightened up again. That makes sense. If I go to Ningzhou, my luck will surely improve, I must work hard. I will definitely succeed in the college entrance examination next year. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Who knew that a matchmaking session could ignite someone's fighting spirit? Su Chen could only encourage, Good luck. Yes, I will. I must get it in Ningzhou. CF Fei nodded vigorously. Wang Xiuzhen let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, the young girl bore no grudge against her as the matchmaker. After relaxing, her gaze fell upon the infants, captivated. She watched them with a smile, and if one did not know Wang Xiuzhen, Fong Rulin might have suspected she was a child trafficker. Intent on abducting her babies, Fong Rulin could probably guess Wang Xiuzhen's thoughts. Although her son was married, his wife was still pregnant. Stifling a laugh, she approached. If you really like them, you can hold them. Wang Xiuzhen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Fong Rulin nodded. Yes, really. Wang Xiuzhen suppressed her impulse to dash over and approach the three infants in their high chairs. For a moment, she hesitated, feeling like a stranger to them. She feared she might frighten them, and the thought of that made her guilt-ridden. She tentatively reached out her hand, then hesitated again, ultimately not managing to pick up a single baby. Seeing this, Fong Rulin nearly burst into laughter. She walked over to the infants and said, Darling first, second, and third, this is Grandma Wang. Would you let Grandma Wang hold you? The three infants blinked in confusion, wondering about this strangely smiling grandmother. But it seemed like Grandma genuinely liked them, so they thought they should like her too. Thus, the first baby joyfully stretched out his arms, while the second baby smiled and raised his little hands. The third baby glanced at Wang Xiuzhen and then at the beautiful CF Fei nearby, pondering deeply that he wanted his grandmother to hold him, but there was also a lovely sister present. The sister smelled so nice. The third baby was torn so he alternated raising his hands towards Wang Xiuzhen and then towards CF Fei. Wow, what a difficult choice. The third baby's indecision amused Siefei. She stifled a laugh and asked, "Sister, what is this baby doing?" His little face was scrunched up in concentration, his eyes darting back and forth. It was simply adorably irresistible when Chi-Chi chuckled helplessly. He must be contemplating whom he prefers to hold him. "The third baby likes you." Siefei was filled with delight. "Really? Really?" She squatted down and poked the third baby's cheek, that he immediately broke into a smile and grabbed her hand, nuzzling close to her. Unable to resist, Siefei lifted the third baby into her arms. Once in the embrace of his lovely sister, the third baby nestled his face against hers, reveling in the moment. Wow, this sister is simply too beautiful. He couldn't help but plant a sweet kiss on Siefei's cheek. His heart melted. She was so adorable, he thought. She really seems to like me. When Chi-Chi smiled, indeed, Siefei, brimming with excitement, asked, "Can I come see him every day?" "Rest assured, I promise I won't harm him. I just want to come and play with the babies during the holidays." When Chi-Chi nodded, "Yes, that's fine." Siefei was about to shout with joy. This matchmaking encounter was incredibly rewarding. Men were of little importance. The babies were truly delightful. That moment. The third baby was also very happy that he had kissed his sister again. What a joyous occasion. He was the first to kiss her. How thrilling. Chen and the others felt quite helpless. The scene was harmonious. Everything was perfect. Suddenly, a wail erupted. The cries startled everyone. What was happening? What was wrong with the second baby? Su Jiangwo hurried over. It was indeed the second baby who was crying. Sitting in the high chair, with two little pigtails, the second baby looked up, sobbing more and more sorrowfully. No one is holding the second baby. The second baby not cute enough. Is the second baby being naughty? The second baby is unhappy. The more the second baby thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. As if she were being ignored, Li and Li Dong rushed over. "What's wrong? Are you hungry, second baby? Do you need to go potty?" Li Dong handed over a prepared bottle, while Li offered a diaper. Su Jiangwo anxiously rushed inside to grab some tissues. Fong Rulin squatted down to comfort the second baby. "Don't cry, little one." However, seeing their frantic expressions only made the second baby cry harder. Why is no one holding the second baby? They must not love the second baby anymore. Noticing the commotion, Su Chen shook his head helplessly that he handed the fourth baby to Wen Chi-Chi and then picked up the second baby. "You all don't need to worry. The second baby is surely just feeling jealous." Everyone looked at him in confusion. Jealous? Siefei was even more puzzled. She is so small. Can she really feel jealousy? Yes, Su Chen explained as he held the second baby. "Look, the first and third babies are being held, while the second baby is left alone in the stroller. She must be feeling left out. Our second baby has her own little temperament too. She surely wants to be held." As he spoke, Su Chen gently patted the second baby's back. "Don't cry, darling. Daddy's here to hold you." Upon being cradled in the familiar embrace, the second baby ceased her tears. However, having cried so pitifully just moments before, she found it difficult to regain her composure. She clung tightly to Su Chen's collar, sobbing intermittently that a single tear lingered at the corner of her eye. Her expression one of profound grievance. Su Jiangwo, observing from the side, felt a pang of sympathy. "Oh dear, my little granddaughter. It is the fault of your grandfather for not arriving sooner to embrace you." He reassured the child, "Do not worry, my dear. When you return next time, I shall be the first to hold you. All right." Filled with urgency, Su Jiangwo sought to lift the spirits of the little one. Su Chen furrowed his brow and remarked, "Father, this approach is also not advisable." "Why is that?" Su Jiangwo replied, glancing at the weeping child. "Your grandfather's heart aches at the sight of her tears." As he spoke, he carefully wiped away the child's tears. Su Chen continued, "We have 4 little ones. Each of them is your grandchild, and they are all children of Chi-Chi and me. They are beginning to understand things now and will only grow more perceptive with time. They are aware that we are their family and that we care for them, but they will also become possessive and envious that if you always hold the second child, the eldest, third, and fourth will undoubtedly wonder if their grandfather dislikes them. They may feel neglected and end up feeling wronged. Therefore, we must treat them all equally. When you return next time, you should embrace each of them so that they feel equally cherished." Su Jiangwo nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in his son's words. How had he not considered this? It seemed he had much to learn from his son regarding childcare. The others present also nodded in assent. When Chi, holding the fourth child, gazed at Su Chen, feeling a sense of admiration that in moments like these, she felt Su Chen radiated brilliance. This man consistently thought of what others might overlook. Her judgment was indeed astute. CF Feifei, filled with envy, chuckled, "How impressive! Truly a devoted father. I must work twice as hard. I cannot marry a man who is not like this." CF Feifei successfully pulled the contemplative group back to reality, prompting laughter all around. Just then, a soft exclamation from Wang Xiuzhen caught their attention. "Ah!" Everyone turned to see the eldest child leaning vigorously towards Su Chen, his little brows furrowed tightly. Wang Xiuzhen held him tightly, fearful he might fall. "Eldest, what troubles you?" "Little Chen, does the eldest wish for you to hold him too?" Su Chen also looked at the eldest child, who, usually so quiet, seemed to be exerting all his strength to reach him. Curiosity piqued, Su Chen asked, "I do not know, eldest, what is it?" As he spoke, he drew the second child closer to the eldest. The chubby little hand of the eldest finally made contact with the second child, and he happily raised his hand, gently patting the second child's back. This is how mommy and daddy comfort me. Just a gentle pat makes everything better and stops the tears. Little sister, do not cry." The eldest child laughed joyfully as he patted. Meanwhile, the second child began to realize someone was patting her. She peeked out from Su Chen's embrace and, upon seeing her elder brother, her sobs transformed into laughter. "Brother is here to comfort me. How delightful!" Everyone watched this heartwarming scene in astonishment. Wang Xiuzhen, holding the eldest, could hardly believe her eyes that the eldest comforting the little one. Feng Ruolin echoed her confusion. It seems so that Su Chen nodded in surprise. Yes, the eldest is learning to comfort others that in that moment. Su Chen felt a swell of emotion. For so many days, the eldest child had rarely exhibited any emotional shifts. Aside from his occasional bowel movements, he often appeared bewildered and detached. Su Chen had been pondering how to address this behavior. Worried that the child might grow up slow to respond, he had intended to pay closer attention to the eldest when they arrived in Ningzhou, ensuring he did not overlook him simply because he was the oldest. Now, however, he finally understood that the eldest was not slow. He comprehended everything and was merely trying to ease the burden on his parents. Except for the frequent inability to control his bowel movements. Unable to resist, Su Chen gently stroked the eldest child's bald head. "It's all right, little one. Your sister is no longer crying." Just then, the second child, who had been sniffling, burst into giggles. The third and fourth children, witnessing this, joined in the laughter. The Su family's courtyard was filled with joy. CF Feifei, Wang Xiuzhen, and the little ones played for quite some time before departing. At the same moment, in the Wu household, Wu Jinzhong was preparing tea. Opposite him sat an elderly gentleman with graying hair. Chapter 139. Where did this tea come from? The elderly man was dressed in a Zhongshan suit. And though he was over 70, he still exuded an air of authority. Upon seeing Wu Jinzhong, he broke into a smile. "Jinzhong, how have you been these past 2 years?" Wu Jinzhong nodded. "Quite well. It's rare for Uncle Tang to visit me. Unfortunately, my father," the elderly man, Tang He, was a close friend of Wu Jinzhong's father, who had passed away 2 years prior. It had been a long time since they last met. Tang He sighed. Your father was truly unfortunate. At an age meant for enjoyment, he left us too soon." Wu Jinzhong's hand trembled slightly, yet he managed to smile. "It's all right. If my father knew you still remembered him, he would be very happy." "Indeed," Tang He nodded. "Since I have a holiday, I thought I'd take a break and visit you. What are you up to?" Noticing that Wu Jinzhong had been holding the teapot for quite some time, Tang He inquired. Wu Jinzhong explained. "Oh, Uncle Tang, I wanted to brew some tea for you. I know you enjoy tea, but I'm not sure how to brew it properly. I feared it might not be to your liking." Tang He chuckled. "Haha, it's rare that you remember this. Brewing tea hinges on the quality of the leaves and the art of tea making. Hand it over. I'll take care of it." Taking the tea leaves from Wu Jinzhong, Tang He, a connoisseur of tea, was fully capable of brewing it himself. However, given the remote location of Ningxi town, he doubted the availability of good tea leaves and did not wish to offend Wu Jinzhong's goodwill. So he decided to brew it himself. As he prepared the teapot, Tang He asked, "Where are the tea leaves?" "Oh right, my mind is elsewhere." Wu Jinzhong chuckled as he went inside and returned with a plastic bag, one he had acquired from Su Chen's family. "Uncle Tang, I think these tea leaves are quite decent. While they may not compare to those in the city, they are still enjoyable. Please give them a try. Wu Jianzhong handed over the plastic bag. Tang paused for a moment. Who on earth stores tea leaves in a plastic bag? This is rather. Jianzhong hasn't been duped by a tea seller. Has he? He frowned, casually tossing the bag aside. Once the water in the teapot boiled, Tang opened the plastic bag, and in an instant he was left dumbfounded. Inside the bag lay tea leaves of exceptional quality. No, not just exceptional. Rather, they were outstanding. As he inhaled their delicate aroma, he was taken aback. Could it be? Tang was astonished. He pinched the leaves and brought them close to his nose, his eyes widening in disbelief. What is it? Wu Jianzhong asked, puzzled by Tang's sudden stillness. Worried that the tea leaves were subpar, he quickly stood up. Uncle Tang, if these are not satisfactory, I can get you something else. I have more. No need. Tang interrupted. Upon turning around, Wu Jianzhong saw Tang, he trembling slightly. Carefully placing the tea leaves into the teapot, as the leaves were added, an enchanting fragrance wafted into the air, startling Tang. He swiftly retrieved a teacup, cautiously pouring himself a cup, handling it as though afraid it might spill. Wu Jianzhong, bewildered, asked Uncle Tang, "What are you doing?" Tang placed a finger to his lips, signaling silence. Show. Wu Jianzhong fell silent. Tang raised the cup to his lips and took a sip. Instantly, a wave of fragrance enveloped him, the subtle aroma invigorating his senses. Unable to resist, he closed his eyes. Savoring the moment, after a while, he opened his eyes and exclaimed, "What a fine tea!" Wu Jianzhong, still perplexed, asked Uncle Tang. Tang poured another cup for Wu Jianzhong, urging, "You must try this." Wu Jianzhong accepted and mimicked Tang's actions. Sipping cautiously, the tea he had at Su Chen's was already cool, but here it was warm. Upon tasting it, he was astonished, and no wonder old Su drank so much that day. Tang, not hearing Wu Jianzhong's murmured thoughts, eagerly asked, "Where did you acquire this tea?" Such quality could only come from a collector, and he was determined to meet the person behind it. If he could procure some of those tea leaves, it would be even better. Wu Jianzhong furrowed his brow. "Uncle Tang, I got this tea from a friend of mine. Can you take me to meet him?" Tang implored, unable to contain his excitement. This morning, Chen had matters to attend to in the county and was rather busy. Otherwise, he would have joined me earlier. Chapter 154. One cannot help but envy the sons of others. Xiao Chen's car. Zhang Guifang was utterly astonished, gazing at the vehicle. Indeed, it had stopped at Fong Rulin's plot of land. As the car door swung open, Su Chen stepped out, exclaiming, "Mom, how much more is there left? Let me do the digging while you take a break." That he also greeted Zhang Hohat, saying, "Aunt Zhang, you're here too?" Zhang Hohat nodded mechanically. "Yes, I'm here." She was still somewhat taken aback. Observing this, Fong Rulin couldn't help but chuckle. "It'll be ready soon. If I were relying on you, the sun would have set." Although she chided Su Chen, her smile remained undiminished. She had thought no one would come to pick her up today. Thankfully, this young man had a conscience. She glanced back at the car and noticed that the door had already been closed as Su Chen opened the trunk, beginning to organize the contents within. Otherwise, there would be no place to store the peanuts later. Fong Rulin inquired, "Where's Chi-Chi?" She went back to check on the little ones. Otherwise, Dad wouldn't be able to handle their fussing, Su Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guifang appeared even more perplexed. "Babies? Chi-Chi." Seeing Zhang Guifang's expression, Fong Rulin laughed again. "Yes, Aunt Zhang. Xiao Chen has returned with his wife and grandchildren that we must visit our home one day. I'd like you to meet them." Zhang Hohat seemed to struggle to comprehend. This, Fong Rulin burst into laughter. "All right, enough with the chatter. Let's get busy, or we won't make it back in time for lunch." Zhang Hohat, still dazed, turned to gather her own peanuts at tea that moment. Others had also spotted Su Chen. They rushed over from a distance, astonished. "Xiao Chen? Is that your car?" Su Chen nodded yes. The crowd exclaimed, You drove such a nice, new car to the field?" Su Chen smiled. "I came to help my mom." Fong Rulin chuckled without saying anything further. The onlookers were already green with envy. When will my son achieve such success? Xiao Chen is still a student, and already so impressive. Alas, I must return home and give my son a good talking to. Look, the sun is at its zenith, and those two at home might still be lounging on the sofa, waiting for me to return for a meal. Sigh, how disheartening it is to compare. The crowd sighed and made their way back home. Su Chen, noticing this, smiled and said, "You all carry on. I'll take my mom back and come to pick you up later, that I might as well bring your peanuts back too." Fong Rulin cast an appreciative glance at her son. The crowd hurriedly waved their hands. No, that won't do. You go about your business. We can make our own way back. That it's all right. I have nothing else to do. Chi has gone home, and there are still a few people there. The little ones will be fine, Chen reassured them. They continued to shake their heads. That is not right. It's a new car of yours. If we all pile in, it will get dirty. Chen chuckled. It'll just need a wash. Cars can't stay pristine forever. They are meant to be used. All right, uncles and aunts, hurry along with your tasks, Mom. Let us be quick. Fong Rulin was beaming with pride. Her son had truly grown up and was so considerate. All right, Aunt Wong, Aunt Lee, you all hurry along too. Listen to Chen. The sooner you wrap up, the sooner you can head home. The group exchanged glances. Just then, Zhang Hohat's son ran over. Right. I'm free too. My car may be a bit old, but it can still help everyone carry their peanuts. Xiao Chun, I'll join you. We can take everyone back together. Chen readily agreed, sure. The crowd was filled with delight that today's youth are so considerate. An old car is no issue. It gets the job done. Hohat Rulin, you are truly fortunate. Let us hurry along and not waste the children's time. Soon, everyone was busy again. The Su Chun and Fong Rulin swiftly loaded all the peanuts into the trunk. That as they departed, they made sure to inform everyone not to rush. He would return shortly. At the same time, at the Su household, Su Jiangwo, Li Dong, and Old Li were basking in the sun on the rooftop with the little ones. Approaching noon, Su Chen had yet to return. The babies were drowsy. Yawning one after another, Li sighed while holding the fourth baby. Old Su, I think you need a car. Su Chen and Chi are about to head back to the city. Su Jiangwo nodded. Indeed, that if they return, and I want to see the little ones, what will I do? Having a car would be much easier. Li shook his head. That is not what I meant, Su Jiangwo asked. Then what do you mean? Li replied, I mean, if you have a car, it will be convenient for us to visit the babies, and we want to have to take the bus. Su Jiangwo. Listen to this. Is that even a sensible thing to say? He was just expressing a minor sentiment, and now it's all for naught. Before he could respond, Old Li interjected. Li Gu is right. Old Su, hurry and bring out your savings. Otherwise, it will hinder our visits to the babies. Su Jiangwo. But what kind of friends does he have? At that moment, Li Dong, who had been quietly entertaining the children, suddenly stood up. They're back. The group rushed to the edge of the rooftop to look down. Where are they? They recognized Su Chen's car, but at that moment, it was nowhere to be seen. Li Dong curiously asked, wasn't there a car that stopped? Yes, there was one. Old Li squinted for a moment. Isn't that the new Audi? I recall Su Chen intended to buy a car. Having studied it for a while, he was quite familiar with the vehicle. Who bought it so quickly? That car cost nearly $1 million. It looks like it's parking at your doorstep, Old Su. Which relative of yours bought a car? Su Jiangwo shook his head again. He hadn't heard anything about it. Confused, he said, let us go down and take a look, regardless of which relative it is. Since they've come to our home, we must entertain them. The four of them descended the stairs, carrying the little ones. This movement roused the babies slightly. Meanwhile, inside the car, Zhang Yuan cautiously asked, sister-in-law, can I go see the babies? Fearing that when Chi might disagree, he added, I didn't bring a gift today, but I promise to make it up next time. When Chi giggled at his antics. Had he just been startled by Su Chen? She waved her hand. No need. The babies have everything they need. Let us go. Zhang Yuan immediately perked up, quickly opening the car door at the same time, when Chi also opened her door. Chapter 155. This is the car Su Chen bought for you. Su Jiangwo and the others, who were heading downstairs, were startled at Chi. How did Chi get out of the car? And who is this familiar-looking young man? Upon seeing when Chi, the babies all twisted around, giggling. Yay, mommy is back, mommy. Hug me. Zhang Yuan, who was just stepping out of the car, was stunned. He widened his eyes, unable to believe his gaze at the little ones. This is so adorable. He felt utterly overwhelmed. Zhang Yuan thought, upon seeing them, that he could hardly contain his laughter. Previously, he had only heard neighbors speak of them, and he was curious just how cute these babies could be to earn such praise. Only now did he realize they had utterly failed to convey even a fraction of their cuteness. Unable to resist, Zhang Yuan felt he must hug the babies. Thus, he dashed inside, momentarily forgetting about when Chi. Just as when Chi was about to approach the babies, a gust of wind rushed past her. She was taken aback, and the next moment, she saw Zhang Yuan standing before the babies. Grinning mischievously, wow, how adorable! Let me hug you. He aimed to pick up the third baby, who scrunched up his little head, looking bewildered. Who is this uncle? I don't like this. He turned his head away and hid in Su Jiangwo's embrace. Only then did Su Jiangwo realize, stepping back abruptly with a stern face. Who are you? Although he found him familiar, he didn't recognize him at all. This odd-looking individual could not be allowed to hold the babies. Zhang Yuan's smile instantly faded. With a forlorn expression, he lamented, Uncle Su, don't you remember me? I'm Zhang Yuan, Su Jiangwo responded. Zhang Yuan. Just as Zhang Yuan thought Su Jiangwo was recalling him. He heard Su Jiangwo say, who? Zhang Yuan. That woe is me. After having babies, Uncle Su is no longer friendly. That he recalled how, when he was younger, Su Jiangwo used to say he was a good child and encouraged Su Chen to learn from him. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yuan finally said, I'm Su Chen's classmate. That Su Jiangwo pondered for a moment, seemingly recalling something. The child from the Zhang family at the east end of the town? Yes, that's me. Zhang Yuan beamed, nodding eagerly. That Su Jiangwo furrowed his brows. How did you come back with Chi? This morning, I accompanied Su Chen to the county. That wasn't Su Chen supposed to pick up Annie? Hence, I took the sister-in-law back first to see the babies. Zhang Yuan offered an explanation and observed that Su Jiangwo's demeanor had improved slightly. That he chuckled and asked, Uncle Su, may I hold the babies? Su Jiangwo hesitated, glancing at the triplets and then at Zhang Yuan. Finally, he remarked, it seems the babies aren't particularly fond of you. Perhaps it's best to let it be. Zhang Yuan. Well, he felt utterly heartbroken. Why didn't the babies like him? He looked at the other babies. Perhaps it was due to the recent actions of the triplet, or maybe it was because he had returned with Chi. The babies gazed at him curiously, but there was a clear sense of estrangement. Zhang Yuan was on the verge of tears at sister-in-law, when Chi had already approached the babies and picked up the fourth baby. The little one clutched her clothing while gazing at Zhang Yuan, his expression adorably dazed. In that instant, Zhang Yuan's heart melted. Sister-in-law, why don't the babies let me hold them? When Chi chuckled and replied, I have no idea. She turned to the fourth baby, gently coaxing, Fourth baby, why wouldn't you let Uncle hold you? Aren't you the one who loves being held the most? Would you be a dear and ask Uncle for a hug? The fourth baby looked at Chi, then at Zhang Yuan, confused. Mama said to let this person hold me, though she was somewhat reluctant. Brother, didn't he let this person hold him? But Mama said so thus. The fourth baby decided to be a good child and cautiously opened her arms, waiting for Zhang Yuan to embrace her. Upon seeing that a baby was finally willing to acknowledge him, Zhang Yuan's face lit up with joy. He carefully hugged the fourth baby. The soft little one nestled into his embrace, causing Zhang Yuan to become tense, unsure where to place his hands, observing this. When Chi couldn't help but chuckled, yes, all right. You can hold her. The baby is nearly 7 months old, so there's no need to be nervous. Her words. Zhang Yuan relaxed slightly. The fourth baby continued to gaze at him with bewilderment. This uncle is quite strange. Zhang Yuan beamed, unable to contain his delight. Su Chen is truly fortunate. The babies are so adorable. Hearing him praise his son, Su Jiangwo's expression softened a bit. Of course, after all, he is my son, Li remarked. That can you be any more shameless? You certainly didn't say that when Su Chen was around. You would scold him 3 times a day. Meanwhile, Old Li completely ignored Su Jiangwo's comments, his curiosity directed outside the door. Finally, he couldn't resist picking up the second baby and heading towards the door. Upon reaching the car, he examined it closely, and a look of envy crossed his face. This car is indeed beautiful. No wonder my son likes it so much. He curiously inquired, Young man, is this your new car? How much did it cost? Immersed in play with the fourth baby, Zhang Yuan suddenly remembered he had forgotten the main matter. He quickly replied, It's not mine, not mine. Old Li raised an eyebrow in suspicion, just as he was about to ask. Zhang Yuan swiftly retrieved the car keys from his pocket and handed them to Su Jiangwo. Uncle Su, here, that's Su Jiangwo. Old Li, everyone. What is going on? Su Jiangwo was utterly bewildered. Seeing him unmoving, Zhang Yuan grew anxious. Take it, Su Jiangwo. Are they giving him the car? Surely not. Just for holding the fourth baby, there was no need for such theatrics. He waved his hand dismissively. No. No, it's inappropriate to accept such a gift. Zhang Yuan, noticing Su Jiangwo's refusal, grew increasingly anxious. Uncle Su, I still want to hold the fourth baby. If you don't take it, I want to be able to hold her. Su Jiangwo was once again baffled. When Chi-Chi, watching the exchange, laughed, she took the keys and handed them to Su Jiangwo. "Uncle Su, just take it." However, Su Jiangwo panicked. Why did his daughter-in-law also want him to take it? Did they intend to exchange the keys for something? Perhaps for another baby? No, absolutely not. Seeing Su Jiangwo's rapidly changing expressions, when Chi-Chi deduced that Su Chen had likely not yet informed his uncle about this. Thus, she smiled and explained, "This car is a gift from Su Chen to you, to make it convenient for you to visit the babies in the county." As soon as when Chi-Chi finished speaking, everyone was taken aback. What? Lili abruptly looked up, disbelief written all over his face. Li Dong was equally astonished that if he recalled correctly, Su Chen had just purchased an SUV worth over $1 million. Hantihi Chapter 156. Minimal harm. Extreme insult. Old Li stood there, stunned that he looked incredulously at when Chi-Chi and Su Jiangwo. What? Did I hear that correctly? This is a car that Xiao Chun bought for old Su. When Chi-Chi nodded, that a wave of jealousy and envy surged within old Li. This was simply outrageous. Why didn't his son buy him a car? Not only that, he had to worry about buying a car for his son. What a disparity. Su Jiangwo was still in a daze. The car keys were now in his possession, yet he still couldn't quite grasp what was happening. Zhang Yuan instinctively stepped aside, suddenly feeling a pang of envy. When would he be able to buy a car for his own father? When Chi-Chi, noticing Su Jiangwo's inaction, cheerfully added, "Uncle, why not give the car a try? Su Chen mentioned you got your driver's license." Su Jiangwo had indeed obtained his license earlier. However, the thought of his son still being in school, needing to buy a house after graduation, and possibly even having to spend money on finding a job made him hesitant to spend any money at all. He had saved every penny. He envisioned a future where his son would be settled, allowing him and Feng Rulin to enjoy their twilight years, at which point they could consider buying a car to travel. However, upon learning that his son had 4 little treasures, the pressure on Su Jiangwo mounted once more. He and Feng Rulin had been doing everything they could to support their son and daughter-in-law financially. Although they spoke of wanting to buy a car, he knew that dream was still a distant one, that never did he expect that his son would silently buy a car for him. Su Jiangwo was overwhelmed with mixed emotions and didn't he know how to react. Li Li, standing behind him, urged, "Why are you in a daze? Didn't you always want a car?" "Go on," Old Li chimed in. "Old Su, what are you being sentimental for? If you're not going to drive it, I will." Only then did Su Jiangwo look at when Chi-Chi, slightly nervous. "Is it true?" When Chi-Chi nodded again. Old Li furrowed his brow, exasperated. "Li Gu, is old Su really stunned into silence?" "Li, I think so too." In the next moment, Su Jiangwo suddenly burst into laughter, startling everyone around him. The triplet in his arms, who had been playing, was also taken aback. Frowning, he almost cried, but upon seeing Su Jiangwo's growing joy, he reconsidered. Perhaps he shouldn't cry. "Grandpa seems so happy, I shouldn't disturb Grandpa." As happiness, Su Jiangwo, while laughing, exclaimed, "I have a car now, my son bought it for me." He grabbed Li, saying, "Li Go, I have a car." Li, okay, I get it. Just act normal." Su Jiangwo could hardly contain his excitement. He turned to Old Li. "Old Li, look, my son bought me a new car." Old Li shot him a glare. "But get lost." This was blatant boasting. Su Jiangwo then turned to Zhang Yuan. "Zhang Yuan, make sure to find time to buy a car for your dad too." Zhang Yuan, "All right, I will do my best." He was only a senior. Oh wait, Su Chen seemed to be just a sophomore. Damn, comparing oneself to others is a sure way to feel inadequate. Su Jiangwo then turned to Li Dongzi, Li Dong, anticipating the rest, quickly interjected, "I'll do it soon, I promise." He mustn't provoke his father any further. Otherwise, there was no way he would be going home for the new year. Finally, Su Jiangwo turned to look at the car again. When Chi-Chi took the triplet from him, "Uncle, why not give it a try?" All right, I'll go try it right now," Su Jiangwo exclaimed, making his way toward the car. Upon reaching the vehicle, he let out a long sigh of relief. The bittersweet feelings in his heart began to fade away. Everything felt surreal. He pressed the car key, and the vehicle responded promptly. With a smile, he approached and opened the car door. "Old Li, look how sleek this door is. It really has the style I had back in the day." Old Li, "Stop showing off and go try it." He too was eager to test drive the car, especially since he and his son had discussed it for quite some time. However, this was Su Jiangwo's new car. He should be the first to take it for a spin. As for him, he could just hitch a ride later. Su Jiangwo, noticing the envious gazes around him, grinned and continued, "Wow, the seats are quite comfortable too." Li Gu, would you like to take a seat? Li, that old Su, are you going to move or not? Su Jingwo sighed again. My son is truly amazing. The two of them, the minimal harm, extreme insult. Su Jingwo pondered aloud. What do you think would happen if I drove this car over to Wu Ji's place? What would his reaction be? Old Li began to feel a sense of anticipation. Old Li. Just moments ago, they were thrilled for Su Jingwo. Now, they just wanted to give the boastful man a good beating. Nonetheless, to be honest, they were also quite curious to see Wu Jianzhong's reaction. The two exchanged glances. Shall we go take a look? I think that's a splendid idea. Su Jingwo exclaimed. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and get in the car. Instantly, several individuals scooped up a baby each. After a moment's contemplation, they felt something was amiss. Old Li snatched the fourth baby from Zhang Yuan's grasp, while Li took the third baby from when Chi. One person now held two babies and climbed into the back seat. Let us go. Don't dawdle. I can hardly contain my excitement. The babies exchanged curious glances, but seeing their grandfather so jubilant, they too broke into laughter. Why are the grandpas taking us out to play? How delightful. How delightful, Chi. I'm taking the babies out for a joyride, and I shall return shortly, Su Jingwo informed when Chi. She smiled and nodded. All right. Let us go, Su Jingwo shouted as he started the car. Li Dong and Zhang Yuan, who had been left behind, exchanged glances. Finally, Zhang Yuan could not help but voice, brother. Have we been ignored? Li Dong nodded in agreement. It seemed so that a gentle breeze swept by, causing Zhang Yuan to feel a bit chilly. After a moment's thought, he added, forget it. It appears I won't see the babies this morning, that I'll head home now and return this afternoon to play with them. Sister-in-law, when Chen returns, please let him know I left first. He decided against lingering here with his brother. Feeling rather dejected, that Li Dong, who had been feeling downcast, remarked, brother, is this really all right? When Chi suggested, why not wait until after lunch? Zhang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. No worries, I just called my mom. She wants me home for lunch. With that, he quickly departed. That Li Dong had initially contemplated reminding Zhang Yuan that Su Chen's cooking was exceptionally delicious, but recalling the young man's earlier words, he decided against it. After Zhang Yuan left, Li Dong felt even more desolate. Fortunately, it wasn't too long before Su Chen returned driving. Upon seeing when Chi, Fong Rulan greeted her cheerfully. Chi, you're back. When Chi nodded while helping to carry the peanuts. Li Dong also assisted. The peanuts were soon unloaded from the car. Fong Rulan surveyed the house with a puzzled expression. Where are Jingwo and the babies? Chapter 157. Su Jingwo's mischievousness, Fong Rulan recalled instructing them not to wander off when they left. Fearing the babies might create a ruckus in an unfamiliar environment, to her surprise, they had indeed gone out. As he carried the peanuts, Li Dong remarked, they took the babies to Uncle Wu's house. They should be back shortly, right? Out! Fong Rulan expressed her discontent. These men are truly unreliable when it comes to watching the children. With the wind blowing outside, I wonder if they're shielding the babies from it. What if they catch a cold? Oh, my little grandsons. How could they have such a group of grandfathers? Li Dong wished to offer an explanation, but before he could speak, Su Chen stepped forward. Mom, I'll go help out. All right, you go ahead. Dongzi lent a hand. Li Dong quickly joined in. Forgetting what he had intended to say. On the street, Wu Jianzhong had just seen off Tang He and was riding his electric scooter home when suddenly he heard honking from behind. Turning around, he spotted a brand new car, strikingly handsome and utterly captivating, that Wu Jianzhong was momentarily entranced. Strange, has another wealthy person arrived in town? As he pondered, the honking became increasingly urgent. One honk after another, that Wu Jianzhong realized he might be obstructing someone's path and edged closer to the roadside. Inside the car, Su Jingwo couldn't help but burst into laughter upon seeing Wu Jianzhong's reaction. Look, Wu Ge, didn't he recognize us? Indeed. Wu Ji's reaction is simply too amusing. Old Su, don't stop. Let us tease him a bit. That's exactly what I was thinking. The three middle-aged men, nearing 50, reached a unanimous decision. The four babies gazed curiously out the window, puzzled as to why their grandfather wasn't stopping. The second baby curiously pointed at Wu Jianzhong outside, his eyes wide with wonder. Look. That is Grandpa. Why, isn't he listening? Old Li, holding the second baby, was on the verge of laughter. The second baby recognized Wu Ge. Be good, second baby, don't cause a ruckus. Soon we'll give Grandpa a surprise. The second baby blinked, pondering what a surprise might be. Will it make Grandpa happy with that? He settled back in old Li's embrace, filled with anticipation that Wu Jianzhong continued riding, glancing at the peculiar car ahead. The road was wide enough, and he realized that he wouldn't have impeded their passage even if he hadn't moved aside. Yet, why were they insisting he yield? It seemed utterly nonsensical. Wu Jianzhong scoffed internally. Have the wealthy become this arrogant nowadays? Lost in thought, he suddenly heard the honking again. Checking his position, he was already sufficiently close to the side. With this realization, Wu Jianzhong felt increasingly puzzled. He glanced back at the car behind him and was astonished. Why is that same car behind me again? Didn't it just pass me? Was it turning around for some reason? After a moment of deliberation, he decided it was best not to argue with city folk, but he edged even further to the side. At that moment, the car slowly passed him by. For some reason, it seemed to be moving particularly slowly as it went past, leaving Wu Jianzhong with a strange impression that the vehicle was mocking him. But why? Inside the car, Su Jiangwo, Old Li, and Li Li were laughing uncontrollably. Did you see that? Wu Ge seems to be getting irritated. He must have realized, he is going to be furious in a moment. Come on, old Su, let us make another round. Su Jiangwo laughed heartily. All right, let us go. Having a car is truly exhilarating. They drove off again. Ningxi town was a circular small town, and the car turned at the front to return on another road, allowing them to pass by Wu Jianzhong again. They eagerly anticipated his expression when he realized it was them. Meanwhile, Wu Jianzhong continued his leisurely ride home, feeling something was inherently off as the road was rather empty today. When he heard the honking for the third time, he instinctively turned around that instant. His eyes widened in shock. Whose car is this? Is it out of its mind? No way. This time, he absolutely had to see who was inside. Inside the vehicle, Old Li urged Old Su, this time we can't dawdle. Hurry past or Wu Ge will see us, and that LL ruined the fun. All right, Su Jiangwo pressed the accelerator, and the car zoomed past Wu Jianzhong. Wu Jianzhong barely registered the flash of the car as it sped by, leaving him bewildered. 3 times. 3 whole times. This is too bizarre. Am I going insane? A chill swept over him, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. Am I seeing things? He hurried back to his scooter, urging himself to get home quickly. After riding for a while, Wu Jianzhong heard the honking once more, but he shivered involuntarily. No way. I can't look back this time. Wu Jianzhong began to accelerate on his electric scooter. However, the vehicle behind him sped up as well, the honking closely trailing him, as if it was intentionally following him. Wu Jianzhong was covered in goosebumps, his scalp tingling. He muttered to himself, "Don't follow me. Don't follow me, don't follow me. Ancestors, protect me, protect me, protect me." Yet, the car showed no signs of slowing down. Wu Jianzhong felt like crying. Ultimately, his scooter was no match for the car which caught up with him. Wu Jianzhong dared not lift his head, praying that the vehicle would pass him by like before and ignore his presence. Just as he thought this, Wu Jianzhong suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Uncle Wu, why are you driving so fast? It's quite dangerous." Wu Jianzhong froze, turning to see a familiar SUV. He stopped abruptly. Su Chen. Su Chen also halted his vehicle. "It's me. Uncle Wu, what's wrong?" Su Chen had just finished delivering peanuts for someone and was on his way back to the field when he spotted Wu Jianzhong riding his scooter. Initially, he intended to greet him with a honk, but seeing Wu Jianzhong's increasingly frantic speed, he felt something was amiss. So he hurriedly followed. Now that they had stopped, Su Chen noticed the sweat dripping from Wu Jianzhong's forehead. He looked perplexed. "Uncle Wu, what's wrong? Are you all right? Should I take you to the hospital?" Wu Jianzhong, feeling as though he had found a lifeline, grasped Su Chen's sleeve, swallowing hard. "Xiao Chun, I think that I saw a ghost." Chapter 158. Wu Jianzhong left dumbfounded. Su Chen was taken aback. "What?" Su Jiangwo, hearing this, realized how absurd it sounded. Yet the truth was he was genuinely losing his mind. Just a moment ago, a car had passed by him 3 times, continuously. Each time it went by, it felt particularly strange. "Xiao Chun, do you think I've offended someone recently?" Su Chen was eager to assert that it was utterly impossible. However, observing Wu Jianzhong's demeanor, which appeared to be quite frightened, he found himself slightly perplexed. "Uncle Wu, how about I escort you home?" Wu Jianzhong contemplated for a moment and was just about to nod when, suddenly, his pupils constricted once more. "Here it comes again." "What?" Su Chen turned his head in curiosity. In the next moment, he spotted the very car he had driven earlier that morning. Wu Jianzhong, now thoroughly bewildered, clutched tightly at Su Chen's sleeve, repeatedly exclaiming, "That's the car! That's the car! Xiao Chen, look, it's coming again!" What on earth is happening? Su Chen sighed in exasperation. What on earth was his father doing? Was he intentionally trying to frighten Uncle Wu? At that very moment, inside the Audi, Su Jingwo was preparing for the fourth time to scare Wu Jianzhong when he caught sight of Su Chen. Old Li's head leaned over curiously. "That's Xiao Chen's car, isn't it?" "Ha, it seems this time we're doomed. But look, Brother Wu is still holding on to Xiao Chen tightly. He must be terrified that I think so too." "Lao Su, let's drive over." "All right." Su Jingwo nodded, that he quickly accelerated the vehicle. The little ones spotted Su Chen, and their faces lit up, all clamoring to stand up. That S.I. Bao was particularly vocal, babbling with excitement. "Look, Daddy, I see Daddy." So happy Li struggled to maintain control over CB S.I. Bao. "Don't be naughty. Wait until the car stops, and then Daddy can hold you, all right?" Outside the vehicle, Wu Jianzhong's fear intensified. He had already grasped Su Chen's arm, and with people around, why was that car still approaching him? Moreover, why was it accelerating? Right ahead was Su Chen's car. Did it not fear colliding with it? Of course, those vehicles were untroubled by obstacles that Wu Jianzhong was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Xiao Chen, do you see that car? It's heading straight for you." Su Chen nodded. "Yeah, I see it." Indeed, he saw it, and it was gaining speed. Feeling increasingly helpless, Su Chen felt Wu Jianzhong tugging at him, trying to move aside. "Get out of the way, quickly." Su Chen remained still. "Xiao Chen, the car is about to crash." Wu Jianzhong's voice was nearly hoarse. Su Chen could only rub his forehead. "Don't worry, they won't hit us." "How do you know?" Wu Jianzhong was nearly losing his mind. What on earth should they do? Was that car out of its mind? As the vehicle seemed poised to collide with Su Chen, Wu Jianzhong resolved to protect him at all costs. That he immediately positioned himself in front of Su Chen, shielding him. "Xiao Chen, run. These things are coming for me. They won't harm you. Just hurry." Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle at Wu Jianzhong's antics, yet he felt a swell of emotion. Just as he was about to speak, Wu Jianzhong urgently covered his ears and shouted, "Run." Ultimately, Su Chen's words remained unspoken. That Wu Jianzhong shut his eyes, bracing for the impact of the car rushing past him. However, after a considerable wait, nothing happened. That Wu Jianzhong dared not open his eyes for fear of witnessing something terrifying. After a while, he heard the sound of a door opening. He silently wondered, what could possibly be getting out of the car? Is Xiao Chen all right? Lost in thought, he suddenly heard a familiar burst of laughter. "Ha ha. Brother Wu, you are so amusing. Was it really that frightening? Ha ha. You cracked me up." Wu Jianzhong opened his eyes in an instant, stunned that Su Jingwo was standing before him, cradling to Bao. Beside him stood old Li, holding air Bao, Li with San Bao, and Su Chen with CBAO. As soon as they exited the vehicle, Si Bao was the first to leap into Su Chen's embrace at a T that moment. The four little ones and four adults were all smiling at Wu Jianzhong. The adults laughed because they genuinely found it amusing, while the children giggled without understanding the reason behind the laughter. Yet their joy was infectious, making the little ones equally delighted. That Wu Jianzhong gazed at the group in confusion, then at the car, and lastly at the keys in Su Jingwo's hand, astonished. "What is going on? How did you all get here?" Su Jingwo laughed even more heartily. "Liga, Brother Wu hasn't grasped the situation yet." "Huh?" Old Li was nearly breathless from laughter. "Brother Wu, you really are quite foolish." Li shook his head. "Hey, Jianzhong, it seems you've regressed over the years." Wu Jianzhong stared at them, then at the car, and finally at Su Jingwo's keys, suddenly realizing, You all, what on earth is happening? What about this car?" Su Jingwo cleared his throat and remained silent. Old Li, still chuckling, added, "This car belongs to Lao Su." "Huh? We were just teasing you. Look how scared you were." Li also shook his head helplessly. Wu Jianzhong exclaimed, "Lao Su's? You bought a car." He remembered that Lao Su had obtained a driver's license, but now with for little ones, had he really gone and bought a car? The possibility seemed slim. Old Li burst into laughter again. "It was bought by Xiao Chen. Aren't you envious? Isn't it thrilling? We just came over to show you." Wu Jianzhong was taken aback. He glanced at Su Jingwo, then at Li, realizing that Old Li didn't appear to be deceiving him. Fury ignited within him. "Is this just for me to see? You all," he recalled his earlier reaction, realizing he had indeed been overly cowardly. A breath of indignation welled up inside him. leaving him momentarily speechless that in the end, he could only vent his frustration on Chen. Xiao Chun, did you know about this? If he had known, why had he been so desperately trying to protect him? Wu Jinzhong's urge to lash out at him surged. Yet Chen quickly waved his hands. This is a misunderstanding. I genuinely had no idea about this. I just happened to pass by. Noticing Wu Jinzhong's skeptical gaze, Chen continued. I swear it's true. I was helping the neighbors deliver peanuts that I still have a few more houses left to visit. So, I must get going. Dad, uncles, you all continue with your business. I'll take my leave. Saying this, he planted kisses on the little ones. Babies, Daddy has to go back to work. You all stay with the grandpas for now. Daddy will be back soon, so be good. As Wu Jinzhong appeared ready to explode, Chen hurriedly handed Si Bao over to him. Uncle Wu, please take care of Si Bao for me. Wu Jinzhong. Chapter 159. The clever get outwitted originally prepared to unleash his fury. Wu Jinzhong found his anger dissipating the moment he held the baby, especially upon seeing Chen leave. Si Bao's little mouth pouted, on the verge of tears that Wu Jinzhong's heart softened. Si Bao, be good, don't cry. Daddy will be back soon. No tears, no tears. Let Grandpa Wu hold you for a bit, all right? Upon hearing that gentle voice, Si Bao's tears transformed into laughter. Grandpa Wu is so cute. I like after soothing Si Bao, Wu Jinzhong lifted his head, snorting coldly. You lot, if it weren't for the baby, humph. Oldly chuckled, ha ha. What's wrong? What are you going to do to us? Lili added. Exactly, Jinzhong, look at you, your courage is truly lacking, Desu Jiangwo remarked. Ah, it's pitiful for someone who doesn't have a son to buy a car. Wu Jinzhong. He was now filled with the urge to retaliate, the kind that was nearly impossible to contain. However, with a baby in his arms, he could do nothing. Desu Jiangwo chimed in. This car is actually quite expensive. I absolutely adore it. Ah, you wouldn't understand this kind of distress, Wu Jinzhong, Lili Oldly. Why does it feel like Lao Su is mocking only Wu Jinzhong? Isn't that a bit excessive? The more Wu Jinzhong listened, the more incensed he became that he quickly stepped forward and snatched the keys from Su Jiangwo's hand. What are you doing? Su Jiangwo exclaimed. Nothing. Wu Jinzhong shot a glance at Li and Old Li, who immediately understood that Wu Jinzhong handed Si Bao to Li. Old Li snatched San Bao from Su Jiangwo. Then, the group swiftly opened the car doors. Before Su Jiangwo could react, they started the vehicle. Wu Jinzhong, having also obtained a driver's license, was quick to realize what was happening, that he swiftly chased after the car. But how could his two legs keep up with a four-wheeled vehicle? You bunch of rascals. Su Jiangwo cursed angrily. Suddenly, he noticed the car slowing down. Filled with hope, he hurried over. However, when he pulled on the car door, it wouldn't budge. He tried again, still no movement. Finally, he resorted to banging on the window. Wu Jinzhong lowered the window. Su Jiangwo quickly said, What are you doing? Open the door. Hurry. Wu Jinzhong had finally found a chance for revenge and would not easily grant him access, but he chuckled softly and tossed another key to Su Jiangwo. Su Jiangwo glanced down and saw it was the key to an electric bike. Su Jiangwo. Wu Jinzhong burst into laughter. Lao Su, it's not far from your home. You can ride the electric bike back. We'll be waiting for you at your place. Su Jiangwo. This situation seemed rather off. Hey Li, Old Li, what's going on? Are you not with me? Why are you helping Wu Go? Lao Li, because you are too despicable. Li, there are no absolute enemies in this world. Su Jiangwo. Has he been played by a few people? Watching his car drift further away, Su Jiangwo was on the verge of tears. Not only had his vehicle been taken, but his precious ones had also been carried away. Helpless, Su Jiangwo turned back to ride his scooter. I'll settle the score with you when I return. With this thought, he mounted the electric scooter. After starting it, he rode furiously towards home, his face a mask of anger. However, as he rode, he suddenly felt something amiss. Why was this scooter slowing down? Could it be running out of battery? Just as he pondered this, the next moment, the scooter stalled. Su Jiangwo, what a piece of junk. He wished he could toss the vehicle aside. Yet, it was Wu Jinzhong's mode of transport. After a moment's consideration, he thought that since Wu Ge had treated him well, he gave the scooter a hard kick and began to push it along slowly. Wu Jinzhong, Li, and the others soon arrived home. Li Dong was washing peanuts while Fong Rulan mentioned wanting to boil some. Fresh boiled peanuts are especially delicious. When Chi-Chi assisted Fong Rulan in the kitchen, Before long, Fong Rulan heard the sound of a car pulling up outside. Is Su Chen back? She joyfully stepped outside, only to see a strange vehicle. Fong Rulan, curious, exclaimed, "Whose car is this?" Li and Lao Li soon emerged from the car, each holding a baby. Fong Rulan was taken aback. "How come it's you?" "Where's Zhang Wo?" She glanced at the driver's seat. Could it be Zhang Wo was driving? But when the door opened, it was Wu Jinzhong who stepped out. That Wu Jinzhong casually took the 4 babies. "Rulan, I want to be going back for lunch. As Su Jiangwo has caused me quite the trouble today, I must indulge in a hearty meal to make up for it." Fong Rulan nodded. "Oh, all right. Jiangwo didn't come with you." Fong Rulan furrowed her brow. "What is going on?" The babies were with him, but where was Su Jiangwo? Was he neglecting the babies for something else? How unreliable. Seeing Fong Rulan's expression, Wu Jinzhong chuckled that it appeared Rulan was just as clueless as he was about the car, being Su Jiangwo's. He exchanged glances with Li and Lao Li, signaling them to remain silent. Then he approached Fong Rulan and said, "Lao Su, who knows? This person is notoriously unreliable, and you know that, right? Just moments ago. He claimed to have something to attend to and then vanished, and I suspect he simply does not want to look after the babies deliberately. When he returns, you must interrogate him thoroughly. Otherwise, he will be in for it." Fong Rulan nodded. "You needn't worry about that. I will certainly do so." As she spoke, she glanced at the car. "Wu Ge, did you buy a car?" Wu Jinzhong deliberately remained silent. Fong Rulan, suspicious, observed for a moment before returning to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Li Dong, who had been quietly working, found the situation rather peculiar. However, seeing the expressions of the others, he refrained from saying anything, silently sweating for Su Jiangwo, as Su Jiangwo cursed and grumbled for half an hour, sweating profusely until he finally pushed the scooter to the doorstep. Upon seeing Wu Jinzhong, his anger flared. He angrily shouted, "Wu Ge, what kind of junk car is this? Get rid of it. It's truly awful." Wu Jinzhong could no longer contain his laughter. "Haha, my apologies. Lao Su, did I forgot to mention that this electric bike only has enough power to get to my place. It seems a bit far for you." Su Jiangwo rolled his eyes. "Forgot? I think you did that on purpose." "If it weren't for the fact that I once rode this vehicle too." Before he could finish, Fong Rulan emerged from the house brandishing a kitchen knife. "What are you going to do about it?" Chapter 160. What's the deal with this chicken? Upon seeing the kitchen knife, Su Jiangwo instinctively took a step back. "Rulan, what are you doing?" Fong Rulan pointed the knife angrily at Su Jiangwo. "What do you mean? What am I doing? Where have you been? The babies are back and you are still outside. Were you not supposed to be at home looking after them? Where exactly were you attending to them?" "Su Jiangwo, let me tell you if you dare." The more Su Jiangwo listened, the more he felt something was off. How had he not looked after the babies? Hadn't he been with them all along? It was just that the babies had been taken back by them first. He quickly interrupted Fong Rulan. "I was looking after the babies." "Where were you looking after them?" Fong Rulan, seeing him, grew furious. "Did you not see that it was Wu Ge and the others who were taking care of the babies?" "Wu Ge." Su Jiangwo glanced in Wu Jinzhong's direction. That Wu Jinzhong casually smiled. That smile sent chills down Su Jiangwo's spine. Frowning, he asked, "Did they say something to you?" "Rulan, it's not what you think." Fong Rulan, seeing Su Jiangwo attempting to explain, became increasingly enraged. "That if it's not like that, then what is it? Do you dare argue? What could possibly be more important than looking after the babies? Just look at Wu Ge. He has bought a car. And you have nothing. You can't even take care of a child without disappearing." "I see you are." Before she could finish, Su Jiangwo interrupted her again. "Wait a minute. What do you mean he bought a car? When did Wu Ge buy a car?" Fong Rulan pointed at the car outside. "Where are your eyes?" Su Jiangwo frowned, turned to look at the car, and was instantly taken aback. "Are you saying this car belongs to Wu Ge?" As he spoke, he glanced again at Wu Jinzhong, Li and Lao Li, who were holding the babies and looking at him nonchalantly, showing no signs of coming to help. Even Li Dong sat aside, watching the spectacle. When Chi-Chi emerged from the kitchen, preparing to mediate, Ali silently gestured for her to remain quiet. Hearing Su Jiangwo's words, Fong Rulan was infuriated. "Yes, so what? You said you were going to buy a car. I see you were just dreaming." "Su Jiangwo, this car is not Wu Ji's." Fong Rulan, who had been interrupted at every turn, became even angrier. "What nonsense are you spouting? If it's not Wu Ge's, then is it yours?" "Su Jiangwo, it is mine." Fong Rulan, exasperated, You get out of here. Don't come back for dinner. You are not worthy, Su Jiangwo. Da-da. He felt utterly deceived this time, but he hurriedly stepped forward to grasp Fong Rulin's arm. Rulin, let me explain. Fong Rulin, what more is there to say? You can even fabricate a lie about buying a car. I don't want to talk to you, that Su Jiangwo could only sigh. Though this car isn't mine, it was bought for us by our son. Think carefully. Has Wu Ge ever mentioned wanting to buy a car? Not only has Wu Ge never mentioned it, but even his wife hasn't, right? How could this car possibly belong to Wu Ge? Wu Ge is deceiving you. Fong Rulin looked at him, her expression skeptical. Upon reflection, it did seem plausible. She had a good relationship with Wu Jianzhong's wife. If Wu Jianzhong were to buy a car, she would have been informed long ago. How could there be no news at all? Could it be that this car truly was bought by Su Chen? Fong Rulin curiously glanced at Wu Jianzhong and the others. Then, she saw them all burst into laughter, especially Wu Jianzhong. He laughed heartily and said, So, Lao Su, how does it feel? Haha, still dare to scare me. Did you think I wouldn't find a way to get back at you? Su Jiangwo, that upon hearing this, Fong Rulin was instantly stunned. This car really did belong to Jiangwo. Wu Jianzhong, no longer intending to deceive Fong Rulin, nodded. Yes, Xiao Chen bought ITS for your convenience to visit your little grandchildren in the future. Fong Rulin looked at Wen Qiqi, who affirmed, Wu Shu is right. This morning, I went with Su Chen to pick it up from the county. Fong Rulin's spirits lifted. She handed the kitchen knife to Su Jiangwo and quickly went to inspect the car. Oh my, I thought this car looked so handsome. It turns out Xiao Chen bought it. Xiao Chen is truly amazing. My son is incredible. Wu Jianzhong, once again, he was overshadowed by pride. Why did it feel like although Su Jiangwo had been bested, he was still quite unhappy? The more Wu Jianzhong thought about it, the angrier he became. All right, Rulin, I'm starving. Did I ask dinner ready? He was here for dinner after all. This is good. I'll be right there. I'm going to cook. Jingwo, take me out for a spin later. Seeing Fong Rulin so happy, Su Jiangwo felt his own spirits lift. Sure, no problem. Fong Rulin busied herself in the kitchen. After a moment, Su Jiangwo followed her in. Wait, I'll cook. Rulin, you take a break. After all, Fong Rulin seldom cooks. She made something that turned out to be inedible. What then? Wu Jianzhong and the others exchanged glances. Why did it feel like they had just been bullied by Su Chen and Wen Qiqi, and now they were about to be bullied again by Su Jiangwo and Fong Rulin? Were they not allowed to live? Ah, the Su family is truly formidable. Half an hour later, the meal was nearly ready. Fong Rulin stepped outside to take a look and noticed that Su Chen had not yet returned. She turned to Wen Qiqi and said, Qiqi, could you please give Xiao Chen a call? My phone has been acting up these past few days, and I can't dial out. Ask him to come back early for dinner. All right. Wen Qiqi nodded, took out her phone, and was about to make the call when suddenly Su Chen's voice rang out at the door. No need to call. I'm back. Dong Ge, come help me out. Li Dong stood up with a frown, asking, What's the matter? Oh, it's nothing much. That I went to deliver some peanuts, and they gave me some food to bring back that I couldn't refuse. Su Chen opened the trunk, revealing it to be stuffed with an assortment of items. Walnuts, watermelons, apples, pears, and various vegetables, including winter melons and fruits. But that was not the most alarming part. The most shocking sight was a metal cage inside the trunk. Li Dong blinked in disbelief. Are you sure this is what you call a bit? He was deeply suspicious of Su Chen's understanding of the word bit. The entire trunk was filled to the brim. Su Chen, feeling helpless, explained, They were just too enthusiastic. I really tried to refuse, but there was no way out. I didn't expect to be stuffed with so many things that Li Dong inquired, and what about the chickens? Chapter 161. What are you doing, uncle? The mention of the 2 chickens made Su Chen feel overwhelmed. These are from Aunt Zhang. She insisted on giving them to me, saying that since I have a wife now, I should nourish her health. They are home-raised black chickens, reputed to be very nourishing. That he glanced at Wen Qiqi, whose face flushed under his gaze, prompting her to quickly turn and head inside. Li Dong, scratching his head in resignation, assisted Su Chen in carrying the food back. That Su Jiangwo and Fong Rulin also looked on in astonishment. Xiao Chen, all of this that I asked it really from them? Yes, this won't do. How can you accept so much from others? Xiao Chen, you must return it immediately. That Su Chen smiled lightly. Oh, it's fine. If I don't accept it, they let me leave. Don't worry. I let them suffer a loss. That I left them a little surprise. Upon hearing this, Fong Rulin nodded. Then that's settled. Let's eat that Tijong Ho Hat's home. Her son returned with Su Chen after helping the neighbors transport peanuts. Zhang Hohat had prepared a meal and was calling her son to eat. As her son dusted off the crumbs from his pants and was about to walk over, he suddenly spotted a corner of a 100 yuan bill peeking out from under a plate. Curious, he hurried over to lift the plate, revealing 300 yuan notes underneath. "Mom, why did you leave money on the table? Don't you usually keep it hidden?" Zhang Hohat, carrying the dishes, was taken aback. "What money? All my money is on me." "Then what is this?" Her son handed the 3 bills to Zhang Hohat, who looked at the money suspiciously before recalling the events of the day. Suddenly, she realized, could this be left by Xiao Chen? Xiao Chen. Her son was equally puzzled. "Yes, this morning when he passed by our house, didn't Tian Fong say he has a baby? I gave him 2 of our home-raised black chickens. Later, he told me he was thirsty. So, I went to get him some water. After he drank, he left, so that it seems he intended to leave money here." Her son nodded in agreement. "That must be it." Zhang Hohat was extremely anxious. "No, we can't accept his money. You must return it to him." As her son turned to leave with the money, he hesitated at the door and returned. "Mom, I don't think Xiao Chen will acknowledge it, so I won't return it." "What should we do then?" Zhang Hohat was increasingly worried. Her son chuckled. "It's fine. In the future, we can visit their home more often and bring them some good food. Xiao Chen is quite a good fellow. I want to learn more from him." Zhang Hohat nodded in agreement. "Yes, you should spend more time with Xiao Chen. He's a good kid." Meanwhile, in every household Su Chen visited, varying amounts of money were discovered hidden in different corners, some under chairs, some by the doorstep, and others near the kitchen countertop. They all shared a common question: who left this? But after careful consideration, they began to form their own guesses, each harboring a profound admiration for Su Chen. During lunch, Li and Old Li quickly set down their bowls, letting out a silent sigh that Li Dong managed to eat a bowl of rice but had no desire to continue. Even Su Jiangwo and Fong Rulin were sighing. Only Wu Jianzhong was enjoying his meal heartily. He looked at the others with confusion, asking, "What's wrong with you all? Why aren't you eating?" The other sighed again. Old Li remarked, "You don't understand. Once you've indulged in delicacies, returning to this feels that." Su Jiangwo interjected. "Old Li, are you implying my cooking is subpar?" "I never said that." If you're so capable, then don't eat." "Fine, I want to eat." "Old Su, look at yourself. You don't want to eat either, do you?" "Who said I don't want to eat?" "Then why did you put your chopsticks down?" Su Jiangwo, fuming, grabbed his chopsticks again. Although he found the food unappetizing, he refused to lose face. He could eat 3 or 4 bowls of Su Chen's cooking. He had to eat at least 2 bowls of his own. Thus, Su Jiangwo lowered his head and shoveled the rice into his mouth. Li, feeling helpless, suggested, "If you truly can't eat anymore, just stop. You don't have to force yourself." "Who says I can't eat? I can eat." He continued to shove more rice into his mouth. Though his expression clearly indicated he was struggling, that Wu Jianzhong, perplexed, wondered, is it really that terrible? Seeing that the others were silent yet clearly dissatisfied, he quietly took a bite and remarked, "It's not bad. Old Su's cooking is actually quite good." "Wasn't he always like this before?" Old Li and Li exchanged glances. "That's because you've never tasted Xiao Chen's cooking." Wu Jianzhong looked at Su Chen in confusion. "Xiao Chen really knows how to cook." Old Li and Li rolled their eyes at him. "How many times have we told you? You really have no luck. Every time you come over, it's never Xiao Chen cooking." "How pitiful." Wu Jianzhong replied, "It sounds really delicious, but is it really that exaggerated?" He looked at Su Chen with suspicion. "Xiao Chen, when will you cook for me to try?" Su Chen nodded. "Sure, I'll make it when I have time." Wu Jianzhong nodded, beginning to look forward to it. After lunch, Su Chen finally had time to hold the babies. All the little ones reached out their hands to him. Reluctantly, he placed them in infant chairs surrounding him. The sun shone brightly today, and in the afternoon, it streamed right in front of the door that Su Chen basked in the sun while playfully entertaining the babies. Su Jiangwo and the others were inside playing cards. Fong Rulin was busy washing clothes, and when Chi helped while occasionally stepping outside to check on the babies, the eldest baby was nearly asleep. The second was staring dreamily at the food beside Su Jiangwo, while the third's gaze was fixed on Wen Chi, smiling occasionally. The fourth was playfully tussling with Su Chen, laughing joyfully. Su Chen looked around contentedly, thinking, this feeling is truly wonderful. After a while, Xie Feifei arrived with a pile of toys. Zhang Yuan, having finished his meal, also came over and picked up a baby with Xie Feifei. Noticing Li Dong sitting alone with his eyes closed, she approached him with the third baby in her arms. asking, "Hey, uncle, what are you doing?" Li Dong suddenly opened his eyes, looking at Xie Feifei with a frown. "Uncle, I'm only a few years older than you. 8 years. My little uncle is 8 years older than me. So, are you not an uncle, Li Dong?" But he found himself at a loss for words. Today, Xie Feifei wore a low-cut outfit. The delighted third baby was happily gripping Xie Feifei's clothing that as she continued talking to Li Dong without noticing. The baby tugged harder, causing the neckline to slip further down. Li Dong, who glanced over at that moment, hurriedly turned his head away. "Keep an eye on Sanbao." Xie Feifei, puzzled as to why Li Dong suddenly ignored her, looked down and noticed the neckline had slipped significantly. Her face turned bright red as she quickly adjusted her clothing, but the third baby thought it was a game and tugged even harder. Flustered, Xie Feifei exclaimed, "Sanbao, you know I'll spank you." Where could the little Sanbao possibly comprehend her words? The strength in that hand was becoming increasingly forceful. Xie Feifei was in a state of distress, her mind racing with thoughts. What to do? What to do? Li Dong also sensed that something was amiss. He swiftly removed his outer coat and handed it to Xie Feifei, saying, "Who told you to dress the child in such attire? Put mine on first." Touched, Xie Feifei accepted the garment, a faint blush crossing her cheeks once more. "How was I to know? You're scolding me again, that you're such a fierce man. No wonder you're still single." Humph. Despite her words, she resolved to wear Li Dong's coat. After all, donning it would allow her to frolic joyfully with Sanbao. However, with one arm cradling Sanbao, she found it impossible to put on the coat with just one hand. She glanced at Li Dong and noticed he was not looking at her at all. Thus, she cautiously asked, "Uncle, could you lend me a hand?" "Lend you a hand with what?" Li Dong felt awkward at that moment. Yet, inexplicably, there was a strange sensation bubbling within him. Xie Feifei continued, "Could you hold Sanbao for me? Once I'm dressed, you can give him back to me. Otherwise, I won't be able to get dressed properly." Reluctantly, Li Dong turned his head away. Adjusting his glasses, he quickly took Sanbao into his arms before she could notice. Xie Feifei hastily put on the coat. However, she suddenly felt that Li Dong wasn't as much of a straightforward man as she initially thought that very moment. Zhang Yuan was playing with Sibao. Observing Su Chen amusing the child, Zhang Yuan remarked, "Chen Gu, Wang Zan is getting married tomorrow. Are you going?" Su Chen nodded, "Yes, I will go." Zhang Yuan inquired, "Are you bringing the babies?" After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen agreed, "I suppose so." Zhang Yuan chuckled heartily. That was splendid news indeed. He recalled Wang Zan mentioning he would introduce a bridesmaid to Su Chen. Yesterday, he and Chang had specifically discussed that they must not reveal to Wang Zan, Xie Yintian, and Lu Fei that Su Chen had a wife and children. They had to give them a good tease. This was a rare opportunity. Otherwise, being the only one to endure the teasing would be too tragic. Before long, both of their phones chimed simultaneously. Su Chen picked up his phone and noticed that Wang Zan had created a group chat. The group consisted of 6 members: Wang Zan, Xie Yintian, Chang Yi, Zhang Yuan, Lu Fei, and Su Chen. Zhang Yuan also saw this and frowned, quickly replying, "Wang Zan, why aren't you busy? What is going on?" Wang Zan responded, "Tomorrow is the wedding. You all are my groomsmen," he insisted. "Not a single one of you can escape." Wang Zan added, "I have 4 beautiful bridesmaids lined up." He reassured them, "Don't say I didn't help you." Xie Yintian replied, "Don't worry, brother. I will definitely be there." Chang Yi echoed, "Don't worry, brother." Zhang Yuan glanced at Su Chen and chimed in, "Don't worry, brother." Lu Fei was the last to respond, seemingly pondering for quite some time before replying, "Brother, I had originally planned to come, but something urgent has come up that I will transfer a red envelope to you. When I return for the new year, I'll treat you all to a meal as an apology." Xie Yintian exclaimed, "What are you saying, you rascal? You're being so ungrateful at your brother's wedding." Chang Yi asked, "Is it about your graduation?" Wang Zan quickly replied, "It's fine, if you have something to attend to. Go ahead, but remember to treat us to a good meal when you return." Wang Zan knew that these brothers, who had grown up together, would not miss his wedding without a valid reason. Therefore, he held no grudge against Lu Fei. However, evading the meal was certainly not an option. Lu Fei replied, "Thank you, brother, I will." He then sent Wang Zan a red envelope of 2,000 yuan. After Wang Zan accepted it, he inquired, "What about Chen Ge?" Zhang Yuan was quite curious about Su Chen's response, particularly since Su Chen was the most successful among them. Su Chen glanced at the messages and then at the busy Wen Qiji before breaking into a smile. He quickly replied, I will attend the wedding tomorrow, but I probably can't be a groomsman. People say bridesmaids shouldn't have been married before. Given my situation, it's no different from having been married. Chen added, sorry, brothers, Xie Tian. The Zhang Yuan hurriedly responded, Chen Ge must have something going on. Wang Zan, let it go. Zhang Yuan had his own thoughts. Wang Zan assessed the situation and replied, all right, as long as Chen Ge comes. That's enough. Good wine and beautiful ladies will be prepared for you all. Do make sure to pay attention. Zhang Yuan laughed. Absolutely. He shot a glance at Su Chen, as Su Chen pondered for a moment before asking, can family members come? He had quite a few to bring along. Before Wang Zan could respond, Zhang Yuan eagerly interjected, Of course. Su Chen looked at Zhang Yuan, who was cradling Si Bao, feeling utterly helpless. Was he doing this on purpose? Yet he chose to remain silent. The group engaged in light banter for a while before each returned to their own affairs. At this moment, the Wang family was bustling with activity. After putting away his phone, Wang Zan was about to rise and lend a hand when Wang Qian approached, accompanied by her boyfriend He Yongin. Upon seeing Wang Zan, Wang Qian eagerly asked, Is Su Chen coming tomorrow? Previously, after Wang Zan returned from fishing, Wang Qian had wanted to witness his misery, but regrettably, Wang Zan had shown no reaction. This left Wang Qian utterly perplexed. After some subtle inquiries, she discovered that Wang Zan seemed entirely unaware that Su Chen had a girlfriend and a child. Thus, she was quite conflicted. How could she be the only one to suffer during a perfectly fine holiday? This made her quite unhappy. Wang Zan, intrigued, queried, Qian, why do I get the feeling you're overly concerned about Su Chen? Isn't Yongin upset? Yongin looked at him with a bemused expression. Why would I be upset? Wang Zan. Now Wang Qian was equally conflicted. Exactly. Why would Yongin be upset? She doesn't even like Su Chen. Besides, He Yongin knows that Su Chen is married. Wang Zan. That this couple truly seemed to be a match made in heaven, alas. It was unfortunate he was being so kind-hearted. Wang Zan rose to leave. And as he passed by He Yongin, he couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder, saying, Brother, take it easy. That he then turned to Wang Qian and remarked, Su Chen will be coming with that. He shook his head and departed. That He Yongin curiously asked Wang Qian, Qian, is this really okay? Wang Qian replied, very good. At the Xie household, after donning Li Dong's coat, Xie Feifei began to play with Sanbao. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan spotted Xie Feifei and curiously inquired, little girl, is this Brother Dong your boyfriend? Xie Feifei was taken aback, about to respond, when Li Dong interjected, no, Xie Feifei. She hadn't even declined yet. And he was so quick to reject her. Did he not like her? How outrageous. Wasn't she the beloved darling, adored by all, even by Sanbao? With this thought, she became quite irate. Pouting, she remained silent. Zhang Yuan burst into laughter. Why not? Look, the little girl is all shy. Li Dong cast a silent glance at Xie Feifei. Just a couple of days ago, when Xie Feifei came for a blind date, he distinctly remembered her refusing to share her WeChat with him. She had been so resolute. How could she now be shy? Perhaps she was just angry. Furthermore, Li Dong later reflected that Xie Feifei was indeed quite young and not a suitable match for him. Yet, why did it seem like this little girl was not very pleased? Li Dong felt somewhat perplexed at Su Chen, feeling helpless, observed the scene, but chose not to speak that it was time to prepare milk for the babies. He stood up to attend to as he passed by when Shiji. She curiously asked Su Chen, don't you think Brother Dong and Feifei make a nice pair? Su Chen chuckled, who knows? Zhang Yuan, noting Xie Feifei's expression, sensed that the situation was far from simple. He couldn't resist asking again, really not? Li Dong affirmed, really not. Xie Feifei. And she could say it was not true. But why did this man keep insisting it wasn't he? Rising in anger, she declared, if it's not true, then it's not. Who cares? Li Dong. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but laughed at Su Chen, and when Shiji also felt exasperated. Xie Feifei picked up Sanbao and moved to another side. Upon seeing that Xie Feifei was upset, Sanbao blinked thoughtfully, wondering why Annie was angry. Did he make Annie unhappy? Would a kiss make it all better? Without hesitation, Sanbao leaned in and planted a kiss on Xie Feifei. In an instant, her mood brightened. Sanbao truly was a little angel, unlike certain individuals. Zhang Yuan and Xie Feifei played at the Xie residence until evening before heading home. That night, at the Xie household, Xie and Tian was seated in the living room engrossed in gaming. Before long, the door swung open, and a girl with twin ponytails entered, wearing a low-cut top that if Su Chen and Wen Qiji were present, they would undoubtedly recognize that this ponytailed girl was none other than Xie Feifei, who had just left his house. She caught sight of Xie Yintian engrossed in a video game, her brow furrowing in irritation as she stormed over. Always playing games. That is all you ever do. You never engage in anything else. No wonder you're still single. Xie Yintian responded, Feifei, have you taken your medication? How dare you speak to your brother like that? Xie Yintian was indeed Feifei's elder brother, and their sibling bond was quite strong. However, he found it perplexing how Feifei's temper seemed so frayed today. That weren't you supposed to be on a blind date? What happened? Was it unpleasant? Feifei retorted, I went on a blind date 2 days ago. Okay. Are you even my real brother? Xie Yintian pondered, realizing she had a point. He sighed, so, what is bothering you today? Did you have a quarrel with your little boyfriend? What little boyfriend? Feifei huffed, plopping down in a huff. Noticing her demeanor, Xie Yintian sensed something was amiss. Typically, Feifei despised blind dates, merely going through the motions without any expectation of anger. Why was she acting so out of character today? Could it be that she had taken a liking to a boy this time? He resolved to ask An Wang about it later. With that thought, Xie Yintian added, Quick, hand me my phone. It's the last round. I'm in ranked matches. Feifei's anger flared. What is so important about ranked matches? Isn't dating much more significant? Brother, tell me, how did you manage to remain single throughout your entire university life? Xie Yintian was taken aback, sitting upright to scrutinize Feifei closely, unable to restrain himself. He reached out to touch her forehead. Feifei, weren't you against me dating before? When they were younger, Feifei had been quite clingy, even declaring that if her brother had a girlfriend, he would belong to someone else. That was when I was a child. Things are different now. You're 23, did you know? As Feifei spoke, she thought about how it would be best for him to find a partner, ideally to produce some adorable nephews, thus sparing her from frequent visits to the Su household and from encountering that annoying straight man. Xie Yintian wondered if his sister might genuinely be unwell. His gesture elicited a wave of disdain from Feifei. Initially intending to shake off his hand, she suddenly caught a glimpse of the split screen on his phone. She paused momentarily. That is Su Chen. Surely, she had just seen Su Chen's name. Hastily, she snatched the phone to take a closer look. Indeed, it was Su Chen. Feifei's eyes brightened. Brother, you have a classmate's wedding tomorrow. Yes. Xie Yintian nodded. What is it to you? I want to go too. Take me with you. So, her brother knew Su Chen. How lively it would be if Su Chen brought the little ones to the wedding. Chapter 164. Calling the instructor, Xie Yintian was utterly bewildered. Why do you want to tag along? Feifei pondered for a moment before fabricating a reason. I want to see what the bride looks like. You know, I was so averse to blind dates recently, so I'm curious about what it feels like to get married. Just take me along, and I'll return your phone, letting you finish this match. Xie Yintian thought. At this point, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Otherwise, he would face the wrath of his remaining 4 teammates. Decide, fine, I'll take you. Feifei jumped up joyfully and embraced Xie Yintian. Wonderful. Thank you, brother. You're the best. Feifei cheerfully handed back the phone to Xie Yintian. He increasingly felt that something was off with Feifei. Had she truly lost her senses over blind dates? Was this latest boy that captivating? Shaking his head, he returned to his game. That evening, dinner was once again prepared by Su Jingwo, as Su Chen had gone to wash the baby's clothes. Wu Jianzhong, having missed out on Su Chen's cooking, expressed his discontent. Consequently, he decided to stay the night, claiming a room, forcing Su Chen to yield his space. Wen Qiji and the babies shared a room, while Wu Jianzhong took a separate one, opting for the sofa instead. Before sleeping, Wu Jianzhong handed Su Chen a business card. This is from Uncle Tang. He asked me to give it to you, saying you must call him when you return to Ningzhou. Don't forget. I'm telling you, Xiao Chun, the Tang family is not only prominent in Ningzhou, but also quite influential elsewhere. You must seize this opportunity. Su Chen nodded, tucking the card away. Inside the room, after calming the babies to sleep, Wen Qiji took out her phone to call her instructor. The call connected swiftly. Instructor Lin Ming's voice came through. Qiji, what is up? Wen Qiji replied, Instructor, I would like to request a couple of days off. As she spoke, she contemplated how to broach the topic of her 4 children with him. Although her classmates were already aware, she hadn't informed the instructor yet. Lin Ming anticipated her hesitation and interjected. Sure, go ahead. Did I ask it because of the babies? When Chi-Chi's hand trembled nervously. Sensing her anxiety, Lin Ming added, no worries, your classmates have already informed me. I want to disclose this, so rest assured. When Chi-Chi breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. Instructor. However, Chi-Chi, there is one more thing I need to tell you. Lin Ming paused, contemplating whether to proceed. Our school allocates spots for guaranteed graduate school admissions each year. You know that, right? If you hadn't taken a leave of absence, you would have qualified last year. This year, upon your return, I discussed with the school about granting you a spot, but I didn't anticipate you having 4 babies now, that I'm unsure if you have enough energy to care for them. But this is still a valuable opportunity that I hope you consider whether you want to pursue a Master's degree. Upon hearing this, when Chi-Chi nodded, realizing he couldn't see her, she added, okay. After exchanging pleasantries. When Chi-Chi hung up the phone, returning to her bedside, she gazed at her 4 babies sleeping soundly, her heart swelling with tenderness once more. She had always aspired to pursue a graduate degree. It had been her goal. Yet, with the arrival of her children, all her plans had shifted. If she were to pursue further studies, she feared she might not be able to care for her babies adequately. After some contemplation, she felt that perhaps this opportunity wasn't the right fit for her after all. Never mind. The following morning at 9 o'clock, Chen dressed the babies and fed them their milk before heading to the wedding venue with Chi-Chi and the little ones. The ceremony was held in their backyard. Neighbors were enlisted as cooks to assist with the catering. Guests began to arrive in droves. Xie Yintian and Fei Fei had arrived early, yet Fei Fei scanned the crowd. Perplexed that she couldn't spot the babies or Chi-Chi, she mumbled in frustration, did they not come? Hearing this, Xie Yintian inquired curiously, who are you waiting for? Fei Fei waved her hand dismissively. Oh, nobody. Xie Yintian frowned. Something was off. Was it possible that the boy she liked was also attending? As he contemplated this, he resolved to assist his sister shortly. Meanwhile, Wang Qian and He Yong'an stood in a corner. Scanning the area for Chen, their curiosity piqued. Wang Qian mused, what exactly are you waiting for? He Yong'an remarked, I doubt Chen and his wife would cause much of a stir. Wang Qian smiled faintly. You simply don't understand. Just wait. There will be a show to watch soon. At that moment, Chen was driving toward the wedding venue. The babies sat in their car seats, gazing curiously out the window. Where were their parents taking them? How strange. Suddenly, he spotted Wang Xiuzhen and Zheng Huimin ahead. That Chen halted the car and called out to them. Aunt Zheng, Aunt Wang, are you heading to the Wang household? Upon seeing Chen's car, the 2 women brightened. Yes, we're going to help out at the Wang household. Wang Zan's mother asked us to assist with the preparations. That I asked Chi-Chi and the babies with you? Chen nodded yes. They're in the car and we're headed that way too. Hop in. They eagerly climbed into the vehicle. Just as Chen was about to start the engine, his phone rang. That he answered. And it was his distant cousin's voice. Xiao Chen, I apologize for calling you now. I intended to ask if you and your father were going to the Wang household, and if you could give me a ride. My car broke down. Your mother mentioned you were driving and suggested I reach out. He was related to the Wang family, and attending this wedding was a must. That Chen was nearly there. But to pick him up, he would need to backtrack. Nonetheless, he nodded, sure, cousin, just wait a moment. I'll be right there. After hanging up, he glanced at Wang Xiuzhen and Zheng Huimin. Aunt Wang, Aunt Zhang, I'll drop you off first. Then I'll go pick up my cousin. All right, they chimed, each cradling a baby. Let us go, little one. Soon Chen delivered them to the venue's entrance and was about to turn around when the babies pouted. Looking like they were about to see why did Chen frowned. Oh no, the babies need their milk. Chapter 165. Does Xie Fei Fei harbor feelings for Chen? When Chi-Chi furrowed her brow, it seemed impractical to do so in the car. Observing this, Wang Xiuzhen and Zheng Huimin promptly suggested, how about this, Xiao Chen, you go alone to deliver them. Xiuzhen, Huimin, and I will help Chi-Chi take care of the children. It's just the right time. ISNT. We can prepare milk for the little ones. Upon hearing this, when Chi-Chi felt it was a viable plan, she nodded and replied, Chen, that works too. Nevertheless, Chen remained slightly apprehensive. After all, it was an unfamiliar environment, and he feared that when Chi-Chi might feel uncomfortable. However, Chi-Chi, with a knowing glance, when Chi-Chi discerned Chen's concerns and reassured him with a smile, I'm perfectly fine. Don't worry, I have Aunt Wang and Aunt Zheng with me. Seeing her insistence, Chen relented and nodded. All right, I'll be back shortly. Okay. When Chi-Chi exited the vehicle with the children in tow, Xie Fei Fei wandered around the courtyard twice, but did not catch sight of Chi-Chi. She pouted, feeling a tad discontented. Xie Yintian, curious, also scanned the area. Earlier that morning, he had accompanied Zhang Yuan, Chang Yi, and Wang Zan to fetch the bride. They had instructed him to welcome Su Chen. Yet, after waiting for a while, Su Chen had yet to arrive. Just as Xie Yintian was pondering this, a commotion erupted among the crowd. Wow, quadruplets, so adorable. How precious. Are they also relatives of the Wang family? Their mother is stunning too. What about their father? Where is he? Xie Yintian was momentarily taken aback. Who? The quadruplet babies? They have become the talk of Ningxi town these past few days. I must see this. He turned to call for Xie Feifei, but found her absence perplexing. Just moments ago, she had been right there. Where could she have gone? After a moment's thought, he decided to investigate on his own. Following the crowd's direction, he was utterly astonished to behold a beautiful woman making her way through. Her hair was casually tied back in a ponytail, and her petite, delicate face radiated warmth and charm. Her figure was simply outstanding. It was hard to imagine finding another in all of Ningxi town who could rival her beauty. Xie Yintian had always believed his sister, Xie Feifei, to be exceptionally attractive, evidenced by the multitude of love letters she received from the boys in her class. The matchmaking was merely a response to Aunt Wang's enthusiasm, a necessary pretense. However, at that moment, he felt certain that in the presence of this woman, his sister would pale in comparison. Goodness, which man is so fortunate? A wave of envy washed over Xie Yintian. He looked again, only to see that the beauty was pushing a quadruple stroller. Inside sat two innocent, adorable babies, while the other two were being held by two women beside her. None of the babies were crying or seemed frightened. Instead, they appeared delightfully curious about their surroundings, seemingly thinking, what a lively place. How delightful. Their smiles turned the surrounding crowd into mere background figures. Xie Yintian suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to rush over and cradle the babies in his arms. They were just too cute. His heart, once steely, began to melt, but he hastened forward a couple of steps. Eager to find an opportunity to introduce himself to the little ones that as he walked, he suddenly recognized a familiar face among the women holding the babies. Wasn't he that Aunt Wang? How could she be with the quadruplets? Did she know them? This is splendid. Xie Yintian's mind raced as he devised an excellent excuse to approach Aunt Wang and the quadruplets' mother. At that moment, Wang Xiuzhen was conversing with Wen Qiqi. Look, they all adore you, Wen Qiqi chuckled. The babies certainly have a magnetic charm. Indeed, Qiqi, let us sit over there for a while. Su Chen will surely be here soon. All right. Wen Qiqi nodded as they walked. Wang Xiuzhen called out, Everyone, please disperse a bit. We don't want to startle the babies. The crowd, initially eager to approach the little ones, found Wang An's words sensible. After all, the babies were still quite young, and a sudden rush of people might genuinely frighten them. Thus, they naturally took a step back, standing at a distance to entertain the babies. Wang Xiuzhen settled with the babies and Wen Qiqi, while Zheng Huimin went off to prepare milk. Finally, Xie Yintian found his opportunity. From a distance, he greeted Wang Xiuzhen. Aunt Wang. Wang Xiuzhen furrowed her brow and asked, Who are you? I'm Xie Yintian, Feifei's brother. Realization dawned on Wang Xiuzhen. Oh, it's you. Is Feifei not here? Upon hearing that it was Feifei's brother, Wen Qiqi looked up and smiled at Xie Yintian, thinking that if Feifei was so charming, her brother must also be quite impressive. She is here, but I'm not sure where she has wandered off to. As Xie Yintian spoke, his gaze drifted toward the babies, who regarded him with wide, curious eyes. Aunt Wang, I have a question for you. Go ahead, Wang Xiuzhen replied. You took Feifei on a blind date a few days ago, right? Which young man was it? It seems Feifei is quite taken with him, as she has been out and about frequently, seldom home. But I've noticed that the man doesn't seem particularly interested in her. How can this be, given Feifei's beauty? What is going on? Perhaps you could speak to him on her behalf? What a clever way to strike up a conversation with Aunt Wang, while also getting to know the babies, Xie Yintian thought to himself. Wang Xiuzhen was taken aback by his words. Surely, the person she introduced could only be Su Chen. She quickly glanced at Wen Qiqi, who showed no signs of anger, leading her to believe she might have misjudged the situation. Feifei couldn't possibly be so reckless. That's impossible. Even if Feifei is dating, it couldn't be the man I introduced her to. Chapter 166. Brother, have you lost your mind? Xie Yintian frowned at her response. Is that so? It can't be. I thought you became a bit odd after that date. Even so, it couldn't possibly be him. Xie Yintian was shocked. Why not? Just then, CF Feifei's voice rang out from behind. Sister, you're here. She then frowned. Brother, what are you doing here? Having searched for Wen Qiqi and Su Chun for a while without success, she had gone to check on the bride. Yet, her heart still longed for the babies. Prompting her to return and wait for Wen Qiqi to to her surprise, she found her brother chatting amicably with Aunt Wang, Wen Qiqi and the babies, animatedly sharing stories. Xie Yintian's face lit up upon seeing CF Feifei. He pulled her close, declaring, Feifei, don't worry. I'll help you win over that man. CF Feifei was bewildered. What man? She was eager to embrace the babies. The three babies had already reached out their tiny hands upon seeing her. However, Xie Yintian held her back, preventing her from approaching. Frustrated, she exclaimed, What are you talking about? I have no feelings for him whatsoever. I see him as an older brother. Turning back to Wen Qiqi, she insisted. Sister, believe me, I truly don't like him at all. I regard him as a brother. After saying that, she turned back to her brother. Irked, please stop joking around. Okay. That guy has a wife and children. How could I like him? I adore his children. She was utterly enamored with the little ones. Xie Yintian was left speechless. CF Feifei rolled her eyes and scooped up the third baby. Do you miss your auntie? Little one, finally cradled in her arms, the baby beamed with joy. That of course I do. I miss you so much. Annie is so lovely. As the baby laughed gleefully, CF Feifei affectionately rubbed her cheek against his. You're such a good boy that I like you very much. Xie Yintian was utterly perplexed, glancing between his sister and the beautiful woman with the babies. Suddenly, he had an epiphany, pointing at the babies. Then at CF Feifei, he exclaimed, Wait, are they his children? Yes. CF Feifei nodded, beaming, Aren't they adorable? She proudly cradled the baby, grinning widely. Xie Yintian swallowed hard. So cute. So cute. He had longed to hold them, especially those two little ones with the adorable hair buns. They were simply too precious. Dazed, Xie Yintian awkwardly chuckled. Do you know these babies? Of course. CF Feifei replied cheerfully. After saying this, Xie Yintian suddenly felt ecstatic that if that were the case, why linger in confusion? He cautiously stepped closer to CF Feifei and whispered, Feifei, may I hold the babies? CF Feifei huffed indignantly, pulling the baby closer. In your dreams, you just slandered me, nearly leading the sister to misunderstand. She certainly wouldn't be so kind-hearted, Xie Yintian. He was on the verge of tears that one's own misdeeds lead to one's downfall. When Wen Qiqi witnessed this situation, she couldn't help but chuckle. These two siblings were rather endearing. Observing Xie Yintian's distress, she pointed to the second treasure sitting in the baby chair and said, Go ahead and hold him. It's perfectly fine. The babies are very well behaved. Recently, they've begun to understand things and are especially obedient. Upon hearing this, Xie Yintian was overjoyed. He quickly scooped up the little second treasure, whose eyes crinkled into crescent moons as he smiled. Xie Yintian couldn't help but grin in response, and he glanced at CF Feifei, his face beaming with pride. See, you wouldn't let me hold him, but this little lady is more than happy to let me. CF Feifei, you stingy little thing. CF Feifei was infuriated to that moment. Zheng Huimin returned, holding a milk bottle. The third treasure's eyes lit up upon seeing the bottle. CF Feifei, noticing the third treasure's excitement, felt quite pleased herself and decided not to argue with her older brother. The several babies happily embraced their milk bottles and began to drink. Once they finished, Wang Xiuzhen and Zheng Huimin stood up and said, All right, Feifei, since you're here, you can help Qiqi take care of the babies. Your Aunt Zheng and I need to go to the kitchen to assist. Otherwise, we'll be left with nothing for lunch today. CF Feifei nodded enthusiastically. Sure, don't worry. I promise to complete the task. She had been lamenting her inability to find an excuse to play with the babies, and now this was simply delightful. Seizing the opportunity, Xie Yintian also decided to stay. CF Feifei, feeling speechless, asked, Aren't you the best man? What are you still doing here? Chapter 167. Wait, it isn't that Su Chen's wife. Xie Yintian waved his hand and chuckled. You wouldn't know this, would you? The bride has already been fetched, now with Chang Yi and Zhang Yuan around. It's more than sufficient that I'm just out for a stroll, that I'll head back in time for the wedding. CF Feifei was at a loss for words. This best man was utterly unreliable. Fortunately, the groom had other groomsmen. Meanwhile, in the groomsmen group, Chang Yi and Zhang Yuan were whispering to each other, How do you think Xie Yintian has seen Chen Gu yet? It's been a while. He must have arrived by now. Right? Haha, I really want to see his reaction. I do too, but he glanced at Wang Zan and thought, if both of them left, Wang Zan would probably go mad. Let us endure it for the sake of brotherhood. Wang Zan, noticing their hushed conversation, curiously asked, "What are you two talking about?" Zhang Yuan quickly shook his head. Nothing at all. Wang Zan, you look really handsome today. Wang Zan smiled. All right, you're quite the charmer. But do you know if Chen has arrived? Chang'e. He should have, right? Xie Yintian would have picked him up, so don't worry. Wang Zan nodded. Today, he felt particularly joyous that in a corner, Wang Qian pulled He Yong'an outside. He Yong'an, anxious, asked, Qian, what are you doing? Let us go take a look up front. But over here. They were assigned to help out today. After all, being from the groom's side. As Wang Qian walked outside. She remarked, we've already helped out quite a bit, that if you don't go, I will. She wasn't foolish. Today was undoubtedly her cousin's wedding, which was important. Yet, she was also eager to see if when Chi-Chi and the others had arrived. He Yong'an had no choice but to follow her, muttering as they walked. You've been saying there's a surprise. What exactly is this surprise? Wang Qian. You'll find out when we get there. He Yong'an fell silent. Soon, they arrived outside. Upon seeing the babies in the crowd, He Yong'an was instantly taken aback. How adorable! Are those quadruplets? Wang Qian rolled her eyes. Why yes, in truth, she also wanted to meet these quadruplets. They were indeed very cute. However, her previous entanglements with Su Chen and Ningzhou made her hesitant to approach and ask for a cuddle. Wang Qian looked around again. Where's Su Chen? The quadruplets are here. But why isn't Su Chen present? Isn't he the father of the quadruplets? He is usually inseparable from the babies. How could he let Chi-Chi wait here alone with them? What happened to Su Chen? He Yong'an asked, perplexed. When he caught sight of the woman beside the quadruplets, he was stunned once more. Wait, isn't that Su Chen's wife? Wang Qian rolled her eyes again. Yes, He Yong'an. She can't possibly be the mother of the quadruplets. Right? It seems like she has been by the baby's side all along. Although she hasn't held them, their gazes seem to be glued to her. Wang Qian rolled her eyes once more. Yes. He Yong'an's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. Those quadruplets are Su Chen's babies. Wang Qian, indeed. Surprised, aren't you? He Yong'an was left speechless, his heart brimming with shock. Quadruplets, Su Chen is so impressive. He dazedly nodded. What a surprise. So this is the surprise my wife was talking about. Suddenly remembering something, he added, Qian, when we get back, let's have quadruplets too, shall we? Wang Qian. She felt like her eyes were rolling back far too much. Do you really think we have that capability? Although she also wished to have quadruplets, reality simply wouldn't allow it. He Yong'an, however, was full of ambition. If not quadruplets, twins would suffice. That's settling for second best. He was quite content with that. Wang Qian couldn't help but laugh at him, momentarily at a loss for words. Wang Xiuzhen and Zheng Huimin entered the kitchen, where they had been busy washing vegetables for quite some time, but realized the stove hadn't been ignited. It was already 9 o'clock. The wedding was at 11, and the banquet at 12. That time was running short. Wang Xiuzhen curiously asked, What is going on? Zheng Huimin waved her hand. I have no idea. It seems rather strange. There were more than 10 people helping in the kitchen, yet they all looked quite bewildered at 9:10. A helper named Wang Jiqiang rushed in, looking distressed. We're done for. We're done for. The dozen or so helpers hurried over. What happened? Wang Jiqiang anxiously explained. The chef we hired ran into some trouble on the road and can't make it on time. What should we do? Who among you can step in as the chef? We need immediate help, or we won't finish in time. The group of over a dozen people exchanged glances, all looking utterly confused. They were merely helpers. Asking them to actually cook was beyond their capabilities. Seeing that no one was speaking, Wang Jiqiang grew more anxious. Come on, say something, stop just looking around. Can staring at things solve our problem? No, it cannot, Xiuzhen. How about you take charge? The one being pointed at, Wang Xiuzhen, nervously took a step back. Me? I can manage home-cooked dishes, but these large dishes that I can't handle it. Wang Jiqiang then turned his gaze to another person. How about you? That person didn't even wait for Wang Jiqiang to speak and took a step back. I definitely can't do it. If I mess it up, what will we do? One person suggested. Why not ask Chef Zhang from the neighboring village? Wang Jiqiang waved his hand. I've thought about that, but I just called Chef Zhang from the village, and he is sick today. Oh, what a predicament. I originally wanted everyone to enjoy some good food. And since we had some connection with that renowned chef, I thought we could ask for help. Now look at this. Wang Jiqiang sighed and began pacing in the kitchen. You all need to think of someone else we can rely on. Today is a joyous occasion. Nothing must go wrong. The group stared at each other once more. The banquet required 8 cold dishes, 12 hot dishes, and 4 soups, totaling 24 dishes. They had only ever assisted with other banquets. They were far too intimidated to take on such a big task. What should we do? People were anxiously walking back and forth, that on such a joyous day, no one dared to make a mistake. Just then, Zheng Huimin suddenly had an epiphany. I thought of someone. Instantly, everyone turned to look at her. Oh. Wang Xiuzhen also realized, right? How did I not think of that? I believe he can definitely help. But I'm not sure if he can spare the time, especially since he has to take care of 4 babies. Wang Jiqiang, in a rush, exclaimed. There is no time to discuss this now. If you don't know, just go ask him. Huimin, hurry up, we can't waste any more time. Chapter 168. Xiao Chun, how come you have 2 wives? Su Chen drove for 20 minutes before arriving at his uncle's house. His uncle, Wang Song, and Wang Zan were practically family. Honest and straightforward, he dressed very simply. Upon seeing Su Chen, he appeared particularly apologetic. Sorry for the trouble, Xiao Chun, sigh. It's all my fault. At such a crucial moment. My old motorcycle broke down. As he spoke, he offered Su Chen a cigarette. Su Chen hastily waved his hand. Uncle, I don't smoke. It's all right. I was just idling around. Let us go. Wang Song nodded. Looking at Su Chen with appreciation. Not bad, Xiao Chun. This car looks really nice. Su Chen smiled but said nothing. Before getting into the car, Wang Song took out some paper he had prepared and wiped his shoes. Seeing this, Su Chen hurriedly stepped down to open the door for him. Uncle, no need for that, just get in. Wang Song, with an awkward smile, remarked, I fear I might dirty your new car. Only after Su Chen's insistence did he finally get into the vehicle. Once inside, he noticed the 4 infant seats in the back and felt somewhat bewildered. Xiao Chun, what is this that he had not yet had the chance to inform his relatives about his new grandchild? Su Chen's visit was too brief, and they were planning to celebrate the child's first birthday during the upcoming new year with a proper feast for the relatives. Thus, Wang Song was unaware of Su Chen's parenthood. Without hesitation, Su Chen clarified, Oh, these are baby seats for the little ones that I see. Wang Song nodded, then reminded him, Xiao Chun, you must prioritize your studies. Having a child cannot hinder your education, understood? Su Chen nodded in agreement. Rest assured, uncle, I will not let it interfere. Seeing Su Chen's swift affirmation, Wang Song refrained from further comment. They soon arrived at the Wang residence. Su Chen stepped out to open the door for Wang Song, who couldn't help but exclaim, having a car is so convenient. As he spoke, he noticed 2 beautiful women approaching, accompanied by 4 babies. Wang Song was taken aback. Just as he was about to speak, a little girl dressed in a lovely outfit sweetly called out, Sambao, look, Daddy's here. Immediately, the baby nestled in CF Feifei's arms perked up with excitement, raising his little arms and reaching out for Su Chen. The other infants in their seats also cheered with joy. When Chi-Chi, witnessing this, smiled and told the babies, Now, little ones, don't be too rowdy. They had spotted Su Chen's car from afar and rushed over. Xie Yintian had already been summoned to assist and had not seen Su Chen yet. Upon seeing the babies, Su Chen hurried forward and embraced the little 4th baby, who gleefully rubbed his face against Su Chen's. Wang Song was utterly bewildered. He glanced at the 2 women, the 4 babies, and then at Su Chen. Feeling a headache coming on, he cautiously inquired, Xiao Chun, are all of these that your children? Su Chen nodded, indeed. Then he pointed to the 4th baby, saying, See Bao, this is Grandpa Wang. The 4th baby beamed with delight, appearing exceedingly adorable. However, Wang Song's expression darkened. After a long pause, he finally said, Xiao Chun, this doesn't seem quite right. Yuda, how can there be 2 this? Wang Song stammered. But Su Chen understood that he couldn't help but chuckle. Uncle, you misunderstand. This lovely lady is my wife. He gestured towards Chi-Chi, and that is Feifei, here to help take care of the babies. They are quadruplets. Quadruplets? Wang Song was utterly stunned. And no wonder there were 4 safety seats in the car. He looked at Chi-Chi and then at the 4 babies, noticing their striking similarities, particularly the one with a round face and bright eyes, who bore a resemblance to Rulin. Wang Song felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. When Chi-Chi stepped forward smiling, Hello, uncle. Wang Song, feeling flustered, stammered, Hello, wonderful. Xiao Chen is truly impressive. My dear, I apologize for earlier. I thought, when Chi-Chi shook her head. Amused by the constant misunderstandings that had almost made her laugh out loud, it's quite all right. Seeing how amiable when Chi-Chi was, Wang Song was taken aback. She was clearly not from their mountainous region. Previously, he had thought that women from outside were often difficult to engage with, yet he never expected this young lady to be so easygoing. Xiao Chun has impeccable taste. Old Su is fortunate indeed. Wang Song approached to hug the babies before bidding farewell to them, for he still had gifts to deliver and planned to return later to see the little ones, after Wang Song departed. Su Chun, along with the babies and Wen Chi-Chi, prepared to head to the wedding venue. Just then, Zheng Huimin rushed over, her face filled with urgency. Upon seeing Su Chun, she exclaimed with delight, "Xiao Chun, you're here." "That is wonderful." Su Chun, a bit puzzled, asked, "What is the matter? I need your help urgently." Zheng Huimin panted as she explained the kitchen situation. Upon hearing this, Su Chun grew anxious. "What? The Haven tea arrived. There are so many people waiting for their meal." Wang Zan mentioned there are over 30 tables. Zheng Huimin was equally distressed. "Yes, they're all in a tizzy. What should we do?" "Xiao Chun, could you please go and see?" Su Chun wished to agree. But glancing at Wen Chi-Chi and the children, he felt a pang of guilt that it was rare for him to bring Wen Chi-Chi to a wedding, and he didn't want to spend the day running around while neglecting her and the babies. Sensing his hesitation, Wen Chi-Chi waved her hand. "Su Chun, go ahead, that I'll be fine here. Fei Fei can help me. The babies are well-behaved and love being around Fei Fei, so don't worry. This is of utmost importance. Otherwise, the bride and groom will be unhappy." Wen Chi-Chi had never attended a rural wedding before, and she was filled with curiosity, planning to explore the venue with CF Fei Fei. That Su Chun nodded. "All right, Chi-Chi, wait for me. I'll return as soon as I finish. Fei Fei, I appreciate your help. Please find a seat for Chi-Chi." "Sure thing, Brother Su Chun, you can count on me. I came here to play with the babies. And I'll take good care of them." CF Fei Fei replied cheerfully. Su Chun nodded and followed Zheng Huimin to the kitchen. Wang Jiqiang and several helpers were anxiously bustling about. Wang Xiuzhen was the first to spot Su Chun and Zheng Huimin. She stood up with joy. "You're here." Wang Jiqiang and the others quickly turned around. Upon seeing Su Chun, they paused in surprise. It was hard to believe that someone so young could be the chef. They shook their heads, looking anxiously behind them, but regrettably, there was no one. Wang Jiqiang, bewildered, asked Huimin, "Where is everyone? Didn't you say someone was coming? Hurry, we can't afford any delays." Chapter 169. Can this young man handle it? Zheng Huimin, equally confused, looked at Wang Xiuzhen, who quickly approached Su Chun and pointed at him. "Isn't he here?" Wang Jiqiang scrutinized Su Chun, then glanced at Zheng Huimin and Wang Xiuzhen. "Are you talking about it? Come on, ladies, this is a wedding banquet. What can a young man do?" "Oh, young man, please don't take it personally. It's just that this situation is too critical. We can't afford any mistakes." So Su Chun waved his hand dismissively. "I understand. But right now, you won't find anyone better suited for the task, will you? I'm Wang Zan's classmate and friend, so don't worry. I won't let Wang Zan down." Wang Xiuzhen chimed in. "Exactly. Xiao Chun is quite capable. Let him give it a shot. Time is of the essence." Zheng Huimin added, "Xiao Chun's cooking is exceptional. It's the best I've ever had." "I assure you." Wang Jiqiang and the others exchanged glances before Wang Jiqiang finally slapped his thigh. "All right, let us give it a try." Despite his preconceived notion that chefs were typically portly men, seeing a young man like Su Chun was indeed rare. However, he felt he had no other option left. "All right, everyone else, go help out and I'll check to see if anyone else is available to at his command." The helpers dispersed, though they remained perplexed about what to do. One of them could not help but ask, "Young man, what dish will you prepare first? We should gather the ingredients." This question caught Su Chun off guard. He scanned the chaotic kitchen and felt utterly lost. He had been so focused on agreeing to help that he had completely overlooked a crucial detail. Zheng Huimin, noticing Su Chun's stillness, anxiously asked, "What is wrong? Xiao Chun, is there an issue?" Su Chun remained bewildered for a moment before turning to Zheng Huimin. "Aunt Zheng, could you tell me what dishes we need for the banquet?" Zheng Huimin and the others were taken aback. "You don't even know what dishes to prepare?" Wang Jiqiang was flabbergasted. "Young man, if you can't handle it, just say so, and I'll find someone else right away. We appreciate your help." The others chimed in. "Yes, young man, don't worry. We know you want to assist, but this task is not for just anyone. Please take a break while we think of another solution." Su Chun shook his head. "No, I just need to know the names of the dishes. If you tell me the names, I can manage. With the skills of a culinary genius, there was nothing he couldn't cook." The problem lay in his limited experience attending weddings, which left him unaware of the typical banquet menu. Before anyone could respond further, Wang Xiaojun was the first to realize, Xiao Chun, you don't know the menu, do you? Su Chen nodded. Wang Xiaojun quickly replied, ILL, write it down for you. .dou of paper and a pen. Someone from the corner handed over a piece of paper and a pen. Wang Xiaojun wrote swiftly, explaining as she went. The banquet requires a total of 8 cold dishes, 12 hot dishes, with 6 meat and 6 vegetable dishes, along with 4 soups, 2 sweet and 2 savory, and finally, the staple food that I'll list everything for you. If it's too much, don't force yourself. It's perfectly fine that we are capable ourselves, though our culinary skills may not be the finest and perhaps our pace is somewhat slower as she finished speaking. Wang Xiaojun completed her writing as well. She handed the paper to Su Chen, who, upon glancing at it, broke into a smile. All right, wait for me. I need to use the restroom. Without waiting for a response from the others, he swiftly departed. The group was left perplexed. Was he really taking the menu to the restroom? What sort of maneuver was this? Xiaojun, Huimin, can this truly work? Wang Xiaojun felt a bit dazed but still believed in Su Chen's remarkable abilities, confident that he could handle any task at hand. Thus, she declared, he will surely succeed. Zheng Huimin nodded in agreement. I believe so too. Let us not rush. Let us wait a moment. He might just be figuring out how to prepare these dishes. Su Chen dashed towards the restroom, anxiously scrutinizing the menu. The To acquire the skills necessary to prepare these dishes, he needed to inscribe their names in the chef's skill book, all while remaining unseen. He sought a secluded spot, and upon reaching the restroom door, he discovered it occupied. After a brief wait, the door finally swung open, revealing Xie Yuntian, who, upon spotting Su Chen, was filled with excitement, eager to share his encounter with the quadruplets. Hey, Chingu, I must tell you later. Su Chen interrupted, hastily entering the restroom. Xie Yuntian murmured to himself, what is going on with Chingu? Why the urgency? Meanwhile, Wang Zhan had pressing matters to attend to, so Xie Yuntian decided to ignore Su Chen for now and sought out Wang Zhan instead. Zhang Yuan noticed Xie Yuntian seemed distracted and curiously inquired, What's wrong? Have you been discouraged? Xie Yuntian shook his head, discouraged. Not at all. Zhang Yuan grew even more curious that I asked Su Chen not here yet. Xie Yuntian had just shared his excitement about seeing the quadruplets, and both Chang Yi and Zhang Yuan were thrilled. Yet after much discussion, Xie Yuntian had failed to mention Su Chen, prompting them to probe further. They soon learned that Xie Yuntian had not yet seen Su Chen, and thus, he was unaware that the babies belonged to him. Both were quite curious. How could Su Chen not be with his children and wife? Observing Xie Yuntian's perplexed expression, Zhang Yuan asked again, that he is here, isn't he? Zhang Yuan's excitement surged. So, how was it? Did he get overwhelmed? Xie Yuntian responded, Zhang Yuan, what are you talking about? Why is everyone so cryptic? Everyone. Who else? Zhang Yuan was bewildered. Xie Yuntian replied, Su Chen. I just saw him rush into the restroom, muttering to himself, which seemed quite strange. Why did he not come to greet Wang Zhan and the bride? Not even a word of acknowledgement. Zhang Yuan found this odd as well. You didn't see anyone else with him. Could it be that Su Chen was still not with Wenqiqi? Xie Yuntian shook his head, but he increasingly sensed something was amiss with Zhang Yuan, that he scrutinized Zhang Yuan and Chang Yi, asking curiously, Are you two hiding something from me? What is up with Su Chen? Zhang Yuan chuckled, while Chang Yi quickly interjected, No, absolutely not. How could we dare keep anything from you? That's out of the question. You must trust us. We are brothers. Xie Yuntian felt even more bewildered, sensing he had missed something significant yet unable to articulate it. This sensation was quite unsettling. Chapter 170. The emergence of Chef Su. Upon locking the restroom door behind him, Su Chen immediately accessed the system. He took out a slip of paper and began inscribing each dish's name into the chef's skill book. Soon, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill for spicy beef. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill for red oil ears. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill for white cut chicken. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill for steamed mandarin fish. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill for sour and spicy tripe soup. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill for tomato and egg soup. In total, he inscribed 24 dishes along with 2 staple foods, receiving 26 notifications from the system before it finally ceased. Su Chen felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He then opened the restroom door and made his way towards the kitchen. In the kitchen, chaos reigned once more due to Su Chen's absence. What is going on? Is the young man not coming back? If he doesn't return soon, we'll have to start cooking, Huayman exclaimed. Why don't you call him? It's been 20 minutes already. We can't delay any longer. Zheng Huayman felt the tension mounting. She tugged at Wang Xiuzhen's arm. Xiuzhen, what is happening? Is Xiao Chen really scared? If not, Wang Xiuzhen swiftly interrupted. Don't say such things. Xiao Chen is not that kind of person. Just wait a little longer. He will return shortly. The group remained anxious, and just as they finished speaking, Wang Jiqiang suddenly exclaimed, He is back. Ah, he really is back. Young man, how did it go? Can you cook? Su Chen waved his hand. No problem. Everyone come help me. We're short on time. We need to move quickly. Upon hearing this, the kitchen staff sprang into action. I'll wash the vegetables. I'll chop the ingredients. I'll start the fire. Each person hurriedly sought a task, but due to the lack of organization, the scene became chaotic. Some areas were overcrowded with 3 people, while others had no one at all. Wang Jiqiang shouted in frustration. What are you all doing? Hey, stop the chaos. Yu did in exasperation. He squatted down, losing his temper. The women simply ignored his orders. Observing the situation, Su Chen raised his voice. Stop. Everyone, please listen to me. His voice was loud enough to command attention, and the crowd turned to him, astonished. What is it? Su Chen gestured. Do not panic. I will organize things. Who here has good knife skills? 2 individuals raised their hands. That Su Chen immediately directed. Excellent. You 2 will handle the chopping. He then assigned others to wash the vegetables, prepare the aromatics, tend to the fire, and heat the large pork knuckles. Wang Ai and Jing Ai, whom he was most familiar with, were asked to assist him. Surprisingly, despite their curiosity, everyone complied with Su Chen's instructions and began their assigned tasks. Soon, he approached the cutting board, intending to start cooking. However, seeing the chaotic state before him, he quickly assessed the situation. Wang Xiuzhen appeared somewhat bewildered. What are we supposed to do, Xiao Chen? At this moment, Su Chen had already reached a conclusion. Ai Zheng, you handle the large pot over there. Ai Wang, wash some mushrooms and bamboo shoots, along with the sausage, and slice them for preparation that will steam the mandarin fish first. Upon hearing this, the 2 women hurriedly got to work. The mandarin fish had been prepped earlier, but had not yet been cut. Su Chen picked up a fish, expertly slicing along the spine from head to tail, then scored a crosshatch pattern on its back. Wang Jiqiang watched in astonishment that he had seen chefs before while working as a catering assistant, but he had never witnessed such urgency. Noticing Wang Jiqiang's confusion, Su Chen called out, Uncle Wang, do you have any other business? Wang Jiqiang shook his head in bewilderment. Could you pass me those plates? Please? Wang Jiqiang, almost on autopilot, turned and neatly arranged the large plates. Without hesitation, Su Chen placed the prepared fish onto the plates, followed by the second, and then the third, moving with remarkable speed and precision, never needing to redo a single cut. Wang Jiqiang was left dizzy. Young man, is that all it takes? He recalled other chefs who would practice repeatedly, often needing to redo their cuts multiple times if the technique was lacking. Su Chen, still focused, replied without looking up, that is sufficient, trust me. After slicing 30 fish, Wang Xiuzhen returned with the prepared mushrooms, sausages, and bamboo shoots. The bamboo shoots had already been blanched, and Su Chen immediately arranged these ingredients atop the fish, adding Shaoxing wine, fine salt, ginger slices, and green onion knots, completing each step with remarkable speed. Before long, he had finished adding everything. Wang Jiqiang was left in a daze, and upon seeing his expression, Wang Xiuzhen chuckled. See? I told you. Xiao Chen is incredibly talented. This wedding banquet will surely be a success. From now on, you will be the most skilled catering assistant in our town. The supporting guests at a wedding are typically the most esteemed individuals from the surrounding villages, each one familiar with nearly everyone in the community. Wang Jiqiang has gained recognition for his good reputation, amiable nature, and efficient manner of getting things done, which has made him well known among the villagers. After this occasion, his fame is bound to grow even further. However, Wang Jiqiang feels somewhat bewildered. He never anticipated that a young man could possess such remarkable skills. His technique and ability to manage the situation surpass even his own. Before long, Su Chen has finished adding the ingredients that he turns to Wang Xiuzhen and says, Aunt Wang, these need to be steamed, that we won't finish them all at once, so we'll do it in batches. Each pot should steam for about 15 minutes. All right, I'll take care of it right away. Once the steamed mandarin fish is prepared, Su Chen is eager to proceed to the next dish. Wang Jiqiang leans over and inquires, "Chef Su, do you need my help?" At this moment, Su Chen is in need of assistance and is unconcerned about the hierarchy that he replies, "Sure." Next up is the oil-braised prawns. The prawns have already been cleaned and delivered, but we haven't prepared any cold dishes yet. Some of the ingredients are ready that Su Chen glances around and instructs, "You can mix the cold dishes." Wang Jiqiang is taken aback by this request of me. Su Chen continues his work without missing a beat. "Yes, I'll handle the prawns, then I'll tell you the order for the cold dishes, and you can mix them while I lend a hand whenever I have a moment. Otherwise, we truly won't finish in time. There are 24 dishes to prepare, and at this pace, it will be quite challenging to complete them within 2 hours." Wang Jiqiang stares blankly at Su Chen, feeling compelled to remind this young man. "But I don't know how to cook. I've never done it before. What if I can't make it edible?" Su Chen waves his hand dismissively. "That one tea happened, don't worry. Out up before he can finish." Zheng Xiujuan, who is tending to the fire, chuckles. "Xiao Chun, don't put too much pressure on old Wang. That I'll take care of it." "Old Wang, you can focus on the fire." "All right, I'll tend to the fire." Wang Jiqiang scurries over, completely shedding the demeanor expected of a supporting guest, now anxious that Su Chen might assign him more tasks beyond his capabilities. Su Chen nods in agreement that as he speaks, he retrieves bowls and begins to prepare the sauce for the oil-braised prawns. Zheng Xiujuan is ready and asks, "What should we mix first?" "Cold beef salad." Zheng Xiujuan nods. "Okay, you guide me." Given the large number of guests, the beef will be served in a substantial basin. Su Chen continues his work without pause, instructing, "Prepare scallions, ginger, garlic, celery, and peanuts. Smash the peanuts with the back of a knife on the cutting board. Blanch the celery briefly." Zheng Xiujuan quickly follows his instructions. Meanwhile, Su Chen has already perfected the sauce for the prawns and heated the pot that he pours in hot oil, adds scallions and garlic to saute until fragrant, and then adds the prawns. Zheng Xiujuan finishes her preparations and asks, "What next?" "Take a large bowl. Add monosodium glutamate, chili oil, Sichuan pepper, and sesame oil. Then mix." Zheng Xiujuan hesitates, unsure of the quantities to use. Su Chen hands her the spatula and instructs, "Help me toss the ingredients in the pan," that he then swiftly moves to her station and adds all the seasonings he just mentioned. Once everything is mixed well, he passes it to Zheng Xiujuan. "Combine the scallions, celery, and beef, then pour the sauce over, and add the crushed peanuts to as he speaks. He pours the sauce for the prawns into the pot, adds a suitable amount of water, and covers the pot. The delightful aroma quickly fills the kitchen, causing everyone busy with their tasks to pause and inhale deeply. Suddenly, they find themselves hungry, yet with so much work still to do. They cannot gather around to watch, although their impression of this young man has improved significantly. This young man is truly impressive. 3 minutes later, Su Chen opens the pot and serves the prawns, handing them to Zheng Xiujuan. Check to see who has finished their tasks and call them over to plate. Before long, 2 eager individuals volunteer to help. The cold and hot dishes are plated together. The once-idle Wang Jiqiang, now lured by the enticing aroma, approaches. However, clumsy as he is, he doesn't know how to plate or assist further, leaving him to watch helplessly that Su Chen is soon ready to move on to the next dish. The prawns are quickly plated, with only a few left remaining. Wang Jiqiang glances at them repeatedly, unable to contain himself any longer. "Can I have a taste?" Seeing this, Zheng Huimin can't help but laugh. "Go ahead, it will undoubtedly be an unforgettable experience for you." After all, she still remembers the delicious meal she shared with Wang Xiujuan at Su Chen's home. Wang Jiqiang, excited, leans in and grabs a prawn to taste. Upon taking a bite, he is utterly astonished. This flavor. Zheng Huimin asks, "Is it delicious?" Wang Jiqiang nods vigorously. "Delicious, delicious." The fishy taste is entirely absent, yet the freshness is perfectly preserved. Every flavor harmonizes exquisitely, tantalizing the taste buds. Witnessing Wang Jiqiang's unrestrained delight, the others cannot resist any longer. Is it really that good? I want to try." Me too. Soon, a group rushes over, each grabbing a prawn. They are all astonished. "Wow, this is indeed delicious. It's the best prawn I've ever had in my years of assisting in the kitchen." Zheng Huimin bursts into laughter. "Haha, soon you'll taste the best beef, fish, celery, lamb, and all sorts of dishes you've ever had in your life." The crowd exclaims, "Really? That is fantastic. I'm suddenly so excited. This young man is truly remarkable." Chen is entirely absorbed in his cooking and doesn't hear the conversations around him. Wang Xiujuan, slightly exasperated, urges, all right, let us get back to work. Otherwise, we won't have any food to eat. As soon as she says this, everyone disperses in a hurry. One person even leaves with a prawn in hand. Wang Jiqiang initially thinks he shouldn't compete with these women for food and plans to wait for them to leave before grabbing a prawn himself. However, once they depart, he discovers that all the extra prawns have vanished. Wang Jiqiang sighs, feeling hungrier than ever after a morning of hard work, without a meal that he considers asking Chen if there are any other dishes available, but sees how busy Chen is and ultimately decides against interrupting him. Quietly, he returns to tending the fire. Meanwhile, on the highway, a BMW is stuck in traffic that in the back seat sits an elderly man, over 60, with a kind face that is now filled with anxiety. What to do? What to do? I'm really going to be late. It's already 9:30, almost 10 to what will I do? The driver, Xiao Lu, cannot help but suggest, Master Tan, why not give them a call? I've already made several calls. But they say they can't find anyone. Today is the wedding, if it's because of me. All right, I'll make one more call. The elderly man immediately takes out his phone and dials Wang Jiqiang's number. On the other end, Wang Jiqiang is busy tending the fire while savoring the delicious prawns from earlier. The phone rings, and he answers, hello? Uncle Tan. Uncle Tan's full name is Tan Yue, a renowned chef specifically hired by Wang's family to prepare the wedding feast. Tan Yue, in a state of urgency, says, Jiqiang, I'm still on the highway, that if possible, have them start without me. I'll begin as soon as I arrive. I'll hurry as much as I can. After he finishes, Wang Jiqiang bursts into laughter. Uncle Tan, there is no need to rush. Take your time. Safety is the priority that we've already found a chef to help us. Tan Yue furrows his brow. Which chef? Oh, it's just a young lad who happened to come by to assist. Uncle Tan, let me tell you, this young man is an incredible cook, truly that you've always said how you worry about the lack of culinary talent being passed down. I believe this young man has great potential. I've never tasted dishes as delectable as these. As Wang Jiqiang speaks, his pride swells. He nearly forgets that he had initially doubted Chen's cooking abilities. At this moment, he feels there is no one in the world who can cook better than Chen. Furthermore, Chen's cooking style is quite impressive. Wang Jiqiang begins to consider the possibility of introducing Chen to his family. Perhaps marrying him into the family, so he can casually visit the Su household for meals in the future. Tan Yue, feeling somewhat confused, asks, is he really that remarkable? How old is this young man? Wang Jiqiang responds, he is in his early 20s. Tan Yue is even more astonished. Though he is anxious as a chef, he strives for excellence in culinary skills that a young man in his early 20s might produce good food. But Wang Jiqiang's praise seems overly optimistic. Nevertheless, he does not dismiss Wang Jiqiang's enthusiasm and replies, I'll go take a look and decide then. My standards for apprentices are quite high. My students are all top-tier chefs that I came to Ningxi town this time because of an old friendship with Wang Zan's father. Just a rural lad, I hardly consider worthy of my attention. But given the circumstances, I shouldn't disregard Wang Jiqiang's sentiments that I'll reserve my judgment until I meet him. Wang Jiqiang nods, all right, take your time. Drive safely. There is a lot of traffic. After hanging up the phone, he feels a swell of anticipation. Tan Yue leaned back, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. The driver, Xiao Lu, overheard the phone conversation and, filled with curiosity, inquired, Master Tan, are you truly looking to take on a disciple? Tan Yue shook his head, replying, how could that be? It's not so simple to become my apprentice. Xiao Lu nodded in agreement, recognizing the weight of Tan's esteemed reputation and the improbability of just anyone being accepted as his pupil. So, should we reduce our speed now? He asked. Tan Yue waved his hand dismissively. No, let us keep up the pace as much as possible, that if that young man doesn't perform well, perhaps I can still salvage the situation. Meanwhile, within the Grand Wang residence, when Chi and Xie Fei settled down with the babies, immediately surrounded by a throng of people eager to entertain the little ones, the babies beamed with delight, laughing heartily. However, Wang Qian, who had been observing for 10 minutes, felt too timid to approach. She stood there, her face a mask of envy. Daddy Yongyan, puzzled, asked Qian, do you also fancy these babies? Why not go over and hold one? He pointed out that everyone else was doing just that. Wang Qian shot him a glare, exclaiming, what do you know? Though she adored the babies, her previous encounters with Su Chun and Wen Chi had been rather unpleasant. She feared that if she approached, Wen Chi might not allow her to hold a baby, leading to an excruciatingly awkward situation. Her pride forbade her from such a risk, yet her heart longed to engage with the adorable infants. He Yongin, momentarily taken aback by her outburst, failed to grasp Wang Qian's inner turmoil. Nevertheless, he could tell she genuinely cherished the children. After pondering briefly, he decided to assist her, seizing a moment when Wang Qian's attention wavered. He made his way toward Wen Chi at that moment. Sam Bao was nestled in CF Fei Fei's arms, while the Bao sat in a nearby infant chair beside Wen Chi. Air Bao and Si Bao were being held by others, playing merrily. He Yongin gritted his teeth and approached Bao. When Wang Qian spotted him, he had already reached Wen Chi's side. Anger flared within her. "What are you doing, He Yongin?" she demanded. He turned his head, signaling for silence. Frustrated, Wang Qian considered leaving. She couldn't bear to be embarrassed again. If Wen Chi refused him in front of everyone, she would lose face entirely. Just then, she heard He Yongin say, "Miss Wen, hello. Do you remember me?" Wang Qian halted in her tracks. After all, he was her boyfriend. She couldn't let him face embarrassment alone. She pivoted back toward He Yongin, contemplating that if Wen Chi rejected him, she would immediately whisk him away to AT that very moment. She heard Wen Chi respond, "Of course. I remember. You are Wang Qian's boyfriend, right?" The tone in her voice held no trace of disdain, instead exuding a calming assurance. Wang Qian was momentarily taken aback. He Yongin nodded eagerly. Yes, that's me. Miss Wen, your memory is remarkable." Wen Chi nodded again. "Indeed, I remember all of Su Chen's friends. They are all wonderful individuals." He Yongin chuckled then. "May I hold your babies?" Wang Qian felt a wave of anxiety, remembering how she had left a poor impression on Wen Chi and Su Chen during their previous encounters. She worried that Wen Chi would appear friendly only to decline outright. Wen Chi glanced at Wang Qian, then back at He Yongin, smiling. "Of course, go ahead and hold them, that there's just a Bao left." The Bao lifted his head, looking bewildered at his mother, then at He Yongin, and back at his mother. He Yongin joyfully extended his arms toward the Bao, who appeared confused. Was this uncle really going to pick him up? He wasn't particularly keen on being held by others, but the uncle looked so delighted that if he didn't allow the uncle to hold him, would he be unhappy? After a moment of contemplation, he decided to begrudgingly let the uncle hold him. Thus, the Bao stretched out his arms that He Yongin, overjoyed, scooped him up, turning to Wang Qian. "Look, the baby is so adorable." At that moment, Wang Qian felt like hiding behind He Yongin, as Wen Chi's gaze shifted toward her. If she noticed Wang Qian, perhaps she would take the Bao away. Before she could retreat for long, she heard Wen Chi say, "Wang Qian, you're here too." Wang Qian managed an awkward smile. "I heard your cousin is the one getting married today," Wen Chi remarked. Wang Qian nodded, feeling even more embarrassed. Wen Chi smiled. "That's wonderful." For some reason, Wang Qian sensed a hint of envy in Wen Chi's tone. Was it possible that such a beautiful woman had people she envied? After a moment of deliberation, Wang Qian observed that while Wen Chi's smile remained, there was an underlying melancholy in her expression. Could it be that she and Su Chen were not yet married? Oh, right. It seemed they indeed were not. In that moment, Wang Qian felt a surge of sympathy for Wen Chi. All her previous jealousy dissipated. She stepped forward with confidence, saying, "You two will be there soon." Wen Chi nodded. "I hope so." Wang Qian clenched her fists. "It will definitely happen." Wen Chi smiled at AT that moment. Sam Bao in CF Fei Fei's arms spotted Wang Qian and immediately reached out for a hug, demanding to be held. This unexpected enthusiasm left Wang Qian momentarily stunned. Chapter 173. Finally holding the babies. CF Fei had been observing Wang Qian for quite some time. From the moment Wang Qian and He Yongin stood amidst the crowd, CF Fei had found it surprising that they seemed eager to approach and hold the babies yet remained rooted in place. Did they perhaps have a history with the infants? As she watched He Yongin engage with Wen Chi, who appeared entirely unperturbed, she concluded that the couple must have been overthinking things. After He Yongin cradled the Bao and turned to look at Wang Qian, it was clear he intended to share the joy of holding a baby with her. Yet, Wang Qian took a step back. CF Fei, curious, gently turned Sam Bao's head to face Wang Qian. She had noticed that Sam Bao was particularly fond of pretty sisters and wanted to test her theory. Indeed, as soon as Sam Bao turned around, he reached out, yearning to be held. CF Fei nearly burst out laughing. Fortunately, Wang Qian did not remain in shock for long. With trepidation, she asked, "Does he want me to hold him?" When Chi-Chi nodded. "It seems so." Wang Qian could hardly believe her ears. "Can I really?" When Chi-Chi replied affirmatively, "Of course. Little Sam Bao adores pretty sisters, right, Sam Bao?" Sam Bao seemed to understand his mother's words, breaking into a joyful smile. Yes, Sam Bao loves pretty sisters. This sister is indeed beautiful. Sam Bao wants a hug. CFA Fei feigned exasperation, saying, "Sam Bao, you fickle little one." Wang Qian, upon hearing this, hurriedly interjected, "Yes, I will hold him." She eagerly accepted Sam Bao into her arms, her hands trembling with excitement. Today, as soon as Sam Bao settled in her embrace, he joyfully wriggled around. Wang Qian was momentarily bewildered. Sam Bao, believing Wang Qian liked him, leaned in to give her a kiss. This affectionate gesture left Wang Qian utterly flabbergasted. He yawned and chuckled from the side. Qian, Sam Bao likes you." Wang Qian could hardly believe her luck. "Really, is that true?" When Chi-Chi chimed in, "Absolutely, look, Sam Bao has kissed you." "Sam Bao, you little rascal." Wang Qian laughed, her heart swelling with joy. She felt elated, realizing that the babies liked her, and that when Chi-Chi bore no ill feelings toward her, that a warm current filled her heart as she smiled brightly. The babies are so adorable, so well-behaved. After receiving compliments, Sam Bao clung to Wang Qian even more. Standing nearby, CFA Fei felt a pang of jealousy. Just moments ago, she had been Sam Bao's favorite. Why had she foolishly handed him over to someone else? CFA Fei began to ponder how she could reclaim Sam Bao's attention. After holding Sam Bao for a while, Wang Qian curiously asked, "Is Su Chen not here?" This question had been on her mind for quite some time. Feeling out of place, that Su Chen was known for flaunting his wife and children. "He's in the kitchen helping out." When Chi-Chi answered, "Adjusting Sam Bao's clothing, that I in the kitchen?" Wang Qian was taken aback. Could it be that Su Chen could cook? When Chi-Chi nodded yes, Wang Qian shot He Yongin an incredulous look. He Yongin replied, "I'll learn to cook when I get back." Wang Qian was at a loss for words. Seeing this, everyone burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Xie Yun Tian, Zhang Yuan, and Chang Yi noticed that the groomsmen's duties were nearly complete. And having nothing else to do, Zhang Yuan suggested they step outside for a moment. Chang Yi nodded in agreement, while Xie Yun Tian, eager to play with the babies, exclaimed, "Let's hurry up and go." He couldn't wait to boast to his brothers about his acquaintance with a beautiful mother. What a proud moment that would be. Zhang Yuan and Chang Yi exchanged knowing glances, having seen through Xie Yun Tian's intentions. But neither spoke up. Zhang Yuan teasingly asked, "What's up?" Yun Tian, "Is there someone outside you're eager to meet?" Believing he had been caught, Xie Yun Tian, he immediately corrected himself, saying, No, isn't it just to go out and see Su Chen? That rascal hasn't come even once. Aren't you curious? The groom, Wang Zan, chimed in, yes, hurry and check on Su Chen. I hope nothing has happened. After all, it was inconceivable that Su Chen would not seek them out at all. Wang Zan was quite concerned, yet he could not go himself. The group nodded in agreement, each with their own hidden motives, and walked out. Xie Tian intentionally took the lead, stating as he walked, "I'll surprise you later. Try not to be too shocked." Zhang Yuan and Chang Yi exchanged glances once more. Did a surprise? What sort of surprise? Xie Tian replied, "You'll know once we go outside." Zhang Yuan and Chang Yi merely smiled quietly, saying nothing. Before long, they arrived at the large courtyard. The three of them directed their gazes towards the area with the most people, and indeed, they spotted when Chi-Chi and the babies. Chang Yi's eyes instantly lit up. He was aware that Su Chen had 4 babies, but he had yet to meet them. Now seeing all 4 babies, he felt a bit dizzy, yearning to rush over and embrace them. Zhang Yuan restrained him with a glance, signaling that dashing over so quickly would surely alert Xie Yuntian. How could they torment Xie Yuntian otherwise? Chang Yi understood immediately. It seemed he would have to wait a while longer to hold the babies. The 3 of them unconsciously glanced in that direction, then frowned. Where was Su Chen? Xie Yuntian scanned the surroundings, not spotting Su Chen, and decided not to search any further. First, they would hold the babies. Thus, he purposely exclaimed, "Why are there so many people over there? Let's go see what's happening." Chang Yi and Zhang Yuan were equally perplexed when Chi-Chi and the babies were present. But where was Su Chen? Oh well, they might as well ask. Xie Yuntian reached when Chi-Chi sighed the fastest. The 4 babies had already settled comfortably in when Chi-Chi's embrace. Xie Yuntian joyfully approached and picked up the 4 babies. Babies, did you miss your uncle? The four babies did not respond verbally, yet they appeared exceedingly delighted. When Chi-Chi, noticing Zhang Yuan and Chang Yi behind Xie Yuntian, nodded in acknowledgement, the two men returned the gesture and turned their attention back to Xie Yuntian. Proudly cradling the four babies, Xie Yuntian boasted to Chang Yi and Zhang Yuan. Did you see the babies? Aren't they adorable? Aren't they well-behaved? These quadruplets are quite the sensation in our town. Would you like to hold them? Look how affectionate they are with me. As he spoke, he called out to Xie Feifei, Feifei, bring over Sanbao as well. Xie Feifei had just taken Sanbao from Wang Qian's arms. She glanced at Zhang Yuan, then at Xie Yuntian, and finally back at Zhang Yuan. With a slight smile, she walked over. Brother, are you asking for trouble? Zhang Yuan merely regarded Xie Yuntian with a calm expression. Chang Yi genuinely wished to hold the babies. But Zhang Yuan held him back. Chang Yi could only watch from a distance as Xie Yuntian put on a show. After Sanbao was brought over, Xie Yuntian teased him. Sanbao, be good. Look at your uncle. Do you like your uncle? Sanbao smiled while holding on to Xie Yuntian's hand, looking utterly adorable. Xie Yuntian raised his eyebrows at his two brothers. Aren't they cute? Don't you want to hold them? Beg me. And I might let you. Seeing Xie Yuntian's demeanor, when Chi-Chi couldn't help but offer a gentle reminder. However, Zhang Yuan quickly gestured for her to remain silent, and she complied. Xie Yuntian was lost in the cuteness of the babies. Completely oblivious to the little exchanges among the others, he grew increasingly animated. Let me tell you, the babies adore me that if you beg me, they will definitely let you hold them. They are so soft, so cute and so sweet. Zhang Yuan found it increasingly difficult to suppress his laughter. He could no longer hold back and began walking towards Xie Yuntian, mistaking Zhang Yuan's approach for a plea. Xie Yuntian's excitement surged. Chang Yi, why are you standing still? Look, even Zhang Yuan. Just then, before he could finish, he saw Zhang Yuan standing right before him, not pleading but instead addressing the four babies for babies. Come here for a hug from your uncle. Having spent half a day at the Su family, he was already quite familiar with the babies. The four babies had already turned their attention towards him. It was just that Xie Yuntian had not noticed this moment. Xie Yuntian finally realized what was happening. He looked disdainfully at Zhang Yuan. Do you think just because you said that, they will let you hold them? However, before he could finish his sentence, the four babies joyfully extended their little arms, appearing as if they were greeting a long-lost relative. Utterly adorable. Xie Yuntian was taken aback. At that moment, Zhang Yuan had already cradled the four babies in his arms. Ignoring Xie Yuntian entirely, that he then deliberately moved to Chang Yi's side and placed the four babies into his embrace. After that, he turned around and beckoned to Sanbao, who also quickly extended his arms. Requesting a hug, Xie Yuntian was baffled. He couldn't comprehend. Sanbao had previously shown a clear preference for being held by pretty sisters. Why was he so compliant with Zhang Yuan? He looked stunned at Zhang Yuan and then at Chang Yi, who appeared somewhat nervous, as it was his first time holding the babies. Yet, Zhang Yuan seemed entirely at ease with them. Xie Yuntian was even more confused. Zhang Yuan glanced at Xie Yuntian, unable to contain his amusement. He then turned to Daba, who immediately smiled at him. When he looked at Bao, the latter also directly reached out for a hug. Xie Yuntian was utterly perplexed. What is going on? Zhang Yuan, how come the babies like you so much? He had worked hard all morning just to make the babies somewhat familiar with him. Xie Yuntian felt quite hurt. Zhang Yuan smiled lightly. Of course, it's because I'm handsome. Xie Yuntian growled in frustration, feeling an overwhelming urge to strike him. However, holding the babies made such an action exceedingly difficult. He could only glare angrily at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, you little rascal, are you asking for a beating? Ha ha, this time. Not only Zhang Yuan laughed, but even Xie Feifei couldn't help but chuckle. Xie Yuntian was left in a state of bewilderment, when Chi-Chi could no longer hold back her laughter, saying, all right now, don't cause a ruckus. Although Su Chen's brothers are not young anymore, they still behave like children. Zhang Yuan immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, sister-in-law is right. Let's focus on holding the babies. Xie Yuntian, you better behave. Did you hear? Xie Yuntian's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. Sister-in-law? Indeed. Zhang Yuan nodded triumphantly. Xie Yuntian turned to Xie Feifei. You knew too? Xie Feifei nodded. Yes, I saw brother Zhang Yuan at the young lady's house. Xie Yuntian was left speechless, gritting his teeth in frustration. So, you all conspired to deceive me. Seeing that no one refuted him, he continued, so, this young lady is your sister-in-law? Zhang Yuan. Which of your brothers is so impressive? Zhang Yuan smirked. Guess. Everyone was left speechless at this moment. Xie Yintian still hadn't realized the absurdity of the situation. He was truly clueless. However, no one bothered to enlighten him, as it would be far more amusing for him to discover that these were Su Chen's babies on his own. Xie Yintian fell silent, feeling as though he had said something wrong at every turn today. Perhaps it was best to remain quiet. They were engaged in playful banter. A vehicle pulled up outside the courtyard. It was already 10:30. Tan Yue had finally arrived at Wang's house. He was too preoccupied with other matters to linger. He hurriedly exited the car and made a beeline for the kitchen. With a banquet scheduled for noon, he hoped there was still time to salvage the situation. Meanwhile, Su Chen had already prepared 6 hot dishes, all of which were substantial. The cold dishes had also been nearly completed under Zheng Huimin's guidance. Next, Su Chen needed to prepare 6 vegetarian dishes and 4 soups, which could be made just in time when the hot dishes were served. However, the hot dishes had to be ready, with an hour and a half remaining. There was ample time. Wang Jiqiang let out a long sigh of relief, finding Su Chen increasingly favorable. The next dish Su Chen planned to make was di san xian. This dish is neither particularly difficult nor overly simple. It requires a deft touch with potatoes, eggplants, and green peppers that if the sequence is incorrect or the cooking time insufficient, the result can be unsatisfactory. Even the knife skills are of considerable importance, that Su Chen decided to chop the vegetables himself. As he had enough time, he picked up the knife and began slicing the eggplants. That as soon as he began, everyone was astonished. The previous dishes had been crafted by 2 capable aunties who took great pride in their knife skills. However, witnessing Su Chen's technique and speed was an entirely different experience. The slices of eggplant were uniform in size, neatly arranged, and incredibly tantalizing. The 2 aunties exchanged glances, utterly amazed. This is extraordinary. Wang Jiqiang nodded in appreciation. Indeed, impressive. Uncle Tan will surely be pleased with such a disciple. Just as he finished his thought, a voice called out from the entrance. Jiqiang, I'm here. Upon hearing that voice, Wang Jiqiang swiftly turned to greet. Uncle Tan, you've arrived. Tan Yue nodded while apologizing. Sorry, I was caught in traffic. How is everything coming along? I'll get started right away. There should still be time. Wang Jiqiang, observing Tan Yue's demeanor, chuckled while waving his hands. No need to rush, no need to rush. Uncle Tan, didn't I tell you? A young lad came to help. Tan Yue frowned slightly. That one do. The young lad's skills aren't up to par. It still requires my. Before he could finish his sentence, suddenly he caught sight of the industrious Su Chen. The eggplants had already been neatly sliced and arranged at that moment. He began to cut the potatoes, which needed to be sliced into thin rounds. The potatoes, in their irregular shapes, posed a challenge. Yet in Su Chen's capable hands, they appeared remarkably obedient, as if they were entirely under his command. The knife in Su Chen's grasp transformed into a mere toy, moving swiftly and effortlessly. However, the potato slices were remarkably uniform. Tan Yue's eyes widened in disbelief. This, Chapter 175. You've repeated that statement 10 times today. Tan Yue glanced incredulously at Wang Jiqiang, who was beaming with delight. See, Uncle Tan? I told you this young man is exceptional. Tan Yue swallowed hard, recalling how he had doubted the young man during their earlier conversation in the car, only to be swiftly proven wrong. He scrutinized Su Chen and nodded. Indeed, his knife skills are impressive. I just wonder how the dishes will taste. Wang Jiqiang pointed towards a nearby table. Look over there. Following his gaze, Tan Yue's eyes lit up. The table was adorned with a meticulously arranged array of dishes, each one appearing exquisite, clearly crafted by a skilled hand. Unable to contain his curiosity, Tan Yue inquired, did he prepare all of these? Over a dozen dishes already? Wang Jiqiang nodded affirmatively. Yes. Tan Yue swallowed again, unable to resist approaching Su Chen. Wang Jiqiang felt a twinge of concern. Uncle Tan. Shoo. Tan Yue placed a finger to his lips. Wang Jiqiang fell silent. Tan Yue approached Su Chen, who was so engrossed in his work that he failed to notice anyone nearby. Glancing back, Su Chen acknowledged that the potato cubes were finished and instructed the person behind him. Peel some garlic. Zheng Huimin had intended to assist but hesitated until Tan Yue gestured for him to proceed. Seeing Wang Jiqiang nod in agreement, Zheng Huimin complied. Tan Yue swiftly peeled a generous amount of garlic and handed it to Su Chen, who, without looking, took it and minced it into garlic paste. Turn on the heat, he added. Tan Yue immediately tended to the fire, his gaze fixed on Su Chen throughout, marveling at his skill, which surpassed that of any apprentice he had trained. Tan Yue was intrigued. He wished to discover Su Chen's strengths and the chef from whom he had learned. Once the ingredients were prepared, Su Chen proceeded to mix the sauce that the pot heated. He poured in the oil. When the oil was hot, he added the fried potatoes, eggplants, and bell peppers. During this process, he noticed that the person tending to the fire had transformed into an elderly man. But Su Chen said nothing, assuming Wang Jiqiang had brought in someone to assist. After frying the eggplants, bell peppers, and potatoes, he quickly drained the oil, retaining a bit for flavor, then added the minced garlic. Once the garlic was fragrant, he tossed in the fried vegetables and thickened the mixture with cornstarch. Upon completing these tasks, Su Chen called out, "Plates, let's serve." Throughout this entire process, Tan Yue observed intently, yet his confusion deepened. Every technique employed by Su Chen was executed flawlessly, astonishing him. More importantly, his timing was impeccable, aligning perfectly with Tan Yue's own estimations for frying and overall cooking. It seemed he excelled in every aspect. Leaving Tan Yue perplexed, the dish de Xian was prepared in a large pot, and once plated, only a small portion remained. Before Tan Yue could react, a group of kitchen helpers rushed forward, all brandishing chopsticks as if they had been preparing for this moment. Wang Jiqiang joined in, casually offering a pair of chopsticks to Tan Yue. "Uncle Tan, come join us." Tan Yue was taken aback. "What is this?" "To eat, of course. There is hardly enough left to matter. I must tell you, Uncle Tan, this is truly delicious. If you don't try it, you'll regret it. Trust me, I would never lead you astray. Just have a taste." Tan Yue initially intended to decline, yet the crowd had already surged forward. As each person took a bite, the kitchen echoed with exclamations of delight. "Delicious, truly delicious. This potato, this eggplant, extraordinary. I've never tasted anything so exquisite. You've said that at least 10 times today. Haha, but it is truly delectable. I can't stop eating." Wang Jiqiang also took a bite of potato, savoring it. Noticing Tan Yue standing there, seemingly torn between desire and hesitation, he couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, everyone, leave some for Uncle Tan. He is a guest." With this, the crowd stepped back, creating a path for Tan Yue. "Master Tan, please do try." Unable to resist any longer, Tan Yue approached. One bite sent shockwaves of astonishment through him. The flavors of the potatoes, mingled with the freshness of the eggplants and the subtle spiciness of the bell peppers, harmonized perfectly, compelling him to indulge further. Having spent decades in the culinary field, he believed he had sampled every delicacy imaginable. Yet this was a revelation. The taste was simply unforgettable, that he even thought that his own rendition of de Xian paled in comparison. Seeing Tan Yue's reaction, Wang Jiqiang burst into laughter. "Uncle Tan, I told you it was delicious, didn't I? I wasn't lying." Tan Yue nodded mechanically, then picked up his chopsticks to take another bite. However, one was not enough. He went for a second, third, and fourth. Everyone watched as Tan Yue quickly devoured the remaining dishes. Considering his age, no one dared to approach and snatch food from him, casting resentful glances at Wang Jiqiang instead. Wang Jiqiang, bewildered, had assumed chefs would possess some self-control, but it was clear that was not the case. However, as Tan Yue was a guest, he dared not say anything, merely watching as Tan Yue polished off the last morsels. Su Chen remained preoccupied, oblivious to the commotion. Once Tan Yue finished, he glanced at the others and then at Su Chen, saying coldly, "What are you all standing around for? How can we let the chef work alone? Hurry up and help." The crowd was taken aback. "That weren't you just enjoying yourself?" Wang Jiqiang was equally speechless, recalling how Tan Yue had just relished the meal. Yet, Tan Yue was right. He couldn't argue with that logic. Reluctantly, he directed everyone to assist. They continued to help Su Chen. Half an hour later, the dishes were finally nearing completion. Su Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Just as he was about to take a break, he suddenly heard an elderly voice beside him. "Young man, to whom do you owe your culinary training?" Su Chen looked somewhat perplexed. "Who are you?" Wang Jiqiang chuckled and stepped forward to introduce. "This is Uncle Tan Yue, a top-tier chef who came to lend a hand today, albeit a bit late. Su Chen, you should quickly accept him as your mentor. Uncle Tan is quite remarkable. He wishes to take you under his wing." Before he could finish, Tan Yue interjected, "Nonsense. Who said I wanted to take him as a disciple?" Chapter 176. I wish to be his disciple. As Tan Yue spoke, he beamed at Su Chen. Wang Jiqiang was left utterly bewildered. Uncle Tan, if you don't wish to take him as a disciple, then why inquire about his training? Su Chen was equally astonished. The esteemed chef seemed formidable. Had he done something wrong? He humbly inquired, Sir, is there an issue? Tan Yue replied, Young brother, I merely wanted to ask if you have any apprentices. Would you mind taking on an older apprentice? Perhaps someone my age. Su Chen. The crowd? Everyone looked at Tan Yue with curiosity, unable to comprehend, especially Wang Jiqiang, who exclaimed, Uncle Tan, you don't interrupt. I'm speaking with my future master. You can wait your turn. Wang Jiqiang. He had only intended to offer a friendly reminder that this young man was merely 22. But since he was silenced, he let it go. Wang Xiuzhen and Zheng Huimin snickered nearby, sharing a sense of pride in knowing Su Chen. Being acquainted with him felt like an honor. The onlookers understood that the esteemed Chef Tan, invited by the Wang family, was an exceptional chef, yet here he was, captivated by a young man. How fortunate they were to have tasted the dishes crafted by him. Seeing Su Chen remain silent, Tan Yue pressed on, Young brother, if you cannot decide, just tell me who your master is, and I shall speak with them. He was determined to persuade the esteemed elder. Surely, they would not refuse that. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. Sir, I taught myself. I have no master. This skill was a special gift from the system. Tan Yue's eyes lit up. That's splendid. From this day forward, you shall be my master. Ha ha. I, Tan Yue, finally have a master. Tan Yue laughed heartily, leaving Su Chen speechless. As soon as Tan Yue grasped him, he exclaimed, Master, how did you hone your knife skills? Is there a secret to it? Moreover, your cooking methods appear to be similar to the ordinary ones. Yet your dishes are astoundingly delicious. How is that possible? Tan Yue continued to chatter incessantly. Wang Jiqiang felt a pang of embarrassment. That wasn't he supposed to be the celebrated master chef? What distinguished him from a child? Although Su Chen felt somewhat helpless, he did not refuse. This elderly gentleman clearly dedicated his life to the culinary arts. Upon encountering someone more skilled, he did not exhibit a pretentious air of seniority, but instead humbly sought guidance. What a commendable individual! Su Chen waved his hand and said, Old sir, perhaps you should refrain from calling me master. Seeing Tan Yue's smile fade, Su Chen added, Let me share my cooking techniques with you. After all, there is still time that I will divulge everything during the cooking session shortly. However, I truly cannot bear the title of master. My name is Su Chen. You may call me Xiao Chen. Being addressed as master by someone whose hair was nearly white felt quite awkward for Su Chen. Upon hearing the latter part of his statement, Tan Yue reluctantly conceded, All right, then I shall call you Brother Su Chen. However, in my heart, you will always be my master from now on, since you are willing to teach. You undoubtedly deserve that title. With the conversation having reached that point, Su Chen found it difficult to refuse further. Next, there were 5 vegetarian dishes to prepare that Su Chen asked Tan Yue to stand nearby and observe. He explained each step to him as he went along. Tan Yue listened intently, while those around them were hesitant to interrupt, merely offering silent assistance. Soon, the 5 dishes were completed. Glancing at the clock, Su Chen remarked, There are still 4 soups left. I shall prepare them after the dishes are served, that I have yet to see the bride and groom. I want to go take a look. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Su Chen turned to leave. After he departed, Wang Xiuzhen and Zheng Huimin were quickly surrounded by other women. Huimin, does that young man have a girlfriend? He seems like he might not. One inquired, Xiuzhen, you have always been a matchmaker. Why not have a word with my daughter? Rest assured, once this is settled, I will reward you with a substantial red envelope for times the amount you previously received from matchmaking. As soon as those words were spoken, others chimed in, Only 4 times? I'll give 6 times. I'll give 10 times. I'll give 20 times. Tan Yue could not hold back. My master is single. I have a granddaughter. Perhaps you could introduce us? I'll offer you a red envelope of 200,000. The crowd fell silent, overwhelmed by the boldness of his offer. They conceded, retreating. Wang Xiuzhen was nearly in stitches. This was undoubtedly the happiest moment of her matchmaking career. However, she also wished to reserve Su Chen for her own relatives, though reality did not permit such wishes. She waved her hand, saying, Enough, enough, do not quarrel any longer. Xiao Chen is taken, and he even has children. The crowd gasped, What? He has children already? What a pity! Otherwise, how about letting him have another wife? The crowd fell silent. Wang Xiuzhen could not help but laugh at their expressions. She decided to add fuel to the fire. Stop dreaming. Not only does he have children, but he also has quadruplets. and his wife is as beautiful as a celestial being. You all are wasting your time competing over him." Instantly, the crowd erupted in chatter. "Quadruplets? Is that true? Oh, I remember hearing someone in our town mention that a fairy came with quadruplet babies. Could it be Su Chen's family?" Wang Xiuzhen nodded. "Indeed, that is his family." The crowd promptly lost all interest. "Well, never mind, there is no point in competing." At that moment, Tan Yue was slightly dazed. Quadruplets? He had never seen quadruplets before. His master was truly remarkable. The crowd began to disperse. Wang Jiqiang approached curiously, asking, "Xiuzhen, does Su Chen currently reside in Ningxi town?" "Yes, why do you ask?" Wang Xiuzhen replied. "That is wonderful news," he exclaimed internally, already plotting. Wang Xiuzhen glanced at him, then exchanged a knowing look with Zheng Huimin. "What is up with old Wang today? He seems rather peculiar." Meanwhile, at the wedding venue, Wang Zan and the bride had already begun their ceremony. Xie Yintian, Chang Yi, and Zhang Yuan had gone to participate in the wedding rites. There was also a groomsman who had been hastily summoned. The 4 bridesmaids were each more beautiful than the last. However, the 3 men were not focused on the bridesmaids. They scanned the surroundings, still unable to spot Su Chen. Where on earth could Su Chen have gone? They wondered. That I end chapter 177. The bouquet is yours. When Chi-Chi and Xie Fei sat not far from the wedding stage, their little ones wide-eyed, captivated by the scene. That it's so beautiful here. The babies adore it. The attention of the crowd shifted between the bride and groom and the children, creating a delightful atmosphere. Suddenly, Xie Fei asked, "Sister, your wedding with Su Chen must be just as beautiful, right?" Previously, she had not noticed the conversation between Wang Qian and Wen Chi-Chi, so she was unaware that Wen Chi-Chi had not yet had her wedding. Witnessing the bride and groom holding hands, Xie Fei felt a twinge of envy. This must be what happiness looks like. That Su Chen and my sister must share a similarly beautiful bond. When Chi-Chi shook her head. "Not yet that we Haven T had our wedding." Xie Fei was momentarily taken aback. "Are you waiting until after graduation?" Speaking of this, when Chi-Chi felt a pang of melancholy, uncertain whether her parents would approve. Perhaps Xie Fei did not perceive Wen Chi-Chi's sadness. She quickly moved closer and grasped Wen Chi-Chi's arm, saying, "Then I'll be your bridesmaid." Being your bridesmaid would surely be a delight. In her mind, Xie Fei envisioned herself in a bridesmaid dress, watching Su Chen and Wen Chi-Chi exchange vows. The 4 little ones would be flower children, and if there was a handsome groomsman, the scene would be absolutely picturesque. When Chi-Chi nodded, "Sure." This little girl was truly adorable. Xie Fei beamed with joy, wondering how Su Chen was faring with the meal preparations. Cooking for so many people must be quite challenging. But she believed Su Chen would succeed. When Chi-Chi nodded, "Yes, he will definitely succeed." As they conversed, the wedding party exchanged rings. Next came the moment for the bride to toss her bouquet, and the entire audience erupted in excitement. Especially the bridesmaids. Catching the bouquet meant that the bride was bestowing good fortune upon the recipient, and perhaps they would soon find their own soulmate. Thus, the bridesmaids eagerly anticipated the toss, determined to seize the bouquet. The bride was equally delighted, as all her bridesmaids were her close friends, and she wished to share her luck with them. Meanwhile, Wang Qian stood not far away, hoping to catch the bouquet as well. He Yongin treated her exceptionally well, and if possible, she too wished for a beautiful marriage. As soon as the bride turned her back, Xie Fei exclaimed, "Sister, it's time to go for the bouquet." When Chi-Chi chuckled, "I think I'll pass. That I already have 4 children with Su Chen. It's better to leave such fortune for others." "Ha, then I'll go for it." Since meeting with Chi-Chi and Su Chen, Xie Fei suddenly felt it was time for her to start dating as well. Such a wonderful opportunity could not be missed. They were unaware that the 3rd baby in the infant seat was completely entranced by the bride. Dressed in a pristine wedding gown, the bride became the center of attention, especially for the 3rd baby. His eyes were glued to her, marveling, "This sister is truly beautiful, just like Mama." The 3rd baby was utterly enamored. He raised his hands, yearning for a hug. Sitting in the stroller, he wished he could run over and leap into the bride's arms. The bride took a deep breath, closing her eyes as she prepared to toss the bouquet. Suddenly, she felt a searing gaze upon her. In that instant, she could not help but glance in that direction, only to spot the 3rd baby. Her eyes widened in surprise. In fact, she had noticed the 4 little ones earlier during the ceremony. But they had all been clustered around when Chi-Chi, so she hadn't paid them much attention. To her, The wedding was the priority, and she wanted to conduct it with utmost seriousness. Now, the third baby's gaze was entirely focused on her. His adorable expression, especially as he opened his arms and clapped his little hands, begging for a hug, struck her heart. The bride felt an overwhelming urge to rush down and embrace him in that moment. The bride's hand slipped, and the bouquet soared directly towards Chi and the babies. Instantly, all eyes fell upon them. The next moment, the bouquet landed in Chi's arms, just as she was about to lift the third baby. The crowd was left in stunned silence. The bridesmaids were bewildered, and Wang Qian was equally perplexed. Xie Feifei was especially frustrated. What just happened? I rushed over to catch the bouquet, and it ended up where I was originally sitting. Chi was just as confused. She observed that San Bao was persistently causing a ruckus and felt compelled to soothe him. However, in a twist of fate, she ended up catching a bouquet instead. Disappointment flickered in the eyes of the bridesmaids. Yet upon witnessing the joyous expressions of the children and Wenjai, their spirits lifted. It seemed quite delightful to present the bouquet to this lovely young lady. After all, flowers are best paired with beauty. Wang Qian found herself no longer upset as she gazed at Wenjai. Envy washed over her once more. San Bao grew even more excited, having just seen the flowers tossed in his direction. Now they rested in his mother's embrace, bringing him immense joy. The flowers rightfully belonged to his mother. On the stage, the bride felt a tad dizzy. However, witnessing the children's exuberance made the minor mishap seem trivial. Only Wenjai remained in an awkward predicament, contemplating whether she should return the bouquet to the bride for another toss. Just then, the MC spoke up, "Wow, this beautiful young lady has caught the bouquet. Now, let us invite her to the stage." Clutching the bouquet, Wenjai felt increasingly bewildered. Zhang Yuan, Chang Yi, and Xiantian all turned their gazes toward her, brimming with anticipation for what she might say. Upon noticing Wenjai's hesitation, Xie Feifei rushed over and nudged her. "Miss, it's your turn. The children are in my care. You can trust me. They are quite well behaved." The little ones raised their tiny hands, dancing around merrily, drawing the attention of the crowd. With no choice left, Wenjai smiled and ascended the stage. Simultaneously, Chen emerged from the kitchen, standing at the back of the crowd. Spotting Wenjai, he paused for a moment, then noticed the bouquet in her arms, understanding immediately that she had caught it. Observing the children attentively watching their mother under Xie Feifei's care, he chose not to approach. He found himself eager to hear how Wenjai would respond to the MC's inquiries, knowing well that the questions posed at weddings can be rather tricky. Chapter 178. This is the essence of love. When Wenjai stepped onto the stage, her nerves still palpable. The audience was taken aback. Today was meant to be the bride's spotlight, yet this unadorned beauty slightly overshadowed her presence upon taking the stage. Fortunately, the bride's resplendent attire prevented her from being completely eclipsed. Upon seeing Wenjai, the bride beamed, particularly delighted by the apparent familiarity between this young lady and the mischievous child from earlier. Eager to connect, the bride grasped Wenjai's hand, saying, "Miss, come over here." Wenjai had no choice but to stand beside the bride. The MC then proclaimed, "Congratulations to this lovely young lady for coming to the forefront. She is truly stunning. Now, I must ask on behalf of all the single gentlemen present, do you have a boyfriend?" The audience watched with delight as Chen crossed his arms, awaiting her answer. Wenjai, caught off guard by the question, paused momentarily. Then, with a gentle smile, she picked up the microphone and replied, "Yes, I do. It was Chen, indeed." However, the mere sight of him made her anxious, fearful of losing the happiness she cherished. But now, with Chen absent, she could confidently declare her affection for someone special. She had a boyfriend and a future husband. Her response shattered the hearts of the men present. One shouted from the crowd, "Miss, how could you already have a boyfriend? What are we to do now? Perhaps you could consider someone else? How about me?" When Wenjai's cheeks flushed slightly, her lips curving into a subtle smile. Just when the man believed he had a chance, she shook her head firmly and replied, "That's not possible." In her heart, she knew she could never replace Chen, unless he were to despise her as he once did. Leaving her heartbroken, the thought alone made her chest ache, rendering her breathless. The man who had shouted felt as if his heart were bleeding. Xiantian, unable to contain his laughter, whispered to Zhang Yuan and Chang Yi, "Do you feel like this young lady is torturing the single men?" Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement, while Chang'e remarked, "Indeed, she is quite merciless." Xie Yintian, feeling a tinge of envy, mused, "What kind of man could be so remarkable?" He turned to Zhang Yuan. "I don't recall you having such an outstanding brother." Zhang Yuan, with a mysterious smile, replied, "You'll find out shortly." That he glanced toward the back of the crowd, catching sight of Su Chen. Just as he was about to call out, he noticed Su Chen signaling him to remain silent. That on stage, the MC, astonished by Wen Zhaizhai's declaration, playfully asked, "Is your boyfriend truly that exceptional? With so many handsome men here, none have captured your heart?" Wen Zhaizhai nodded, responding yes. Fearing misinterpretation, she quickly added, "Yes, he is very exceptional." The MC felt as though he had been hit by a barrage of love, having already consumed ample romantic sentiments from the newlyweds. Little did he expect to be further subjected to this unexpected display of affection. With a resigned smile, he continued, "Could you perhaps share what makes your boyfriend so remarkable?" Fearing Wen Zhaizhai might not comprehend, the MC added, "What has he done that has touched your heart?" His question evoked a sense of nervousness in Su Chen. He had longed to know how Wen Zhaizhai perceived him. Given her character, she would likely keep her thoughts to herself. But now, with her not yet aware of his presence, would she answer? Su Chen suddenly felt anxious. Wen Zhaizhai lowered her gaze, and when she looked up again, her eyes sparkled with happiness. Everything he does moves me. That he cooks, helps me with laundry, and takes care of everything at home, so I have no worries. That he walks me to school every day and picks me up afterward. To him, I am his everything. But what he doesn't realize is that he is my everything too." As she spoke, she emphasized her words affirmatively. The fact that she was still a student caught the attention of many, eliciting expressions of envy. Youth is indeed a beautiful thing. And perhaps this is what love is truly meant to be. That I find myself beginning to believe in love once more. The MC suddenly felt that the magnitude of this romantic display far surpassed anything he had encountered earlier that day. Would they even serve food after this? The bridesmaids covered their mouths, unable to contain their tears. Their earlier disappointment over not catching the bouquet had completely vanished. Such love was precisely what they had always desired. Witnessing another's happiness brought them joy as well. The MC, shaking his head in resignation, posed the question everyone was eager to know. "So, miss, are you two engaged yet?" When Zhaizhai smiled, just as the audience presumed she might decline to answer. She suddenly said, soon that a wave of excitement swept through the crowd. The prospect of marriage was now on the horizon, indicating that their chances were indeed slim. How unfortunate! The MC chuckled, on behalf of everyone. "I wish you and your boyfriend a swift journey to happiness. May you both be blissful." When Zhaizhai nodded, "Thank you." She too yearned for an early union, to marry Su Chen and share a lifetime of happiness together. Xie Yintian was on the verge of tears from excitement, exclaiming, "Just imagine how wonderful it would be if I had such a remarkable wife." Zhang Yuan shot him a disdainful look, as if to say, "Dream on." He had once entertained a similar thought, only to be met with a harsh reality. Chang'e shook his head in resignation. Xie Feifei, standing beside the children, let her tears flow. "Little ones, your mother surely loves your father dearly." It is said that children born of love are exceptionally intelligent and beautiful. They had not deceived her. It was indeed true that in a corner, Wang Qian and Yi Yong'an exchanged glances. Tears glimmered in Wang Qian's eyes as she suddenly realized how foolish she had been to compare her beauty with Wen Zhaizhai's. This woman radiated an undeniable brilliance that Yi Yong'an, unable to hold back, embraced Wang Qian, saying, "Qian, we too shall have our day." Wang Qian nodded in silence. Meanwhile, Su Chen, standing at the back of the crowd, couldn't help but smile. It turned out his wife adored him so much. This was the first time he understood how perfect he appeared in her eyes. Evidently, she wished to marry him. It seemed he needed to double his efforts. He had to resolve his wife's heart's desires as well as win over her future parents. When Zhaizhai prepared to leave the stage, entrusting the spotlight back to the bride, she was unexpectedly stopped once more. The bride, having been moved to tears by Wen Zhaizhai's words, felt a surge of empathy. Every woman dreams of marrying for love, of being with a man who cherishes her, and she was no exception. Thus, she had boldly wed the wonderful Wang Zan. Today, she was filled with joy, yet a small wish had taken root in her heart. Upon noticing Wen Qiqi turning her head, the bride, feeling somewhat bashful, inquired, "Miss, are those little ones that all brought by you?" Chapter 179, The Four Adorable Flower Children. The bride was unaware that these 4 little ones were Wenqiqi's children. The MC and others had been preoccupied, and no one had informed her. Initially, the bride intended to ask directly, but recalling that Wenqiqi had just stated she was unmarried, she felt it would be rather impolite to inquire outright. Thus, she rephrased her question. Wenqiqi beamed with happiness, replying, "Yes, they are all my children." The bride was momentarily taken aback, and even Wang Zan and the MC were astonished, although Wang Zan was the groom. He was unfamiliar with many of the relatives present and had no recollection of Wenqiqi, merely assuming she was an unknown relative. How could someone so stunning not only have a loving husband, but also 4 adorable quadruplets? Suddenly, Wang Zan felt a yearning for the life of marriage. Aspiring to emulate this sister's boyfriend as his own future goal, he too wished to pamper his wife and later welcome a few little Wangs into the world. Truly perfect. Once the bride regained her composure, she joyfully grasped Wenqiqi's hand, exclaiming, "Really, miss, you are so fortunate." Wenqiqi laughed in response, "Indeed, I am very happy." The bride, her head lowered, shyly asked, "May I make a small request?" Wenqiqi, intrigued, replied, "What is it?" The bride continued, I would like for them to come up as my flower children. They are simply adorable that I ask that possible." Wenqiqi couldn't help but chuckle at the bride's enthusiasm. "But they can't walk yet," she noted. This posed a dilemma for the bride at that moment. The 4 bridesmaids joyfully approached, declaring, "No worries, we are here to help. Each of us can carry one and follow behind her." The scene will surely be delightful. 4 cherubic little ones, paired with a beautifully dressed bride and a dashing groom. Just envisioning such a picturesque moment was enchanting. Seeing this, Wenqiqi found it hard to decline, and thus nodded in agreement. The 4 bridesmaids rushed to the little ones, who beamed with joy upon seeing the 4 lovely sisters, especially Sanbao, whose eyes sparkled with wonder. "So beautiful. The sisters are so pretty. I want to hug." Unable to resist, Wenqiqi patted Sanbao's little head and addressed the other 3. "Little ones, your aunts are going to carry you down the flower path. Be good and let them hug you." "All right." The 4 babies looked at Wenqiqi in bewilderment, then glanced at the 4 beautiful sisters, and finally at the stunning arrangement of flowers and balloons behind them. One by one, they eagerly raised their tiny hands, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, yes, we are the most willing. This place is so beautiful. We love it." Thus, the 4 little ones were quickly lifted by the bridesmaids. When they reached the bride, she couldn't resist hugging the ever-watchful Sanbao. Ultimately, she was rewarded with a sweet, adorable kiss from little Sanbao. Everyone was overjoyed. "Look, how cute they are." The bride was also stunning. Such a beautiful scene was undeniably heartwarming. People felt overwhelmed with emotion that moment. CF Feifei experienced a sense of pride, akin to that of a parent watching their child grow. She stood gracefully beside Wenqiqi, her gaze never straying from the little ones. "When I get married, I must have these 4 little ones as my flower children." Wenqiqi couldn't help but smile, teasingly asking, "When will you find a boyfriend?" The question left Xie Feifei momentarily speechless. She pouted before conceding, "I will make it happen soon." Wenqiqi chuckled. "Actually, Donggu is really quite wonderful. That straightforward guy." Xie Feifei pondered overly Dong's appearance in silence. The flower path concluded. The wedding ceremony was drawing to a close, and the feast was about to commence. Chen glanced contentedly towards Wenqiqi before turning to head to the kitchen, that he still had 4 soups to prepare. Once finished, he would immediately seek out his wife. Just as he departed, the wedding concluded. Zhang Yuan, Chang Yi, and Xie Yintian had all completed their tasks and were ushered over for the meal. Zhang Yuan, Chang Yi, and Xie Yintian made their way to Wenqiqi's table, joining her and Xie Feifei, along with the 4 little ones. Upon seeing Wenqiqi, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister-in-law, you looked absolutely stunning just now. If my brother were here, he would be overjoyed." In truth, Zhang Yuan was already aware that Su Chen had spotted her, and he anticipated the couple would continue to flaunt their affection, even if he was the one being subjected to it. Oddly enough, he had grown accustomed to it over time. Xie Yuntian, however, remained oblivious to Zhang Yuan's insinuations, lost in the beauty of the moment and contemplating his chances of finding a girlfriend at school. Chang Yi, however, voiced the question on everyone's mind. "Sister-in-law, where did my brother go?" To play along with Zhang Yuan's act, Chang Yi also referred to Su Chen as brother. Wenqiqi, not wishing to expose their ruse, replied he went to the kitchen to prepare some dishes. "What? Both were astonished. Cooking? No way he can cook. Although Zhang Yuan had visited the Su family twice, he had never dined there, and thus was unaware of Su Chen's culinary prowess. When Chi-Chi nodded in affirmation, remaining silent. However, Xie Fei, with an air of mystery, remarked, "He is quite the cook. You know, apparently, the main chef couldn't make it today, so he stepped in to help." Xie Yuntian. "How do you know everything?" "It seems like you are the only one here who doesn't know him." Xie Fei nodded. "It's just that you're not very observant." Xie Yuntian. Did he vaguely sense that this remarkable individual was someone he should know? Everyone appeared rather peculiar. Zhang Yuan and Chang Yi were left utterly bewildered. The head chef? Xie Fei proudly stated, "Yes, he is the one who prepared all the dishes today." Those present would soon enjoy the fruits of his labor. Dining on Su Chen's culinary creations would undoubtedly be a delightful experience. Zhang Yuan and Chang Yi exchanged glances, astonished. Just how many remarkable talents did Chen possess that they were unaware of? Meanwhile, in the kitchen, as Su Chen entered, several aunts surrounded him, asking little Chen, "Were those 4 little ones on stage yours? And is that beautiful girl your wife?" They had also attended the ceremony, initially intending to catch a glimpse of Su Chen's children. However, upon seeing the 4 little ones, their hearts melted to Su Chen, taken aback, nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, the aunts were elated. "Wonderful. You are doing great." Only Wang Jiqiang, who had not attended the ceremony, remained oblivious to the events and approached Su Chen cautiously, asking, "Brother Su Chen, may I make a small request?" Chapter 180. May I stay? Su Chen looked at Wang Jiqiang with curiosity. Wang Jiqiang chuckled, "Well, I wanted to ask if you could frequently come and cater for our banquets." "Rest assured, I will discuss the best prices with the host family." That he explained that most capable chefs in the village had aged, and no one was willing to take on the task, making every banquet particularly challenging. That if it weren't for you, we would have encountered a major disaster this time. That Su Chen smiled, about to respond when Wang Xiuzhen interrupted. "Old Wang, what are you thinking? Little Chen is still in school. He can't just stay home all the time. He just returned for the holiday." Everyone was taken aback. Wang Jiqiang, bewildered, questioned, "School?" After processing Wang Xiuzhen's words, he realized he had assumed that since Su Chen had a wife and children, he must have stopped studying long ago. Wang Xiuzhen nodded. "Yes, he is only a sophomore and still has 2 years to go." She then turned to Su Chen, advising, "Little Chen, don't listen to your Uncle Wang's nonsense. Education is most important. You must not let these matters interfere with your studies." Tan Yue, pondering for a moment, approached Su Chen to ask, "Brother Su Chen, where do you study?" Su Chen replied, "In Ningzhou." "Ningzhou?" Tan Yue murmured to himself. Contemplating whether he should take a trip to Ningzhou, it seemed there might be an opportunity on the horizon. Tan Yue quickly made up his mind. Seeing his plans crumble, Wang Jiqiang felt a bit embarrassed. "Oh, I see. Never mind then. Brother Su Chen, I apologize. I didn't know. Please make sure to focus on your studies." That Su Chen nodded apologetically, just as Wang Jiqiang was about to turn away in disappointment. Su Chen added, "Actually, I have another suggestion." Wang Jiqiang turned back, intrigued. "What suggestion?" Su Chen replied, "I could leave the recipes with you all, that I will write down the detailed steps for each dish. While you may not achieve the same level of deliciousness as I do, it shouldn't be too far off. This way, everyone can learn, and you won't have to worry about this issue in the future." He had been contemplating this feasibility since their earlier conversation. Today's meat dishes largely consist of prepared delicacies, with merely a modification in the proportions of the seasonings. However, no one has afforded him the opportunity to voice his thoughts. Wang Jiqiang stood up in astonishment. "Is this truly permissible?" Tan Yue appeared somewhat bewildered. "After all, it is a recipe. Every chef possesses their own unique methods, which are the very skills upon which they rely for their livelihood. The flavors of dishes differ greatly, depending on the individual who prepares them. Yet, if someone offers guidance, one could replicate about 70 to 80% of it. Typically, chefs would never divulge these secrets to anyone but their own apprentices. But Su Chen intends to document the recipes for such a large audience." He found it hard to believe. That Su Chen nodded and replied, "Indeed, it is true. Cooking is meant for everyone to enjoy. That if no one knows how to prepare these dishes, wouldn't it be a waste?" He paused, scanning the room, and noted that Wang Xiuzhen was the closest to his home. Thus, he added, "Let us entrust it to Aunt Wang, shall we? When the time comes, you can share it with everyone so they can learn." Wang Xiuzhen beamed with joy. "Absolutely. We shall proceed as you suggest, and I will make copies for everyone." so we can all learn diligently. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in cheer. Xiao Chen is truly remarkable. Old Wang, this method is indeed brilliant, that we can pass it down to our descendants, alleviating this concern for good. Wang Jiqiang felt a wave of emotion wash over him, reminiscing about the time when Su Chen first arrived. He had doubted Su Chen's capabilities. Yet now he realized how extraordinary he truly was. Zheng Huimin, noticing the group's sentiment, couldn't help but interject, "All right, everyone, let us not get lost in our emotions. The dishes will be served shortly. Let us finish preparing the last soup, and our task for today will be complete. Xiao Chun, your wife and children are seated up front. Once it's ready, do hurry to join them. You can't leave the young lady to manage for little ones alone. The babies will surely cry otherwise." That Su Chen nodded. "All right, let us get to work. You all prepare to serve the dishes that Mr. Tan. Please follow me to assist with the soup." "Certainly." Tin Yue followed Su Chen, filled with joy. He felt fortunate to have accepted Wang's invitation to Ningxi Town. Meeting Su Chen was indeed an honor. Tan Yue was confident that this young man, merely 22 years of age, would undoubtedly become a significant revelation in the culinary world. In the courtyard, guests took their seats at the tables. Xie Feifei was eagerly awaiting her meal at that moment. Wang Qian and He Yong'an approached cautiously, inquiring, "May we sit here as well? They wish to dine alongside the little ones." When Chi nodded, "Please, have a seat," she shifted over slightly. The babies had already been distributed among several guests, each cradling one. Xie Feifei, having failed to secure a child, murmured impatiently, "Why haven't they served the dishes yet?" The others echoed her sentiment. Behind them, another table buzzed with conversation. "I heard the Wang family hired a renowned chef this time. The food must be exquisite. You wouldn't believe it. The previous chef's dishes were often inedible, such a waste." "Indeed, but I find this rather perplexing." "Why, you ask?" "Well, I've heard that renowned chefs often prioritize presentation over flavor, making the dishes look appealing but lacking in taste. What a shame." The crowd shook their heads in resignation, harboring little hope for the meal. Just as the discussions continued, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. The dishes began to arrive. The first to be served was a cold dish of marinated beef. Upon seeing the beef, the guests frowned. This beef seemed markedly different from what they had previously encountered. When Chi-Chi's table was also served, they gazed at the platter of beef. An involuntary drool formed. Xie Feifei fixated on the beef, her eyes wide. Xie Yintian observed her in bemusement. "Xie Feifei, can you not show a bit of restraint? Brother, don't speak too soon. You never know who might end up looking foolish." Xie Yintian rolled his eyes, choosing silence. "It's just beef. How good can it possibly be?" Chapter 181. What divine cuisine is this? Xie Feifei chose to ignore Xie Yintian, focusing solely on the food. In no time, all 8 cold dishes were served. Spicy marinated beef, red oil ear slices, poached chicken, pickled chicken feet, couple's lung slices, salted shrimp, red oil cold noodles, and cold seaweed salad. 8 dishes, each more appetizing than the last, accompanied by peanuts, sunflower seeds, and candy that had already been laid out. The table quickly overflowed with food. Guests gazed at the spread, feeling a bit dizzy. It truly appeared different. Indeed, the usual dishes are a chaotic mess. These look splendid, truly a chef's work, and not just visually appealing. Just inhale that aroma. How delightful. I've never seen cold dishes presented so enticingly. Xie Yintian was equally perplexed. He had attended many banquets, yet seldom had a cold dish piqued his appetite like this. Chang Yi and Zhang Yuan were also curious. Did Su Chen really prepare all of this? Surely not. Wang Qian shyly glanced at Wen-Chi. "Miss Wen, shall we begin eating?" She and He Yong'an had been assisting since 6 in the morning and had yet to taste a morsel. They were utterly famished. Zhang Yuan and Chang Yi looked to Wen-Chi, "Sister-in-law, please, you first." None of them dared to touch their food until she did. Wen-Chi, feeling somewhat obliged, took the closest piece of beef and sampled it. After finishing, she slightly frowned. The flavor was delightful, yet it did not reach Su Chen's level. After some thought, she surmised that due to the wedding banquet, the beef had been prepared in advance. However, the sauce bore Su Chen's signature touch. The others noticed her expression and inquired, "What's wrong? Is it not to your liking?" When Chi waved her hand dismissively, "No, it's fine. Please eat." Upon hearing this, Xie Yintian began to gloat. "See, it's clearly not that great. You all are quite the exaggerators." Saying this, he picked up a piece of the couple's lung slices and tasted it. The next moment his voice fell silent. The flavor was that peculiar. The meat tasted similar to what he was accustomed to. But the sauce, though familiar, had an entirely different texture. Delicious, delicious, delicious. This is incredible. He immediately took another bite, savoring it earnestly. Chef Fei observed him with a smirk. How is it? Tasty, I isn't it. Just moments ago, you were so adamant. Come on, brother, look at your face. How ridiculous. As Chef Fei spoke, she eagerly joined the feast. Xie Yintian took another piece of spicy beef. Similar to the couple's long slices, the meat was ordinary, yet when paired with the sauce, it was simply extraordinary. He felt that even during his studies in Linzhou, he had never encountered such delectable dishes. His actions spoke volumes of his thoughts. Zhang Yuan and Chang, he could no longer contain themselves and swiftly joined in. Wang Qian and He Yongyan exchanged astonished glances, each recognizing the shock reflected in the other's eyes. Although they had heard that a renowned chef prepared the food, this level of excellence seemed excessive. If they continued at this pace, they might not last until the next course. Yet, the thought of not eating left them apprehensive that there would be nothing left. With that, Wang Qian hastily picked up her chopsticks. Within 5 seconds, they too were devouring the food like everyone else. The entire table was animated with excitement, save for Wen Qiqi, who remained relatively still. The babies looked on in bewilderment, their expressions a mix of confusion. The second baby even reached out, gazing around in puzzlement. Noticing that everyone was eating, the second baby glanced between Wen Qiqi and the table, then back at Wen Qiqi, who seemed oblivious to her presence. She pouted on the verge of tears. Why isn't Mama giving me anything to eat? I want to eat. I want to eat. I want to eat. I'm so hungry. Finally, the second baby's cries caught Wen Qiqi's attention. She turned to glance at her, unable to suppress a smile that, oh dear little one, look at all that drool. Don't cry. I'll have Papa prepare something delicious for you, all right? Upon hearing Papa, the second baby blinked, ceasing her tears. Okay, Papa's food is good. After ensuring the little ones were taken care of, Wen Qiqi felt an odd sensation wash over her. Why did it seem like she was the only one speaking in the entire venue? She surveyed her surroundings and was taken aback that in the courtyard, among 30 tables, everyone was engrossed in their meals, each person radiating joy. Witnessing this, Wen Qiqi couldn't help but smile. Indeed, Su Chen's dishes were exceedingly well received. Some time later, as a portion of the guests finished eating, shouts of delight began to ring out. This is incredibly delicious. Truly a master chef. I haven't even started yet, and it's all gone. Scanning the tables, Wang Jiqiang couldn't help but chuckle at the scene before him. Having served as a waiter for so many years, it was his first time witnessing all the dishes being completely devoured. He promptly signaled for the next course to be served. Soon, the second wave of hot dishes arrived. Stir-fried dried tofu, eggplant with green beans, sauteed broccoli, hand-torn cabbage, dry-pot cauliflower, and celery with lily bulbs. There were also oil-braised prawns, pork knuckle, steamed mandarin fish, braised fish, sweet and sour ribs, and a whole chicken in clear broth. That as the hot dishes emerged, the aroma intensified, particularly with the meat dishes that made one's mouth water. Zhang Yuan could not contain his astonishment and exclaimed, "Wow, I'm utterly amazed. This is truly the level of a master chef. Incredible. I'm in love." They had forgotten everything else and immediately dug in. The oil-braised prawns were delightfully spicy, the pork knuckle rich yet not greasy, the steamed mandarin fish refreshing, and the sweet and sour ribs perfectly tangy. Even the whole chicken in the clear broth was exceptionally tasty. The soup was simply divine. People couldn't restrain their hands. Seeing this, Chef Fei seized the opportunity to tease Xie Yintian. So, how is it, brother? Tasty, right? Xie Yintian was too engrossed in the food to respond, merely mumbling with a nod. Delicious. S.O. delicious. After saying this, he patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder. Brother, you must introduce me to your brother. I'm truly in awe. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Chapter 182. She liked sweet things. Su Chen had also prepared the soup, along with 2 staple dishes, grandmother's vegetable steamed buns and 8 treasure rice. These 2 dishes were meant to be served last. After finishing, Su Chen pondered for a moment and then picked up a beautifully crafted plate to begin another task. Tin Yue watched curiously. What are you doing now? I'm making a meal for my wife. She has a sweet tooth, Su Chen replied, his hands never pausing. Before long, Tin Yue beheld a meticulously crafted heart-shaped 8-treasure rice dish, and he instinctively took a step back, thinking to himself how the younger generation certainly knew how to indulge. Once completed, Chen covered the 8-treasure rice with a plate and carried it out. Everyone was engrossed in their meal. He caught sight of Wen-Chi and made his way over to her table. Xie Tian happened to be facing Chen, and, seeing him, couldn't he help but stuff his mouth while greeting, Chen, over here. Upon witnessing Xie Tian's eating manner, Chen shook his head in exasperation. The others also noticed Chen, and just as he was about to sit next to Wen-Chi, Xie Tian shouted, "No! Chen! Xie Tian, brother Chen, that spot is reserved for Zhang Yuan's cousin. Which means it's for this lovely lady's husband. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to sit there. Come over here instead. And what are you carrying? Let me tell you, the dishes here are exceptionally delicious. So you don't need to fuss over that. I guarantee you will absolutely love these dishes. Su Chen." He shot Xie Tian a glance and sat down. Xie Tian, Chen, are you out of your mind? Finally, Xie Fei could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Zhang Yuan couldn't resist giving Xie Tian a pat on the shoulder. Xie Tian, what are you all laughing at? Meanwhile, when Chi uncovered the plate and, upon seeing the heart-shaped 8-treasure rice, smiled again, "It looks so delicious." "Of course it is," Chen affirmed. Xie Tian felt increasingly frustrated. Something about this situation felt off. These two were a bit too engrossed in their own world. He glanced around, and the little ones were also watching Chen, seemingly waiting to be picked up. Xie Tian felt bewildered. He had played with the kids all day, yet he hadn't received such treatment. Why did Chen get all this? Zhang Yuan noticed Xie Tian's expression darkening and finally spoke. "Hey Xie Tian, can't you see it?" Xie Tian, "See what?" Zhang Yuan pointed at the children and then at Chen and Wen-Chi. "Them, Xie Tian. What about them? Didn't you say this is your brother at that point?" Xie Tian suddenly froze. In no way. He looked back at the children, then at Wen-Chi, and finally at Chen, who was serving rice to Wen-Chi with the ease of someone accustomed to it. Xie Tian couldn't help but exclaim, "No way." Zhang Yuan nearly laughed himself silly. "Haha, finally you're catching on? I told you about my sister-in-law, but we usually call Chen brother Chen, right?" "Ha, Xie Tian. Had he been played?" Surely he had. He turned to Xie Fei, seeking one last shred of hope. Xie Fei giggled. "Yes, Chen is the gentleman Aunt Wang introduced to me for blind dating. However, I'm not interested in Chen. I adore the little ones. I've been spending all my time playing with them." She beamed. "Look how adorable they are." Xie, the damn, was he really that obtuse? He turned his gaze to Wang Qian, only to find her watching the spectacle with amusement. Xie Tian felt a wave of despair wash over him. Realizing they all knew. "Brother Chen, why did you deceive me?" Chen shook his head in resignation. "Yin Tian, being foolish is one thing, but you shouldn't slander others that we haven't even met today." Xie Tian. That made too much sense. He was left speechless. Chapter 183. Laughter and banter. Brotherhood deepens. Xian was filled with a surge of anger. Yet seeing the little ones staring at him with wide eyes made him feel as if a single curse would send them into tears. His heart softened, and he decided against scolding anyone. Sulking as he sat down to continue eating, Chen served the rice to Wen-Chi, who accepted it with a sweet smile. Xie Tian felt increasingly agitated. This was just too much. He angrily piled a large piece of meat onto his plate, prepared to channel his frustration into his appetite, when suddenly he thought of a more pressing issue. Chen. Chen turned to him. Xie Tian asked, "The dishes on this table, did you make them all?" Chen glanced at the nearly empty plates and nodded. "I suppose so." Xie Tian, you. Though he desperately wanted to find an excuse to berate Chen. The words faltered on his lips that he had to admit the food was genuinely delightful. Wang Qian was also bewildered. "You made this?" "I thought a chef prepared it." Chen replied. "The chef had some matters to attend to and was delayed. So I stepped in to help. I hope I didn't trouble Wang Zantian." Wang Qian quickly shook her head. No, there could never be any trouble. This food is fantastic." It was rare for Chen to receive praise from Wang Qian. And he smiled. "Thank you." In that moment, Wang Qian suddenly felt that her previous antics with them had been utterly foolish. She raised her glass and said earnestly, "Chen, I owe you my gratitude. Thank you for overlooking my previous disruptions and for helping my cousin." He Yong'an also lifted his glass in agreement. But Chen smiled. "I drove here, so let us toast with tea instead. I wish you both a swift journey to happiness." Wang Qian downed her drink and cheerfully replied, "You too. The little ones are truly adorable. You will undoubtedly find immense happiness." Su Chen laughed as he ruffled Wen Qiqi's hair. "Yes, we will," Wen Qiqi blushed and shyly said. "What are you doing?" Su Chen smiled gently, deliberately gazing at her. "It's nothing, just missing you a bit." Wen Qiqi's face flushed even deeper. Zhang Yuan and the others stood up, exclaiming in astonishment, "Su Chen, this is a bit too much, showing off your affection in front of us." "Do you believe we three could give you a beating?" Su Chen replied, "with such a beautiful wife and adorable children. What else can I do but show off?" The others were left speechless, that if it were them, they would probably be even more ostentatious than Su Chen. Alas, they had lost at the starting line. The group could only lower their heads in frustration and eat. After a while, Wang Zan brought his bride over to toast. Just as Xie Yintian was about to say something, Wang Zan waved his hand to silence him. He quickly moved to Su Chen's side, excitedly saying, "Brother, I've heard all about it. Thank you for today. Otherwise, my wedding banquet would have been ruined. And if you ever need anything, just say the word." As Wang Zan passed by Wang Jiqiang while toasting, he overheard about Su Chen cooking in the back kitchen, that he was both shocked and immensely grateful. Today was the most important day of his life. If it had gone awry, it would have left a lasting regret. Wang Zan felt overwhelmed with gratitude, especially after seeing everyone devour the dishes clean. Alongside his gratitude, he also harbored admiration for Su Chen. Thus, he hurried over to find Su Chen. Upon hearing Wang Zan's words, Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. "It's a small matter, really." Wang Zan joyfully raised his glass. "I'll drink this toast from today onward. You are my brother." Su Chen held his glass, helplessly saying, "I'm driving." "In that case, you don't have to drink. I'll drink for you." With that, Wang Zan downed the drink from Su Chen's hand. Zhang Yuan and the others were left dumbfounded, yet no one intervened. After all, Su Chen's assistance today had been invaluable. Once the drink was finished, seeing Wang Zan pick up the microphone, Su Chen quickly stopped him. "Brother, please don't." Wang Zan, curious, asked, "What is wrong? I just want everyone to know that I..." "Wang Zan, have a good brother." Su Chen waved his hands. "No need, really. It's just a small favor, about to temporarily leave home." Su Chen preferred not to attract too much attention. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Wang Zan felt a renewed sense of admiration for him. They all strived hard, hoping one day to bring glory to their family and become the envy of others. Yet Su Chen was so composed and low-key. Clearly a person destined for great things. Wang Zan felt he had much to learn from Su Chen, that he set the microphone down, ready to speak again, but then noticed Wen Qiqi and several children behind Su Chen. The bride also spotted the children and joyfully greeted, "Hello, little sister." Wen Qiqi stood up, standing beside Su Chen. "Well, I wish you happiness." Wang Zan, witnessing this, suddenly widened his eyes, that he couldn't shake the feeling that this young lady and Su Chen were extraordinarily well matched. Could it be? Wang Zan froze for a moment, incredulous as he looked at the two. "Brother, that's Su Chen," not wishing to see his bewildered brother any longer, directly introduced Wen Qiqi. "This is my wife. These are my children." That he tried to maintain a calm tone to avoid appearing boastful. "Wang Zan, the bride." Wang Zan was about to introduce Su Chen to the bridesmaids, thinking such an outstanding brother would surely be favored by them. But unexpectedly, Su Chen already had a partner, and it was that young lady who had just caught the bouquet. He vividly remembered her blissful display on stage, and had silently envied that man, even considering him an idol. And now that his idol turned out to be his own brother, Wang Zan was momentarily at a loss. Watching the spectacle, Wang Qian couldn't help but laugh. "Bro, you don't need to worry about introducing Su Chen to anyone." Wang Zan was momentarily stunned. The bride was also quite surprised. "I wondered how such beautiful children came to be. Turns out, not only is the mother stunning, but the father is quite handsome too. Is this the proud man? How wonderful." When Qiqi nodded with a smile. "Indeed." Wang Zan couldn't help but exclaim, "So that is how it is? No wonder I didn't recognize this young lady." He happily addressed the couple. "That is fantastic, brother. Congratulations." Su Chen nodded in agreement. "Congratulations to you as well." Wang Zan chatted with Su Chen for a while longer, then turned to glance at Zhang Yuan and the others. Momentarily lost in thought, without hesitation, he took his bride's hand and decided to leave. That it was not wise to linger here. Just moments ago, out of gratitude towards Su Chen, he had downed 3 glasses of wine without a second thought. But after consuming those 3 glasses, he was starting to feel a bit tipsy. These 3 could certainly hold their liquor. If he went one by one with them, he might find himself flat on the floor. It was best to make a swift exit. However, he had barely taken 2 steps when he heard Zhang Yuan, Chang Yi, and Xie Yintian calling out to him. What is the rush? Su Chen has a wife and kids now. We don't. Wang Zan, are you trying to escape from drinking? Do you think we'll let you off that easily? Wang Zan, caught in a dilemma, turned back to the group. What I meant to say is, how about we in a way? Before he could finish, he was grabbed by Xie Yintian. Today, I've been tormented by these brothers. How can we not return the favor? Brother Chen, take your wife and kids to the side. We wouldn't want to hurt you. Without hesitation, Su Chen made way for them, leading Wen Chi and the children aside to watch their playful tussle. Xie Feifei was also there enjoying the spectacle. Seeing Wen Chi laughing joyfully, Su Chen couldn't help but ruffle her hair again. Are you ready? Wen Chi looked at him curiously. Ready for what? Ready to marry me. Chapter 184. Ready to marry me. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Wen Chi couldn't help but lower her head again. What are you talking about? Though she once again ignored the question, Su Chen felt utterly delighted. Regardless, he had heard Wen Chi innermost thoughts today, that as for the knot that had long been tied in her heart, it would eventually be unraveled. Su Chen deliberately lowered his head and softly whispered in Wen Chi's ear. At that time, they will be just as rowdy. They will even stir up trouble at the wedding night. That will surely be very lively. Looking forward to it? Wen Chi's face turned crimson as her heart raced at Su Chen's words. She quickly turned to check on the children. I'm ignoring you now. Su Chen laughed heartily. His wife was becoming increasingly adorable that he picked up the 4th child, who had been reaching out for a hug. Watching Zhang Yuan and Chang Yi pouring drinks for Wang Zan, Su Chen began to ponder what their wedding would be like in the future. That would surely be spectacular. As the wedding banquet concluded with the final dish of soup served, guests began to leave one by one. Wang Zan and his bride were at the door bidding farewell. Chang Yi and Xie Yintian had both gotten drunk, and Xie Feifei had to drive her brother home. Zhang Yuan went to see Chang Yi off. Su Chen, along with Wen Chi and the children, prepared to head home. At that moment, Tan Yue suddenly approached. Brother Su Chen, wait a moment. Seeing Tan Yue, Wen Chi was momentarily taken aback, but she said nothing. Su Chen curiously inquired, what is the matter? Upon seeing the children, Tan Yue's face lit up with joy. He had been thinking of how to hold the children while in the back kitchen. Now was the perfect opportunity. Come here, let Grandpa hold you. Tan Yue cheerfully extended his arms. But the children looked at him, recognizing him not. Hence, several of them, with a hint of pride, ignored him. Tan Yue felt a bit awkward. Unable to hold back, Su Chen chuckled lightly, then bent down, earnestly addressing the 4th child, who was stealing glances at Tan Yue. 4th child, this is Grandpa Tan. Let him hold you. The 4th child stared blankly for a moment, seemingly contemplating Su Chen's words. After a brief moment, she opened her arms and joyfully leaped into Tan Yue's embrace. Upon holding the 4th child, Tan Yue's heart melted, leaving him slightly dizzy. So soft, so adorable. Looking over at Wen Chi, he suddenly understood Su Chen's happiness. After pondering for a moment, he asked, Actually, I wanted to ask if you would participate in the upcoming chef competition in Ningzhou. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Me? I don't think I qualify. The chef competition was certainly for those with culinary qualifications to enter. He had nothing, so how could he participate? Tan Yue smiled. The rewards are quite generous. I believe you should consider joining. Su Chen nodded. I'll think about it. Tan Yue agreed. That's fine. Thank you so much today, Brother Su Chen. Let us exchange contact information. Perhaps we will meet again. Su Chen did not decline. After exchanging numbers, Tan Yue playfully pinched the children's cheeks before departing. Su Chen went to get hot water to prepare milk for the children. Once they finished drinking, he took Wen Chi and left. Sitting in the passenger seat, Wen Chi closed her eyes and took a short nap. However, after what felt like a long time, she realized Su Chen's car had not yet come to a stop. Wang Zan's house was only a 20-minute drive from Su Chen's place. Why was it taking so long? Wen Chi opened her eyes, only to see Su Chen driving along a country road. The narrow path could barely accommodate 2 vehicles, and there were no houses in sight. Upon the mountains, lush trees cast their shade, while a meandering stream flows gently through the midst, its crystal-clear waters revealing the pebbles below. The exquisite beauty of the scene is accentuated by the interplay of white clouds and a cerulean sky. Occasionally, a few individuals can be spotted toiling in the fields by the riverbank. When Chi-Chi reminisced about the tourist attractions she had previously visited, which paled in comparison to this. Curiously, she inquired, "Where are we headed?" Chen chuckled softly. "Have you forgotten? I mentioned I would take you for a stroll in the mountains." At this revelation, when Chi-Chi's heart fluttered slightly, she had assumed that Chen might have forgotten, yet it became clear that he remembered every word she had uttered, that a profound sense of happiness enveloped her. "All right," she nodded enthusiastically. The four little ones, secured in their safety seats, occasionally peeked out the window, their faces alight with excitement. "This place is so beautiful," they exclaimed. "We've never seen anywhere so lovely." Their delight was palpable as they continued along the winding mountain road until Chen finally brought the vehicle to a halt at a halfway point. Upon alighting, when Chi-Chi noticed a naturally formed platform nearby, bordered by several large stones that provided a sense of safety against the surrounding emptiness, they pushed the children onto the platform, where they could gaze upon the clouds encircling the mountains and the breathtaking scenery. The little ones looked around in wonder, while when Chi-Chi joyfully extended her arms, exclaiming, "This is truly beautiful." Standing behind her, Chen could not resist the urge to wrap his arms around her waist. When Chi-Chi stiffened momentarily as she heard his voice whispering in her ear, "Don't move." She dared not shift again. Chen chuckled softly. "Such a good girl." The sound of his gentle tone. When Chi-Chi's cheeks flushed crimson, leaving her momentarily flustered. Was she being teased again? She squirmed, attempting to free herself from his embrace, unaware of the effect she had on him. The delicate fragrance unique to women lingered in his senses, tightening his grip involuntarily as an inexplicable sensation surged within him. The young woman in his arms appeared utterly enchanting. However, when Chi-Chi remained oblivious to Chen's thoughts, still wriggling in his hold, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest, Chen swallowed hard, his voice low and husky, tinged with a hint of intoxication. "This time, you truly must remain still." When Chi-Chi suddenly grasped the gravity of his words, the strong heartbeat emanating from his firm chest made her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Her ears felt as though they might bleed from the intensity of her blush. She bowed her head in confusion, allowing Chen to hold her without further protest. Sensing her compliance, Chen contentedly rested his head upon her shoulder, his tone imbued with a rare languor as he affectionately called, "Wife." When Chi-Chi's face turned an even deeper shade of red, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. She felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. They had shared a moment before, yet that time had been clouded by alcohol. Now, in the clarity of sobriety, she felt both scared and anxious, stammering, "What's going on?" Noticing her tension, Chen tightened his embrace slightly and whispered in her ear, "I want to hear you call me husband." When Chi-Chi froze, her heart skipping a beat. "What?" Chapter 185. Remember, I will love you forever. When Chi-Chi's face flushed an even deeper crimson. This term of endearment, which she had imagined calling him countless times, now felt insurmountable when faced with Chen. She was utterly at a loss, her fingers intertwining nervously. Should she call him or not? The silence from behind her suggested that he was patiently waiting, given all the kindness Chen had shown her. He deserved to hear her say husband. With newfound resolve, she closed her eyes, contemplating how to articulate it in the most melodious manner. Meanwhile, Chen let out a long sigh, sensing her trepidation. The little one seemed entirely unsure of herself. Unable to resist, he reached out to tousle her hair, saying, "All right, Chi-Chi, I will wait until you are ready to call me." Yet he added teasingly, "Even if you don't, you will always be my wife, you know. You can never escape that in this lifetime." When Chi-Chi, hearing his playful tone, exhaled deeply, her blush intensifying to Chen. Noticing her reaction, pinched her cheek playfully. "Wife, are you that shy again?" His laughter sparkled in his eyes, bringing him immense joy. When Chi-Chi, feeling provoked by his teasing, resolved to show him the harshness of reality. Thus, she defiantly lifted her chin to face Chen, puffing out her cheeks in a mock sulk. "Who says that? Maybe I can." However, before she could finish her statement, she was met with his handsome, enlarged face, leaving her with no time to react as her lips were suddenly sealed. The words she had intended to say evaporated in a thin air. When Chi-Chi's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Chen, her heart racing uncontrollably, her strength seemingly drained as if he had completely taken hold of her. Unbeknownst to her, she had instinctively closed her eyes. Observing this, a smile gradually crept into Su Chen's eyes. The occasional chirping of birds filled the air, with a few fluttering by as if they were drawn to the spectacle. Yet, the beauty surrounding them did nothing to distract the pair. The four little ones were entirely captivated by the picturesque scenery, oblivious to the exchange between Su Chen and Wenqiqi. Eventually, Su Chen released Wenqiqi, who sagged against him. After holding her tenderly for a moment, he inquired, "Wife?" Wenqiqi murmured softly, her eyes still closed. "Can you tell me what happened between us in the past?" Su Chen asked, a question he had pondered for quite some time. Upon hearing this, Wenqiqi jolted awake, quickly extricating herself from his embrace. Su Chen did not resist, adding, "Honestly, I've been thinking about this for ages. And that night, it seems you said a great deal, but I was inebriated and can't recall any of it." Wenqiqi bit her lip nervously, avoiding his gaze. "Why you think for yourself?" As she spoke, her face flushed even more. Why did he have to bring up that night? Su Chen sighed in exasperation. "That I wish I could remember sooner. But that, wife, just tell me that if you do, I'll reward you with another kiss." How does that sound? Wenqiqi felt exasperated by his frivolity. She wrestled with her thoughts, unsure how to articulate her feelings. Seeing his unwavering gaze upon her made her resolve to ignore him. "I won't tell you." "Why not?" "Why is that?" The answer was painfully difficult to voice. However, Su Chen's intense stare left her feeling trapped that if she remained silent, he would continue to gaze at her. Lowering her head, she mumbled, "What if I tell you, and then you don't want me anymore?" The last few words barely escaped her lips, almost a whisper meant for herself. Before Su Chen could react, she quickly added, "Regardless, I won't tell you." Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, his inquiry interrupted by the complexity of the situation. Noticing Wenqiqi's flushed cheeks, he felt a pang of sympathy. "All right, but wife, there is something I want you to understand." "What?" Wenqiqi's eyes widened, curiosity piqued. What profound declaration was he about to make? Su Chen glanced at the children before returning his gaze to Wenqiqi. "You must remember, I will love you forever." This unexpected confession left Wenqiqi momentarily speechless, her heart racing even more fervently. This was utterly overwhelming. Fortunately, Su Chen had no intention of further complicating matters. He stepped closer, taking her hand earnestly. "I will stand by you as we face your parents together. Well, more accurately, our parents. You may fear facing them, but I will take that burden upon myself. Whatever scolding you face, I will endure it for you." Wenqiqi's eyes widened in astonishment. Did Su Chen know something? How could he possibly have known? Su Chen's long fingers playfully tapped the tip of her nose, and seeing the sparkle in her eyes filled him with warmth. "Because I am your husband." Wenqiqi felt a mix of anxiety and joy, her cheeks turning as red as an apple. Su Chen quickly continued, "Chi-Chi, you have never mentioned your parents, but Aunt Li told me before she left that your relatives are unaware of the children. You are worried they might be concerned or blame you, aren't you? Rest assured, I believe they will adore the little ones. Even if they don't, I will find a way for them to accept you. Me, and our children, and no matter the method, I will ensure their approval." When Chi-Chi lowered her head, her heart aching as thoughts of her parents surfaced, that it had been a year and a half since they last communicated. She wondered how they were faring. Taking a deep breath, she replied, "Let me prepare myself first." "All right," Su Chen nodded. Once again, he enjoyed a moment of scenic beauty with Wenqiqi before taking her and the little ones home. As soon as they entered the car, Su Chen's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Peng Liang, which puzzled him. Why would Peng Liang call him at this hour? Liang Ge. What's the matter? As soon as Peng Liang heard Su Chen's voice, he burst into a joyful laugh. "Brother Su Chen, I apologize for interrupting your holiday, that I wanted to discuss something with you. Are you returning to Ningzhou soon?" Su Chen nodded. "Yes. What is up?" "I need to register the little ones first, and I'll head back the day after tomorrow." Peng Liang exclaimed excitedly. "That's wonderful. The Chef God competition will be held in Ningzhou this year. After discussing with Manager Lan, we believe that if you participate, your chances of winning are substantial. That I wanted to ask if you're interested." Chapter 186. Registering the Little Ones in another Chef God competition. Su Chen recalled that Old Tan had mentioned this to him as well, and now Peng Liang brought it up again, that it appeared that he needed to familiarize himself with this competition. "Let us discuss it when I return to Ningzhou," Su Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Peng Liang laughed again. "Perfect. If you decide to participate, I can assist with the registration. But Brother Su Chen, it seems like you're somewhat aware of this competition?" Yes, I've heard of it once, Su Chen admitted, but I'm still unclear about the specifics. When you arrive in Ningzhou, I'll explain everything in detail, Peng Liang said. Deal. Su Chen nodded and, after exchanging a few pleasantries with Peng Liang, hung up the call. Upon returning home, the sky had already darkened. Da Wu Jinzhong had left for home due to some matters, leaving only Li Li, Old Li, and Li Dongdesu Jiangwo, and Fong Ruolin had not prepared dinner either. The moment they saw Su Chen, they rushed forward to carry the little ones that Su Jiangwo, maintaining a stern expression, said, Su Chen, go make dinner. Honestly, do you want to starve your father? However, upon seeing Wen Chi-Chi, Su Jingwo immediately switched to a warm smile. Chi-Chi, are you tired? Would you like to take a break? We've already boiled hot water. Would you care for some? Su Chen thought to himself, this disparity in treatment is glaring. Yet he said nothing and proceeded to the kitchen. Old Li, witnessing this, sighed, Wu Ge really has no luck. Every time Su Chen cooks, he is not around. What a pity. Indeed, Li Li chuckled, shaking his head. Dinner that evening was exceptionally delicious. After some playful moments with the little ones, everyone retreated to their rooms to sleep. When Chi-Chi approached Su Chen and said, I've already taken care of my leave. After much contemplation, she still chose not to disclose to Su Chen her opportunity for a graduate school recommendation. Su Chen nodded and, unable to resist, pinched Wen Chi-Chi's small face. Recalling her bashful demeanor earlier in the afternoon, that he quickly leaned down to plant a gentle kiss by her lips, causing Wen Chi-Chi's cheeks to flush red. All right, off to bed now. When Chi-Chi hurriedly exited the room, the little one stared at Su Chen and Wen Chi-Chi with wide eyes, bewildered, not comprehending what their parents were doing to it appeared to be quite amusing. And they too desired a kiss. Su Chen turned around to see the four little ones raising their small hands, gazing at him with silly smiles. The second and fourth little ones even leaned forward. Seeing their adorable expressions nearly made him burst into laughter. Were they requesting kisses? He approached and gave each one a kiss before saying, All right, little ones, that it's time for BED to be good. The little ones, delighted by their father's affection, promptly closed their eyes and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Su Chen awoke to a long-forgotten mechanical voice echoing in his mind. Ding, new task detected. Please ensure the registration of the little one's household registration today. Upon completion, corresponding rewards will be granted. Note: due to the significance of household registration in the little one's lives, this reward will be quite substantial. Please take it seriously. Su Chen chuckled. What kind of reward? Confidential for now. Su Chen thought, this system is becoming quite mysterious. Shaking his head, he went to find Fong Ruolin for the household registration book. When Fong Ruolin handed it over, she specifically reminded him, You little rascal, as you grow older, you need to consider the little ones more. Understood? Don't continue your childhood ways of being mischievous. Although she recognized Su Chen had matured significantly, Fong Ruolin couldn't help but offer a reminder or two. She had already decided that once Su Chen and when Chi-Chi moved out, she and Su Jiangwo would start earning as well. They couldn't allow their son to be overburdened. While they were still capable, they would work together. Su Chen nodded. I understand. Mom, but don't worry. In Ningxi town, a delightful gossip had been circulating for the past few days. It was said that a fairy had come to the town, bringing with her 4 adorable little ones. Just how cute were these little ones? Some claimed they looked like they had stepped out of a television show, while others insisted they were even more beautiful than that. Those who had not seen the little ones were fervently discussing the news. Did you hear? The little one's father is one of us from Ningxi town. Indeed. I wonder whose children are so remarkable. People expressed their envy. Those who had met the little ones felt immensely fortunate. You have no idea, those little ones are far more charming than the legends suggest. Plus, they're incredibly easy to care for, truly little angels. Their mother is exceptionally beautiful, but hardly anyone knows who their father is. The wedding banquet, Su Chen was busy in the kitchen preparing dishes. So few were aware that the children were his. Early in the morning, just past 7, Wang Song's son, Wang Bin, remarked while eating, Are those 4 little ones really as stunning as the legends say? It's like they're turning into little deities. Honestly, it's as if they've never seen a child before. Wang Song, hearing this, set down his bowl and chopsticks, slightly displeased. You young man, how can you speak like that? Those children are indeed adorable, and you know their father. Wang Bin, curious, asked, Really? Dad, you went to Zhongguo's wedding. Did you see the little ones? Yes, Wang Song nodded. They're even more beautiful than the legends say. Wang Bin shook his head. I don't believe it. Just as Wang Song was about to respond, Wang Bin continued, "Even if they are that beautiful, so what? They say they're from Ningxi town. But why haven't they registered their household yet? It's been over 6 months, hasn't it? In the end, no matter how impressive a man is, he still can't make the decisions. The children's household registration is definitely with their mother." Wang Song, upon hearing this, became quite angry. Seeing his father on the verge of losing his temper, Wang Bin quickly stood up. "Dad, I'm off to work. Enjoy your meal." Wang Bin happened to work at the police station, responsible for household registrations. Given the time that had passed, he hadn't heard any colleagues mention a set of quadruplets registering their household. Thus, he was skeptical about the rumors that on his way to work, Wang Bin overheard people discussing the matter and scoffed. These folks really can exaggerate. It wasn't until he reached the police station entrance that he suddenly froze. The entrance was crowded with people, including elderly ladies, old gentlemen, young adults, and children of various ages. Wang Bin was utterly bewildered. What is going on? Is today a special occasion? Did something serious happen in town? With that thought, he quickened his pace. "Excuse me, move aside." If something had indeed occurred, he needed to be present. However, as he finally managed to push his way through the crowd, he was once again struck dumb. Chapter 187. Ningxi Town's greatest honor. At the police station entrance stood a man and a woman. The man was handsome and bright, while the woman was gentle and beautiful. However, that wasn't the focal point. The highlight was the 4 little ones seated in front of them. The little ones were nestled in baby chairs, curiously observing their surroundings, occasionally interacting with the crowd. 2 little boys had shiny bald heads on their hats, while the 2 little girls sported cute little ponytails. Due to the nature of his work, Wang Bin had encountered many adorable children, but he had never seen any as captivating as these. His heart melted at their cuteness. Dressed in his police uniform, he stood out in the crowd. The moment he squeezed into the area, the little one's gazes immediately fell upon him, while the little boy appeared puzzled. The 2 girls tilted their heads and smiled at him. Wang Bin felt a flutter in his heart. These 4 children are even cuter than the legend suggests. How can there be such adorable little ones? He became oblivious to Su Chen, slowly making his way toward the children. Su Chen, feeling somewhat helpless, called out, "Bin Go, you work here?" Wang Bin quickly snapped back to reality, standing straighter and smiling at Su Chen. "Oh right, Xiao Chen. I heard from my dad yesterday that you have 4 little ones that I didn't think it was true." Su Chen nodded. "Yes, that's right. Bin Ge, I'm looking to register the children. Would that be convenient for you?" Wang Bin nodded enthusiastically. "Absolutely. It's incredibly convenient. These are quadruplets. Once they're registered, they'll officially be residents of Ningxi Town." It is still in the hands of Wang Bin. Truly a source of pride for him. The onlookers around had become quite excited. "Are we registering for household registration? Does that mean our Ningxi Town now has 4 exquisitely chiseled little ones?" "Indeed, 4 adorable quadruplets, no less. How splendid. They even told me that these 4 cherubic infants are from outside the area." What utter nonsense. Su Chen hadn't anticipated that the babies would be so sought after. He looked down at the 4 little ones and chuckled. "You 4 have now become the center of attention, beloved by all Dada. Your handsome father is nearly being overlooked," with a laugh, when Chi-Chi couldn't help but tease. "You're jealous of the babies at your age?" Su Chen lifted his gaze and looked at Wen Chi-Chi tenderly. "My dear, you mustn't be like them. You can adore the babies, but you must not disregard me. Understand?" As he spoke, Su Chen instinctively ruffled Wen Chi-Chi's hair, causing her cheeks to flush. Just then, Wang Bin turned his head and couldn't help but smile broadly. This that not only are the babies delightful, but even the interaction between Su Chen and his wife is so affectionate. He felt envious. The crowd couldn't help but shout, "You 2 are being a bit too lovey-dovey." "Indeed, but I enjoy it. Please continue to show your affection." Unable to contain herself any longer, when Chi-Chi directly entered the police station. Su Chen chuckled, pushing the baby stroller in after her. Wang Bin quickly opened his computer, preparing to record the information. Xiao Chen, please provide me with the birth certificates for the babies and your marriage certificate." Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. When Chi-Chi had already handed over the documents. "We aren't married yet, but I have the paternity test results for the babies and Su Chen. Will that suffice?" Wang Bin paused, glancing at Su Chen and then at Wen Chi-Chi, before bursting into laughter. Of course. However, for children born out of wedlock, a social maintenance fee is required. Please hold on while I make an inquiry." As he spoke, Wang Bin went to make a phone call. When Chi-Chi anxiously paced back and forth at Su Chen, while entertaining the babies, looked at her. "Chi-Chi, Are you feeling nervous? Indeed, when Chi-Chi was quite anxious. What if we can't register the household? So that's what she was worried about. Chen took her hand and drew her close, reassuring her. Don't worry, we will pay the social maintenance fee. The babies will definitely be registered. From today onward, they will have identities. Upon hearing this, the infants erupted into laughter, despite not understanding Chen's words. Their father seemed so happy, and if he was happy, then they were happy too. Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the baby's reactions. Before long, Wang Bin returned. When Chi-Chi hurried over, asking, "What is the verdict? How much do we need to pay?" Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Bin interrupted. No, there is no fee required. When Chi-Chi was momentarily stunned, Wang Bin grinned. The authorities have granted you an exception because you have quadruplets. Xiao Chen, come here, I need the babies' names. Chen was surprised that they would make an exception because of the babies. He quickly approached and provided Wang Bin with the names. The first is Su Zian, the second is Su Xiao, the third is Su Zikong, and the fourth is Su Lei. Wang Bin input the names while laughing. Ankong Sheila, what wonderful names, as he handed the new household registration book to Chen. He continued to beam. Fantastic, Xiao Chen is truly remarkable. The babies are absolutely adorable. With your genes, you should have more. At this, when Chi-Chi's face reddened even further, Chen, with a sigh, replied, We'll see how fate unfolds. If it happens, I wouldn't refuse. After all, I have the role of a nurturing father to play, that he never expected that the task of registering the babies would be completed so effortlessly. He felt a bit dazed and was eager to discover what the system's promised grand prize would be. Just as they exited the police station, the system's voice chimed in, Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have received a special seed reward. Congratulations on acquiring a subterranean warehouse. Special seeds, potatoes, tomatoes, cucumbers have been placed in the warehouse. These special seeds can be cultivated in greenhouses and require only a small amount of spiritual spring water for irrigation, yielding results far superior to your current crops. The seeds have been placed in the underground warehouse. Congratulations, host, on obtaining an office building in Ning City, located above the warehouse. The address and authorization have been placed in your space. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the usage rights to 100 acres of fertile land in Ning City. Chen. This reward is indeed generous. It seems I am on the path to starting my own company. I will surely have my hands full upon returning to Ningzhou. When Chi-Chi noticed Chen lost in thought, she curiously inquired, What is wrong? Chen shook his head. Nothing. Let us head home. When Chi-Chi nodded they neared home. She suddenly called for the car to stop. Chen, intrigued, followed her as she exited the vehicle. What is up? When Chi-Chi walked toward a nearby phone store, saying, Annie's phone is broken, and I want to buy her a new one. Upon hearing this, a warm current surged through Chen's heart. His wife is truly thoughtful. Once they return to Ningzhou tomorrow, they should check out their new home and do some renovations. They could also bring their parents over at that time. That evening marked the last night of Chen and Wen Chi-Chi's holiday. Wu Jianzhong, Old Li, Li Li, and Li Dong had gathered at Su's home. Chang was also present. Zhang Yuan, Xie Yintian, and Xie Feifei had already returned to school, while Wang Zan stayed home to accompany his wife. As dinner approached, Wang Xiuzhen and Zheng Huimin arrived as well, bringing along an elderly gentleman. When Chen saw the old man, he was somewhat perplexed. Master Tan, what brings you here? Chapter 188. Wu Jianzhong's regret. Tan Yue laughed heartily. I'm here to mooch a meal. Chen was momentarily stunned. Wang Xiuzhen laughed. Listen, a renowned chef insists on coming for a free meal. This isn't my fault, Xiao Chen. Chef Tan insisted on accompanying me. Tan Yue showed no concern for this, laughing as he entered Su's home. What? Is it wrong for me to have a meal in my master's house? Chen felt quite helpless. Just as he was about to step inside, he noticed Wang Qian and Yi Yong'an standing at the door. Chen was baffled. Why aren't you two coming in? Wang Qian was actually preparing to return to Ningzhou as well. Before leaving, she had appeared quite preoccupied that Yi Yong'an, noticing her unease, brought her to Su's home. Since that day at Wang Zan's wedding, when she had held the babies, Wang Qian had been incessantly raving about how adorable they were. Upon hearing Chen's question, Wang Qian felt a bit shy. I thought before she could finish, Yi Yong'an interjected, Brother Chen, can we come in to see the babies? Chen nodded. Of course, come in, I was just about to prepare dinner, so let us all eat together. Yi Yong'an was instantly thrilled. Pulling Wang Qian into the house, that Wu Jianzhong was playing with the babies when he suddenly noticed the influx of people and was momentarily taken aback. What is going on? Why are there so many guests all of a sudden? Old Li chuckled. Of course, they have come to see the babies. However, I believe there is another reason, Wu Jianzhong asked. What reason? Old Li replied. To eat the delicious food prepared by Su Chen. Wu Jianzhong looked puzzled. Previously, he had always been skeptical, but seeing so many people arriving, he began to feel a sense of anticipation. The dinner was prepared with the help of Wen Qiqi. Once the dishes were served, everyone rushed over, especially Tan Yue, whose speed was astonishing. The others barely had time to react. Wu Jianzhong, bewildered, followed suit. Old Li and the others initially intended to tease Wu Jianzhong, but upon catching a whiff of the aroma from the dishes, they abandoned their plans and began to eat heartily. Wu Jianzhong, confused, picked up a dish. Upon tasting it, he was instantly amazed. He quickly joined the throng, feeling immense regret that if only he had come for dinner sooner, he could have enjoyed a feast for the entire holiday. What a blunder! After a long and satisfying meal, every plate on the table was empty. Wu Jianzhong had never seen such clean dinnerware after a meal. Old Li, slumped in his chair, chuckled at him. So, how does it feel? Don't believe me. Regretting it now, Wu Jianzhong chuckled, leaning closer to Su Chen. Xiao Chun, can you stay at home a few more days? I promise, for the next few days, I will be living at your place, ensuring I am the first to arrive for each meal and the last to leave. That he genuinely felt remorseful. His words immediately elicited laughter from everyone. All right. But Xiao Chun and Qiqi have their own matters to attend to. How can they be delayed because of you? Honestly, don't you have any shame at your age? This comment sparked another round of laughter. Wang Qian and Tan Yue silently observed the lively family atmosphere, filled with envy. This meal brought them immense joy. After dinner, no one wanted to leave, but they remembered this was Su Chen's last night at home. If they continued to compete for the baby's attention, it would be a bit excessive. Thus, each person found their own excuse to leave. That Su Chen and Su Jiangwo washed the dishes together. That Su Chen sensed that Su Jiangwo seemed to have much to say. However, when he cautiously probed, he discovered that Su Jiangwo had not uttered a single word. Even more remarkably, Feng Ruolin, who usually chattered incessantly at the beginning of each school term, also offered no words of farewell. Su Chen felt as though something was amiss. Consequently, he decided to break the silence. Dad, Mom, we are returning to Ningzhou tomorrow. Chapter 189. The reluctance of parents. Su Jiangwo and Feng Ruolin paused momentarily. Soon after, they resumed their tasks, seemingly oblivious to Su Chen's words. Just as Su Chen was about to continue, Wen Qiqi stepped forward to intercept him, gently saying, Uncle, Annie, please rest assured, we will take good care of the baby. We are also striving to finish the house renovations, and then you can visit the baby anytime. Feng Ruolin, who had been walking into the house, finally halted. She turned around and grasped Wen Qiqi's hand, saying, as long as you and the babies are happy and healthy, that is all that matters. That do not worry about your uncle and me. And you, Xiao Chun, with greater responsibilities ahead, try not to be so playful. Su Chen nodded repeatedly. Su Jiangwo scoffed. As if he would know any better, he proceeded to pack the peach leaf tea set, handing it to Su Chen. Take it. It will just be in the way at home. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. He could tell that Su Jiangwo held great affection for this tea set, which was originally meant for him. Yet, seeing Su Jiangwo's demeanor, he felt he could not refuse. After passing the teapot to Su Chen, Su Jiangwo busied himself, running up and down, back and forth. Su Chen, slightly bewildered, asked, Dad, what are you doing? Nothing. Why are you still awake? If you don't get enough rest, how will you drive tomorrow? Go to sleep. Su Chen had no choice but to return to his room. That night, he slept exceptionally well. The next morning upon waking, he discovered that breakfast had already been prepared. He saw a message from Feng Ruolin. Your dad and I have something to attend to. Finish your meal and leave quickly. Su Chen closed his phone, feeling a pang of sadness. When Qiqi had also risen, observing the situation outside, she inquired in confusion, Where are Uncle and Annie? Su Chen replied, They went out for something. Let us eat, that we should be on our way soon. The two dressed the babies and then sat down to eat. Noticing Su Chen's silence, Wen Qiqi placed a steamed dumpling on his plate, saying, Su Chen, Uncle and Annie must be reluctant to part with us, right? Su Chen remained silent. After a brief pause, he managed a wry smile. Yes, let us eat. It's all right. Otherwise, if they see us leaving with the babies, it will likely make them even sadder. When Chi-Chi nodded. Then let us work hard to bring Uncle and Annie to Ningzhou in the future. Agreed, Su Chen affirmed. Upon finishing their meal, Su Chen went to clear the dishes. When Chi-Chi contemplated for a moment before turning to enter the house. When she emerged again, everything had been tidied up. They headed out with the babies, who looked around in confusion, their tiny heads filled with questions. Sensing that something was amiss, but unable to articulate, Su Chen opened the car door and carefully placed each baby inside. Then, he opened the trunk to stow the infant seats. However, upon lifting the trunk lid, he was rendered speechless that it was crammed full of various foods. Peanuts, sweet potatoes, apples, persimmons, and a large box filled with toys. There were even bags of rice, flour, and oil. Suddenly, Su Chen recalled that Su Jingwo had been running up and down the night before, all to pack these provisions for him. His heart ached with emotion. His father remained unchanged, scolding him while simultaneously ensuring he had the best food. This had always been the case throughout his life. Su Chen turned his gaze towards the neighbor's house and smiled softly. Dad, I will strive to do my best. The babies will miss you and Mom. Take care at home. Soon, I will bring you to Ningzhou. He also expressed his gratitude to a few uncles for looking after his parents. After rearranging the items, he finally managed to secure the infant seats in the trunk. When Chi-Chi stood by the car door, watching the babies while glancing up at the neighbor's eaves, where several heads were peeking out, she smiled in their direction. When Su Chen approached her, when Chi-Chi suddenly turned to Su Chen. Yes, Su Chen replied, slightly taken aback. In the next moment, when Chi-Chi stepped forward and embraced him, Su Chen stiffened, taken by surprise, as he heard when Chi-Chi whisper in his ear, I, along with the babies, will always be with you. After releasing him, she mimicked Su Chen's usual gesture, standing on her toes to ruffle his hair. Do not worry. We will undoubtedly grow stronger together. Su Chen recognized the sentiment behind when Chi-Chi's actions that he smiled and attempted to embrace her. But her cheeks flushed red, and she swiftly turned to enter the passenger seat of the car. Let us go. Su Chen's hand fell empty, yet his heart was warm. His wife was becoming increasingly thoughtful. This was surely to showcase their little happiness to his parents, and he was quite pleased. Soon, he took his place in the driver's seat. Babies, buckle up, we're off. The four little ones bobbed their heads, seemingly searching for their grandparents' figures, yet not spotting them. Su Chen caught sight of their almost teary expressions in the rearview mirror and chuckled. It's all right, little ones, that we will see Grandpa and Grandma again very soon. You must be good, otherwise they will be unhappy. The four little ones stared with wide eyes, pondering for a moment. Will Grandpa and Grandma be unhappy? No. We must make them happy. Then we must all be good. Having calmed the babies, Su Chen drove out. Meanwhile, on the eaves of the second floor of the neighboring house, Su Jingwo, Feng Rulin, Wu Jinzhong, Old Li, and Li Li were all watching Su Chen's direction. Li Dong had not attended Wang Zan's wedding. He had already left the day before. Feng Rulin tightly clutched Su Jingwo's sleeve, her eyes glistening with unshed tears that it was only 7 days, yet her little grandchildren were leaving. And she felt an overwhelming reluctance that Su Jingwo allowed her to hold on. Even as her grip tightened, inadvertently pinching his flesh, he endured the pain in silence that Li and Wu Jinzhong exchanged glances and sighed. Patting Su Jingwo on the shoulder. Old Su, if you truly miss Su Chen, why not go see him off? Why are we hiding here? Su Jingwo scoffed. What do you know? It's not Su Chen I cannot bear to part with. It's my little grandchildren. If I were not afraid the babies would cry when they left, do you think I would be hiding with you here? Wu Jinzhong shook his head, choosing not to speak. Li Li remarked. Who could forget that since Su Chen entered high school, every time he left for a long trip, someone would invite us to drink? Old Li chimed in, indeed. I still remember when Su Chen went to university and didn't he return for half a year. Someone intentionally got drunk and cried about it. Su Jingwo exclaimed. You all, frustrated, he turned to Feng Rulin to explain. Rulin, don't listen to their nonsense. How could that possibly be me? That rascal Su Chen is quite resilient. I am not worried in the slightest. Chapter 190. A little surprise. Taking my wife to view the house, Feng Rulin smiled but said nothing. In truth, she was aware of Su Jingwo's every outing for drinks. However, their son must eventually grow up and live his own life. The group descended the stairs together to return home. Su Jingwo opened the gate to their yard. He gazed at the empty space and sighed deeply. Moments later, he perked up, saying, Come on, Today I will prepare something delicious for you all." As soon as he spoke, Old Li and the others began to chuckle. "What? After eating Su Chen's cooking, I wouldn't he be able to stomach yours?" "Same here, Old Su. When will you ever master the culinary skills like Su Chen?" Despite their feigned disdain, nobody stopped. They all followed him into the kitchen to help. Unbeknownst to them, at that moment, Su Chen's car had returned to the entrance. After leaving, he had merely circled the town and hidden in a corner. Only after seeing Su Zhengwo and the others enter the house did he pull out his car, observing their cheerful demeanor. He felt a sense of relief before starting the engine and driving away slowly. As he drove onto the main road, Su Chen noticed a figure waving at him. He squinted, recognizing it as Tan Laoshi. "Tan Laoshi, what brings you here?" Tan Yue replied cheerfully, "Are you heading back to Ningzhou? Could you give me a ride?" Su Chen nodded, "Sure, hop in." Tan Yue climbed into the car, sitting next to the babies, and began to play with one of them, eliciting delighted giggles. The journey to Ningzhou was filled with laughter from the babies. Upon arrival, Su Chen asked, "Tan Laoshi, where are you headed? I can drop you off." No need. You carry on with your business. The babies seem hungry. I can't delay, so I'll get off here. That my apprentice will come pick me up shortly." Su Chen glanced at the babies, who were smacking their lips, clearly eager for food. He nodded. "All right then, if you need anything, just call me. I'll be on my way." Upon Su Chen's departure, Tan Yue promptly placed a phone call. As soon as the line connected, a voice filled with surprise echoed from the other end. "Master, what prompted you to call me? I thought you had decided to cease our communication." Tan Yue snorted dismissively. "Enough of the chit-chat. Come pick me up. I'm in Ningzhou." Meanwhile, Su Chen and Wenqiqi were on their way home with the little ones. Preparing milk for the trio of toddlers. 4 Bao was carried into the house by Wenqiqi to be fed. After finishing her meal, Su Chen took the cheerful 4 Bao into his arms, pinching her chubby cheeks, and remarked, "Chi-Chi, it's time to wean 4 Bao off milk. She has grown quite plump recently, nearly matching her peers in size." Given that Wenqiqi still had school to attend, it was becoming increasingly inconvenient to continue this way. Wenqiqi glanced at the little 4 Bao and nodded. "All right, it's your call." Su Chen agreed with a nod. After lunch, the group had rested sufficiently. With half a day remaining on Wenqiqi's leave, Su Chen took her and the little ones out. Initially, Wenqiqi assumed they were going shopping, but as the car progressed, they drew nearer to the school. Curiously, she turned to Su Chen. "Where are we headed?" Seeing the astonished expression on Wenqiqi's face, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. It appeared he hadn't yet informed her of the location of their new home. Hence, he smiled mysteriously. "It's a secret." Wenqiqi, bewildered, wondered if Su Chen was planning another surprise. Soon, the vehicle came to a halt, situated conveniently close to the school, merely a 20-minute walk away, surrounded by various snack vendors. Su Chen exited the car and opened the door for Wenqiqi, urging her to disembark. Wenqiqi remained perplexed. The surrounding vendors, upon spotting the couple with their 4 little ones, displayed expressions of envy. "Wow. Quadruplets, what beautiful children. They must be the young parents. How youthful." Their admiration was palpable. As a vendor selling candied hawthorn passed by, he cheerily raised the skewers in his hand. "Would the little ones like a taste?" The eyes of the second little one sparkled with excitement as she reached out eagerly for the treats. Exclaiming her desire to eat, Su Chen chuckled helplessly. "Thank you, kind sir, but the little ones are still too young." The vendor playfully pinched the second little one's cheek, laughing heartily. "Ha, I know. I'm merely teasing these little rascals. Look at this little cutie. She's a little greedy, isn't she? So adorable." The second little one, delighted by the attention, grinned widely, her eyes squinting with joy. The other children also turned their gaze toward the vendor, their eyes fixated on the candied hawthorn, soon drooling in anticipation. Wenqiqi, witnessing this, playfully patted their little heads. "What are you little gluttons up to?" The vendor erupted into laughter, prompting the surrounding crowd to join in merriment. All right, I won't tease them any longer. Are you here for a shopping spree? Young man, once the little ones are able to eat solid foods, bring them to me, and I'll let them indulge for free." The vendor's genuine affection for the children was evident, bringing joy to anyone who laid eyes upon them. Su Chen chuckled in response. "Of course, we'll be sure to visit." Upon hearing this, other vendors chimed in. "Count me in. My stinky tofu will be free too, and my fried yogurt." "When will those treats be suitable for the little ones?" "Our porridge shop will be ready soon. Don't forget us." The vendors were exceptionally warm-hearted. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Chen guided Wenqiqi down a different path. Wenqiqi grew increasingly perplexed. "Su Chen, Where are we going? With a smile, Chen tousled her hair. Silly wife. Where do you think I'm taking you? Have you forgotten that I mentioned looking at a house? When Chi was taken aback, the house is here? Although this area was near the university town, the property prices were rather steep, at 20,000 per square meter. While Chun had previously mentioned purchasing a house, when Chi had assumed they would settle for a modest place on the outskirts. But this location, that would likely cost at least 2 million, Chen nodded. Indeed, this is perfect for convenience regarding your studies. You won't have to endure an hour-long bus ride home after class anymore. In just 10 minutes, you'll be able to see the little ones. How wonderful! When Chi felt a sudden sting in her nose. Chen had always been considering her needs. She smiled. Let us go take a look. Her heart brimmed with anticipation for their new home, that Chen also nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the entrance of Jingsua Garden, the security guard spotted Chen and the children from a distance. Having seen Chen a few times before, he was always delighted to see the little ones. After a holiday apart, the security guard joyfully approached. Young man, you're finally back. I thought you had abandoned this property. I even inquired for days about where you lived, contemplating working as a security guard in your neighborhood. The guard's words brought laughter to Chen. Haha, I just went back to my hometown for the holiday. I am back now. The guard nodded enthusiastically while opening the gate, teasing the children. Is this your wife? Upon seeing Wen Chi, the guard's eyes sparkled with admiration. And no wonder you have such adorable children. Your wife is stunning. Chen affirmed, indeed. The guard completely opened the gate, showering Wen Chi with compliments. What a beautiful young lady. You found yourself a great man. He takes care of the children and comes here to clean and tidy up. Wen Chi beamed at the praise for Chen, feeling exceptionally pleased. Yes, he is that. Chen chuckled at her response. The children were also elated to be back. After they left, someone asked the guard, Sir, are these children residents here? The guard replied, yes, they just purchased a house not long ago. That's fantastic. Does that mean I can play with the little ones often? Indeed. How wonderful. Their new home was located in Building 9. Chen led Wen Chi downstairs. Previously, they had resided in Furong Community, which was a housing project with limited amenities and overcrowded elevators. However, Jingsua Garden was a different story. It featured a designated ramp for entering the building, and the elevators were considerably larger. The 6 of them entered the elevator without feeling cramped at all, much to Wen Chi's delight. Their new home was on the 6th floor. Chen handed the keys to Wen Chi. You opened the door. Wen Chi bit her lip, feeling slightly anxious. Taking a deep breath, she opened the door. Upon stepping inside, she was greeted by the spacious living room and an outdoor balcony, instantly lifting her spirits. This is a 3-bedroom apartment? Yes, over 140 square meters. Chen had been taken aback when he first visited. Zhang Wei-chong and Liu had both remarked that this was the least impressive unit and advised him against choosing it. Unexpectedly, the most unassuming option turned out to be quite spacious. When Chi happily explored the surroundings. The master bedroom was expansive, and the 2 secondary bedrooms had been painted in pink and blue. The bathroom featured a separate wet and dry area, and the kitchen was immaculate. This was the kind of luxury Wen Chi hadn't experienced since becoming a mother, and all of it was thanks to Chen. She broke into a radiant smile. The little ones sat obediently in their high chairs, making no fuss. Seeing Wen Chi standing by the window, Chen couldn't resist wrapping his arms around her from behind. Wen Chi felt a rush of nervousness but did not reject his embrace this time, allowing him to hold her. Did you arrange all of this? Wen Chi inquired, gesturing to the home, decor. Chen nodded. When I came here, it had already been simply furnished, so I just reworked the rooms for the 4 little ones. Wen Chi chuckled, but they're still under a year old. They can't live here just yet. True. Chen rested his head on Wen Chi's shoulder, so we're just preparing for when they can move in. However, there was a pressing issue that needed addressing. Wen Chi turned her head, and Chen playfully nudged her cheek with his own, causing her to blush before she laughed. Don't you think our home is missing something? Wen Chi glanced around at the empty bedrooms and living room. Exasperated, yes, it's quite bare. How could I not notice? Why didn't you buy any beds or sofas? She had been curious upon entering, as the house was well prepared, save for the absence of beds and sofas. Chen laughed. I was waiting for you to choose them. Chi, go pick out what you like and we'll buy them together. Girls often have strong preferences regarding essential items like beds and sofas. And Chen was apprehensive that his choices might not meet Wen Chi's tastes, so he left the decision to her. When Chi turned back, embracing Chen from behind, all right, let us go together. Her heart swelled with emotion. She was unaware that as she spoke, her breath gently brushed against Su Chen's neck. Suddenly, Su Chen's body tensed. Instinctively, his arms tightened around Wen Chi, realizing something was amiss. Wen Chi's face flushed crimson. Su Chen, you don't move. Su Chen softly exhaled near Wen Chi's ear, causing her face to redden like a ripe apple. You. She wanted to say something, but felt that at that moment, any words would be inappropriate. Su Chen lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead. Then he began to slowly descend. Suddenly, a wail erupted from outside. Wah wah wah. Su Chen. But that unmistakably sounds like the cry of the fourth baby. That wasn't it promised that the daughter would be her father's little cotton-padded jacket? This jacket seems to be letting in a draft. Wen Chi was also startled awake by the crying. She gently pushed Su Chen away, her face still flushed, and murmured, "The fourth baby is crying. She must be hungry. I'll go take a look." Without waiting for Su Chen's reaction, Wen Chi stepped out the door. Su Chen, resigned, followed her. The fourth baby was crying pitifully, while the first, second, and third babies looked on in bewilderment, seemingly puzzled about why their sister was crying. How strange! Upon seeing Wen Chi, the fourth baby immediately opened her arms, seeking a cuddle, a tear still lingering at the corner of her eye. Wen Chi's heart ached at the sight, and she quickly scooped the fourth baby into her embrace. As soon as the fourth baby nestled in her arms, she leaned her head against Wen Chi. Clearly starving, she wanted to nurse. Su Chen happened to witness this scene. He chuckled softly, pinching the fourth baby's little cheek. "Fourth baby, you truly are. How should your father say you're adorable?" However, his finger inadvertently brushed against Wen Chi's chest. Chapter 192. Fourth baby. Daddy is so naughty. After the 11th hour, the weather was still relatively mild. When Wen Chi arrived, she wore a shirt and a jacket, but had already removed the latter upon entering. Now, she was left in just a loose-fitting shirt. At Su Chen's touch, Wen Chi's face instantly turned bright red. She recalled how Su Chen had held her in the room earlier, and her heart began to race uncontrollably. Su Chen, you rogue! She still needed to nurse the fourth baby. What to do? She felt utterly lost. Su Chen hadn't anticipated that his playful teasing would lead to such an awkward situation. Yet, it felt rather delightful. Hearing Wen Chi's shy reprimand made him want to laugh uncontrollably. His wife's bashful demeanor was utterly adorable. He yearned to embrace her immediately. However, the fourth baby was staring at him with wide eyes, puzzled. Not satisfied with merely observing Su Chen, the fourth baby nudged closer to Wen Chi, reaching out to tug at her shirt. "Umph. This shirt is so annoying, it's blocking me from nursing. I'm so hungry," as the fourth baby tugged. A button on Wen Chi's already loose neckline popped off. She instinctively grabbed at it, thinking that with just a little more effort, she could nurse. The fourth baby was so excited that Su Chen watched as Wen Chi's neckline descended further, his gaze turning heated. Wen Chi also realized that this situation was becoming precarious. She hurriedly grabbed the fourth baby. "Fourth baby, fourth baby, stop messing around." The fourth baby, aware of Su Chen's intense stare, Wen Chi glared at him fiercely. "What are you looking at?" Saying this, she swiftly turned and entered the room, clutching the fourth baby tightly. As she closed the door with a resounding thud, she added, "You are not allowed to come in." Su Chen stood silently in place. A triumphant smile on his face. It seemed that the plan to wean the fourth baby would have to be postponed. Meanwhile, inside, the fourth baby finally got to nurse, smacking her lips happily. She occasionally glanced at her mother, sensing that her expression was a bit off. Unable to contain herself, the fourth baby reached out and touched Wen Chi's face. "It seems a bit warm. What's wrong with mommy? Did daddy bully mommy? Daddy is so bad." The fourth baby silently noted Su Chen's mischief in her heart. However, after finishing nursing, the fourth baby quickly fell asleep, the grievance she had just remembered fading away. In the living room, Su Chen was preparing formula for the other three babies. The little ones were happily gulping down their bottles. Once the three little ones finished their milk, Wen Chi emerged from the room, holding the fourth baby, her face still flushed. Upon seeing her, Su Chen couldn't resist the urge to tease her. "Wife, what's wrong with you?" Wen Chi shot him a glare. Su Chen continued, "Wife, why are you so quiet?" Wen Chi glared at him again. Su Chen leaned closer, his voice laced with flirtation. "Actually, it's quite soft." Wen Chi was exasperated. Su Chen pointed to the fourth baby in her arms. Just as when Chi-Chi was about to unleash her frustration, she swallowed her words. The fourth baby was still asleep, and if she shouted, she'd surely wake her, leading to a heart-wrenching cry. Not wanting the fourth baby to cry, when Chi-Chi had to hold her tongue. Nevertheless, her face had turned crimson as Chen intentionally glanced at her. Noticing that she was on the verge of exploding, and hurriedly turned to soothe the first, second, and third babies. The infant seats had been laid flat, resembling tiny cribs. Each baby was nestled in their own. Sleeping soundly. Chen, and when Chi-Chi had no choice but to stand by, waiting for them to wake. When Chi-Chi glanced around, then at Chen, feeling somewhat helpless, didn't we buy any chairs? Chen, no, he too wished for a chair to sit on, but alas, this was rather awkward. They could only wait idly for the babies to awaken at 18 noon in the Su family home in Ningxi town. Su Jiangua, along with old Li and Li Wu Jianzhong, had prepared a meal. Su Jiangua specifically brought out some wine for a hearty drink with his brothers. Although the three wore expressions of disdain, none voiced their objections. Feng Ruolan had initially considered intervening, but upon seeing the empty house, she ultimately shook her head, allowing them to continue. After tidying up the kitchen, she decided to take a nap. Just as she was about to lie down, she noticed a phone resting by her pillow. She paused for a moment. Jiangua, Su Jiangua, just as he finished a glass of wine, responded to Feng Ruolan's call. What is it? Feng Ruolan examined the phone closely, her curiosity piqued. Did you buy me a phone? Her phone had broken a few days prior, and she had been planning to buy a new one after Su Chen and the others left. However, she hadn't gotten around to it. No, I've been taking care of the babies these past few days. Didn't we agree to wait until they left to go buy one? Su Jianguo was equally curious. Feng Ruolan, puzzled, replied, Then what is it? Ruolan, what's wrong? Su Jianguo, sensing her unease, looked worried. Old Li chimed in. Why is Ruolan so startled? You should go check it out. Su Jianguo set down his wine glass and turned to enter the room, just as Feng Ruolan emerged. Jianguo. Su Jianguo was startled by her panicked voice. What happened? He asked anxiously. Don't scare me like that. Just speak normally. It had been a long time since he had seen Feng Ruolan so agitated. Old Su, look. Feng Ruolan quickly placed a new phone and a card in Su Jianguo's hands. Upon seeing the card, Su Jianguo was equally astonished. This Li and Wu Jianzhong, along with old Li, stood up in confusion. What's going on? Isn't this a bank card? Ruolan, why do you have a bank card? This phone is the latest model. Quite expensive, isn't it? The others looked on with skepticism. Su Jianguo's hands trembled slightly. This bank card was a gift that he and Ruolan had prepared for their daughter-in-law. They had intended for her to have it when Chi-Chi came over. Feng Ruolan sighed. Yes, that day, I insisted on giving it to Chi-Chi. She accepted it in front of me, which reassured me enough to take her out. Li, Wu Jianzhong, and old Li stared in shock. So this is what Chi-Chi left for us? Feng Ruolan took the bank card from Su Jianguo's hand, her heart heavy. Chi-Chi told me many times that she would live well with Su Chen and asked us not to worry about them. She's truly a good child. Su Jianguo sighed as well. She must have left it for you, afraid you wouldn't accept it. And this phone. Chapter 193. Our daughter-in-law is truly wonderful. Feng Ruolan examined the phone and remarked, Perhaps it's because I asked Chi-Chi to have Xiao Chen call me that day, and I mentioned my phone was broken. This child, just like Xiao Chen, is so pure and kind-hearted that as she spoke, Feng Ruolan turned to grasp Su Jianguo's hand. Jianguo, not only do we have a wonderful son, but we also have a wonderful daughter-in-law. Who could argue with that? Su Jianguo replied, laughing joyfully. Our son and daughter-in-law are both remarkable, truly wonderful. Old Li and Wu Jianzhong, but they could no longer stay at the Su household. It was a constant display of happiness and affection. They felt exhausted. Just moments ago, they were concerned that the couple would be sad to leave their little ones, but now they were the ones feeling down. How tragic! The four of them could only shake their heads in resignation. Regardless of whether the wine had been consumed, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, Lao Su, you stay at home, that we're leaving. There's still much to do at home. I, too, must return to take good care of Long, that Ning, so did I end the picturesque Huayuan. Su Chen, and when Chi-Chi had been standing for a good half hour, waiting for the babies to awaken, when Chi-Chi stood by the window, seemingly too anxious to look at Su Chen. The babies were sleeping soundly, while Su Chen felt a tinge of boredom and leaned closer to when Chi-Chi, upon hearing his footsteps, when Chi-Chi's ears flushed crimson. Her heart racing as if a rabbit had taken residence within, Chen was drawing nearer, and she felt an overwhelming sense of nervousness. What was she to do? The man's presence loomed ever closer. In the next moment, when Chi-Chi felt her hand being grasped, and she was enveloped in a warm embrace, with Su Chen's gentle breaths brushing against the top of her head, Chi-Chi. When Chi-Chi, feeling the tension, shut her eyes tightly, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle at her demeanor. He had no ulterior motives at that moment. He merely wished to check on her. Why was this little girl so nervous? Perhaps a bit of teasing would lighten the mood. He slowly leaned down, deliberately bringing his face close to her ear, and exhaled softly. Indeed, he noticed that when Chi-Chi's ears had turned a shade so red it seemed they might bleed. Seeing this, Su Chen smiled gently, his warm breath drawing nearer once more. He opened his mouth and playfully nibbled on her earlobe. When Chi-Chi felt her mind go blank, almost incapable of thought. Su Chen then lowered his lips, but just then, when Chi-Chi's phone rang, she hurriedly picked up her phone, escaping from Su Chen's embrace. I need to take this call. She pressed the answer button. Su Chen, feeling interrupted for the second time, was exasperated. Who could it be at such an inopportune moment? He was on the verge of losing his temper when, in the next instant, he heard Fong Rulin's voice on the line. You little rascal. Who are you cursing? What is the matter? Did you just arrive in Ningzhou and already want to fly away? Mom, please listen to me. It's not what you think, Su Chen stammered, trying to explain, but he felt utterly at a loss. How could he possibly communicate this situation to his parents? Fong Rulin continued. What do you mean not what you think? Let me tell you, don't think that just because we're not around, you can bully Chi-Chi. Seeing Su Chen's awkward expression, when Chi-Chi couldn't help but laugh. She mischievously smiled at him before turning serious to address Fong Rulin. Annie, Su Chen hasn't bullied me at all. Exactly, Mom. I truly haven't bullied her, Su Chen added hastily. Fong Rulin responded, Don't think I don't know you. Chi-Chi is so gentle, always helping you. How pitiful that Su Chen felt a surge of grievance. How had he become the villain in this narrative? He cast a longing glance at when Chi-Chi, who, noticing his pitiful demeanor, decided to change the subject. Annie, the babies are asleep, so we might not see them for a while. Is there something you wanted to discuss? Upon hearing when Chi-Chi's voice, Fong Rulin's tone softened immediately to Chi-Chi. It's nothing much. That I just wanted to thank you that I saw the phone, and I left the bank card for you. When you come back next time, remember to take it. When Chi-Chi was about to say something when Fong Rulin cut her off, Don't say you don't want it. This is something your Uncle Su and I prepared for you. If you refuse, we will feel uneasy. When Chi-Chi glanced at Su Chen, feeling conflicted. When they had discussed the bank card, she had mentioned it to him. Su Chen, equally helpless, nodded and mouthed, Just agree for now. With a sigh, when Chi-Chi replied, All right, Annie, I'll take it next time I go back. Done good. Fong Rulin finally smiled. After exchanging a few pleasantries, when Chi-Chi hung up the phone. However, Su Chen's earlier actions had left her feeling wary. If they wanted to create a romantic atmosphere, it seemed they would have to wait for another occasion. Feeling utterly exasperated, Su Chen realized that by the time the babies awoke, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. He took the babies and when Chi-Chi back to Furong Community to AT that moment. In the small garden of Furong Community, the ladies performing square dancing had already begun to take over the area. By 7 o'clock, this place would be theirs. When Chi-Chi's landlord, Sister Wang Lin, was among them, twisting her waist while pondering how to find the best dance partner. Once the nearby residents had settled in, they began discussing, why haven't we seen the quadruplets recently? Indeed, their parents have also been absent. Ever since that young man stopped selling potatoes himself, I rarely see them. That I miss them. I do too. My granddaughter keeps asking when she can play with those babies. Wang Lin scoffed. Just a few poor kids. Look at how you all cherish them. Her words immediately sparked discontent among the surrounding people. What are you saying, Sister Wang? What poor kids? Those babies are adorable. Exactly, they even bought a car. That's worth something, so don't speak carelessly. Upon hearing her being contradicted, Wang Lin became even angrier. She placed her hands on her hips, indignantly saying, What nonsense am I speaking? If they have money, why don't they move out? 6 people living in my tiny house. I see it as a woman who just found a gigolo. The gigolo is just as poor, not even able to buy a house, that it's truly pathetic that it's good to be one of us who owns a house, that as long as we collect rent. We can live comfortably. Wang Lin deliberately elongated her tone, making it sound grating to the ears of those around her. Sister Wang, you're being too harsh. I don't think so. I believe that young couple is definitely planning to buy a house, replied one woman. You think your shabby place will rent out once they leave? I bet it won't. Wang Lin was left speechless, her face contorted with anger. Oomph. Do you really think they will move out? Dante dream. I see them using this holiday to earn money for the heating bill. The community collects heating fees every October. Otherwise, why wouldn't they have returned until now? Wang Lin didn't know when Chi well. But in her mind, when Chi was just a poor girl, struggling to care for 4 children. Who could afford to raise 4 kids these days? Even if they had money to buy a car. What good would that do? The price of a house could never compare to that of a car. The woman arguing with Wang Lin was about to retort when suddenly, the surrounding women exclaimed in delight. They're back. They back. Look, isn't that them at the gate? Oh wow, they seem even cuter after just a few days apart. The woman who had been arguing with Wang Lin was equally thrilled. See, they're back. It's just a brief holiday, Sister Wang. You really can talk nonsense. You said they want to earn rent. That girl and that young man look like they come from a wealthy family. How could they owe you rent? Wang Lin scoffed, feeling increasingly displeased. But suddenly, she caught sight of Chen approaching her. Wang Lin froze momentarily, then smiled. Look, they're coming towards me. Perhaps they're here to ask for a discount on the heating bill. What a dream. Determined, Wang Lin resolved that no matter what Chen and when Chi brought up, she would not agree to a single cent less than when Chi and Chen entered the gates of Farang community. They exchanged pleasantries with the security guards before intending to head straight home. However, Chen caught sight of their landlord. Their new home would be ready for move-in as soon as they purchased a bed and sofa. So he suggested they speak to the landlord. When Chi agreed, and together they pushed the 4 babies towards the garden square, as soon as the aunties saw them, they immediately crowded around, delighting the babies who giggled joyfully. Only their landlord, Wang Lin, remained motionless as Chen instructed the ladies to keep an eye on the babies and made his way towards Wang Lin. Before he could reach her, a plump lady beside Wang Lin, cradling the snatched baby, said, Young man, if you're in any trouble, just let me know. I have 2 vacant houses. You can stay there without paying rent. As she spoke. She cast a challenging glance at Wang Lin. Chen was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? The atmosphere felt charged with tension, but he recognized the plump lady from the day he drove in when she had offered accommodation. Thank you, Annie, but Chen began politely. But what? Are you looking to live off your little wife? Have you even asked if she agrees? Wang Lin interrupted, her tone dripping with sarcasm. She held disdain for the plump lady's actions. Knowing the young people today were proud, she deliberately used provocation to incite a reaction. Chen frowned at Wang Lin, bewildered. What was going on? He sighed inwardly, wishing they could just move out quickly. Seeing Chen's silence, Wang Lin believed she had struck a chord, rolling her eyes dramatically. Let me tell you, the heating fees cannot decrease by even a penny. Chen was taken aback. What heating fees? Wang Lin rolled her eyes once more, displaying a palpable disdain for Chen's demeanor. For this year's heating bill. Didn't you utilize the holiday to earn some money for it? Hand it over. Chen responded with incredulity. What delusions does this landlady harbor? I went home during the holiday. Wang Lin's scorn only deepened. Do you really need to go home for a mere 2,000 yuan? And you think you can take care of those 4 children? I dare say you're simply dreaming. Chen found himself at a loss for words. What utter nonsense. It seemed imperative that he clarify matters. Sister Wang, could you please allow me to finish speaking? First and foremost, while I did return home, it was not to fetch money. Additionally, I am not here to pay the heating bill. I was unaware that it had begun to be collected in advance. Lastly, the purpose of my visit is to inform you that Chi and I will be moving out in approximately a week. Noting the increasingly grim expression on Wang Lin's face, Chen continued unperturbed. You should focus on finding new tenants. Wang Lin's countenance twisted in disbelief. Moving? Where are you 2 planning to relocate to? Some dilapidated old house? Aren't you ashamed? If not for yourselves, at least consider your children. Before Wang Lin could finish, when Chi exclaimed, Sibao, what are you eating? As she approached, she raised her hand to wipe the little one's mouth, revealing a set of new keys and a key card dangling from her wrist. The surrounding onlookers caught sight of it immediately, and Sibao looked at Wen Chi in confusion. After thoroughly cleaning his face, she sighed, Oh, it turns out to be just a little leaf. See, Bao, you should know better than to eat that, right? You're certainly not making your parents' lives any easier. The plump lady holding Si Bao, however, was focused on another matter. Oh, is that the key to your new home? When Chi-Chi hurriedly concealed her hand, offering an awkward smile. Yet to those around her, her expression seemed to tacitly confirm the notion. After all was said and done, when Chi-Chi lowered her head and stuck out her tongue. She knew Su Chun preferred to keep a low profile and would likely not disclose their new home ownership. However, Wang Lin's tone was infuriating that if she didn't retaliate, they would surely suffer. How could someone as kind as Su Chun be so slandered? Thus, she purposely wiped Si Bao's face and ostentatiously revealed the new keys and key card. Surely, a brand new key card and keys could not belong to an old house. Could they? Upon seeing Chi-Chi's shy expression, the crowd was immediately envious. Little girl, did you buy a house? I knew it. How could you stay here after having children? Some individuals had really spoken too carelessly just moments ago. From now on, we won't be living in her shabby little house anymore. Yes, they spoke. They rolled their eyes at Wang Lin. Wang Lin, infuriated, turned pale as she realized that no one was standing by her side. And she huffed away in anger. These people were simply too much. Once she left, the women burst into laughter. The atmosphere became pleasant. Finally, this Wang Lin is unbearable. Indeed. It's nearly 7 o'clock. We should start getting ready. Otherwise, by 10 o'clock, everyone will be asleep, and we can't disturb the peace. The group promptly began to prepare. The babies were placed back into their strollers, eagerly watching the Annies. The Annies were equally delighted. Oh, while we wish you could stay in this community, if there are better options, then go. Babies, the Annies will miss you. The women made silly faces, causing the babies to laugh even more. After exchanging pleasantries with the Annies for a while, Su Chen finally took Chi-Chi and the babies to leave. They hurried upstairs, when Chi-Chi pushed the stroller. Observing this, Su Chen intentionally embraced her from behind, when Chi-Chi gasped, feeling the warmth of his hand on hers. Nervously, she pushed the stroller with greater force, but regardless of her efforts, it would not budge. Su Chen, applying more strength, ensured she could not move it at all. When Chi-Chi, feeling a bit anxious, asked, "What are you doing?" Su Chen chuckled softly, whispering in her ear, "Wife, you're particularly fierce today." His breath sent warmth to her earlobe, turning it crimson. What are you saying?" Su Chen smiled gently, choosing not to answer her question, but instead teasingly said, "Your husband rather enjoys it." When Chi-Chi realized Su Chen had noticed her little antics. Yet, how could she admit to such a trivial scheme? Nervously fidgeting her fingers, she stammered, "What do you like?" Su Chen chuckled, his lips curling into a smile. "I like eating soft rice." When Chi-Chi was momentarily speechless, seeing her frozen expression, Su Chen's grin widened. "I also enjoy being protected by my wife." When Chi-Chi was utterly flabbergasted, she forcefully wrenched herself free from Su Chen's embrace, disregarding his reaction, and hurriedly pushed the stroller into the elevator. Su Chen's hand fell empty, yet his heart was filled with sweetness. Once home, when Chi-Chi dashed into the bedroom and slammed the door shut. Stuck outside, Su Chen touched his nose, smiling as he entered the kitchen. Soft rice, after all, is best savored slowly. For dinner, he prepared beef noodles. After the meal, when Chi-Chi swiftly cleaned up the dishes, before Su Chen could react, she entered the kitchen and shut the door behind her, intent on washing the dishes. However, Su Chen's presence would undoubtedly distract her, so it was best he remain in the living room. Through the kitchen glass, Su Chen observed Chi-Chi's busy figure. Filled with myriad sentiments that he could tell she had deliberately locked the kitchen door, fearing he might come in and compete with her in washing the dishes. This feeling was delightful. Su Chen happily turned to find the 4 little ones. "Babies, Daddy is here to give you a bath." The babies, now capable of understanding words, squealed with excitement at the mention of a bath, eagerly awaiting Su Chen's embrace. He first lifted the eldest, who joyfully kicked her chubby little legs as she climbed up Su Chen's chest. Seeing this, Su Chen felt a surge of contentment. The slightly older child was no longer so heavy that he effortlessly lifted her higher. The little one's legs quickly found their way to Su Chen's shoulders, where she gleefully tugged at his hair. Giggling, Su Chen chuckled, "Eldest sweetie, let go of your hands, or Daddy won't be able to give you a bath." The eldest, puzzled, bounced around but obediently released her grip. "I in the bathroom?" Su Chen had replaced the bathtub with a larger one. Capable of accommodating 2 babies at once, that he placed the little ones in their high chairs before undressing the eldest and placing her into the tub. Then lifted the 3rd child. Sanbao is more mischievous than Dabeo. Not only does he tug at Su Chen's hair, but he also pulls at his face. Fortunately, Sanbao's grip is not too strong, and Su Chen remains unscathed. After much effort, he finally manages to undress Sanbao as well. Hoping to calm him down, Su Chen resorts to his secret weapon. He tickles Sanbao's chubby little belly. Instantly, Sanbao loosens his grip and splashes into the bathtub. Su Chen lets out a long sigh of relief that he opens the bathroom door and addresses the 2 little girls, Bao and Sibao. You both be good. Daddy will wash Dabeo and Sanbao first. Then it's your turn. The 2 little girls sit obediently in their baby chairs, watching Su Chen with attentive eyes that Su Chen feels a great sense of satisfaction. Indeed, little girls are more obedient. Chapter 196. The babies begin to grow up once Bao and Sibao are soothed. Su Chen starts washing Dabeo and Sanbao. He begins with Dabeo, carefully soaking her small body before gently cleansing her delicate form. Dabeo is quite serious about the process. However, at that moment, the bored Sanbao suddenly climbs entirely into the water. Su Chen is startled. Just as he reaches to pull Sanbao up, he notices Sanbao's little head bobbing above the surface, while his tiny body is submerged. Straining his neck, Sanbao gazes at Su Chen with wide eyes filled with surprise and confusion. He has discovered Dabeo's little feet. Thus, Sanbao, as if he has stumbled upon a new toy, begins to grasp Dabeo's tiny toes. The soft, slippery feet in the water are irresistible that a single grasp is not enough. Little Sanbao reaches again. Dabeo, who is diligently bathing, glances at her brother in bewilderment, then turns to Su Chen, seemingly puzzled by Sanbao's antics that Su Chen does not intervene, as long as they do not hurt each other. Their interaction will only strengthen their bond. As an only child, Su Chen, despite having many brothers around him, has always cherished the camaraderie of siblings who playfully bicker, yet share a deep connection. This wish can be fulfilled through his little ones. Noticing that Su Chen is ignoring him, Dabeo raises her tiny feet. The moment she moves, Sanbao can no longer reach them, puffing out his cheeks. Sanbao attempts to follow the elusive feet, but the water is too slippery. Frustrated, he is on the verge of tears, blinking his big eyes at Dabeo, as if questioning why she won't let him touch them. Dabeo looks at Su Chen, seemingly confused about why her brother is crying. Could it be that Sanbao has taken a liking to her little feet? Cautiously, she returns her tiny foot to its original position. Sanbao immediately seizes it, bursting into laughter. Testing the waters, Dabeo removes her foot again, prompting Sanbao to cry once more. When Dabeo offers her foot again, Sanbao laughs joyously. Dabeo, as if discovering a new continent, happily presents her foot to Sanbao. It seems that her brother truly enjoys her little feet. Despite being just a few months old, Dabeo possesses the awareness of an elder brother. Seeing Sanbao's delight brings her joy as well. In her excitement, she looks towards Su Chen, her expression resembling one seeking praise that Su Chen is generous with his approval, splashing a handful of water onto Dabeo's shoulder and pinching her little nose. Dabeo is wonderful. Understanding Su Chen's words, Dabeo jumps with glee. However, in that leap, her feet drift from their original spot, and Sanbao can no longer grasp them. Moreover, Dabeo's exuberance splashes water all over Sanbao's face and body, causing him to wail. Upon witnessing Sanbao's tears, Dabeo appears bewildered, as if struggling to comprehend the situation. Did he inadvertently upset his brother? But Sanbao was just moments ago so happy. Confused, Dabeo feels a wave of grievance wash over her. In her distress, she too begins to see why that Su Chen is left feeling flustered. How did it come to this? Just moments ago, they were adorable little angels, and now they have transformed into tempestuous little demons. Before he can soothe them, Bao and Sibao, who have been observing, widen their eyes in alarm and join in the crying when they realize the others are upset. Just as Su Chen is about to comfort Dabeo, he exclaims, "Why is everyone crying? Didn't Tiwi agree to listen to Daddy?" Deciding to employ a previous strategy, he picks up Sibo, who immediately stops crying. Yet this reprieve lasts merely a second. Upon realizing the others are still in tears, she too begins to wail again that Su Chen is baffled. Is even a hug ineffective? Having just finished in the kitchen, when Chi-Chi appears at this moment, looking both perplexed and amused. What happened, she wonders. Observing the chaotic scene, that aren't the babies supposed to adore Su-Chen? Su-Chen shakes his head. I have no idea. It seems they are all experiencing their own little emotions. Really? When Chi-Chi approaches to examine the little ones. Only Sambao ceases his crying upon seeing her, extending his arms in a request for a hug. However, still clad in her apron and with Sambao covered in foam from Debeo, she ultimately refrains from picking him up. Consequently, Sambao resumes his crying. When Chi-Chi, momentarily stunned, removes her apron and gently rinses Sanbao's body with water. Finally, she dries him off and lifts him in her arms. Sambao finally stops crying. When Chi-Chi ponders for a moment before stating, "You were right." "Right about what?" Su-Chen inquires. That it seems they are indeed beginning to develop their own little emotions. Perhaps this is simply part of growing up? Is it? Su-Chen, upon hearing this, feels a weight lift from his shoulders. He pinches Sibo's little face. Then it appears we have our hands full from now on. Indeed, when Chi-Chi nods, observing Su-Chen's disheveled state, she can no longer hold back a smile. Why don't we wash them together? Together, they could make the 4 little ones appear more obedient. Sounds good. Su-Chen agrees. The 2 of them take quite some time to calm the 4 babies down, and by then, the water in the tub has begun to cool. Su-Chen drains it and replaces it with warm water, then cautiously resumes washing the 4 little ones. After a full hour of bathing, both are utterly exhausted as Su-Chen heads to prepare food for the 4 babies. While when Chi-Chi entertains them and feeds Sibo, little Sibo soon drifts off to sleep. That Su-Chen carefully carries in 3 servings of banana rice porridge. The 2 of them busily feed the remaining 3 babies until they are all soothed to sleep. By this time, when Chi-Chi is so tired she can barely keep her eyes open, she lies down beside the babies and closes her eyes. That Su-Chen tucks the 4 little ones in. And when he turns around, he discovers that when Chi-Chi has also fallen asleep. Her face is slightly flushed, and from this angle, her long eyelashes and high nose make her increasingly beautiful. That Su-Chen finds himself captivated, unconsciously placing his hand on when Chi-Chi's cheek. His wife has never been more alluring. Just as he rises to kiss his future wife, suddenly, the phone in the living room rings. Startled, Su-Chen snaps back to reality. These past few days, his wife has been working herself to the bone. That he pulls the blanket over when Chi-Chi to keep her warm and heads to the living room. Upon picking up the phone,